My name is Chen. I'm a homebody. Just after sleeping in, I reluctantly ordered delivery. The last thing I expected was that the apocalypse would arrive. The handsome delivery guy had just arrived below my building when several zombie-like creatures warmly embraced him, frantically gnawing and biting. It was just too passionate. I'm pretty sure those were zombies. Right? I saw clearly from the third floor. What kind of decent person gnaws on a carotid artery? The ketchup-like blood gushed out like crazy, unstoppable. Standing by the window, Chen watched the bloody street below gradually descend into chaos. Screams, shouts, running footsteps, objects falling, car horns, and inhuman roars. What a lively scene. Though on the third floor he could clearly see that the people turning into zombies had dark, bulging veins all over their bodies, especially on their distorted facial features. One look and you knew they were no longer human. The zombies were each ferocious beyond measure, turning into track stars as they sprinted 100 meters to pounce on nearby people. Just the force of their violent charge could knock a person senseless. Help! Someone please help. There are monsters. Those who were tackled basically had no chance to stand up again, pinned to the ground and devoured frantically. Watching all this, Chen wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, he felt a hint of excitement because before him a virtual dialogue box had appeared. An attribute panel. System. A golden finger. As a seasoned homebody bombarded by online novels, he quickly understood and accepted this thing. Ding. Equipment program activated. Host name, Chen. Race, human. Height, 176 centimeters. Comprehensive constitution evaluation. Frail. Special abilities, none. Equipment, slot 1 and no equipment. Note, equipment slot functions. 1. I can equip any object without consciousness. After equipping, obtain all functions and effects of that object. 2. The intensity of any function or effect of the equipment can be arbitrarily adjusted or disabled, with the upper limit being the maximum value of that equipment's effect. 3. Equipment of the same type can stack. Stacking limit. 4. Equipment can be projected into reality to play its intended role. The wear and tear of the projected equipment does not affect the equipment itself. The projected equipment will temporarily disable its benefits to the host until the projection is cancelled. After reading the content on the panel, Chen took a deep breath. Involuntarily, images flashed through his mind: a yellow-robed, bald man splitting the earth with a punch like parting hair, a green fat man grabbing someone and smashing them into the ground, a strangely dressed man shouting Gaia with brilliant light, a long-haired man with countless flying swords surging behind him. Time to take off. Coming back to his senses, Chen murmured and quickly pulled the curtains shut. Who knows if these zombies have eyesight? It'd be bad to be discovered now. According to the information on the data panel, it seems I now have an equipment slot like in a game. But where in real life would I find game equipment? What use could real-world objects be, eh? Chen thought, deciding to find some things to experiment with first. I need to find something useful, preferably something that can be used as a weapon or something. Who knows if you can unequip it and switch to something else after equipping. Just then a sudden noise came from the stairway outside the door, interrupting Chen's thoughts. Help! Xiaoli turned into a monster. Don't come any closer. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. What the hell is going on? Open the door. A cacophony of noise mixed with the signature roar of zombies. Chen could tell from the voice that it was the people across the hall. A few months ago, 4 young guys had moved in, still university students, interning together and sharing a rental. Suddenly, Chen's heart jumped. He hadn't locked the door properly while waiting for the delivery, and the door lock tongue was a bit faulty. A little push and the door would swing open. If a zombie happened to barge in, he'd probably become the meal delivery on the spot. He also muttered, "Holy crap," and scurried to the door, quickly locking it. He then peeked through the peephole to see what was happening outside. 4 figures were at the stairwell. The one they called Xiao Li, originally Li Wei, now had twisted facial features, dark veins spreading from his neck to his face, looking extremely creepy. His huge, bloody mouth opened and closed as he lunged at his classmate, Cheng Yaodong, poised to bite. The other 2 classmates. One was frantically pulling keys from his pocket to open the door, while the other stood behind Li Wei, wrapping one arm around its forehead and the other around its neck, with a knee jammed into its lower back, struggling to hold it back. It was clear they had a good relationship and were quite loyal, still willing to help. Most people would have run away on their own, too scared to face such a monster. Cheng Yaodong, pinned in the corner, was also in distress, desperately gripping Li Wei's wrists to prevent it from clawing at him. The 2 were struggling with all their might, 2 against 1, yet there was a sense that they couldn't hold it back. Usually Li Wei was the weakest of them, seldom exercising, just a bit over 170 centimeters tall, but now he seemed like a wild ox. Cheng Yaodong, the most robust of them, standing a full 182 centimeters, usually athletic and playing ball with clearly visible muscles, was now pinned in the corner unable to move. Damn it. Fatty, get over here and help. I can't hold on much longer. If you don't come, I'll be done for. Chen Yaodong gritted his teeth. Coming. Click. With a click, the door across the hall opened. The one called Fatty quickly turned back to help. For a moment, the four of them were tangled together. Soon the three of them managed to pull Li Wei apart and pushed him down the stairs. Quick, get inside. The three scrambled into the room, slammed the door shut, and locked it. Only their good brother, Li Wei, now reanimated, charged back up and slammed against the door viciously. So scary. How did Shaoli turn into this? Fatty said, still shaken. Probably turned into a zombie. A zombie virus outbreak. That's how it goes in the movies. Lu Qi panted heavily as he spoke. Listen to the outside. It's total chaos. It might be the end of the world. The end of the world? Then what do we do, Dong Gu? Fatty said in a panic, looking at Chen Yaodong. Remembering Li Wei's appearance, he couldn't help but shudder. Let's find something to block the door first in case the zombies get in, Lu Qi said, immediately getting up to move the table. Dong Gu, what's wrong? Fatty asked, looking at Chen Yaodong, who was sitting on the floor with his head down, not saying a word. Lu Qi also stopped and looked at Chen Yaodong. Chen Yaodong slowly raised his head. I feel a bit unwell. It feels very strange. Dong Gu, your face. Fatty pointed at Chen Yaodong's face in terror. Dong Gu. Lu Qi was also horrified, now staring blankly. Brother Dong, your face. Lu Qi pointed at Chen Yaodong, his face filled with panic. My face? Chen Yaodong asked in confusion, reaching up to touch his cheek. His fingers felt something hard and foreign on his skin. Through the eyes of the two men, irregular black patches densely covered Chen Yaodong's entire face, with some visibly sprouting from his flesh. Oh, what is this? A mirror, give me a mirror. Before the others could react, he stood up abruptly and rushed into his own room. The door slammed shut with a bang, and the lock clicked into place. What's wrong with Brother Dong? Could he be infected? The stout man, still shaken, looked at Lu Qi. Probably yes. Lu Qi also felt uneasy. Then what do we do now? Shaoli turned into a zombie and is still banging on the door. Now Brother Dong is infected too. Let's block the door first, keep Shaoli out. As for Brother Dong's room, forget it, he's blessed, and we'll be fine, Lu Qi said. Quick, give me a hand. Okay. The stout man hurried over. Meanwhile, through the peephole, Fu Chun watched Li Wei crazily ramming the door, swallowing nervously. My God, it's like it's on steroids, pounding the door so fiercely. And the strength is incredible. Oh, three of us could barely hold it back. Fu Chun carefully moved away from the door. I need to study my golden finger quickly. This generation of zombies is no joke. After searching the room, he laid out potential weapons: a brand new fruit knife, a slightly worn mop, 7 well-used clothes hangers, 2 barely used dumbbells, 10 kilograms, and a paper version of the wolf's, and, well, you don't know until you look. My assets are rather meager. Let's try the fruit knife first. He picked it up, focused his mind, and the knife vanished from his hand. Opening the equipment panel, it was now equipped. Equip, slot 01, ordinary knife. Ordinary knife, a plain little tool mainly used to cut fruit. Killed fruit, count 12. A rookie in the fruit-slaying world with a bit of sharpness. Fu Chun concentrated, sensing a phantom knife within his body, able to manifest at his fingertip, arm, or anywhere, as if fused with him. He controlled the phantom knife to his right index finger and lightly traced it across his thigh. Blood flowed instantly. Truly sharp, truly magical. Shit. He quickly found something to stop the bleeding. After a flurry of activity. Now let's try the projection function. With a mental command, a fruit knife identical to the original appeared in his hand. The weight and feel were exactly the same. At the same time, the phantom knife he had sensed earlier vanished completely. This isn't projection, it's materialization. He examined it, recalling a detailed damage or change to the projected equipment does not affect the original. So even if I destroy the projected one, the original stays safe. An idea sparked in Fu Chen's mind. Mimicking a movie throwing knife technique, he gripped the blade with the point toward himself and flung it hard at the curtain. Thud! The handle of the fruit knife smacked against the curtain and fell to the ground. What are you looking at? It's perfectly normal to fail your first knife throw, alright. Fu Chen said, hands on his hips, pointing at the knife on the floor. The next second, the fruit knife on the floor vanished and reappeared in Fu Chen's hand. Just as I thought. By reprojecting it, neither damage nor loss matters since the original is still in the equipment slot. He didn't bother testing if destroying the projected knife would restore it, other confirmation sufficed. Besides, the destruction itself would probably be too much trouble. With this function, I can throw an infinite number of knives. That's pretty good. If I could get a gun, wouldn't that mean infinite bullets? Just keep refreshing. The next crucial question was whether equipment could be unequipped. He concentrated, and the fruit knife appeared in his hand this time, the original, not a projection. The equipment slot changed back to equip, slot 1 no equipment. It works. Fu Chun breathed a sigh of relief. If he couldn't unequip, he would be stuck as a Li Xiao Fei Dao forever. Next, Fu Chun equipped the 2 dumbbells. Same types could stack. Equip slot 0 1 forgotten dumbbells, 2 forgotten dumbbells, dumbbells rarely used left to gather dust in a corner. Brings a bit of weight and hardness otherwise useless. He sensed the changes in his body. Clenching his fists into a fighting stance, he threw a few quick punches, then drove one fist into the floor with a dull thud. Crack. The floor tiles fractured. Indeed, every punch carries a potential energy, as if swinging a dumbbell, yet the weight doesn't hinder me. He perceived the phantom dumbbells moving through his body like they were part of him. Even a kicking motion seemed to carry the momentum of 2 dumbbells. When I punched the floor just now, I felt no pain, as if the reaction force was absorbed by the dumbbells. Fu Chen looked at his fist. I should have bought heavier ones, he muttered. He went on to try every object one by one. Mop clothes, hanger clothes, cup, chair, sofa, fridge, book, phone, apple, bed. It seemed everything could be equipped. Anything without a will of its own as long as he touched it. After testing, he found a few practical items. Phone granted him functions like a calculator, browsing the internet in his mind, searching data, even playing games, or watching movies directly in his thoughts. Book, upon equipping, he instantly gained the knowledge contained within, which would deepen and expand over time, eventually becoming his own understanding. It could derive related branches of knowledge and gradually absorb them into his brain. A godsend for any studious person. Fridge could be used as storage space with time flow identical to the outside capacity according to its own size. It even retained its cooling effect. Similar items included wardrobe, safe, etc. Apple, when equipped, increased satiety and provided a small amount of hydration. Crucially, the satiety boost was permanent, meaning he could never go hungry. For example, if a person's current satiety was 3,100 and starving, equipping an apple added 15 satiety, making it 18,100. As time passed, as long as the apple was equipped, satiety would never drop below 15,100. In a post-apocalyptic world, this ability was a superpower. After sorting through all the items, Fu Chen roughly arrived at 2 plans given the current situation. First, seal the doors and windows, relying on the only remaining food in the room, an apple, and the still usable tap water to stave off starvation until rescue arrived. But this was undoubtedly a gamble. Setting aside the uncertainty of rescue, the tap water would surely be cut off sooner or later, just as depicted in novels and films about apocalyptic events. Though the apple's moisture combined with the equipment slot's properties might prevent him from dying of dehydration, the meager satiety and scant hydration would leave him teetering on the edge of hunger. It was not hard to imagine the agony of that prolonged state, enough to drive one mad over time. Second, take his little Li flying dagger, fight his way out, and reach the supermarket across the street, where supplies would sustain him for a while. But recalling Li Wei's transformation into a zombie with its terrifying strength and speed, even that single foe would be formidable. The streets were packed with countless zombies, each seething with rage. The mere thought was daunting. Damn it! A true man stands tall between heaven and earth. How can I cower here? Besides, I now bear a golden finger. Mere zombies, how dare they block my path? Fu Chen stood on the coffee table, raising a clenched fist as he shouted like a great figure making a declaration. Halfway through, he realized a zombie lurked outside the door, and his voice faltered, his once straight posture slumping noticeably. Behind Fu Chen's, sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a sparse glow upon him, painting a scene of youthful bravado. With a guilty conscience, he hurried to the door and peered through the peephole, scrutinizing the situation outside. The stairwell was now devoid of any zombie traces, having vanished at some unknown moment. Then he noticed what seemed like a black plastic bag scattered on the lower steps, with a few bags of chips spilling out. Huh, are those the snacks those students bought? Fu Chen's eyes lit up. After confirming the absence of zombies, he unlocked the door and cautiously cracked it open. Like the opposite unit, the doorknob faced the stairs, and the door swung inward. Through the gap, he couldn't see the stairs, so he widened it and stuck his head out to investigate. But the moment he leaned out, a rustle came from above, and a figure lunged down from the steps. Startled, Fu Chen jerked back, losing his balance and falling backward. Roar! Fu Chen hit the ground hard, but pain was the least of his concerns as he scrambled to close the door. Alas, it was too late. Bang! The zombie, having landed on its stomach, was quicker. It crawled and scrambled into the room, slamming the door wide open and pinned Fu Chen still on the ground beneath it. Damn. I was too hasty, I got greedy. Give me a chance, brother corpse, I won't do it again. Without a second thought, Fu Chen pleaded softly, while desperately holding it back with both hands. The zombie lunged and sank its teeth into his left wrist. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Fu Chen broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. Abandoning all caution, he formed his right hand into a fist and hammered it against the zombie's forehead. Let go, let go, let go, he shouted with each blow. His fist, now equipped with the fruit knife, had become razor-sharp. With every punch, black and white pulp splattered. The zombie ignored everything, feasting on Fu Chen's left wrist, as if to die a glutton's death. Before long, Fu Chen battered it until it went still. He quickly shoved it aside and checked his arm. Hiss. His left wrist was a bloody mess, a chunk of flesh torn away with blood gushing out like free ketchup. The pain made him grimace. I'm screwed. What do I do, what do I do? That little Li was fishing with bait. Fu Chen hurriedly got up, closed the door, and locked it. There was no security door on the first floor, and the commotion was bound to attract other zombies. If a few more showed up, he'd be saying goodbye to the cast early. Watching the blood spurt out, Fu Chen panicked. He had never faced such a situation. After kicking the zombie on the ground in frustration, he forced himself to calm down. I need to stop the bleeding immediately. I just got my golden finger. How can I die from blood loss before reaching my peak? Imitating first aid from movies, Fu Chen used his finger knife to tear his shirt, tore off a strip, and tied it tightly around his left arm for a simple treatment. Grimacing at the wound on his wrist, he was at a loss. I'm done for, infected and bitten such a big chunk. Am I about to turn into one of those monsters with my golden finger? Staring at the zombie's corpse, a spark of inspiration hit him. Golden finger. The equipment slot can equip any object without resistance, and a corpse shouldn't be able to resist, right? If I equip the zombie with this slot's properties, the zombie becomes me, and I become the zombie. Would that make me immune to infection? With that thought, Fu Chen immediately removed the fruit knife and equipped the zombie's corpse. It works. Watching the corpse vanish, he quickly opened his panel equipment. Slot 01, infected corpse, the corpse of a bloodthirsty creature infected by a certain virus, a failed experiment from a third-tier civilization. Battle record before death, 2 fights, 2 losses. Evaluation, a mindless brute, nothing to fear. Special abilities, level 1 strength boost, level 1 speed boost, level 7 rage, auto-disabled, level 2 night vision, level 1 undead body. Instantly, Fu Chen felt the wound's pain fade, and the blood gradually stopped flowing, clotting. It actually has special abilities. He expanded the panel and examined each ability. Level 1 strength boost, gain an additional 2x strength. Level 1 speed boost, gain an additional 1x speed. Level 7 rage, lose some rationality, enter a frenzy, and crave attacking other living beings. Disabled. Level 2 night vision, gain the ability to see in darkness. Level 1 undead body, lose the sense of pain. No fatigue. Constantly absorb a certain special substance from the surroundings to sustain itself and turn it into an infection source. Except for the brain, the body cannot truly die. A surprise. This is what they call a surprise. These abilities are fantastic. Good thing the negative traits get auto-disabled or ID, turn into a mindless zombie on the spot. Fu Chen stared blankly at his injured wrist, watching the wound slowly heal and repair. At this rate, it would be fully recovered in a few hours. No wonder these zombies are so terrifying. Each one enhanced like this. How are ordinary people supposed to survive? Fu Chen couldn't help but marvel. Thank goodness I have my golden finger. Suddenly he felt a hint of delight, a subtle thrill. How strange was that? Just then chaotic roars echoed from the stairwell. The commotion must have attracted some zombies. He quickly rinsed the wound, lifted a corner of the curtain, and gazed at the thousands of zombies outside. In this world, countless would perish. With zombies of such strength, ordinary people had no means to resist. But no matter, he'll step in. Looking at his slowly healing wound, Fu Chen twisted his mouth into the smirk of a crooked-mouthed warrior and chuckled softly. Bang! A zombie corpse fell limply at Fu Chen's feet. He had intended to manifest a zombie minion to work for him, but it turned out that a corpse was just a corpse, it wouldn't move. Undeterred by his failed plan, Fu Chen continued experimenting with other uses. Ever since equipping the zombie corpse, he felt brimming with strength and energy, as if he would never need to sleep again. After some trials, Fu Chen discovered that while he couldn't summon a zombie underling when he covered his entire body with the corpse, he transformed completely into the zombie Li Wei, even shrinking in height. A total metamorphosis. Interesting. If I equipped a mosquito, could I turn into one too? A gleam lit up Fu Chen's eyes as if he had stumbled upon something amusing, and a playful urge surged within him. No mosquito, but there's an apple. In an instant, Fu Chen vanished, leaving only an apple rolling on the ground. The next second, the apple disappeared, and Fu Chen reappeared where it had been. He then repeated the process, transforming into a fruit knife, a sofa, and a refrigerator. How fascinating. This is practically the 72 transformations. It seems there are many functions I still don't know about. They'll explore them later. By the way, doesn't this panel come with a little assistant or something? Tell me the functions. Fu Chen tried calling out. System. Little sprite. Old man. Cupping his hands around his mouth like a megaphone, he ventured. Dad. Well, no system sprite. They'll have to figure it out myself. He pursed his lips, re-equipped the infected corpse to speed up his wound healing, and prepared for action. His energy was so abundant that he had no urge to rest or sleep. The feeling was utterly, incredibly awesome. Hiding and waiting for rescue was out of the question. Who knew if there were still military forces? If the infection was indiscriminate, military bases couldn't be immune. They might be too busy saving themselves. Moreover, the undead body could absorb some invisible substance from thin air. Who knew if these zombies might evolve into something more powerful one day? Unable to sleep, Fu Chen prepared for his outing. He wrapped thick books around his wrists, securing them with tape to make simple arm guards, and did the same for his shins. He removed the mop head, kept the wooden handle, and taped the trusty fruit knife, his former hero, to it. Then he wrapped the entire stick tightly with the remaining tape, fashioning a crude spear. Based on past experience, such a wooden stick would break easily, but it should at least last a few strikes right. Although equipping the infected corpse had enhanced his physique, making him unafraid of an unknown fight with a zombie, there were too many outside. One pair of fists couldn't beat 4 hands, so a weapon was necessary. He grabbed the only food left at home, an apple, put it in his backpack, changed clothes, and geared up. 10 minutes later, Fu Chen paced back and forth in the room, sometimes checking the zombies outside the window, sometimes peering through the peephole at the zombies in the hallway. Why are there more and more zombies outside? I didn't hear any major commotion nearby. Through the peephole, he saw several figures standing in the hallway. Excluding those in blind spots, there were at least 7 zombies. With 7 zombies crammed into the narrow hallway, it was practically blocked solid. Who knew how many more were hidden from view? I wonder if I can bluff my way through as a zombie. To be safe, maybe I should wait a bit longer. Or maybe I should lure them away. Fu Chen mused. He patted his stomach. Though I feel no fatigue or sleepiness, I still get hungry. There's no food in this rental room. 1 apple won't cut it. Fu Chen frowned in thought, but he vaguely felt that he probably wouldn't starve to death now. Perhaps it was due to the undead body. A man should. Hey, I've got it. Fu Chen suddenly slapped his thigh. I can snowball my strength. Since I'm immune to infection, I just need to kill 1 zombie, equip it, and stack its power with mine. That way it'll grow stronger, and so on. His eyes sparkled. And the hallway is narrow, so not too many zombies can come at once. If I block the door with heavy objects, keeping it from opening too wide, I can easily farm them. Haha, I'm a genius. Nodding to himself, Fu Chen couldn't help but flash a smug grin like a crooked-mouthed war god. Soon Fu Chen carefully moved all the heavy objects in the house to the door, leaving just enough space to slip through. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang! Suddenly a noise came from afar, causing chaos in the street. Fu Chen rushed to the window to see. He saw all the nearby zombies surging toward a street corner like a tide. Then came the sound of countless windows shattering, followed by the dull thud of objects hitting the ground. Countless zombies were crashing through windows from the buildings along the street. Some even leaped from upper floors, smashing onto the ground below. After writhing for a moment, they miraculously stood up and joined the surging horde. Was that gunfire? Someone in a small town of Daxia carries a gun. A cop. Or military. Facing these monsters, firing a gun isn't wise. The sound will attract so many zombies, they're probably doomed. Fu Chen watched the surging zombie horde in confusion while sporadic gunfire echoed in the distance. No good. Suddenly Fu Chen exclaimed, his expression as if had realized something terrible. He dashed to the door, opened it, and found the hallway zombies had vanished. My zombies. My snowball. Shouting, he squeezed through the door gap while transforming into the zombie, Li Wei, hoping to test if the disguise worked. Rushing to the stairwell, he saw 3 zombies still crammed in the hallway window, with 2 more already having squeezed out and fallen downstairs. Come back, Fu Chen yelled. The remaining 3 zombies, hearing the commotion, turned to look. Upon spotting Fu Chen, they lunged at him without hesitation. Damn, the disguise is useless after all. How do they tell friend from foe? After complaining, Fu Chen reverted to his original form. Being in zombie form only gave him the strength and abilities of that single zombie, without any other enhancements. Without further thought, he raised his crude spear, and thrust it unhesitatingly at the lead zombie's head. Back in his original form, Fu Chen's own strength plus the enhanced power from equipping the zombie was nearly equivalent to the combined force of 4 young men concentrated on one person. With a squelch, the spear pierced into the zombie's mouth and out through the back of its skull, instantly snuffing out its life. But the inertia of its lunge didn't stop, and the 2 zombies behind it also pushed forward, nearly making Fu Chen lose his footing. However, his crude spear couldn't handle the strain. With a crack, it snapped in 2. The crude spear's first battle Kia. Inside room 302. Lu Chi, Fatty, do you hear something? It sounds like gunfire. Is the rescue team here? We're saved, Chi, go. Fatty said, a bit excited. It shouldn't be the rescue team. Only a few hours have passed since the disaster struck. They wouldn't arrive so soon. Lu Chi frowned as he spoke. By the way, isn't there a police station nearby? The road we often take, remember? Right. I remember now. There are police there. They can save us, right? As he spoke, Fatty's eyes dimmed. But that police station seems a bit small. Usually only 1 or 2 people are there, like a small kiosk. And there are so many zombies outside. Fatty understood in his heart that 1 or 2 police officers, even with guns, wouldn't be of much help. Surrounded by the zombie horde, they probably wouldn't fare well. Watching the muttering Fatty, Lu Chi turned his gaze to Cheng Yedong's room. He had been inside for a while now with no movement. Given the state he was in earlier, he was likely infected beyond doubt. Lu Chi wanted to ask about the situation several times, but held back. To be safe, he dared not make a sound. Chigo, I want to go home. Fatty sat in the corner, holding his head, his body trembling slightly. Seeing his state, Lu Chi sighed. Come back. A shout came from the corridor at that moment. Lu Chi and Fatty exchanged a glance. There's someone outside. The 2 went to the door, moved aside the furniture blocking it, and looked through the peephole. Meanwhile, Fu Chen was still pinned down by zombies, but he immediately equipped the bodies of the zombies he had killed earlier. After the bodies vanished, the spearhead clattered to the ground. Fu Chen, enduring the bites of 2 zombies, picked it up and stabbed them repeatedly in the head. Just as he finished off the 2 zombies, he heard roars from below the stairs. Several figures were rushing up. It was the zombies that had fallen from the building earlier, drawn back by the noise. Without time to think, Fu Chen quickly stripped the 2 zombie bodies and equipped them, instantly feeling a surge of strength throughout his body. He decided not to go back to the room to farm them. Bring it on. Come into my arms, haha. Fu Chen laughed and charged at the zombie horde instead. In room 302, Lu Chi, looking through the peephole, had witnessed the entire scene. Someone is killing zombies. What? Fatty was shocked. Who's that brave, daring to face those monsters? We've seen him before. He's the tenant across the hall. I remember his name is Fu Chen. He just killed 2 zombies and rushed downstairs. Lu Chi paused, then turned to Fatty and instructed, Fatty, pack up some stuff. Remember to bring food and grab a weapon. We're following him. What? This? There are zombies everywhere out there. Aren't we just asking for trouble? Fatty said, his face full of terror. There's no time to overthink this. The food here will last us at most 2 or 3 days. Hiding here is a death sentence too. We're on the edge of the suburbs now. How about we head for the outskirts while the zombies are drawn by the gunfire? I think Fu Chen has the same idea. We need to hurry. Lu Chi analyzed calmly and began packing up. Will it work? Fatty hesitated. 2 streets west of us, there's a big ditch. Cross the small bridge, and there's farmland. It leads straight to Hongjiao Ridge. We'll go there. But there's nothing to eat there. Fatty said. We can't worry about that now. At least ITLL be safer there. We'll figure something out later. Are you coming or not? Coming, I'm coming. Fatty quickly started packing. Seeing Fatty pack, Lu Chi looked at Cheng Yedong's room. After a moment's hesitation, he made a decision. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Chi knocked on the door. Dong, are you okay? After waiting a while with no response, he continued, we've decided to head for the outskirts. We're leaving now. Do you want to come? We. Still no response. Lu Chi and Fatty exchanged a glance. Let's go. Oh, okay. Well, Dong Guamil leave you 2 cups of instant noodles, okay? They'll put them on the table. So we're off? Without another word, they began moving the furniture blocking the door. Just then, Cheng Yedong's door clicked open. The 2 stared in astonishment. By now, Fu Chen had fought his way to the ground floor stairwell. Through the snowball effect, he had gained terrifying strength and speed. Facing the charging zombies, he had developed his own zombie-killing combo, one hand choking its neck, the other stabbing its brain, then storing it in his equipment slot. An assembly line process. After finishing off the last little cutie, Fu Chen opened his panel. Host name Fu Chen. Race human. Height 176 centimeters. Overall physique evaluation pathetic. Special abilities strength amplification LV. 113 speed amplification LV. 113 night vision LV. 213 corpse body LV. 113 equipment slot 01 infected corpse 13. Pathetic. Fu Chen was taken aback by the evaluation. He felt that with his current strength, he could probably toss a car with his bare hands, equivalent to the combined strength of over 30 adults. Who are you looking down on? With that, he flipped a parked car with one hand, setting off a blaring alarm that attracted a horde of nearby zombies. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies originally drawn by the gunfire all turned their attention. Combined with zombies from other directions, there were hundreds of them surging like a tidal wave, forming a small zombie horde. Oh, you want to be the first to step up? Fu Chen was feeling cocky, arrogant, and excited. Fine rules of the jungle unknown. Me? Against all of you. Shouting, Fu Chen charged into the zombie horde without fear. For a moment, it was like a tiger among sheep. The leading zombies were effortlessly slain by Fu Chen. Fu Chen shouted excitedly, "Watch me take on 1,000 alone. A match for 10,000. Whoa, whoa, whoa." The scene changed abruptly. The moment before he was boasting, the next he was overwhelmed by the surging zombie tide, pinned to the ground again. Like a human pyramid, the zombies piled on top of him, biting and devouring. "Oh man, you stepped on my hand. Hey, give me back my knife. You can't bite that." As he spoke, more zombies piled on. "Can't we play fair?" Fu Chen gave up on the knife and started smashing zombie heads with his fists. Fists flew, moving so fast they left after images. One punch, one zombie down. "You asked for it." Aya. For a moment, zombies were beaten into disappearing one after another. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Ada. One zombie after another was beaten into nothingness. Fu Chen finally rose to his feet, continuously throwing punches to kill the encroaching zombies. His strength and speed gradually increased, and with it his strikes grew faster. This scene was witnessed by survivors hiding in the surrounding buildings, leaving them utterly astounded, their eyes wide open. What's going on? Someone is killing zombies. A young man exclaimed. "Oh my, incredible, incredible. Granddaughter, come quick, there's an immortal." "Grandpa, are you losing your mind? What immortal? Hurry and close the window before those monsters spot us." The girl rushed over to shut the window. "Losing my mind. Look for yourself there." The old man pointed downstairs. With every punch and kick, he's obliterating those monsters into nothing but ashes. "Isn't that an immortal?" The girl followed his gaze and froze in place, her eyes widening. "Is that really an immortal? This defies science. How is this humanly possible?" she muttered in disbelief, her self-confidence momentarily shattered. Similar scenes played out among other survivors who witnessed the event. "We're saved. We're saved," someone couldn't help but shout. "Keep it up, buddy." Hearing the encouragement, Fu Chen fought with even greater fervor. "Ha, prepare to die, little darlings." Simultaneously, the shouts drew more zombies from afar who began charging in their direction. Fu Chen, reveling in the slaughter, paid them no heed. The more that came, the better. Soon the area was swarming with zombies, and cars jostled and trampled by the horde set off alarms that echoed through the streets, attracting even more creatures from afar. Roar! In no time, the entire street was submerged by a sea of zombies. The horde surged toward Fu Chen on the road, only to vanish even faster under his relentless fists. Not far away at the Wanlin police station, no gunfire could be heard. The station was filled with zombies, clearly overrun, with no survivors in sight. Instead, zombies kept streaming out, drawn by the commotion at Fu Chen's location. Unbeknownst to them, a petite figure was hiding in a locker inside the changing room. The cramped, sealed space was suffocating, and she couldn't see what was happening outside. Zhao Xiaomiao covered her mouth, not daring to breathe, trembling as she curled up in the locker. She wasn't a police officer, she had simply sought refuge at the station when the disaster struck, as she happened to be near the entrance. But the zombies were overwhelming, each possessing immense strength. In no time, they shattered the tempered glass door and flooded in. Four officers grabbed their guns to resist, only to attract even more zombies. When they were about to be overwhelmed, one officer led her to hide here, but he couldn't make it in time and was tackled and devoured by the zombies. Zhao Xiaomiao was terrified, holding her breath and stifling her sobs, afraid any sound would draw the zombies. After what felt like an eternity, silence fell outside. In the stillness, she could only hear her own heartbeat and breathing. The oppressive darkness and confinement only heightened her anxiety, making every second feel like an hour. Over 10 minutes later, Zhao Xiaomiao mustered her courage, opened the locker door, and cautiously crept out, glancing around nervously. Seeing no zombies in the changing room, she heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in a certain bar, the floor was littered with corpses, both human with limbs missing from being devoured, and zombie mostly headless. A handsome girl in a black short-sleeve shirt stood there holding a blood-stained wooden bat. Her shirt bore a skull pattern, her exposed arms were covered in tattoos, and she wore gloves. She looked every bit a delinquent. Now drenched in blood, her entire body was ablaze, and the bat in her hand burned with flames as she swung it, reaping zombie after zombie. Boom! The flaming bat smashed into a zombie's head, exploding like thunder, shattering its skull and ending its life. Phew! Will this ever end? The girl glared at the endless stream of zombies, her fury intensifying as the flames around her grew more violent. Damn it, is there no end to this? Then all of you can go meet the king of hell. In an instant, a torrent of flames engulfed the entire bar. As dusk fell on the other side with a squelch, Chen finished off the last zombie, his face calm and breath steady, feeling not the slightest fatigue, but instead brimming with boundless energy. Host name Chen, race human, height 176 centimeters, comprehensive physique evaluation, robust special abilities, level 1 strength boost 6257, level 1 speed boost 6257, level 2 night vision 6257, level 1 undead body 6257, equipment slots 01, infected corpse 6257. Satisfied with his skyrocketing stats, Chen reveled in the surge of power. He felt he could punch through a tank or even level a skyscraper with a single blow. He possessed the strength of 10,000 men. By now, many survivors had emerged as the nearby zombies had all been annihilated by Chen, making this the safest spot around. Thank you so much, young man. You saved everyone. If not for you, my door would have been broken down and I'd be dead. That's right. If you hadn't drawn those monsters away, would have been in grave danger. You're incredible, boss. Can I tag along? Everyone gathered around to thank Chen, showering him with praise that he thoroughly enjoyed. Young man, you're amazing. Got a girlfriend? Someone grabbed his leg and pleaded, what kind of martial art do you practice? It's insane. You're obliterating zombies. Will you take me as your disciple? Teach me, please. Another scoffed, you don't get it. This is definitely a superpower. Superpower, understand. With zombies in an apocalypse, maybe there are crystals in their heads that you can eat to evolve. Seeing the curious glances, he smirked and continued, these crystals are amazing. Eat one and you'll evolve, gain immense strength, and even acquire special abilities like controlling fire or lightning. If I Zhang Tao had such powers, I'd be no slouch either. Is that so? How do you know? Chen listened, puzzled. Crystals? Do zombies have those in their heads? I never noticed. But watching the man ramble, he smirked dismissively and turned toward the supermarket across the street. Even if they exist, so what? Could they match my power? Before absolute strength, all else is nothing. So evolution grants superpowers. Then, how do I obtain a crystal core? A survivor asked. Zhang Tao curled his lip. Didn't I say? The crystal core is inside the zombie's brain. Kill a zombie, crack open its skull, and you'll have it. Zombies. No way, I dare not. Those things are monsters. A bite means infection. By the way, how can you be sure there's a crystal core in their brains? What if there isn't? You'd be leading us astray. Another person questioned with suspicion. Nonsense. If there weren't, how could he be so strong? Zhang Tao pointed at Chen, who was about to leave. This is the mark of an evolver. In this apocalypse, only by becoming an evolver can you survive. Zhang Tao declared with confidence. The crowd's gaze shifted to Chen, recalling his battle amidst the zombie horde, an image of overwhelming power that stirred a longing within them. But there are no zombies nearby now. Going farther would be far too dangerous. Exactly. That young man killed all the zombies here, leaving nothing but dust. Where are the crystal cores? Zhang Tao seized the moment. Everyone had a chance to evolve, but he turned all the zombies to ash. Without crystal cores, how can we evolve? He glanced sideways at Chen, who was entering the supermarket. Even if there were, could you handle it? Killing zombies for cores, ridiculous. A more clear-headed survivor sneered disdainfully. You? Chen could hear their conversation, but paid it no mind. He was busy selecting his favorite food and items inside the supermarket. Some survivors without supplies were also scavenging. Soon their backpacks bulged. Chen smiled with satisfaction. Hee, a free shopping spree. If only I had more equipment slots to store all this stuff. Ahem. At that moment, Zhang Tao led the group into the supermarket. Seeing Chen ready to leave, he said, Brother, where are you headed? The world is vast, and I want to see it all. Chen replied casually, then countered, what is there a problem? Zhang Tao was taken aback by the dismissive answer, but forced a smile. Of course not. It's just, the outside is too dangerous. We have plenty of food here, and the zombies are gone. Wouldn't it be better to stay? Chen stared at him in silence. Zhang Tao continued, besides, you live nearby, right? We're all neighbors. Staying would mean we can look out for each other, don't you think? The outside is perilous. No. Fu Chen raised a finger and shook it. Dangerous? I don't find it dangerous. On the contrary, they should be the ones afraid. And neighbors? Do I know you? Look out for each other. Would I be protecting you, or you protecting me? Fu Chen picked his ear, laying his cards on the table, without sparing the other's face. Zhang Tao's face darkened. Don't be so cocky. You just evolved before us. Suddenly a fist appeared before his eyes, startling him into silence. Exactly. You should understand that in this apocalypse might makes right. Right now I have the bigger fist, so I go where I please. What business is it of yours? You? Zhang Tao's face grew livid. A good dog doesn't block the path. Wait. You can leave, but leave the crystal core behind. Fu Chen looked at him with a strange expression, tilting his head. He wondered, is this guy always this bold? Doesn't he know I'm incredibly strong now? How dare he speak to me like that? Who gave him the courage? Liang Jingru. What crystal core? There's no such thing. Fu Chen shook his head in exasperation and tried to walk past him. Whether it's a crystal core or something else, you killed all the nearby zombies. How are we supposed to evolve now? How are we supposed to survive in this apocalypse? Zhang Tao turned to the crowd, seeing their hesitation. He pressed on. And since you killed all those zombies, you must have gained something. If you insist on leaving, we won't stop you, but you must leave behind the opportunity that rightfully belongs to everyone. Am I right? Right. Exactly. Some echoed eagerly while others stood frozen watching. Only the one who had mocked Zhang Tao earlier continued to look on with contempt, quickly gathering supplies. Fu Chen stared at Zhang Tao, growing more puzzled. What's wrong with this guy? Why is he so stubborn? He felt a strange familiarity, as if he had seen similar suicidal fools before. Narrowing his eyes, he said with amusement, Fine, I should leave something behind. Glad you see reason. Zhang Tao smirked, inwardly thinking, Kid, you're still green. But in the next second, Fu Chen grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground. Cough. What are you doing? Put me down. Zhang Tao kicked wildly in the air, his face filled with terror. The crowd was equally startled by the sudden move. You? What are you doing? Don't do anything rash. Fu Chen looked at the crowd and grinned. Relax. I wouldn't do anything reckless. It's just that I'm young and inexperienced. This is the first time I've met someone so shameless, and it's made me a little happy. The crowd was speechless. Who in their right mind shows happiness by choking someone? Please. Put me down. I don't want the crystal core anymore. I beg you. Zhang Tao's face turned pale as he instinctively pleaded. Don't be so distant. We're all neighbors here. From now on, let's not say things that harm our unity, understood? Fu Chen spoke softly, then looked at the crowd. Don't misunderstand. I just wanted to leave a good impression before I go. Fu Chen flashed a grin. Without giving anyone a chance to react, he tightened his grip and crushed Zhang Tao's neck in an instant. Blood splattered as the head separated from the body. Zhang Tao's skull rolled twice on the ground. The crowd stumbled back in horror, staring at Fu Chen as if he were a ferocious beast. Murder. Fu Chen smiled at the crowd and said slowly, So does anyone else have any requests? I'd be happy to oblige. Silence fell upon the crowd. They looked at the headless corpse, then at each other, too terrified to utter a word. Are you kidding? Make a request. The last guy who did is still lying on the ground. Perhaps due to killing so many zombies, Fu Chen felt no discomfort even after taking a human life. He casually grabbed a snack from a shelf, tore it open, and poured it into his mouth, ignoring the bloodstains on his hands. If there are no more requests, I'll be on my way. Seeing no one dare to speak, he strode out of the supermarket. Glancing at the pitch-black sky, he headed toward the direction where gunshots had rung out earlier. The darkness was no different from daylight to him now. Just then, 3 figures hurried after him. Brother Chen, it's us. Remember us. We live across from you. Fu Chen turned and recognized them. Lu Qi and his 2 companions. Oh, I remember you. Lu Qi, right. And you're Wu Hao, the chubby one, and Cheng Yaodong. Hey, why are you wrapped up so tightly in this heat? Aren't you hot? Why are you bundled up like that in this heat? Isn't it suffocating? Fu Chen looked at Cheng Yaodong with confusion. Despite the sweltering heat, he wore a thick hoodie, a cap with the hood up, and even a mask revealing only his eyes. He looked utterly out of place. The 3 fell silent. Lu Qi stammered, Brother Dong has some skin condition. All right, what's the matter? Fu Chen raised a hand to stop him. Oh well, Brother Chen, it's just. We 3 want to follow you. What do you think? Oh, you 3 want to stick with me? Fu Chen did not pause his stride, continuing to walk. The fat man nodded repeatedly. We saw how you killed those zombies, Brother Chen. It was utterly ruthless. Following you would definitely survive, said the fat man. Oh, because I'm strong, I can keep you alive. Then, why should I? Why should I take you along? Because you 3 are weaklings. Fu Chen chuckled lightly looking at them, then pointed at Chen Yaodong, and dragging along someone who hides his face, unwilling to reveal himself. Lu Qi quickly interjected, we can handle trivial matters for you run errands. After all, a powerful figure like you can't possibly do everything yourself right. It's only natural to have a few underlings, and besides. Fu Chen raised a hand to cut him off. Save it. I don't need dead weight. I find it quite pleasant to be alone, free to go wherever I please. How wonderful is that? Lu Qi undeterred pleaded, Brother Chen, just let us follow you. We swear we won't hold you back. Right, the fat man chimed in hastily. Having fought zombies before, they knew full well that against such monsters they might survive a lone encounter, but faced with a horde, death was certain. This area is safe for now. The 2 surrounding streets are crammed with 3 small supermarkets and 1 large one. With these supplies, the dozen or so survivors here could last a while. Why choose to leave? The fat man was taken aback. Brother Qi's right. There's enough food here for a long time. We don't need to. Before he could finish, Lu Qi slapped him on the head and shot him a glare. Enough of that. Brother Chen, we don't want to wait for death. Supplies will run out eventually, and soon this place will be overrun by zombies again. I doubt any rescue team will come. Rather than waiting here to die, we'd rather take our chances with you. With your abilities, I believe we can survive better. Fu Chen looked at Lu Qi with amusement, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Tisk, if we run into zombies, I won't be able to look after you. Let me tell you, I deliberately head toward places dense with the undead. Following me isn't safe, on the contrary, it's far more dangerous. Lu Qi deliberately ignored the warning, sensing a hint of concession in Fu Chen's tone. No worries, no worries. If things go south, just flee without us. Hearing this, Fu Chen's face darkened. What kind of talk is that? Do I look like someone who runs? Am I? He's slandering me. He pointed at Lu Qi, addressing the fat man with an air of grievance. The fat man was speechless. Lu Qi, realizing his blunder, quickly apologized. I can help. Kill zombies, came a deep voice. Fu Chen turned to look. It was the heavily wrapped Chen Yaodong, but the voice didn't sound like his. He's not Chen Yaodong. Fu Chen asked, puzzled. He's Brother Dong, but... The fat man stammered. But what? Why does his voice sound like that? Too much. Self-service. Fu Chen teased. He stopped and faced Chen Yaodong. You say you can kill zombies. With what? These aren't the slow, crippled creatures from the movies. I am very strong. How strong? Chen Yaodong walked over to a car with a smashed front, lifted it from the base, and held it aloft. Holy crap, Brother Dong. Both Lu Qi and the fat man were stunned. They had no idea. Fu Chen was equally surprised. This was clearly beyond human capability. Could this guy have an equipment slot too? Or had he become what they called an evolver? What's your deal, kid? If you want to follow me, at least be honest with me. With a thud, Chen Yaodong set the car down and stood there silently. Fine, keep your secrets, Fu Chen said, turning to leave. All right. Chen Yaodong's deep voice came again, carrying a sense of reassurance. Chen Yaodong removed his thick hoodie hat and mask, revealing a t-shirt underneath. But already visible were irregular dark stones like scales covering his exposed hands and face. No, judging by the look, they covered his entire body. Whoa, what's this? You weren't like this at noon. Have you mutated? How did it happen? Fu Chen was astonished, stepping forward to tap the texture with his index finger. It felt like stone. Lu Qi and the fat man, though they had seen the anomaly on his face earlier, were still shocked by the full reveal. Faced with their curiosity, Chen Yaodong uttered only one sentence, scratched. Brother Dong, why are you so sparing with words now? The fat man wondered. Though not exactly sparing, I agree, it's not like him, Lu Qi added. The 4 of them were roommates in the same dorm at school. Chen Yaodong, as the eldest, usually took the lead in everything, coming up with ideas, initiating plans. He wasn't overly talkative, but he was quite sociable. Scratched. By a zombie. So you were infected? Then why didn't you turn? Fu Chen grew even more curious. I don't know. I just felt very weak. Very feeble. You pulled through. Yeah. So what ability did you gain? Or superpower? Great strength. Just strength. Very hard. I can see that. Fu Chen studied Chen Yaodong with keen interest. Come on, throw a punch at me. I want to know just how strong you are. Use all your strength. He assumed a stance, striking a passable Wing Chun opening pose. Come. Without a word, Chen Yaodong unleashed a punch, in an instant the air whistling with its speed. Not a slow, lumbering powerhouse, it seems. Fu Chen abandoned his pose swiftly and simply catching the incoming fist with one hand. A dull thud sounded. Not bad, plenty of force. Fu Chen was inwardly amazed. This strength was equivalent to that of 100 men. Only hours had passed since the disaster struck, and such individuals were already emerging. What would come next? A pandemonium of monsters. He couldn't underestimate the apocalypse. He had to keep improving. Time to hunt more of those little darlings, Fu Chen resolved silently. Alright, no problem. They'll take you in. Fu Chen nodded with a light smile. With Cheng Yaodong's strength, he could more than hold his own against zombies of this caliber. Then he could have Cheng Yaodong protect those two little minions while he himself charged into the zombie horde, slaughtering freely without worrying about their safety. Plus had scored 3 lackeys for free to handle chores. Haha, not a bad deal, was it? What did the boss have to shield his underlings? Wasn't he protecting them by leading the charge and wreaking havoc? Thank you, Brother Chen. Lu Qi and the other snapped out of their shock. Alright, let's go. He waved to the 3 and continued walking. Seeing Cheng Yaodong still picking up the hoodie, he shouted, "Stop fussing. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Face yourself." The 4 arrived at the gate of Wanlin police station. Gazing at the dilapidated interior, they knew no survivors remained. Brother Chen, where to now? What's the rush? Let's see if there's anything useful. With that, Fu Chen led the way inside. They saw a corpse nod to a bloody pulp missing limbs. Judging by the tattered uniform, it was likely a police officer. Fu Chen crouched down to examine it, his fingers prodding the body. After a thorough check, Fu Chen looked at the others and stated with certainty, "It seems infection doesn't always turn you into a zombie. Sometimes you just end up as a corpse." The others? Wasn't that obvious? He picked up a pistol from beside the corpse and handed it to Lu Qi. "Here, this can handle zombies, and against humans you might not even need to fire it. Here, take it for protection." Huh. Oh. Lu Qi took the pistol, a gleam of joy in his eyes. What man didn't love a gun? "Brother Chen, what about me?" the fat man quickly asked. "Go find one yourself." "Oh, all 3 of you search inside and see what's usable." "Got it, Brother Chen." Lu Qi and the fat man cautiously crept into the inner rooms, with Cheng Yaodong slowly following behind. Seeing them enter, Fu Chen stood up to head out, but the corpse at his feet suddenly convulsed, its jaw snapping open and shut, clearly about to turn into a zombie. Startled, Fu Chen ensured the others hadn't noticed and silently crushed its skull. Newborn zombie dead. Ahem. Feigning a cough, Fu Chen nonchalantly walked out of the station, looking around. In the distance, he spotted a few scattered zombies wandering the streets. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth, as if a mischievous idea had struck him, and he headed toward the little creatures. Grr. When Cheng Yaodong and the others emerged, they saw Fu Chen holding a zombie in each hand, his grip like iron pincers on their necks, while one with broken legs writhed under his foot. The 3 were startled, wondering what the boss was up to. "Brother Chen, what are you doing?" the fat man asked uneasily. "Oh, since you're following me as your leader, I thought I'd give you a little welcome gift." "Huh. Come on. Dong, stand over there a bit farther. You don't need to do anything for now. You 2, when I count to 3, you'll let them go, and you'll kill them." "Huh." The 2 were alarmed. "Brother Dong, we can't do it." 1. "Brother Chen, we." 2. Seeing this, they stepped back and quickly drew their pistols. "Wait, I forgot to mention, no guns." Fu Chen smiled. "Brother Chen, how are we supposed to fight without guns?" "Yeah, Brother Chen." The fat man's face paled further at the news. "There, use those." Fu Chen gestured with his eyes. They followed his gaze and saw 2 blue and white short spears on the ground, faint traces of text still visible on them. "What's this?" They picked them up, feeling the rough texture, examining them curiously. "Oh, I molded them from a street sign. Handmade." Fu Chen grinned. "Stop staring. Ready? We. 3. As the words fell, Fu Chen released the zombie under his foot, stepped back with a light touch, and retreated to a distance. "Don't worry. Start with this crippled one. Zombies are tough, but they're still carbon-based life. They can't withstand sharp weapons. All of you go at it together. Stab it hard. Go." Grr. The legless zombie crawled toward them on its hands, surprisingly fast, reaching them in the blink of an eye. The fat man stumbled back in panic, tripping and landing on his butt. He could only swing the short spear in terror. Seeing the zombie wasn't targeting him, Lu Qi mustered some courage. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he gripped the short spear and thrust it sideways at the zombie. With a squelch, the spear pierced the zombie's eye socket. But before he could celebrate, the zombie grabbed the spear and lunged at him. The thrust hadn't been deep enough. The zombie was still alive. Lu Qi tensed, struggling to control the spear for another strike, but found himself locked in a tug-of-war with the legless creature, unable to make progress. Overpowered, he was about to be thrown to the ground. He roared at the fat man. "Fatty, what are you doing? Kill it now? I can't hold it." The fat man gritted his teeth and swung the short spear, like a club, battering the zombie wildly. "Die, die, die, die. Just die." Blood splattered everywhere, the scene turning gruesome. Only when the zombie stopped moving did the fat man finally heave a sigh, collapsing to the ground and retching. "Blah." Lu Qi, watching up close, turned pale, but fared better than the fat man. Good, very good. Now ready for the next challenge. A fully intact zombie. Hearing this, Lu Qi and the fat man exchanged glances, took a deep breath, and stood up. After the bloody ordeal, the fat man had a fire in his belly. He shouted at Fu Chun, "Bring it on. Damn it, come at me." Fu Chun wasn't angered. Instead, he was pleased with the fat man's spirit, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Ha ha ha, fine. But be careful. With a toss, he sent 2 zombies tumbling not far from the pair. 2 this time. No need to fight over them. 1 each. Fu Chun wore an amused grin. Though the zombies appeared intact, he had already shattered some of their bones, drastically reducing their mobility and strength. But this debuff might not last long. Grr. The zombies scrambled up and charged at the 2. Despite their weakened state, they were ferocious, showing no sign of their impairment. Gripping their weapons, the pair were in better shape than before thanks to their earlier experience. Lu Qi narrowed his eyes and thrust his spear straight at a zombie's eye. With a squelch, the spear pierced the eye socket, and propelled by the zombie's momentum, it drove deep into the brain. The result was swift. As for the fat man, following his earlier tactic, he swung the short spear like an iron rod, landing a heavy blow on the charging zombie's forehead, blood splattering. But the zombie didn't die instantly. It tackled the fat man to the ground, snapping its jaws at him. Luckily, he blocked it with his iron rod. Chen Yaodong, who had been watching, moved to help, but Fu Chen stopped him with a glance. Just then, more zombies, attracted by the noise, began approaching. Fu Chen's sharp ears caught the sound. He turned and looked in that direction, his night-piercing eyes seeing clearly. He said to Chen Yaodong, "Perfect. There are about a dozen zombies heading this way. Go take care of them." Chen Yaodong followed Fu Chen's gaze, and under the dim streetlight, vaguely saw zombies rushing toward them. Without a word, he strode over. Meanwhile, the fat man struggled under the zombie, unable to gain the upper hand. Lu Qi, seeing this, didn't hesitate. He kicked the zombie off and finished it with a spear thrust. Both heaved a sigh of relief. Clap, clap, clap. Fu Chen applauded as he walked over. "Excellent. Congratulations, you two. Congratulations. You are officially my underlings. I don't keep idle hands. Oh, only those brave enough to fight zombies are worthy to follow me and survive the apocalypse." Fu Chen stepped forward. "It's commendable that you've adjusted your mindset so quickly, but was someone cursing me just now?" He looked at Fat Wu, who was gasping for breath on the ground, and deliberately put on an angry expression, pinching the fat on his cheek and shaking it. "Was it you, huh?" The fat man was startled, his anger dissipating. He had to force a smile and said, No, you must have misheard. How could I curse you, he? What? So you're saying my ears are bad?" No, I mean I was cursing the zombies. Huh. All right, I was wrong." Seeing Fu Chen pinch harder, the fat man surrendered immediately. Watch your manners next time, or he'll turn you into jerky, got it?" The fat man shuddered and quickly agreed. "By the way, did you find anything inside?" Lu Qi stepped forward to take inventory. "Brother Chen, we found 3 pistols with over 140 rounds of ammunition, along with 2 riot shields, 2 bulletproof vests, 3 security forks, and some walkie-talkies." "Good, take them all. By the way, are there any police uniforms inside?" "Yes." Hearing this, Fu Chen smiled, as if he had thought of something interesting. "Huko, you have a good build. Go change into a full police uniform. Belt, holster, the works. You'll look sharp." "Brother Chen, you mean? You want me to play the role of a police officer?" Lu Qi caught on instantly. "Exactly. This uniform is useless against zombies, but it still carries some deterrence for survivors. In the apocalypse, you have to guard against not only zombies, but also other survivors." "All right, Officer Lu, go change." "Yes." Soon Lu Qi appeared before everyone in his new uniform. It fit perfectly, and with his not-so-young face, anyone might mistake him for a real officer. "Wow, you really look the part." Fu Chen nodded with satisfaction. The fat man also circled him with curiosity, clicking his tongue in amazement. Chen Yaodong, having finished dealing with the zombies, walked over and uttered a single word, "Cool." Lu Qi scratched his head sheepishly. Next, Fu Chen distributed the 2 bulletproof vests and riot shields to Lu Qi and the fat man, then equipped each person with a pistol and some ammunition. Although Chen Yaodong's current strength might make firearms unnecessary, sometimes the deterrent effect of a gun outweighs its actual function. To accommodate the 3, Fu Chen decided to continue traveling during the day and also find a place to bathe. Because he couldn't quite master his attack methods at first, he kept splattering himself with blood and flesh, which felt quite unpleasant. He casually collected the zombie corpses that Chen Yaodong had eliminated and led the 3 to spend the night in a nearby motel. At dawn, Fu Chen, who hadn't slept at all, woke everyone up. After they washed up, they left the motel directly. "Let's move on. We'll head to." Fu Chen pulled out a provincial map head found in the police station and started flipping through it. Just then the fat man approached with his phone and said, "Brother Chen, we can use the load map app. The network is still working." Fu Chun was taken aback for a moment and spat out a word, "Scram, sure thing." Putting away the map, Fu Chun said to the group, "We're heading toward Haishur City, go." With that, he led the way forward. "Brother Chen, Haishur City is this way," the fat man pointed in a direction. "Do you think I don't know that? I just need to grab something." Still stubborn, Fu Chen turned and walked into a phone store, engaging in a zero-cost shopping spree. After crossing 2 streets, the group encountered more and more zombies. Fu Chun had only cleared a small area earlier. Fu Chun rampaged ahead, occasionally leaving a zombie or two to give Lu Qi and the fat man some experience. But those zombies, lacking sense, still turned back to lunge at the nearest target, Fu Chun. Helpless Fu Chun had to occasionally use his heavenly palm technique, get lost palm, during battle, flinging a zombie or two to the rear. Thus Lu Qi and the fat man ended up following behind to finish off the stragglers. One used a security fork to block the zombies while the other took them down, and they took turns. The person holding the security fork expended tremendous energy, barely holding off the zombies' brute force. Fortunately, Cheng Yaodong was nearby to back them up, stepping in whenever they faltered out, otherwise they would have been dead long ago. Besides protecting the two, Cheng Yaodong also had to toss the zombie corpses they killed to Fu Chun for absorption. Fu Chun explained to the group that his ability allowed him to absorb zombie corpses to strengthen himself. This alone astonished everyone. It was essentially a growth-type skill. As avid gamers, they understood the value of such an ability. No wonder Fu Chun was so powerful, and they felt fortunate to follow him. Fu Chun just said it was basic stuff, not worth making a fuss over, and he wasn't really lying. His current ability worked just like that. "Oh man, I can't hold out much longer. Brother Qi, let's switch again." The fat man gasped for air, urgently calling for Lu Qi's help. Lu Qi, equally exhausted, waved his hand dismissively. However, Fu Chun had already killed his way far ahead and stopped sending zombies their way, so the two finally caught their breath. As they neared the outskirts, the number of zombies dwindled. Fu Chun couldn't be bothered with the scattered ones and decided to find a vehicle to drive directly to their destination. They found a car with minimal damage, abandoned by its owner when the disaster struck. The keys were still in the ignition. Such cars were common on the road, but most were too badly damaged. "Who among you can drive?" Fu Chun asked the group. He could drive himself, but as the boss, shouldn't he have some dignity? After all, he had already cleared the way for his underlings. Was he supposed to drive himself too? Who was the boss here? "He'll do it." Lu Qi raised his hand. Everyone got in the car. Fu Chun instructed Cheng Yaodong to clear any obstacles ahead, then started playing with his phone in the back seat. Thus they had someone sitting on the roof, as he had to get down occasionally to clear roadblocks. The next day at Minglong High School in H City, on the rooftop of dormitory building 03. The iron stair door was simply propped shut with a few iron pipes. Several zombie corpses lay at the entrance. A few boys armed with various weapons sat on the floor, panting with bloodstains on their clothes, clearly having just fought. "Li Haojung Yu and Lin Jie, go tie up the injured classmates." Someone spoke. The speaker's arms were covered in dark red scales with vein-like patterns glowing faintly red. His fingers were slightly elongated and sharp, and the blood on his hands hinted at his danger. "Yes, Brother Hua." The two named didn't say much. They got up and walked straight to the injured, who cooperated willingly. After a day of struggle, they had gathered classmates from the same floor, planning to move to the school cafeteria. But the school was overrun with zombies, and encounters were inevitable. The zombies' terrifying strength left many feeling hopeless. Basically, any encounter with a zombie meant death. After several battles with the zombies that cost them most of their people, they discovered that those infected by zombies didn't always turn. If they survived the initial weakness, they would evolve and gain various abilities. With the addition of the evolvers, their survival rate improved significantly, instilling hope in everyone. They then followed the evolvers to organize students in clearing the lower floors, rescuing more people trapped in the dormitories along the way. When word of this spread, everyone was electrified. As long as one was injured but survived, they could become an evolver. A group of high school students, who among them hadn't fantasized about possessing extraordinary abilities. Thus they clamored to fight the zombies. But reality was undoubtedly cruel. Ordinary people had little chance of surviving an encounter with these zombies, and even those rescued from their grasp often couldn't endure the brief, yet intense weakness. Those who succumbed to that sensation of weakness and fell asleep invariably awoke as zombies. Soon their actions drew more zombies, eventually cornering them on the rooftop. After losing some members, they managed to hold the iron door. Subsequent counterattacks all ended in failure. The one who had been giving orders was named Jia Tianhua. He was the first evolver among them, commanding considerable prestige. His crimson claws could easily tear through iron doors, and the scales covering his arms provided excellent protection. After multiple clashes with the zombies, only 7 people remained on the rooftop, including 4 evolvers. The namely Hao Jiang and Lin Jia were also evolvers. Unlike the others, they bore no distinct features or special abilities, only a physique enhanced several-fold, far stronger than ordinary people, giving them a clear advantage against zombies. This type of evolver was called a common evolver. Another type, like Jia Tianhua, with distinct features or special abilities, was termed a special evolver. His appearance was no different from a normal person, but on his palm grew a closed eye, an eye with only the white sclera visible. When it opened, anyone it gazed upon would become completely rigid and unable to move, similar to the eyes of Medusa, though without the petrification effect. However, this paralysis couldn't last long and was mentally exhausting. They bound the 3 injured individuals. 2 sat on the ground, weapons in hand, watching nearby, waiting for them to evolve or turn. No one could help them in this. It was entirely up to them. Regardless of the outcome after this, there would be no ordinary people left on this rooftop. They were students, but those who had survived the previous dangers possessed no simple psychological fortitude. There was a certain fierceness in their bones, and they easily accepted this reality, chatting idly with one another. Before long, the 3 bound individuals were too weak to speak, drenched in cold sweat, as an endless sense of weakness consumed them. "Brother Hua, we have no food left. The last of the snacks are gone," Zhou Mo said while tending to his wounds. "Gone." Jia Tianhua looked at the nearly all-wounded group, somewhat helpless. "They ran out this morning. Let's wait for the 3 of them to finish evolving, then we can go down and scavenge some more." In the school dormitories, the students' snacks and instant noodles had been their main food source over the past 2 days. Scraps barely sustained them, but since evolving, their appetites had grown immensely, and those meager snacks were far from sufficient. Food shortage was imminent. Jia Tianhua lay on the floor, staring at the blazing sun. It had been a long time since he last gazed at the sun like this. At least before becoming an evolver, he couldn't look directly at it. After an unknown period, a distant scream rang out. They knew it came from the girls' dormitory. The sharp sound attracted a horde of zombies. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw the girls' dormitory surrounded by a sea of zombies, with more still surging toward it. How foolish. A flood of zombies surged into the dormitory building like a tide, crowding and rushing toward the stairwell. They rampaged wildly, occasionally tumbling down the stairs, quickly clogging the corridors. The zombies behind showed no sign of slowing, crashing into the pile ahead. Those unable to squeeze and began climbing over each other, forming a human ladder in no time. Bang, 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 bang. Windows on the 2nd floor shattered as numerous zombies plunged through them. The girls' dormitory erupted in screams and cries even more intense than before. In the chaotic frenzy, some girls jumped from higher floors, followed by zombies leaping out after them, all plummeting to the ground. It was clear the entire dormitory had fallen. The group on the rooftop watched, their hearts heavy. Jia Tianhua sighed. "Perfect timing. The zombies are drawn away, so we can go down and scavenge some food," Zhou Mo, standing beside him, said. Jia Tianhua nodded in agreement and turned to instruct Li Haojiang and the other. "You 2 keep an eye on them. We'll go down for a look. Once they wake up, we'll move out." They responded in unison. Jia Tianhua and Zhou Mo descended to the 7th floor, where the fiercest battles had taken place. The area was littered with severed limbs and bodies, zombie corpses, and some survivors' remains partially devoured. Most were students, their flesh mangled. The 2 couldn't distinguish between zombies and freshly deceased survivors, so they finished off any with intact heads to prevent the risk of reanimation. They continued downwards, searching through backpacks on corpses and entering unexplored floors one by one. They dispatched scattered zombies and rescued several students trapped in dormitories. Returning to the rooftop with the rescued, they found the 3 injured had met their fates too, couldn't hold on, and turned into zombies used to steal the newcomers' nerves. Only one Song Wenchang successfully evolved into a common evolver, gaining an 8-fold physique. In Fu Chen's terms, that was the strength of 8 men. What a pity. Both of them would have been great fighters. "Get ready. Before dark, we'll move to the school cafeteria," Jia Tianhua announced to the group. Earlier, Jia Tianhua and Zhou Mo had cleared the stairwell, so everyone descended smoothly to the 1st floor. Now they only needed to cross the corridor ahead to reach the cafeteria. Jia Tianhua sent the agile Lin Jia out to lure the zombies. The other evolvers gripped their weapons, ready for battle. Soon Lin Jia ran back. Whether due to his shoes or some special technique, his rapid movements barely made a sound. This unique skill had helped them solve many problems before. They're coming. 9 of them. Here they come, 9 of them. Everyone braced themselves. Grr. The first zombie charging into the dormitory was knocked to the ground by Song Wenchang, who was hiding behind the door, while Li Haojiang swiftly finished it off with a fatal strike. After dispatching it, they quickly retreated back into the shadows on both sides. During the lull, Jia Tianhua took charge of any zombies that rushed in his crimson claws, effortlessly crushing their skulls. The rest of the group stood guard, eliminating any stragglers. Through just 2 days of fighting side by side, they had developed a certain synergy. Repeating the tactic, they killed all 9 zombies within a few breaths. Go again. Lin Jie dashed out once more. After several rounds, they finally cleared the zombies from the necessary path, and now they needed to quickly cross the outdoor corridor. Move fast, don't stop, and don't shout, Jia Tianhua instructed the newly joined students. They nodded hastily, gripping their weapons tightly. Jia Tianhua noticed some even clutching laptops and couldn't help but twitch his mouth in exasperation. With no time to train these rookies, he decided to ignore them. The group tiptoed and jogged swiftly through. Out in the open with a wide field of view, distant zombies inevitably spotted them. The 20-meter distance made everyone tense, and as they ran, they instinctively hunched lower. As expected, the far-off zombies noticed them. Their keen vision, equivalent to 2.0 eyesight, took in every movement of the group. Roar! A zombie charged excitedly toward them. Its nearby companion looked over in confusion, spotted the same target, and triggered a chain reaction as zombies from all around converged on the group. Quick! Run faster! The group panicked and sped up. Don't go to the first floor, head to the second. Zhou Mo, take them up. They'll hold them off. Zhou Mo nodded silently and led the group up the nearby stairwell. The cafeteria had 2 floors. The first floor had several large doors, was too spacious, and had many windows, making it impossible to defend. The second floor was also a dining area, accessible only by 2 staircases on the left and right. At the top of each staircase was a double-fired door, not too large, which should be defensible. Though called the second floor, it was as high as a 3rd floor. Jia Tianhua blocked the stairwell, the irregular patterns on his arms glowing crimson as his sharp claws lengthened slightly. Grr! Zombies surged like a tide. Jia Tianhua swung his bloodied claws, each strike tearing through several zombie skulls, a true one-man barrier against 1,000 foes. Zhou Mo led the group to the second floor and found the door locked from the inside, indicating survivors within. Bang bang! Bang bang! Open up! We're students! Zhou Mo shouted urgently. As soon as he finished, he heard movement inside, followed by arguing. With his sharp hearing, he could make out every word. Don't open the door. There are zombies outside. Who knows if they're infected? What if they lead the zombies here? That would doom us all. But we can't just leave them to die, can we? They're our classmates. That wouldn't be right, a female voice chimed in. Another voice retorted, what's not right about it? Worry about yourself. You can't even take care of yourself, and you want to help others. Are you out of your mind? Exactly. Chef Chen said the food storage on the second floor is limited. There are so many of us, and who knows how many days we can last. I don't agree to letting anyone else in, someone echoed. How can you think that way? We're all classmates, survivors in this apocalypse. We should help each other and unite. The argument grew more heated. Most people were in favor of opening the door. The disaster had just erupted and humanity hadn't yet been eroded. Morality still lingered in their hearts. I still say no. Anyone who dares touch that door will face my wrath, a man threatened. Zhou Mo couldn't take it anymore and barked, open the door now, or he'll break it down. There was a pause inside. Huh. He says he'll break in. Did I hear that right? That's hilarious. Go ahead, try it. Someone scoffed arrogantly from within. Seeing they truly wouldn't open, Zhou Mo grew furious. Li Haojiang, already impatient, kicked the door hard. With a loud BOM, the safety door caved in a large chunk. Zhou Mo gave up on persuasion and joined in with a kick. Bang! One side of the fire door buckled, leaving a gap. Zhou Mo reached through and opened it. Get inside. He'll go help Tianhua, Zhou Mo said before turning and heading downstairs. Li Haojiang led the group into the cafeteria, where they saw dozens of male and female students, about 30 to 40 roughly a class worth. Who was it that refused to open the door? Li Haojiang stormed toward the crowd. The students instinctively backed away, terrified by the sight of the door being kicked in. None dared to answer. 2 kicks had deformed a fire door like that. How much strength did that take? What kind of monster was this guy? Zhou Mo rushed downstairs to find Jia Tianhua, surrounded by zombies. He extended his hand toward the horde, and the eye in his palm opened, revealing a white orb that emitted a strange wave. Instantly, the zombie horde froze, unable to move, with those behind piling up and blocking the path. A sharp pain shot through Zhou Mo's head as he shouted, Tianhua, go now. Jia Tianhua noticed the zombie's paralysis, recognized it, as Zhou Mo's ability quickly dispatched the ones near him and turned to follow. On the second floor, the other evolved humans had already gathered tables and chairs. They waited only for Jia Tianhua and Zhou Mo to enter before blocking the stairwell. Hurry. I can't hold on much longer. Zhou Mo clutched his head, enduring the pain. The others quickly piled the debris on the landing. You can release it now? Don't push yourself. Can't we still lock this door? Jia Tianhua stopped those moving the furniture, walked to the fire door, and bent the dented section back with his bare hands. Though still warped, it was functional enough to close and block the view. Once the door was shut, Zhou Mo released the paralysis. Given the fire door's material and the debris piled in the stairwell, it could hold the zombies back for a while. As long as they stayed quiet and out of sight, the horde would soon disperse. Li Haojiang, what are you doing? Jia Tianhua, catching his breath, saw Li Haojiang with his foot on someone. What's going on? Jia Tianhua asked. Brother Hua, he refused to open the door earlier. If not for that, we wouldn't have had to break it, Li Haojiang said angrily. I'm sorry, okay? Don't hit me. The man with a bruised and swollen face lay on the ground on the verge of tears. All right, let him go. Jia Tianhua waved his hand, not bothering to pursue the matter of Li Haojiang hitting someone. Li Youcai, beaten black and blue, slowly rose from the ground and silently walked into the crowd, a trace of venom glinting in his swollen eyes. The people originally in the cafeteria were now huddled in the corners, terrified by Li Haojiang's brutal display earlier, and now faced with a man with a bizarre arm who clearly wasn't to be trifled with. Why are there so many people here? Jia Tianhua wondered, noticing bloodstains on the floor. He knew a zombie had been here, yet with so many people, the creature was nowhere to be seen. Disposed of. Given their timid demeanor, they wouldn't even meet his eyes. Jia Tianhua doubted they were responsible. Can someone tell me what's going on here? Don't worry, I'm very easy to talk to, Jia Tianhua said, wiping the bloodstains from his hands. Everyone exchanged glances, but no one answered. Wasn't the situation obvious? Brother Hua asked you a question. Check out your tongues. Li Haojiang put on a ferocious expression. Lin Jie and the others who were moving tables and chairs to block the door found it amusing. If they hadn't fought alongside this guy earlier, they'd think he was a demon king. Li Haojiang, riding the momentum of his earlier aggression, continued playing the bully. Seeing the crowd still silent, he almost lost his composure. Oh, for crying out loud, do I have to get physical? He rolled up his sleeves, making as if to teach someone a lesson. Jia Tianhua quickly stopped him, realizing his approach might be off. He rephrased, I mean, there was a zombie here before, right? Where did it go? Chef Chen killed it and threw it downstairs, someone finally answered. Chef Chen? Which Chef Chen? Jia Tianhua pressed. The cook in this cafeteria? Where is he? In the kitchen cooking. Through their explanations, Jia Tianhua learned the whole story. The disaster struck just after lunch. The cafeteria wasn't crowded, and only one person turned into a zombie. A stroke of luck. Or rather, the zombie was lucky, given the abundance of sheep among the wolves. Before anyone could react, someone was bitten. The student's first instinct was to gather around and watch. The zombie had just finished devouring its victim when it looked up to find itself surrounded by prey. It was exhilarated. When the onlookers saw the bloody scene, they froze in panic, and by the time they tried to flee, the zombie was already lunging at them with its gaping maw. It was like an Aleokaniat buffet, a bite here, a bite there. Chef Chen, who had already finished his shift, was resting in a corner. Seeing this, he quickly grabbed a cleaver from the kitchen. The crowd screamed and scattered. When they escaped the second-floor cafeteria, they found even more man-eating monsters outside, causing greater chaos. Blocked by several zombies, they were forced back and had to lock the door to survive. The zombies denied entry, didn't linger, and turned to head downstairs. There were plenty of other prey out there. Now only one zombie remained on the second floor. Cleaver in hand, Chef Chen first called out, trying to stop it. But the zombie paid no heed and lunged at him. Chef Chen moved with agility, dodging the zombie's attacks in a series of swift maneuvers, even landing a few blows with his cleaver. But the zombie was unfazed, still lively as ever, leaving Chef Chen at a loss. Then a student guessed it might be a zombie, educated Chef Chen on its weaknesses, and he finally managed to kill it. As expected, the bitten students turned into zombies, but everyone was prepared, so there were no further casualties. Hearing this, Jia Tianhua and the others were incredulous. These people were incredibly lucky. They had fought tooth and nail to reach the cafeteria, while these guys started there from the very beginning. And they had Chef Chen, who seemed like a seasoned expert. An ordinary man taking on a zombie unknown without a scratch. Was this what they meant by masters among the people? What's Chef Chen's background? Jia Tianhua asked. Don't know. He hasn't said. Did you ask? No. Jia Tianhua stood up. He had a general idea of the situation, and now he was very curious about Chef Chen. Zhou Mo takes some people to tally the supplies and head count. I'm going to meet this Chef Chen. All right. Jia Tianhua entered the kitchen where several students were helping Chef Chen with the preparations. Busy at work, Chef Chen looked up and smiled warmly. Another sensible young one. Come wash and peel these potatoes. And don't throw away the peels. They'll process them, we can eat them too. Don't waste food. Before Jia Tianhua could react, Chef Chen thrust a basket of unwashed potatoes into his arms. What's wrong with your arm? Chef Chen noticed the abnormality in Jia Tianhua's arm and asked, this. It's for a role-play a game character. It's a prop. Jia Tianhua stammered, making up an excuse on the spot. Oh, you young folks sure have your ways. This is very detailed. Must have cost a pretty penny. All right, get moving. We're about to serve the meal. Oh, okay. Jia Tianhua, bewildered, started washing potatoes. Lin Jie, who had come in to inventory supplies, saw Jia Tianhua washing potatoes. They exchanged a look, and he silently joined in. There are still plenty of sensible young people, Chef Chen remarked. Soon the food was brought out, and everyone lined up in an orderly fashion as if the apocalypse had never happened. After getting his meal, Jia Tianhua saw Chef Chen sitting in a corner and walked over to sit across from him. Chef Chen, what did you do before? Chef Chen glanced at him and smiled. Me. I was a chef. What else have you done? Chef Chen looked puzzled. I was always a chef. So, no side gigs? Jia Tianhua probed. Side gigs? No side gigs. Too busy. Chef Chen shook his head emphatically. Then the way you move? Oh, that. I used to practice with some friends just to keep fit. It's not as impressive as they make it out to be. I'm just an ordinary cook. Seeing Chef Chen was reluctant to elaborate, Jia Tianhua dropped the subject. They chatted idly as they ate. After the meal, according to Zhou Mo's tally, there were 48 people in the second-floor cafeteria, including the 5 evolvers and the 7 they had brought along. The food, if rationed, would only last them a week. The bulk of it was rice along with some frozen meatballs and sausages. Vegetables were virtually gone, and the cafeteria had only stocked enough for a single day, and no matter how frugally they ate, they had long since run out. Food remained scarce. Jia Tianhua set his sights on the first-floor cafeteria. Though the two were similar in size, the first floor likely had a greater food reserve. Most importantly, it was close by, making it relatively easy to obtain. Jia Tianhua gathered everyone first, revealing their method of evolution and having Zhou Mo and the others demonstrate their evolver abilities to boost morale. He then called for volunteers to form a combat squad, drawing on his experience from rallying his dormitory building. After all, they were all young people, and the prospect of gaining superhuman abilities was alluring. Yet the people in the cafeteria were not convinced. What? Fight zombies? No way. After 2 days of persuasion, only 11 people were willing to join, a far cry from the full mobilization he had achieved in the dormitory. While the combat force was supplemented, the squad was formed with Jia Tianhua as its leader, with no deputy appointed, as it was only a temporary unit tasked with fighting zombies. Over the next few days, Jia Tianhua led these new members downstairs for training, sticking to the old routine. Lin Jie would lure a few zombies over to give the newcomers a chance to steel their nerves and practice coordination. Though these zombies possessed several times the strength and speed of an ordinary person, their attack patterns were monotonous, nothing more than charging headlong and lunging to bite. Once familiar with their attack patterns, even ordinary people could kill zombies without injury. Of course, it was safer to operate in a group. With several evolvers standing by, accidents were largely prevented, and they took the opportunity to clear zombies from the first floor and gather supplies. On the 5th day of the catastrophe, an official announcement appeared online. The government had successfully organized a counterattack. Military districts had assembled, rescue teams were conducting nationwide search and rescue operations, and people were urged not to venture out, but to mark their locations clearly for rescuers. The announcement brought hope to all survivors. We're saved. I knew the country wouldn't abandon us, boo-hoo. Some wept with joy. Great. I knew it. Jia Tianhua breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news. There would be no need to venture out. The school's food would eventually run out, forcing them outside. Now the supplies they had gathered would last them a month until rescue arrived. The authorities also released a survival manual and videos of the military eliminating zombies to boost public confidence in the government. In the video, a tidal wave of zombies surged forward, their sheer numbers horrifying and enough to make anyone's scalp crawl. But faced with the military's steel torrent and the firepower net of countless soldiers, they seemed fragile. The power that terrified survivors was mowed down like grass. The roar of various weapons thundered, spitting fire, stirring the survivors' blood and strengthening their resolve. Days earlier, major cities in the Great Xia Nation had already been cleared and transformed into safe zones with countless survivors flown in by transport planes. General Zhu Urgent Frontline Intelligence Rescue Unit 1103 has encountered a more powerful type of zombie. Standard firearms are nearly ineffective, and even heavy weapons have limited impact. They have suffered nearly 50% casualties and request fire support. A communications officer reported to the middle-aged man standing by a bench. General Zhu frowned deeply. So the scientists were right. These zombies continue to evolve. After a moment of contemplation, General Zhu ordered, immediately mobilize nearby armored units and artillery for fire support. Also notify the research department to expedite their study of this new zombie type. We cannot allow these zombies to hinder the rescue operations. Meanwhile, Jia Tianhua and his squad continued their fight against the zombies. They noticed that some zombies had begun to mutate with markedly increased strength and speed. What's happening? Why are these zombies getting stronger? Several ordinary team members gasped for breath, even before they had struggled relying on evolvers like Jia Tianhua to back them up. Now they felt increasingly overwhelmed. Jia Tianhua's brow furrowed. It seems the situation is worse than we thought. Everyone stay alert. Don't let your guard down. During one battle, 2 team members were accidentally bitten by zombies. Jia Tianhua acted decisively, ordering Li Haojiang and the other evolvers to take over the fight. We must be more careful. No more injuries, Jia Tianhua said. Zhou Mo, take them upstairs to rest. Although infection could potentially lead to evolution, the chances were minuscule. Back in the second-floor cafeteria, Zhou Mo arranged for the wounds of the 2 injured members to be treated and bound, then assigned someone to watch over them. The injured man nodded weakly, saying nothing. Serves you right for being cocky. You brought it on yourselves. Li Yukai muttered from a corner, his eyes filled with resentment and malice. Keep your voice down, or they'll hear you. They're out there fighting zombies, you know. It's not appropriate to say such things, the person beside him whispered. Li Yukai sneered. What's inappropriate? The government told everyone to wait for rescue. They insist on fighting zombies. It's utterly stupid. Do they think being evolvers makes them better than everyone else? If they die, they deserve it. Li Yukai's words were clearly aimed at others. Enough, the other person urged, glancing at the resting combat squad. Relieved that no one seemed to notice, he fell silent. Li Yukai looked at the exhausted combat squad and the 2 bound men nearby. His eyes darted around, a flicker of cruelty passing through them. Li Yukai looked at the exhausted combat squad and the 2 bound men nearby. His eyes darted around, a flicker of cruelty passing through them. As night fell, silence reigned supreme. The weary group had long since succumbed to slumber, and even the sentry on duty could not resist the tide of drowsiness, yawning incessantly as he listlessly fiddled with the steel pipe in his hands, his eyes gradually closing. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted him from his stupor. To his horror, he discovered a zombie sinking its teeth into his neck, blood gushing forth. An agonizing sensation of being devoured also assailed his hand. Overwhelmed with terror, he tried to cry out, but not a sound escaped his lips, and he had lost all strength to struggle. He gazed at the sleeping crowd, his heart filled with despair. With a clang, the steel pipe rolled onto the floor, its sound piercingly loud in the dead of night. A light sleeper among the survivors was startled awake by the noise, muttered a curse under his breath, turned over, and continued sleeping. Jia Tianhua opened his eyes and looked toward the source of the sound, his heart skipping a beat. Zhou Mo had already sat up. Exchanging a single glance, they immediately sprang to their feet and rushed over. A piercing scream tore through the night. The zombies roaming the campus turned their heads toward the cafeteria. Shut up. Hearing the scream, Jia Tianhua and Zhou Mo broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out that a female student, awakened by the noise, had risen to check and happened to witness Jia Tianhua and Zhou Mo killing a team member. Murder. They're murdering people. Wah. A nearby awakened classmate quickly covered her mouth. Are you insane? It will attract the zombies. Almost everyone was jolted awake by her cries. What's going on? What happened? Someone slow to react woke up and asked in confusion, looking at the panicked faces around them. Jia Tianhua stared at the severed rope on the ground, utterly perplexed. He was certain he had tied both of them up. How could this have happened? Both of them turned into zombies. Chen was bitten to death, Zhou Mo said grimly to the awakened crowd. As he finished, the fire doors on both sides, which had been shut, began to shudder violently, accompanied by guttural roars. Panic seized everyone in an instant. Seeing this, Jia Tianhua barked at his team members, grab your weapons and form up. He quickly signaled, everyone keep quiet. Do not make a sound. They will disperse after a while. The team members nervously grabbed their weapons and huddled together. Jia Tianhua and Zhou Mo stood at the front warily, eyeing the two fire doors that seemed ready to give way. The pounding grew more intense, as if the zombies behind the doors were desperate to break in. Everyone's hearts raced, silently praying the fire doors would hold. Based on past experience, if they could hold out for a while and no more sounds were made, the zombies would eventually wander off. Yet fate seemed not to be on their side. Suddenly, one of the doors burst open and zombies surged in, lunging at the crowd with wild abandon. Block them! Jia Tianhua roared, leading a few evolvers toward the entrance. The other team members tightened their grips on their steel pipes and charged at the broken fire door as well. A bloody battle ensued. The team engaged in close-quarters combat with the zombies, fear and grim determination etched on every face. Jia Tianhua and the other evolvers fought valiantly, their movements agile as they desperately tried to hold the zombies at the doorway. Chef Chen also grabbed a cleaver from the kitchen and joined the fray. With roars echoing, Jia Tianhua swung his blood claws, reaping zombie after zombie. But misfortune struck again as the other fire door was also breached and countless zombies prepared to flood the cafeteria. With no other choice, Jia Tianhua ordered the others to hold their position while he alone went to block the second entrance. Seeing this, Zhou Mo quickly activated his ability, immobilizing the zombies at that location to buy Jia Tianhua time to get there. Jia Tianhua's crimson blood claws emitted an eerie red glow. Under his full exertion, the vicious claws visibly doubled in size. He swung those razor-sharp claws, swiftly dispatching the immobilized zombies before blocking the doorway. Like a war god, Jia Tianhua stood alone before the shattered fire door, locked in a desperate struggle against the surging tide of zombies. Each swing of his blood claws sent up sprays of blood and severed zombie limbs. Yet despite his formidable strength, he gradually felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of zombies. As Jia Tianhua fought valiantly, Zhou Mo was not one to be outdone. He concentrated his mind, unleashing his ability to its fullest, immobilizing more zombies to aid his comrades in eliminating the threat. But as time wore on, sweat began to bead on his forehead. The drain of his ability was slowly weakening his body. Seeing the zombies multiplying and the defensive line on the verge of collapse, Zhou Mo whipped around and bellowed at the other survivors cowering in the corner, "Get the hell over here and help, or we'll all die." Hearing Zhou Mo's cry, the survivors who had been hiding in the corners exchanged hesitant glances. Yet under the threat of death, a few individuals finally stepped forward, grabbed nearby chairs, and joined the fight. "I'll fight you to the death. Everyone charge. For survival." A young man brandished a rolling pin and charged at the zombies. With their help, the pressure on the group lessened. Though these ordinary people could do little against zombies several times stronger than a normal human, their courage and actions greatly inspired the other survivors. More and more people grabbed whatever weapons they could find and joined the battle. "Keep it up, everyone. If we hold the entrance, victory is ours," Chef Chen shouted, swinging his cleaver. Yet the number of zombies far exceeded their expectations. Despite their united efforts and fierce resistance, the zombie assault showed no sign of abating. Watching the defensive line slowly crumble, Jia Tianhua's heart burned with anxiety. He knew that at this rate, they would soon be overwhelmed by the zombies. As he fought, he desperately searched for a solution. As time passed, survivor after survivor fell, and more zombies broke through the blockade, flooding in. Despair began to creep into everyone's hearts. It's over. We're all going to die." The survivors hiding behind the kitchen counter wailed, on the verge of madness. Despair infected everyone. As more and more people fell, the pressure on Jia Tianhua and the others intensified. He swung his blood claws with all his might, continuously reaping zombie after zombie. The pile of corpses at his feet grew, reaching half the height of the door. Zhou Mo could no longer use his ability and was nearly on the verge of collapse, yet he still swung his weapon. Li Haojiang and the others were in dire straits, as well, covered in wounds, gritting their teeth as they struggled to hold on. Suddenly, everyone noticed a decrease in the number of zombies. It was as if the flow from the rear had been cut off, with no new zombies surging forward. Hope flickered in everyone's hearts. A little more effort. Victory is at hand. Soon the remaining zombies with no reinforcements were annihilated by the group. The tension that had gripped them for so long finally released, and everyone collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. "We made it." They exchanged glances, smiles of relief appearing on their faces. "Something's wrong." Jia Tianhua frowned deeply. "What's wrong?" Everyone looked confused. "Listen." They all strained their ears, and the relief they had felt instantly turned back into tension. "More zombies. No, they've been there all along. Then why aren't they coming?" Just as they were puzzling over it, they heard amidst the roars outside what sounded like human laughter. Everyone exchanged bewildered looks, a mix of shock and hope in their hearts. Could it be A rescue team. Is it the rescue team? The sounds of screams and laughter from outside grew louder, echoing in everyone's ears. Hope ignited in their hearts as they struggled to prop themselves up and open the window to look outside. Soon they witnessed a figure dashing through the horde of zombies, continuously throwing punches, creating a flurry of shadows as excited laughter echoed. Wherever he passed, the zombies bizarrely vanished. It seemed as if those shadows of his punches made them disappear. Everyone was dumbfounded, as if they were in a dream. Li Haozhong looked at the others in confusion and asked, "Am I too exhausted imagining things? Did you see anything?" Lin Jie exclaimed, "Oh my, I saw a deity." Jia Tianhua, supporting Zhou Mo, felt puzzled by their nonsensical remarks. What deities and ghosts? At that moment, someone noticed a person in police uniform standing by a distant vehicle holding a riot shield and standing guard with their companions. Instantly, cheers erupted. "It's the rescue team. It must be the rescue team," someone shouted excitedly. "Look, there are police over there." Jia Tianhua and Zhou Mo exchanged glances, a glimmer of relief flashing in their eyes. Their efforts were not in vain. Help had finally arrived. Zhou Mo also fainted in relief. However, as they carefully observed the situation outside, the joy in their hearts was swiftly replaced by confusion. These people did not seem to resemble a standard rescue team. Haha, there are just so many zombies in big cities. Everywhere you go, there's a large cluster. Haha. Fu Chan excitedly harvested one cute little zombie after another, and then he noticed the survivors on the second floor of the cafeteria looking at him. He immediately fell silent and yelled, "You daring fiends! I want you to reveal your true form." The speed of his punches became increasingly rapid. In just a few breaths, all the zombies vanished as if they had never existed except for the mysterious substances splattered everywhere. Everyone was left in shock. This is too powerful, too perverse. Song Wenchong even forgot his own pain, standing there in a daze. Jia Tianhua had also witnessed the scene and was equally astonished. What kind of being is this? Fu Chun directly dodged and vanished from everyone's sight. While everyone was still searching for his trace, Fu Chun had already entered the cafeteria. Oh my, this is incredible. Fu Chun gazed at the mountain of zombie corpses and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Looking at the disheveled group, he exclaimed, "Did you all do this?" Huh. Upon hearing his voice, the crowd turned to see Fu Chun had approached them. Yes. His sudden appearance left everyone both surprised and delighted, momentarily at a loss for words. It was Jia Tianhua who reacted first. He stepped forward, shook Fu Chen's hand, and excitedly said, "Thank you for saving us. How did you do it? What about those zombies?" Fu Chen smiled and waved his hand to the crowd, saying, don't mention it, I just happened to come over to deal with the zombies." As for those zombies, Fu Chun raised his fist. "Do you see this sandbag-sized fist? It's my ancestral boxing technique. Hit whoever doesn't have fists." The crowd was speechless. The name sounded like something you just made up on the spot, right? What? Don't believe me? Then let me show you a little demonstration. Saying this, he swung his fist at the corpse on the ground, brazenly putting it into his equipment slot in front of everyone. The crowd was once again left speechless, murmuring, "Hit whoever doesn't have." After cleaning up the zombie corpses on the ground, Fu Chun patted Jia Tianhua on the shoulder, then turned to the others. "Is everyone okay? Is anyone hurt?" The crowd looked at the bloodstains on their bodies and the wounds from bites. How could that not be obvious? In a moment of silence, their gazes turned back to Fu Chun. Lin Jie couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are you the rescue team?" "Rescue team? What rescue team?" "No, I don't rescue people," Fu Chun quickly said dismissively, then turned and left without hesitation, leaving Jia Tianhua and a few others in a daze. "No, you aren't here to save us." In the blink of an eye, Fu Chun had already returned to the vehicle parked at the school gate. He urged Chung Yaodong and the others, let's go, hurry up and leave." Lu Qi and the others were already accustomed to this and got in the car to drive out of the school. "Brother Chen, where are we going next?" the chubby guy asked. "Of course, wherever there are many zombies, that's where Brother Chen goes." Lu Qi drove, answering the chubby guy for Fu Chun. "That's right." The chubby guy chuckled foolishly. "Officer Lu understands me, I am so pleased." Ha, everyone laughed. In the past few days of following Fu Chun, they had become bolder, now able to go wherever they wanted without fearing zombies. After all, they had a big shot shielding them. They were completely at ease. Compared to other survivors, they felt more like they were on a leisurely trip. Aside from occasionally helping Fu Chun with small tasks, acting as bait now and then, and occasionally fighting one or two zombies, everything else was almost the same as before the apocalypse. The chubby guy said, "Brother Chen, I think you can totally take in more little brothers." When our team grows larger, dealing with zombies will be a small matter. You can just wave your hand, and there will naturally be someone to bring the zombie corpses to you. You wouldn't even need to do it yourself, right? You make a good point, but it's too troublesome, Fu Chun said nonchalantly. When they first arrived in H City, Fu Chun had taken them around to fight zombies, and even saved quite a few survivors, bringing them along out of pity. As a result, the number of people saved kept increasing, and the more people there were, the more trouble it created. Not only did he have to manage their food, but when encountering zombie hordes, he had to be distracted to take care of them. A bunch of disorganized people with hundreds holding weapons were scattered by a dozen zombies. Not only did it slow down Fu Chen's pace, but there were all sorts of trivial matters. Some even resorted to moral coercion against Fu Chun. They believed that Fu Chen's help was a matter of course. This had thoroughly disgusted Fu Chun. Of course, Fu Chun was very polite to such people and left them with a good impression. However, just thinking back on it now still gave Fu Chun a bit of a headache. Later, after Fu Chun brought the remaining people into a control facility, the few of them slipped away at night. At least with Cheng Yaodong and the others, he didn't have to take care of them much. Cheng Yaodong could even help him clear out some stragglers. This was the kind of qualified little brothers he had in mind. As for Lu Qi and the little chubby guy Wu, how they could only be considered an afterthought. The chubby guy shook his head and said, "What I mean is we should only recruit some evolved ones as little brothers. That way we wouldn't have to worry about their safety, and there would be people to help kill zombies, right? Look at our Donggu, he can handle 100 zombies all by himself, that's no problem at all." Cheng Yaodong nodded, clearly agreeing with the chubby guy's statement. Fu Chen thought for a moment and felt it made a lot of sense. Ordinary people were too much trouble, but evolved ones should be fine, right? If they were as easygoing as Cheng Yaodong, then recruiting dozens or even hundreds to form an evolved squad could even generate extra income. Thinking about it this way, it seemed pretty good. Fu Chen smiled. You make a good point. Next time we see an evolved one, we'll take them and offer them warmth and care. But how to make other evolved ones willingly follow him? He doesn't have much experience. After all, Lu Qi and the others followed him voluntarily, while those survivors intended to treat him as a free bodyguard, and he didn't plan to take in ordinary people. Should he rely on charisma? The key is, does he have it? Rely on force. That doesn't seem good either. Such relationships could lead to discord. Forget it, let's take it step by step. Fu Chen shrugged, leisurely lying back in the back seat, closing his eyes to rest. In fact, a brainstorming session was already unfolding in his mind. No one knew what he was thinking, only that he occasionally smiled with a slight upward curl of his lips, as if he had thought of something happy. Host name Fu Chen, race human, height 176 centimeters, comprehensive physique evaluation, outstanding special abilities, level 1 strength amplification, 213539, level 1 speed amplification, 213539, level 2 night vision, 213539, level 1 undead body, 213539, equipment, slot 01, infected corpse, 213539. After several more days of hunting zombies, Fu Chun gazed at the data on the panel, the string of numbers filling him with a profound sense of security. He felt the surging, formidable power within him, his confidence soaring to the point where he believed he could effortlessly tear apart an aircraft carrier. City H was considered a major metropolis with a permanent population of around 5 million. After the apocalypse erupted, nearly 90% of the people had turned into zombies. Going by that ratio, there had to be at least 4 million zombies in City H. If he could equip all of them. TSK. Fu Chen, lost in thought, let out a silly chuckle inside the car. With a screech, the speeding vehicle came to an abrupt halt, snapping Fu Chen out of his reverie. Did you lure the monsters that quickly? Looks like there are a lot of zombies nearby. Fu Chen said, a hint of excitement creeping in. Lu Qi replied, No Chenggu, we were stopped by survivors. There don't seem to be many zombies around here. I drove all over, but only attracted a few. Stopped by survivors. Who's got the nerve? As he spoke, a dozen or so people surrounded them, each wielding an assortment of weapons, clubs, machetes, looking like a gang of thugs with ill intent. Get out of the car now. The leader pounded on the window. Fu Chen frowned, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face, but then, as if struck by a thought, his brow smoothed out. He told Cheng Yaodong to stay in the car, then got out with the other two. Opening the door first, he stepped out and regarded the group with keen interest. As the driver's door opened, the thugs were startled to see Lu Qi. A cop, eh? Wang Hongliang, their leader, was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. So what if he's a cop? This is the apocalypse. Who are you people? Why did you stop our car? Lu Qi stepped forward, seeing that Chun-gu had no intention of speaking. Why? You've entered Black Tiger Gang territory, so you need to pay a toll. Oh, a toll. I thought it was something serious. How much? Fu Chen, feigning sudden understanding, even pulled a wad of 100 yuan bills from his pocket. Wang Hongliang's face darkened at the sight. What the hell? It's the apocalypse, and you're still carrying cash. I don't want your damn money. I want food. Huh? No money, huh? Fu Chen seemed slightly disappointed that they didn't want cash. With a sigh that money was useless, he gestured for Lu Qi to continue negotiating and put the bills away. Lu Qi demanded, and why should we? Why? Because the Black Tiger Gang cleared this area of zombies. Otherwise, you wouldn't be driving around here so freely. Lu Qi sneered. So you're saying the Black Tiger Gang is the one maintaining safety in this area? Wang Hongliang puffed out his chest. Of course. Lu Qi glanced at Fu Chen, who gave a slight nod. Understanding, he continued, fine. How do we pay? Simple. Leave half your food, and you can go. Wang Hongliang grinned. Lu Qi cursed inwardly at the audacity. Everyone knew how precious food was in the apocalypse, and this guy was asking for half. Lu Qi's smile turned cold. And if we refuse, Wang Hongliang's expression darkened. Then you're not getting through here. Then try it. Lu Qi snorted, reaching for his pistol. Ahem, actually we can give that. Fu Chen spoke up from behind. Lu Qi was stunned. What was the boss up to? Had he misread the signal? Fu Chen, seeing Lu Qi frozen, thought he hadn't understood. This lackey was usually sharp. Why was he being so dense now? Deciding to drop the act, he pulled Lu Qi aside. Well, give it. We definitely will. Lu Qi was utterly bewildered. Smart move. Wang Hongliang's demeanor improved. But I have one condition, Fu Chen added. You dare make conditions? Who do you think you are? Wang Hongliang's face soured again as the gang members closed in, brandishing their weapons. Fu Chen marveled at the man's shifting expressions as if he were performing a magic trick, turning green one moment, purple the next. How about you hear me out first? Spit it out. Don't say I didn't warn you. I'm not in the mood for your bullshit. Try to play me. Wang Hongliang drew a pistol, aiming it at them. Don't think you're the only ones with guns. Fu Chen ignored the muzzle pointed at him. It's nothing really. We want to join the Black Tiger Gang. Fu Chen spoke slowly, a smile on his lips. Lu Qi and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Why would they want to join this bunch? Just the name Black Tiger Gang screamed trouble. But since the boss had decided, they kept their mouths shut. Huh, you want to join us? Wang Hongliang scoffed. The Black Tiger Gang doesn't take just anyone. What makes you think you're worthy? Because I'm an evolver. Huh, you're an evolver? Wang Hongliang frowned, sizing up Fu Chen. He seemed ordinary enough. Was he just a common evolver like himself? Or maybe a latent psychic? Their boss was a latent psychic too, looking normal until he unleashed his power, which could be world-shattering. But such a powerful evolver was one of a kind. Was it likely that some random person would be one too? Wang Hongliang shook his head. That was unlikely. Fu Chen must be a common evolver who were only distinguished by their superior physical abilities and were relatively common. How do you prove you're an evolver? What's your ability? Fu Chen replied earnestly. I'm very strong. Wang Hongliang concluded he was indeed a common evolver. He'll show you. Fu Chen scanned the area, his eyes settling on a rebar held by one of the gang members. Give me that and he'll prove it. Wang Hongliang signaled the man. Give it to him. He figured if Fu Chen could bend the rebar, it would be proof enough. Taking the rebar, Fu Chen weighed it in his hand, then hurled it with tremendous force. The bar shot into the distance with a sonic boom, disappearing from sight. As they watched the steel rebar vanish into the distance, everyone seemed struck by a paralysis spell. Their eyes, wide gazes fixed ahead, mouths agape, yet utterly silent. Their faces were etched with astonishment and disbelief, as if they had witnessed the most unimaginable spectacle in the world. Some still had their hands suspended midair, frozen in place, motionless, as if they had lost all control over their bodies. This... Wang Hongliang snapped back to reality, glancing at Fu Chen's grinning face. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he silently thanked his luck for not having provoked this group earlier. He could tell at a glance that this was no ordinary power possessed by common evolvers. At least he himself could never achieve such a feat. With his strength enhanced 13-fold, he ranked among the top in the Black Tiger Gang's ordinary evolvers. Yet at best he could only exert more force than average survivors, bending steel bars with bare hands or tearing car doors off. Though he could hurl a steel rebar a great distance, that was nothing compared to making it disappear into the horizon. So do I qualify to join the Black Tiger Gang? Fu Chen's voice rang out. After a brief moment of shock, Wang Hongliang came to his senses, a smile spreading across his face. Haha, of course. The Black Tiger Gang warmly welcomes an evolver like you. I'm Wang Hongliang. May I ask your name, brother? Fu Chen. All right, we have another evolver with us. Chen Yaodong, come out and show yourself. Fu Chen made no attempt to hide it. Earlier, he had considered trying out a cliché from novels, showing off to save face. But now he was curious about the Black Tiger Gang. For them to have cleared such a vast area of zombies, this gang was certainly no ordinary force. A new thought stirred within him. There's another evolver. Wang Hongliang was taken aback, then spotted Cheng Yaodong stepping out of the vehicle. Earlier, Cheng Yaodong had remained inside the car. Though they couldn't see clearly through the tinted windows, they had assumed the others were family members who preferred not to disembark, so they paid no mind. Now seeing Cheng Yaodong's appearance, he was startled. A special evolver, and with full-body mutation. He felt even more relieved that he hadn't acted rashly. Special evolvers were immensely powerful, each possessing unique abilities. Moreover, their physical constitution surpassed that of ordinary evolvers. The more extensive the mutation, the more perfect the ability they had acquired. In their Black Tiger Gang, there was a madwoman named Yi Qingxuan whose arms had mutated into vine-like forms. Even without using her ability, her raw physical strength was 40 times that of an average person. Wang Hongliang stared at them, his heart racing with excitement. This was a monumental achievement. With the strength of these two, once they joined the Black Tiger Gang, they would surely be highly valued. And as their sponsor, he would rise along with them. With that thought, he grew more respectful toward Fu Chun and his companions, hastily ordering the crowd to clear the way. Soon Wang Hongliang led Fu Chun and the others to the Black Tiger Gang's base. It had once been a prison surrounded by high walls and barbed wire. The 6-7-meter-high enclosure gave a profound sense of security. Watchtowers dotted the perimeter with armed Black Tiger Gang members keeping vigilant patrols. Guided by Wang Hongliang, Fu Chun and his group smoothly entered the base's main gate. Once inside, they began to notice unusual signs. They realized that besides the gang members, there were many other survivors here. Their faces bore expressions of pain and helplessness, their eyes filled with fear and despair. In some corners, Fu Chun and his companions vaguely spotted figures of women, their haggard appearances hinting at some form of torment. They overheard a heart-wrenching cry. Following the sound, they saw a female survivor being forcibly dragged into a secluded room by a Black Tiger Gang member. Though they didn't witness what followed, they could all imagine the nightmare that awaited. Fu Chun and his group, who had been nonchalant until now, furrowed their brows. This was the first time they had encountered such a scene since the apocalypse began. What's going on? Fu Chun turned to Wang Hongliang, a chill in his eyes. Wang Hongliang's heart skipped a beat at their hostile expressions. Such incidents had become commonplace to them. Though the higher-ups had ordered restraint, when someone actually committed such acts, everyone simply turned a blind eye. Moreover, most Black Tiger Gang members were former criminals imprisoned here. Given their past experiences and criminal tendencies, they were hard to control, so the leaders had simply let them be. But seeing these outsiders who appeared to be in their 20s or 30s, Wang Hongliang feared a sudden surge of righteous indignation. Sensing trouble, he quickly explained, "Rest assured, everyone. The Black Tiger Gang never tolerates such behavior. They're just worthless scum who can't control their base urges." With that, he signaled his underlings. A few of them understood and hurried toward the room. Soon the group saw the earlier Black Tiger Gang member being dragged out and beaten. What the hell are you doing? Do you know who I am? My brother's an evolver. How dare you hit me?" Wang Hongliang's men hesitated, glancing back at him for direction. Fu Chen's eyes lit up. Here it is. The typical arrogant thug from films and novels who relied on connections to bully others. He watched Wang Hongliang with interest, curious to see how he would handle it. Wang Hongliang frowned. This punk had an evolver backing him. Offending one would undoubtedly cause trouble. But after a glance at Fu Chun and his companions, he made up his mind and signaled his men to continue. Haha, these bastards just need a beating. Just a minor distraction. Let's keep moving. The boss wants to see you. Wang Hongliang waved his hand with a smile and continued leading the way. Fu Chun exchanged glances with Lu Qi and the others, silently understanding that the Black Tiger Gang's true nature might be far more despicable than they had imagined. These survivors were undoubtedly living in misery under the gang's rule, yet they refrained from voicing their opinions. In fact, they had no intention of interfering further. Having learned from past mistakes, Fu Chun didn't want to take in more burdens. Without a word, he led Lu Qi and the others, continuing to follow Wang Hongliang. Before long, they were led into a meeting room. Several figures sat around a table, their gazes shifting toward Wang Hongliang and his group as they entered. And Fu Chun and his companions finally laid eyes on the Black Tiger Gang's leader seated at the head of the table. Fu Chun and Lu Qi entered the meeting room, where they saw Chen, who the chief of the Black Tiger Gang, seated at the head of the table. Chen, who was a burly man with 2 scars on his face, his gaze sharp and ruthless. On either side of the table sat 3 others, 2 men and 1 woman. Wang Hongliang, who had brought them in, began introducing each person. The woman was called Scorpion Woman, and true to her name, a scorpion tail swayed behind her. Everyone stared at the menacing stinger on the scorpion tail, certain that it could kill with a single strike, or at least inflict a fatal wound. One of the remaining two men, Yu Liangjuan, was a middle-aged figure. They saw nothing remarkable about him. His appearance was plain, but a trace of kindness lingered in his brows. Yet no one believed that someone seated here could be benevolent. Instead, that very kindness struck them as far more dangerous. The last man was called Fire Ghost, and his appearance was the most striking. His entire head blazed with strange flames that burned endlessly without a wisp of smoke. The flames flickered, casting dancing light and radiating a faint warmth, making it impossible to discern his face through the blaze. Chen, who seated at the head, scrutinized Fu Chun and the others, finally fixing his gaze on Cheng Yaodong. He asked coolly, "So you're the new evolvers?" Fu Chen's eyes gleamed as he stared intently at Fire Ghost, walking slowly toward him without turning back. "Yeah, we want to join the Black Tiger Gang." Chen, who frowned slightly displeased and continued to stare at Cheng Yaodong. "Good, with your strength you're qualified to join us. But I need to know your purpose." "Purpose? If I have to say, I came to see if I could recruit a few evolvers as underlings." Fu Chen stood behind Fire Ghost, reaching out to test the flames on his head while answering casually. Growing bored, he picked up an A4 sheet from the table and thrust it into the fire. "Oh, it really burns." Fu Chen's face lit up with delight, and he couldn't resist grabbing another sheet to try again. But finding everyone's eyes on him, he reluctantly stopped. Everyone in the room stared at Fu Chen with peculiar expressions. Fire Ghost fixed his gaze on him, as well, silent and unmoving. Lu Qi and the others suppressed their laughter, thinking, as expected of brother Chen, always playing around so carefree. Yet they weren't worried for Fu Chen's safety. They had witnessed his power on the journey. Still, they grew anxious. Would brother Chen start a fight here? If a fight broke out, Cheng Yaodong might be fine, but he and Fatty were still ordinary people. Chen, who now realized that Fu Chen was the leader of the group. Hearing Fu Chen's words, Chen, whose face darkened, he said coldly, "Recruit evolvers as underlings. What do you think the Black Tiger Gang is?" Fu Chen, unfazed by Chen, whose tone, sat down beside Fire Ghost. "What? Your gang doesn't allow recruiting evolvers as underlings?" He reached out and draped an arm over Fire Ghost's shoulder. "Bro, interested in being my underling? I'm really fascinated by your fire." Fu Chen grinned, reaching out to toy with the flames on his head again. "I'm very interested in your life too. Don't think having a special evolver by your side lets you do as you please. Out of respect for Chief, who I'll overlook your rudeness, but don't push your luck, kid." Fire Ghost finally grew impatient and spoke, his voice low. "Hey, the young are reckless. Don't take it to heart, old fire, or you'll get burned." Yu Liangjuan, seated across, teased. The Scorpion Woman beside him said nothing, sensing the chief's grim expression as she toyed with a dagger, watching the scene with amusement. "Oh, don't be so angry. Look, even the fire on your head is upset." Fu Chen's hand continued to roam over Fire Ghost's head, as if feeling the flame's warmth. The gaze hidden beneath Fire Ghost's flames grew colder, and the temperature around him rose. Yet Fu Chen remained unperturbed, still grinning. "This fire burns so fiercely, won't you get scorched? What keeps it burning? Can you use it to boil water? Do you set the bed on fire when you sleep?" Wang Hongliang, who had brought them, stood at the door, witnessing Fu Chen's series of suicidal acts. Sensing trouble, he frowned, scanned the room with darting eyes, and quietly slipped out. "Kid, you're asking for death." Fire Ghost's rage surged as if he had suffered a grave insult, and he could no longer contain himself. He rose abruptly. Flames on his head roared like a fiery dragon leaping into the sky. In an instant, the fire transformed into a fierce serpent that swallowed Fu Chen whole with lightning speed. Suddenly, the room's temperature soared as if they were trapped in a steaming oven. Lu Qi and the others were startled by the sudden turn of events. Yet Fu Chen stood amidst the blazing inferno, as if nothing was wrong, not even a trace of singe on his clothes. Fu Chen savored the warmth of the flames around him. Pleasantly warm. With his current physical strength, such fire couldn't harm him. But his clothes couldn't withstand such treatment. Fortunately, to avoid the hassle of washing, he wore them on zombie corpses and then equipped them. He could project or manifest clothes separately onto himself, wearing whatever he chose. Now he simply refreshed his clothes constantly to prevent them from burning. To others, it seemed that Fire Ghost's terrifying flames had no effect on him, not even his garments. "This kid is odd, I can't see through him." Yu Liangjuan's expression grew serious, his eyes flashing with a faint blue light. The Scorpion Woman was surprised. Even Yu Liangjuan's ability couldn't discern the trick. Puzzled, she re-evaluated Fu Chen and his group. "Impossible." Fire Ghost's eyes widened in disbelief. His flames reached 2000 CO, enough to melt steel. How is this possible? What did you do? Fu Chen smiled at him. Uncle, your fire is impressive. Sure you don't want to be my underling. Fire Ghost ignored him instantly, curling his hand into a claw and lunging for Fu Chen's throat. Fu Chen leaned back slightly to evade the strike, eyes wide. You sly old man. I kindly offer to make you my underling, and you try to choke me. I kindly wanted to take you as my little brother, yet you dare to choke me, yeah. The fire demon, seeing his attack miss, became even angrier, the flames atop his head flaring violently. At that moment, Chen, who slammed his hand on the table, interrupting the fire demon's actions. His eyes reflected a hint of confusion as he spoke in a low voice. Enough. Fire demon, I don't have time to watch you fool around here. He then turned to Fu Chen and the others. I admire your abilities. Regardless of whether you want to recruit little brothers or have other intentions, since you have joined our Black Tiger gang, you must abide by the rules here. Fu Chen was somewhat surprised that the other party agreed so easily to their joining the Black Tiger gang. He had not originally intended to truly join, and even the reasons for joining were just flimsy excuses. Did they really agree just like that? Is your gang really this open-minded? He had even planned to forcibly abduct 1 or 2 evolvers. Good. Fu Chen smiled. Since they had agreed to let them stay in the Black Tiger gang, he might as well stay for a night or two and use his explosive charm to win over all the evolvers here. Hee. Scorpion Girl, you lead a few of them around the gang to get familiar with the place. Yes, Master Hu. Scorpion Girl stood up and led Fu Chen and the others out. After they left, the fire demon asked Chen Hu, Master Hu, are you really planning to let them join our Black Tiger gang? That kid seems to not take you seriously at all. Chen Hu looked at the departing Fu Chen and the others with a cold gaze. He turned to Yu Liangjun and asked, what do you think? Yu Liangjun hesitated before speaking. Master Hu, that Fu Chen is quite strange. I can't tell anything. His energy response is no different from an ordinary person. Is it that you can't see through him either? Chen Hu was somewhat surprised. Yu Liangjun nodded and continued. As for that special evolver named Cheng Yaodong, he is very strong, at least much stronger than that you lunatic. He possesses remarkable strength and defense, especially his defense, which is nothing short of perfect. Chen Hu frowned, signaling him to continue. Additionally, that policeman and the fat guy should be ordinary people, but... He paused and looked at Chen Hu. Are you suggesting that they might be like Fu Chen? The fire demon asked. I'm not too sure. Maybe. Based on their energy responses, they do seem to be ordinary, but who knows if they are like Fu Chen? After all, they are together. I believe they must have some secret. Chen Hu lightly tapped his index finger on the table, pondering for a moment. Have Scorpion Girl keep an eye on them. I don't care what their intentions or secrets are. This is now the territory of our Black Tiger gang. Understood. Meanwhile, Scorpion Girl led Fu Chen and the others around the base, giving them a brief introduction to the basic conditions here. Fu Chen listened while observing his surroundings. He noticed that although the place appeared somewhat shabby, it had a unique atmosphere. This used to be a prison, so some areas might look a bit strange. However, everyone has already gotten used to it. Scorpion Girl noticed Fu Chen's thoughts and explained proactively. I can see that. Fu Chen and the others nodded. At that moment, a little brother from the Black Tiger gang hurried over and whispered something in Scorpion Girl's ear. I see now. Scorpion Girl waved her hand to the little brother, then led Fu Chen and the others to a room. This is your room. You will stay here from now on. If you need anything, feel free to find me. After saying that, she left. Fu Chen and the others entered the room and found it simple but relatively tidy. The fat guy placed his backpack down and looked at Fu Chen, who was already lying on the bed playing with his phone, and asked in confusion, Brother Chen, are we really going to join this Black Tiger gang? Aren't we going to fight zombies? No rush. After fighting zombies for so many days, let's take a rest today, Fu Chen replied lazily. Brother Chen, didn't you say you don't need to rest and won't get tired? You were always so eager to go out and fight zombies every day, the fat guy questioned. Fu Chen rolled his eyes. My body doesn't get tired, but my heart is tired, alright. Is that unreasonable? What are you unhappy that I'm letting you rest for 2 days? Shall we go out and find some zombies to play with now? The fat guy quickly waved his hands. No, I'm very happy, he. Lu Chi said, Brother Chen, I feel that these people in the Black Tiger gang are not good at all, and from what they said, there are quite a few evolvers in the Black Tiger gang. Will it be dangerous for us to stay here? Fu Chen, unfazed, replied lazily. Don't worry, with my current strength there won't be any danger, just relax. Brother Chen, of course I trust your and Dong Guest strength 100%, but the fact is that the two of us are not evolvers, Lu Chi expressed his concern. So you're not worried about me, but worried about yourself, Officer Lu, Fu Chen teased. Lu Chi felt somewhat embarrassed and awkwardly smiled, mainly because this is their territory. If you two were to fight, this used to be a prison AI, and the fat guy wouldn't have anywhere to hide. Fu Chen kicked him, saying irritably, "You can rest easy with me protecting you. What are you afraid of? Besides, didn't Cheng Yaodong agree to protect you?" Cheng Yaodong nodded. The fat guy looked at Cheng Yaodong and shook his head, pretending to be heartbroken as he said, "Ever since Dong Gu became this evolver, he talks less and less. Now it's even better, he has become a mute. TSK, TSK, TSK. Cheng Yaodong directly slapped the fat guy on the forehead, making him cry out in pain. He slowly uttered a few words. Talking is exhausting. The group chuckled. "So, Brother Chen, what are we going to do now?" Fu Chen sat up and said to Lu Qi, "You guys go find out about the situation in the Black Tiger Gang. See how many evolvers are in the Black Tiger Gang and what they are like. Take Cheng Yaodong with you. What about you, Brother Chen?" "Me? I'm going to play some games here." "Off. What are you ahhing about? Hurry up and go. If there's anything, just call me." Fu Chen kicked him again. On the other side of H City, outside a broken shopping mall, a rescue team was rushing towards the mall with many survivors. Their teammates wielded firearms fiercely, preventing the zombies from getting closer. The intense gunfire quickly killed one zombie after another. However, there were no expressions of joy on their faces because behind the horde of corpses there followed a massive zombie. This zombie stood a towering 8 meters tall, its body enormous and hard. The various weapons equipped by the rescue team were unable to inflict effective damage on it. It approached the rescue team step by step as if toying with them. The heartbeats of the team members quickened. They understood that no matter how much they struggled, they could not escape the pursuit of this terrifying monster. They felt despair, helplessly watching as the giant zombie drew closer. However, at this critical moment, they saw a petite figure appear in front of the giant zombie. Watching the colossal zombie closing in relentlessly, the rescue team's warriors poured out their ammunition with all their might. Countless bullets rained upon the giant zombie like a storm, sparking flashes of light, but leaving not a single mark. Its skin was as hard as steel. Even grenades exploding against its body only made it pause briefly. The onlookers could not see a single wound on its muscular, bulging frame. Just as despair began to set in, they noticed a petite figure standing in the path of the colossal zombie. Gazing intently, they saw it was a young girl. She stood there motionless, looking up at the slowly approaching zombie. The giant zombie halted, as if surprised that such a fragile human dared to stand alone before it. Then it grew enraged. Not far away, the rescue team could only watch in stunned silence as the giant zombie, which had left them helpless, crashed to the ground. So powerful. Who is she? The crowd marveled, utterly baffled. They hadn't seen the girl make a single move. She had simply stood there, and the giant zombie had lost its life. With the crisis averted, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The captain was the first to react, assigning some soldiers to finish off the remaining zombies that hadn't died, instantly ensuring they wouldn't rise again. Then, leading the team to the girl, he saluted her as she stood there, dazed, his voice filled with gratitude and curiosity. "Thank you for saving us. We are Rescue Squad H031, and I am the squad leader, Li Xian." The girl snapped back to reality, replying happily, "Huh? My name is Zhao Xiaomiao. I came looking for you. Can you take me to the shelter?" Li Xian smiled. "Of course, that's exactly what we're here for. And we warmly welcome a powerful evolver like you to join us. By the way, how did you kill it?" He pointed at the giant zombie's corpse, asking curiously. The surrounding team members perked up their ears. But Zhao Xiaomiao waved her hands repeatedly in denial. No, it wasn't me." Everyone was puzzled. If it wasn't her, did the zombie just drop dead on its own? "Really, it wasn't me. I can explain." Time rewound to the first day of the apocalypse. Zhao Xiaomiao cautiously emerged from the Wanlin police station. Seeing no traces of zombies outside, she mustered her courage and decided to run home. But after crossing just a few streets, she spotted scattered zombies wandering about. Startled, Zhao Xiaomiao quickly hid in a nearby shop before being noticed. Watching the zombies draw closer, Zhao Xiaomiao could only shrink back into the shop, too afraid to go out. As dusk fell, she decided to spend the night there. Fortunately, the second floor of the shop was a normal living space, fully equipped with all the necessities. Feeling her stomach growl with hunger, Zhao Xiaomiao found plenty of ingredients in the kitchen. Without a second thought about the owner's permission, she cooked herself a sumptuous dinner. She even took a comfortable bath there, then slept soundly in someone else's bed. Waking up the next morning, she washed up quickly and noticed that the zombies roaming outside the night before had vanished again. As far as her eyes could see, the entire street was empty and desolate. Apart from the haphazardly parked cars on the street, only some dried bloodstains remained on the ground. Summoning her courage, she packed some supplies and continued on her way. The road remained empty all along, with no sign of those terrifying zombies. She was delighted knowing she was almost home. Unknowingly, she let her guard down, humming a cheerful tune as she walked. But as she passed an overpass, she saw a large horde of zombies in the distance blocking her path. Seeing this, she quickly descended the overpass and hid in another nearby shop, thinking that if she waited a while they would disappear. So she settled in again. But after several days, the zombie horde showed no signs of dispersing and even seemed to be drawing closer. Fortunately, water, electricity, and communications were still functioning, allowing her to find an official announcement online. She decided not to wait any longer. She had to get away from these zombies, or else being surrounded by the wandering horde would spell disaster. Packing her meager remaining supplies, she retraced her steps back the way she came. Luckily, she found a car with the keys still in it by the roadside. According to official reports, she planned to head to City Z, which had already been cleared and was the nearest safe city. The car sped onto the highway, encountering only a few scattered zombies on the roadside, which didn't hinder her progress. On the highway, she often saw accident scenes. Fortunately, although each accident scene more or less obstructed the road, none completely blocked it. There was always a gap for her to pass through, as if a green channel had been specially cleared for her, allowing smooth travel all the way. Until she neared City H, where the road was completely blocked. Helpless Zhao Xiaomiao had to reverse and drive into City H. To her astonishment, she found that City H was also devoid of zombies. She drove around several times, but everywhere she went was deserted, as if the city had been abandoned, empty and silent. Seeing this, she grew bolder. She entered a mall, freely taking various supplies, picking out her favorite clothes and jewelry at will. She sprinted across a football field, shouted loudly in the streets, and when tired, slept in a nearby luxury hotel. No one bothered her, no zombies threatened her. She was overjoyed and excited, living like this for a few days. It wasn't until she spotted smoke in the distance through a telescope from a high-rise and saw wandering zombie hordes that she realized the zombies hadn't disappeared, they just weren't in her immediate area. Realizing this, she hurried back to her temporary nest, packed the necessary supplies, and prepared to set out for the shelter again. Driving her original car through this no man's land, it stalled halfway. The car had run out of gas. She had been too caught up in her fun over the past few days to pay attention to this. Just as she grew frustrated, dense gunfire erupted not far away. Her eyes lit up, knowing it might be a rescue team. She abandoned the car and ran toward the sound of gunfire. After darting through a narrow alley, she finally spotted Li Xian and his rescue squad. However, before she could reach them, a massive shadow suddenly loomed over her. When she turned to see what it was, her entire body went rigid, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Terrified, she gazed up at the colossal zombie, so close to her. Her legs went weak, as if losing all control, completely unresponsive. Just as despair consumed her, and the zombie reached for her, a blurry tubular object streaked through the air with a trailing afterimage. It pierced the giant zombie's skull and then vanished into the distance, disappearing without a trace. That's how it happened. Zhao Xiaomiao, with her big innocent eyes, recounted the tale to Li Xian and his team. Li Xian and his men exchanged bewildered glances, looking at Zhao Xiaomiao with her bulging backpack, then at the colossal zombie lying lifeless on the ground. They thought to themselves, do you expect us to believe that a defenseless young girl traveled all the way from some county to here without encountering a single zombie? It sounded utterly fantastical. And on a highway littered with car wrecks, she got nothing but green lights. The green lights stopped once she reached H City. She even frolicked around H City for days without seeing any zombies. Then what were we doing? Had all the zombies flocked to us? At that thought, Li Xian paused, recalling some survivors they had rescued earlier. Among them, whispers circulated about a zombie slayer. Could there be a connection? But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion. Watching Zhao Xiaomiao's earnest explanations, they simply assumed she was a strong individual who preferred to keep a low profile. I really didn't kill it. Of course, it just dropped dead on its own. We understand. Zhao Xiaomiao, catching their meaningful expressions, asked suspiciously, do you really believe me? We all believe you. Absolutely. Zhao Xiaomiao. Saying no more, Li Xian arranged for her to be placed in an armored vehicle and ordered soldiers to collect samples from the colossal zombie. The main focus was on the mysterious fluid within their skulls. They expertly transferred it into test tubes and then into specialized containers. They then escorted the survivors back to base. Nightfall. At the Black Tiger Gang's stronghold, Lu Qi and his companions returned to their room and reported their findings to Fu Chen. The Black Tiger Gang's stronghold houses about 500 people, with 300 being gang members. Among them are over 20 ordinary evolvers and 6 special evolvers. The 6 special evolvers are Black Tiger Gang leader Chen Hu. He is said to possess the ability to manipulate the earth, making him extremely powerful. The relative stability of this area is partly due to him. Scorpion woman, real name Wang Lingchu. She has an aberrant scorpion tail. Her ability is unknown. Fire Ghost, no one knows his original name. His pre-apocalypse alias was Nine-Finger Ding because he lost a finger on his left hand. Yu Liangjuan, very mysterious. No one has seen him in action. Yi Qingxuan, her arms are aberrant tree vines. She's known as Yi the madman, always looking for a fight. Zhong Tianxuan has a single aberrant leg, incredibly tough and strong with sharp bone spurs growing from the foot. The single leg mutation makes his gait awkward, earning him the nickname Zhong the Lame. Lu Qi. By the way, this building used to be the prison guard's dormitory. Most of the people living here are evolvers, but those special evolvers don't stay here. Their exact quarters are unclear. Next door is the cell block, accessible via a second-floor connecting corridor. It connects to all the cells where the rest of the Black Tiger Gang members live. Fu Qin asked in surprise, the Black Tiger Gang still lives in prison cells. Lu Qi laughed. They were cells when they were imprisoned, but now they're practically single rooms. Otherwise, where would so many people stay? Besides, even the cells are in decent condition. Good grief, so they're still doing time. Why don't they move out? Haven't they cleared the nearby zombies? Probably because it's safer here. It's remote with few zombies plus high walls and watchtowers, making defense easier than outside. And those people were already living here, before maybe they're used to it. Who gets used to living in a prison? Fu Chen was baffled. That's about the gist of it, Brother Chen. What do we do next? Fu Chen pretended to ponder and slowly uttered 2 words, sleep. Huh. Lu Qi and the other 2 were puzzled. They had spent all that effort gathering intel only to come back and hit the sack. Seeing their expressions, Fu Chen pointed outside and said, "It's dark. Sleeping is perfectly reasonable, isn't it?" The group. "But Brother Chen, don't we have any plan? And don't you need to sleep?" Fatty asked in confusion. Cheng Yaodong beside him nodded in agreement. Fu Chen shrugged. "I'm not sleeping. I'm telling you to sleep. If you don't want to, you don't have to." Huh. They were even more confused. It had just gotten dark, and he was telling them to sleep. Fu Chen chuckled slyly. I'm going out for a stroll. You stay here." With that, he walked away without looking back, thinking to himself, how can I tell them I have no plan at all? Lu Qi and the others exchanged glances. What does Brother Chen mean? Is he ditching us? Fatty was at a loss. Lu Qi, who knows? Fu Chen stepped out of the room and noticed the neighboring rooms were all closed with no lights inside, likely empty. He peered down the hallway and saw a similar scene. Where has everyone gone? When he reached the training ground, he saw a large crowd gathered around a bonfire, all swaying their heads as if in a trance. Curious, he was about to go closer when a voice stopped him. You'd better not go over there. Fu Chen turned to see a woman with a delicate face approaching him. She was dressed casually, her eyes wary. Fu Chen noticed her arms were like gnarled vines and immediately recognized her. He blurted out, Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian didn't respond or look at him. She stood beside him, observing the crowd by the bonfire with a grave expression. Fu Chen was intrigued and asked, what are they doing? Some kind of ritual? Is this a tradition of the Black Tiger Gang? Yi Qingxian looked at him in surprise. You're not with the Black Tiger Gang? Fu Chen smirked, I am. I just joined today. Yi Qingxian sized him up. You wouldn't be that Fu Chen the one who bragged about coming to the Black Tiger Gang to recruit evolvers as underlings? Fu Chen's smile widened as he leaned closer. That's me. Miss any interest in becoming my subordinate? Yi Qingxian couldn't help but laugh, a glint of excitement in her eyes. She challenged him, recruit me. How amusing. Sure, if you can beat me. A fighting spirit ignited within her, eager to test Fu Chen's strength. But we'll have to wait. There's a problem here that needs dealing with first. She quickly calmed down, her gaze returning to the crowd around the bonfire. A problem? Fu Chen looked puzzled. Following Yi Qingxian's gaze, he looked toward the crowd. They sat around the bonfire, moving in perfect unison, swaying their bodies rhythmically from side to side, while murmuring incessantly like students in a private school reciting the classics with their teacher. What's the problem? They're quite synchronized. I think they're serious. Did they make a wrong move? Fu Chen's eyes widened, as if trying to find a flaw in their actions. Yi Qingxian shook her head. It's not about whether the moves are right or wrong. Our Black Tiger Gang has never had such a custom. Fu Chen's face lit up with sudden realization. So they started a new activity and didn't invite you. Yi Qingxian's face darkened. Seriously, didn't invite me. Is that the point? She said, somewhat exasperated. Can't you sense something eerie about this? Eerie? Fu Chen was baffled. He observed the crowd again, trying to find what Yi Qingxian meant by eerie, and then he noticed some unusual details. The firelight cast shadows on the people's faces. Their expressions were stiff, utterly blank, their eyes hollow and lifeless, as if their souls had been stripped away. Though their swaying was synchronized, it was mechanical and rigid as if manipulated by some unseen force. Their murmurs were soft, forming no coherent words, more like an unconscious drone. Seeing this, a chill crept into Fu Chen's heart. He began to realize things might not be so simple. It is indeed eerie. Fu Chen felt uneasy and wanted to distance himself from these strange people, yet he was curious about what was happening to them. Occult brainwashing, or some terrible curse. But then, thinking of his current strength and feeling the surging power within him, he regained his confidence and prepared to go take a closer look. "Let me see what's going on," Yi Qingxian spoke up again. "I suggest you not go over there." Seeing Fu Chen stop, she pointed at the crowd. "See that man with the green leg? His name is Zhong Tianxuan. He's also a special evolved." Fu Chen followed her finger and spotted a man with a single mutated leg among the crowd. He sat cross-legged facing them. One leg was covered in dark green chitin, resembling an arthropod's limb. He was swaying with the others. "Oh, so that's Zhong Tianxuan. It's fine, I can take him." Fu Chen didn't pay it much mind, but the next second he froze in realization. How did he? Yi Qingxian looked at the stunned Fu Chen, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of her mouth. "He got here before you, and he also said he'd go see what's going on. And then, he ended up there." Fu Chen felt a wave of fear. Even a special evolved fell into it. When he first approached, he seemed fine. When the people didn't react to his presence, he kicked one of them. Then involuntarily he started shaking his head, and swaying found a spot, and sat down. Yi Qingxian's description in this eerie atmosphere seemed unnaturally clear, carrying a hint of chill. A light breeze swept by, sending a shiver down Fu Chen's spine. He couldn't help but shudder. Looking around, he felt the night air was thick with a somber aura. He asked incredulously, "Are you telling a ghost story? Do you mean that just by contacting them you become like this, eh?" Yi Qingxian nodded slightly in agreement. "I'm afraid that's exactly it." Now Fu Chen was uncertain. He was strong and his ego had swelled, but facing such a supernatural phenomenon made him prudently back down. He picked up a pebble from the ground. "So if I don't touch them, just hit them with a stone from a distance, or shoot them, would I be safe?" Yi Qingxian's expression turned strange. Was this guy determined to find out no matter what? She said playfully, "If you want to know, why don't you try it?" Forget it. I'm a man who listens to advice." He suppressed his curiosity and put down the pebble reluctantly. "So what's really going on here? This doesn't fit the script. Isn't this supposed to be an apocalyptic zombie story? How did such a bizarre thing happen? Did you have this situation before?" "It just started. The cause seems to be an object. See, it's burning in the fire." Fu Chen looked into the bonfire curiously and sure enough spotted an object. It was a small wooden statue carved with an eyeball. Strangely, the wooden statue sat in the flames completely unscathed, as if protected by some mysterious force. The eyeball on the statue was incredibly lifelike, like a real eye, exuding a spine-chilling aura. He felt that the eyeball seemed to conceal some secret. In the flickering firelight, the eyeball seemed to rotate, staring intently at Fu Chen, making his skin crawl and his heart pound with a vague sense of dread, as if looking any longer would bring some great terror. He quickly averted his gaze. "What is that thing?" Just then Chen, who strode over with the other, evolved. Wang Hongliang followed behind. Seeing Fu Chen and Yi Qingxian standing together, he looked a bit surprised. Chen, who gave them a slight nod, then turned to Yi Qingxian. "What's the situation now?" Yi Qingxian gave a concise account of what had happened, her tone laced with gravity. Chen, who listened, his brow furrowed deeply. He tilted his head slightly and signaled to Yu Liangjun beside him. Yu Liangjun understood. He stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the wooden statue in the fire. A faint purple light flickered in his deep eyes. "Oh!" A sudden scream tore through the air as he stumbled back, clutching his eyes. Then everyone saw blood seeping through his fingers, staining his palms red. They all looked on in shock. "My eyes!" Chen, who caught him from behind, his expression grave. "What happened? What did you see?" "Unseeable. Unseeable. Ha ha ha. Unseeable." His face was twisted in agony, his demeanor manic, repeating the same phrase over and over. Seeing him like this, the others were stunned, exchanging bewildered glances at a loss. Fu Chen's eyes went wide. No way, one look, and he went mad. His voice was filled with shock and confusion. Looking at the now deranged Yu Liangjun, Chen Hu's expression darkened. Yu Liangjun was practically his right-hand man. His ability to discern the truth of all things was invaluable. Chen, who turned his gaze to the crowd swaying around the bonfire, now also at a loss. "This is too bizarre. What on earth is that thing? Could it be some malevolent spirit?" The members of the Black Tiger gang whispered among themselves, murmuring in confusion. Chen Hu's eyes widened as he bellowed. "All of you shut the hell up. His roar was like a thunderclap echoing in the ears of the Black Tiger gang members. The clamor of discussion instantly ceased, leaving only the crackling of the bonfire and the low mutterings of those under control. Chen, who took a deep breath and said in a grave tone, "This thing is too eerie. We can't let it stay here." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed several Black Tiger gang members behind him stepping forward, swaying their heads as they walked toward the bonfire. Their companions tried to pull them back, but the moment their hands touched them, they too began to sway, their eyes turning vacant as they strode straight toward the bonfire. Chen Hu's expression turned grim. Sensing trouble, he quickly shouted to the others, "Stay away from them. Don't touch them. And don't look at that bonfire anymore." The remaining Black Tiger gang members, now aware of the situation, recoiled from the swaying individuals as if fleeing a plague. To the onlookers, the behavior of these swaying people was utterly bizarre, far more terrifying than a zombie virus. A single touch had infected them with some strange force. It was truly horrifying. Fu Chen was equally petrified. Faced with such an uncanny presence, his martial prowess seemed utterly useless. This threat felt not merely physical, but spiritual, perhaps even a challenge to the soul itself. The group exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts filled with fear and confusion. They could not comprehend this inexplicable phenomenon. It was simply insurmountable. Chen, who made a swift decision and ordered the others, "Seal this place off immediately. No one is allowed to approach." "Yes, sir," they responded. Chen, who supporting Yu Liangjuan, wore a conflicted expression. "We need to discuss this carefully. For now, let's all leave and not linger." The group turned and departed, each step laden with heaviness. Meanwhile, within the bonfire, the eyeball-shaped wooden carving suddenly developed a barely perceptible crack. Fu Chen walked back with a troubled heart, the image of that eerie wooden carving haunting his mind. A persistent voice in his head told him it was a precious treasure that he must possess. The voice possessed an irresistible allure, constantly summoning him, compelling him to draw closer to the carving. He shuddered, recalling plots from movies and TV shows where sinister summons led people into the abyss, and those who heeded such calls rarely met a good end. With that thought, he quickened his pace, transitioning from a brisk walk to a jog, then to a run. Who could comprehend this? This eerie phenomenon seemed more terrifying than zombies. Yi Qingxuan, who had been walking beside Fu Chen, was taken aback. Watching him flee as if in panic, she couldn't help but chuckle, assuming he was afraid after his earlier boast about fighting her. She found it amusing. Hearing her inexplicable laughter, Fu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Fearing that Yi Qingxian had fallen under the same eerie influence, he hastened his escape. "Hey brother Chen, you're back so soon. Pair of kings." Fu Chen returned to his room, locked the door behind him, and let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing the three others playing cards, he approached them mysteriously. "Guess what I just saw?" Puzzled by his demeanor, the three looked at him curiously. "What did you see?" "That's why I told you to guess." The three were speechless, unsure of Fu Chen's game, but they played along. Zombies surrounding the city. "No." Fatty thought for a moment and ventured, "Saw a beautiful woman bathing." Fu Chen paused, then shook his head again. "Wrong." Lu Qi frowned. "The Black Tiger gang bullying people again." Fu Chen shook his head once more. No. After several guesses, Fu Chen kept shaking his head. Lu Qi and the others fell silent, staring at him without continuing. After waiting a moment and hearing no further questions, Fu Chen finally spoke. Cupping his hand around his mouth, he said in a sinister tone, "The Black Tiger gang is haunted." Fatty froze, uncertain. "Huh? Haunted?" "Yes, it's haunted," Fu Chen declared with a serious expression. Lu Qi's mouth twitched, unsure what new trick Fu Chen was pulling. But since he was the boss, Lu Qi forced a smile and chuckled. "Oh, haunted, huh? How interesting. You don't believe me. There really are ghosts. Many people have been possessed, and now they're in the activity area reciting the Book of Songs while swaying their heads." Fu Chen was annoyed. Why wouldn't they believe him? He was serious. That thing was terrifying. Lu Qi and the others were even more confused. What kind of ghost was this? One that forced people to recite the Book of Songs. They couldn't fathom how this eerie event connected to such recitations. Besides, in a normal zombie apocalypse scenario, how could ghosts exist? The three exchanged glances. They didn't doubt Fu Chen, but the matter was simply too bizarre. Still, given his earnestness, they decided to believe him for now. "So what do we do now?" Fatty asked first. Well, Fu Chen was at a loss. He had only wanted to share this frightening tale so they could all share in the fear, making it seem less like he was scared alone. He had no plan. Lu Qi thought for a moment and suggested, "Maybe we should first observe the situation. See what's really happening." "No way," Fu Chen interrupted hastily. The mere thought of that eerie scene made his skin crawl. He then recounted the entire incident in detail. Even the special evolver was controlled. Lu Qi exclaimed in surprise. Maybe we should leave this place as soon as possible. It's too sinister. Fu Chen agreed with their reasoning. He had only come here to relax, and perhaps recruit a few evolvers as followers. But now this had happened. This place is no longer safe. Should we flee tonight? Fatty proposed. No need for that. Let's leave tomorrow morning. Otherwise they'll think we're cowards who run at the first sign of trouble. That would be embarrassing. Lu Qi was speechless. What difference did it make whether they left tonight or tomorrow? Still the others agreed that traveling at night was inconvenient. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door startled everyone. Damn, has that thing followed us here? Fu Chen's face paled, then turned to indignation. This is too much. This is absolutely outrageous. Fu Chen reflexively sprang up, staring at the door, then feigned anger as he struck a white crane spreading its wings pose. Cheng Yaodong and the fat man Wu Hao didn't understand what was happening, but they seized the chance to toss their lousy cards onto the table and rose abruptly, ready to join Fu Chen in confronting the ghost. Lu Qi glanced at the only two cards left in his hand, the Joker and the Little Joker, then at the scattered table. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he felt a surge of breath catch in his throat. He reluctantly stood up as well, eyeing the door with suspicion. Wasn't the eerie thing supposed to be a wooden carving? How could it have followed them here? But seeing Fu Chen's earnest expression, which didn't seem like an act, he wondered if the anomaly had truly come knocking. Just as Fu Chen and the others were about to burst through the door for some physical exorcism, Wang Hongliang's voice came from outside. Brother Fu, our leader, invites you all to the meeting room. Huh, it's just Wang Hongliang. Lu Qi sighed in relief, relieved that no anomaly had come calling. He beckoned the other two to finish their card game. But the fat man and his companion acted as if they hadn't heard, looking like loyal guards ready to open the door. Don't open it. Fu Chen, unaware of their schemes, hastily stopped them. What if that ghostly thing is mimicking Wang Hongliang's voice? Opening the door would be the end of you. Before he could finish, the fat man had already swung the door open. The person outside was unmistakably Wang Hongliang. The three turned to look at Fu Chen while Lu Qi let out a breath and tightened his grip on his two cards. Everyone, our leader requests your presence. Wang Hongliang stated bluntly again, then stepped aside. No. Fu Chen muttered, nervously scrutinizing Wang Hongliang outside the door. His eyes narrowed as if he had uncovered some truth. He warily shielded the fat man, and Cheng Yaodong behind him, pointing at Wang Hongliang with his fingers like swords. This Wang Hongliang is likely an anomaly in disguise. No one should trust him. Huh. Startled Lu Qi and the others, seeing Fu Chen's conviction, immediately drew their pistols and aimed at Wang Hongliang outside the door. Wang Hongliang was taken aback. Seeing Fu Chen and the others eyeing him warily, he was baffled. What did they mean he was a fake? And an anomaly in disguise at that? Could that ghostly thing already be capable of such deception? Had a Wang Hongliang already come by before? His mind racing with speculation, he also drew his pistol and glanced around nervously. Lu Qi, still aiming his gun at Wang Hongliang, raised his hand like a student asking a question. Brother Chen, how can you be sure he's not the real Wang Hongliang? Wang Hongliang outside quickly interjected. In the real Wang Hongliang, truly. If he's an anomaly in disguise, of course he'd claim to be real. Haven't you noticed? He has no shadow. Fu Chen squinted, enunciating each word as if everything was under his control. Shocked, everyone looked down at Wang Hongliang's feet, their expressions turning strange. Wang Hongliang was bewildered too. Did he really have no shadow? He hurriedly looked down as well. It's true there's no shadow, but he's standing in the shade, isn't he? The fat man pointed at Wang Hongliang's feet. Standing in the shade, it's normal not to see a shadow, right? Indeed, Wang Hongliang had stepped aside and was now by the door's side, not standing on the illuminated floor. Everyone. Fu Chen. Fu Chen realized he had been too tense. How could anyone see a shadow when standing in the shade? It was perfectly normal to have no shadow. But he quickly shook his head. How could he rashly dismiss his instinct now? Especially in front of his subordinates. That would be too embarrassing. So he added, what you say makes sense. But we can't trust him so easily. Haven't you noticed? He's been standing in the shade, refusing to come in. Maybe he's afraid of light. Before Fu Chen could finish, Wang Hongliang had already walked into the room and even shook hands with the nearest fat man. Fu Chen couldn't think of another excuse. He cleared his throat. Ahem, I was just testing your reflexes and observation skills. Very good, commendable. Fu Chen masked his embarrassment and strode out of the room. By the way, why does your leader want to see us? Not sure, but it's probably about that eerie wooden carving, Wang Hongliang replied. After this little incident, he led the group to the meeting room. Lu Qi, however, still clutched those two cards now twisted into a mess and glared resentfully at the back of Wang Hongliang's head the entire way. The meeting room was nearly full with almost all the evolvers of the Black Tiger gang present. Chen, who seated at the head, nodded in greeting to the arriving Fu Chun and his companions. Please take your seats. The conference table was small, a rectangular table with only 10 seats. Only a few special evolvers from the Black Tiger gang sat at the table while ordinary evolvers, like Wang Hongliang, seated themselves on the periphery. One of the Black Tiger gang's rules was that only special evolvers could sit at the conference table. Fu Chun scanned the room and noticed Yu Liangjuan, who had previously gone mad, now sitting among them, his eyes covered by a bandage. Judging by his state, he seemed to have recovered. Suppressing his curiosity, Fu Chun sat down next to Yi Qingxian and leaned in. Hey, you said if I beat you, you'd become my lackey. Does that still count? Yi Qingxian turned her head, eyeing him with a strange expression. A faint smile played on her lips. Of course it counts, but only if you can actually defeat me. Hearing the answer he wanted, Fu Chun grinned. Just you wait and see he. Lu Qi and the fat man had initially planned to sit in the corner like Wang Hongliang, but Cheng Yaodong pulled them over to the conference table. Seeing Lu Qi and the others seated at the table, Chen, who exchanged a glance with Scorpion Woman and Fire Ghost, but said nothing, merely nodding faintly at Fu Chun and his group. The ordinary evolvers on the periphery began whispering among themselves. Are these the new evolvers joining our Black Tiger gang? All of them are special evolvers. That's insane, isn't it? I heard the leader is Fu Chun. He doesn't have obvious mutations, but Fire Ghost's ability had no effect on him. He's definitely a special evolver, perhaps on par with Boss Tiger. While that tall guy is almost entirely mutated, he might be stronger than Yi the Madman. Truly terrifying. Indeed, Wang Hongliang chimed in, having witnessed it firsthand. The other two don't have obvious mutations either. Could they also have special abilities? Look, that one's a cop. He's not here to arrest us, is he? Nonsense. This is Black Tiger gang territory now. Besides, it's the apocalypse. Who's going to care about us? Chen, who cleared his throat. Once the murmurs died down, he spoke slowly. Since everyone's here, let's begin the meeting. You all know what happened today? That wooden carving of unknown origin possesses an eerie power. No one knows what it is or how it appeared in our Black Tiger gang. It's as if it materialized out of thin air. Anyone who looks at or touches it falls into a stupor, manipulated by its sinister force. He paused, turning to Fu Chun and the others. You all joined the Black Tiger gang today, and on your very first day, this happened. My apologies for the fright. Chen Hu's face remained impassive as he bowed slightly to Fu Chun and his group, as if expressing regret. Oomph. A cold snort escaped the nostrils of Fire Ghost, who sat opposite. His voice dripping with sarcasm, he said, how could it be such a coincidence? The moment they arrive, something like this happens to our Black Tiger gang. Do you all call this a coincidence? I don't buy it. The other evolvers, upon hearing Fire Ghost's words, cast thoughtful glances toward Fu Chun and his companions. Could it really be their doing? I think it's possible. Trouble follows them. This might not be mere chance. Fire Ghost glared coldly at Fu Chun and continued. If you ask me, it's 80% these people's fault. Lu Qi furrowed his brow, wondering what this guy's problem was, being so confrontational right off the bat. But seeing that Fu Chun remained silent, he said nothing. Fu Chun, however, acted as if Fire Ghost's words were nothing but wind, whispering instead with Yi Qingxian beside him. Seeing that Fu Chun showed no intention of responding, Scorpion Woman chuckled lightly. Don't talk nonsense, Fire Ghost. Brother Fu just joined the Black Tiger gang. There's no reason for him to do such a thing. That's exactly why he's suspicious, being new. This kid is arrogant, and the moment he arrived, he made bold claims about recruiting evolvers as underlings. Who knows what ulterior motives he has for joining the Black Tiger gang? Fire Ghost turned to Chen, who sat in the seat of honor, and cupped his hands. Tiger Lord, I say these people must be thoroughly investigated. Chen Hu's expression remained calm as he tapped lightly on the table. Fu Chen, do you have anything to say? Huh. I've got nothing to say. Anyway, this has nothing to do with me, believe it or not. Just hurry up and finish the meeting so I can go back to sleep. Fu Chun waved his hand dismissively, utterly indifferent to Fire Ghost's barbed words. Think what you will. Kid, what kind of attitude is that? You're clearly guilty. Fire Ghost continued relentlessly. Fu Chun dug at his ear, ignoring him, and said to Yi Qingxian beside him, Sis, how about we have a fight after the meeting? Otherwise we might not get the chance. Yi Qingxian still wore that faint smile, a trace of excitement gleaming in her eyes. All right, it's a deal. It's a deal? Having received her answer, Fu Chun smiled in satisfaction. This is outrageous. Fire Ghost, watching the two chat idly without sparing him a glance, was consumed by rage. He immediately rose to strike the insolent brat. Fire Ghost. Chen Hu's stern shout cut off his movement. Tiger Lord they, enough. Sit down. Chen Hu glared at Fire Ghost with displeasure, silently thinking, don't you have any idea whether you can take him on? Is your head full of fire? Scorpion Woman watched coldly from the sidelines holding Fire Ghost, in contempt. A brainless brute, nothing more than a man with some abilities. The priority now is to deal with the matter at hand. That eerie wooden carving remains a thorn in our side, a latent threat that must be eliminated as soon as possible. We'll discuss other matters later. Tiger Lord is right. That thing is too sinister, we have to deal with it quickly, or we won't even be able to sleep in peace. The other evolvers chimed in. You can still sleep. Who knows where that thing came from? What if something else bizarre shows up? Before finishing, the speaker couldn't help but shudder. Someone else sneered dismissively. What's there to fear? If it comes to it, just kill them all. And smash that rotten carving to pieces. Exactly, I say we blow it all up with bombs. See if it can still harm anyone then. That's right, blast the hell out of it. Indeed, Fu Chen gave the speaker a thumbs up, looking like he was enjoying the chaos. Good one, I support you. Chen Hu pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to quiet down. Alright, I've said it before. No one is allowed to go near that thing again. That thing is not simple. Everyone who tried to destroy it ended up being controlled by it. The crowd was stunned. Unable to look at it, touch it, or destroy it, it was utterly hopeless. The only way now is to leave this place. What? Leave our base? The group exchanged bewildered glances, faces filled with shock. We can't do that, Tiger Lord. This is the apocalypse, zombies are everywhere. This place is remote, surrounded by high walls, and has plenty of orchards. It's a perfect sanctuary. How can we just give it up? Exactly. Fu Chen's eyes lit up, a kindred spirit. Now they weren't fleeing, they were retreating with the main force. Yes, retreating. Chen Hu sighed and said in a grave tone, I've made up my mind. This place has trapped us for too long, it's time to leave. But Tiger Lord, where will we go after we leave? Exactly. Can you say anything besides exactly? That's right. Have the men get ready. Rest well tonight, tomorrow we leave this place. Chen Hu's tone brooked no argument. Scorpion Woman, Fire Ghost, and the others exchanged glances with him and nodded, clearly having been consulted beforehand. Yes. Just then a Black Tiger gang member rushed in from outside. Tiger Lord, something new is happening at the training ground. Those control people. They're lining up to walk into the fire. Everyone turned to look, their faces grim, uncertain of the consequences of this turn of events. Self-immolation. Come, let's go see, Chen Hu said to the group, then led the way out. Fu Chen followed, pulling Lu Qi and the others along. Perhaps because there were more people this time, he somehow felt less afraid. Lu Qi and the other two said nothing, staying close to Fu Chen as they followed. Fatty whispered in confusion, Brother Chen, what's the plan? Should we slip away or not? After a moment's thought, Cheng Yaodong shook his head, slightly indicating they should wait and see. The group soon arrived at the training ground, where from afar they saw the people who had been sitting around the bonfire now, all standing. At the front, some were slowly walking into the flames, their eyes vacant. They stood motionless within the fire, letting it consume them, as if oblivious, as though it wasn't them being burned. Those behind stood silently, waiting for the ones ahead to be reduced to ashes before stepping forward in turn. It looked exactly like a crowd of frenzied cultists queuing up to self-immolate. No, that's exactly what they were. Everyone who witnessed the scene was horrified. Those manipulated by the eerie force were like fuel for the bonfire, adding themselves like human logs to stoke the flames higher. The fire crackled, and the scent of cooked meat wafted through the air. Drawing from past experience, everyone quickly averted their eyes, daring not to look further. Tiger Lord, what should we do? Tiger Yi, what should we do? The series of sudden changes within a short span left everyone feeling uneasy. Chen Hu's gaze grew solemn. It wasn't hard to guess that this transformation boded no good. That damned sense of eeriness grew even more intense, undoubtedly warning everyone that disaster was imminent. If fortune favors, it cannot be avoided. If calamity strikes, it cannot be escaped. After a moment of deliberation, Chen Hu decided to leave them be. He shook his head helplessly. There's nothing to be done. It's not that I want help, but I truly can't. Just keep watching them, and remember, don't stare at that wooden carving for too long. There was simply no way for him to intervene. That eerie power would ensnare anyone who got involved, leaving them with the same fate as those inside. Though he was a formidable evolver, he was powerless against it. Tiger Yi, they're looking this way, someone suddenly exclaimed. What? The crowd turned their gaze once more, and sure enough, the people by the bonfire were now facing them, staring intently. Those hollow eyes sent chills down everyone's spines. Not good. Fall back. Chen Hu at the front caught sight of something and urgently called out to the others. Though puzzled, the crowd followed Chen who as they retreated. But the Halloween group suddenly charged toward them, sending everyone into a panic as they scrambled to flee. Run! Holy crap! To the crowd, these people possessed by the eerie force were like plague gods. Touch one, and you'd be dead. What the hell? Fu Chun and his companions who had just arrived hadn't seen the commotion ahead, but instinctively flowed with the tide of retreating people. Chenggu, what's going on? Lu Qi and the others, bewildered, quickly asked. Don't worry about it. Just follow and run. Fu Chan ran alongside them, hearing the chaos up front and picturing the scene in his mind. Yet amid his fear, he felt a strange thrill. A word surfaced in his mind: battle royale. Fu Chan and his companions ran with the crowd, the screams behind them growing louder, stirring a conflicted turmoil in his thoughts. So exciting. Huh? Lu Qi and the other two were baffled by Fu Chen's words, but knowing the danger behind them, they could only run for their lives. Fortunately, most of these possessed plague gods were ordinary people unable to catch up to the evolvers. But not everyone present was an evolver. The majority were still common folk, and soon some began to be overtaken. Don't come near. Some Black Tiger gang members caught from behind fled in terror, swinging their machetes wildly behind them. Yet the moment they touched these plague gods, they too became one of them, joining the relentless pursuit of the crowd. The Black Tiger gang members lagging at the back witnessed this with equal horror. Seeing the evolvers far ahead, they could only grit their teeth and sprint with all their might. It was then that Lu Qi and the others finally saw what was behind them, a chill creeping up their spines. Thankfully, the plague gods weren't exceptionally fast, even slower than the zombies outside, moving at a normal human pace. So they couldn't catch up anytime soon. Help! Save me! A figure shot forward like lightning, and wherever it passed, people were infected. Holy shit! It's Zhong Tianxuan. Everyone run! Seeing Zhong Tianxuan charging at them, Fu Chen panicked, quickly hoisted the lagging Lu Qi and another companion, then dashed past the crowd to catch up with the evolvers ahead. Cheng Yaodong also accelerated immediately. Zhong Tianxuan soon overtook the crowd, his mutated leg propelling him like a grasshopper, leaping to close in on the evolvers ahead. Not good. The evolver at the back reacted too late, getting infected by the fast-approaching Zhong Tianxuan. The Black Tiger gang members stationed on the watchtower spotted the commotion. After a quick look, they didn't hesitate to draw their guns and fire at Zhong Tianxuan. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet struck Zhong Tianxuan, splattering a bloom of blood. But the shooter's face instantly stiffened, his eyes turning hollow like those of the plague gods. He had clearly been infected into one of them. With a clatter, the gun fell from the watchtower. Holy crap! Fire Ghost, who was about to strike, saw this and immediately extinguished his gathering flames, fleeing for his life. In an instant, the entire prison turned into a true battle royale. Those who couldn't outrun the horde behind them made a snap decision to dash into nearby buildings and lock the doors. Surrounded by the pursuing plague gods, they were safe for the moment, but trapped inside, death was only a matter of time, even if they weren't infected. Those who failed to find shelter were gifted with a new skin, the plague god, and then went on to gift it to others. Lu Qi and his companion, carried by Fu Chen, turned pale after witnessing it all, finally understanding what Fu Chen meant earlier by haunted. Holy shit, holy shit. Chen, go run faster. The fat guy, seeing Zhong Tianxuan about to catch up, shouted frantically. Fu Chen immediately widened the gap, a strange grin spreading across his face. He felt a surge of excitement, occasionally glancing back at the scene behind him. It was a stark contrast to his earlier nervous demeanor. Relax, relax, he won't catch us. Stop squirming or he'll drop you. Fu Chen's threat silenced the fat guy. Knowing Fu Chen's strength, he could probably leap several kilometers in a single bound. They felt reassured. After a frantic chase, they found themselves back at the playground. Chen, who stopped abruptly. Not good. We need to get out. Before his words faded, Yi Qingxian had already vaulted over the wall. He turned and led the evolvers toward the nearest enclosure. Raising a hand, he conjured stone pillars from the ground, forming a staircase, and stepped onto it first. Oh, for crying out loud. Fu Chen, who was about to smash through the wall, saw this and followed suit. The crowd climbed the pillars and leaped over the wall, after which the stone pillars collapsed, trapping the plague gods inside the prison. Phew, safe. Like hell. The fat guy yelped again. It turned out that Zhong Tianxuan had pursued them, leaping effortlessly over the 7-meter wall. Is this ever going to end? Scorpion Woman's face twisted with frustration. Were they determined to chase them to death? Among the Black Tiger gang, Zhong Tianxuan is the fastest. We can't outrun him. Yi Qingchuan's expression was grave. Then what do we do? Before the evolver could finish his question, he found everyone already turning to run again and panic set in. But just as they were about to flee further, something even more terrifying emerged. The eerie eyeball statue materialized before them, blocking their escape route. It glowed with a faint red light, suspended in midair as if lifted by some mysterious force. How? How is this possible? Chen, who couldn't believe it. Was this meant to annihilate the Black Tiger gang? The sight filled everyone with utter despair. How could this be? The Black Tiger gang members stared at the scene in utter despair. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, there was no escape from a speed-type opponent. The eerie wooden carving was even more unfathomable, hiding who knew what bizarre abilities. He'll fight you to the death. Unable to bear it, someone fired a gun directly at the eerie carving. In an instant, he transformed into one of those plague gods. The carving can't be attacked either. Chen, who shouted at the top of his lungs, then immediately burrowed into the ground and vanished without a trace. Damn, brother who ran. The others were stunned at the sight. Fu Chen sensed trouble. He hadn't expected the eerie carving to move on its own. Can't keep playing, or this will end badly. Seeing the situation turn sour, he decided to flee with his companions. Just then, that mysterious whisper echoed in his mind again. Perhaps due to proximity, the sensation was even more intense this time. Take it, take it. Fu Chen was alarmed. Though he sensed no threat from the carving, the eerie events he had witnessed made him wary of trying anything. That uncanny power would control anyone upon contact, defying all reason. Suddenly, the carving appeared before him, as if teleporting. Fu Chen's expression shifted and his feet instinctively exploded with force, launching him and the two others, Lu Qi and the fatty, into the air like cannonballs, hurtling backward and leaving a shattered crater in the ground. After all, he had no desire to share the fate of those who became the carving's puppets. Wang Hongliang, watching from the side, cried out in awe, "Take me with you." Cheng Yaodong's heart trembled at the sight, and his usually taciturn mouth finally managed a full sentence. "Brother Chen, I haven't gotten on board yet." Fu Chen, carrying the two, had already flown a kilometer through the air before realizing that Cheng Yaodong was still back there. But he was midair with no way to change course, and could only turn back after landing. He made several small, skillful leaps across the rooftops to slow down. Finally, he landed on a terrace, barely managing to protect the two from fatal impact. Even so, Lu Qi and the fatty felt as if their bodies were falling apart, their stomachs churning and heads spinning. After being set down, they couldn't even stand, feeling as though they were about to meet their ancestors. Fu Chen ignored them, and once sure they were safe, he immediately turned back. When he returned, he found everyone in a dazed state, eyes vacant and swaying unconsciously. Clearly, they had all been infected. Except for Black Tiger Gang leader Chen, who had escaped using his ability, everyone else, including Cheng Yaodong, had fallen under the control of that eerie power. Dongzi. Fu Chen was stunned. He had been gone for only a few breaths, and now the entire group was wiped out. Couldn't you at least have put up a fight? A chill ran down his spine. Damn. This is a disaster. He glared at the floating eyeball statue, frustration burning in his eyes. That damned thing had taken control of his most capable subordinate, and even the nearly recruited Yi Qingxian. This blatant poaching infuriated Fu Chen. How inhumane. What? It's not even human. I don't care. You blasted piece of expletive, expletive you into expletive. A string of profanities. Fu Chen let out a torrent of curses only to see everyone charge at him. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Distracted, Fu Chen returned to the terrace where Lu Qi and the fatty rushed up to him. "Brother Chen, where's Dongzi?" The fatty's heart sank when he saw Fu Chen alone. Fu Chen glanced at them, feeling a pang of guilt toward his underlings. He shook his head and sighed. Alas. How could this be? Lu Qi's eyes dimmed. Though Fu Chen didn't say it outright, they understood what it meant. Once controlled by that eerie power, a person was no longer themselves. By the time I got back, everyone was already taken. Controlling them all so quickly. Zhong Tianxuan alone couldn't have done it. I suspect that damn statue did something. Fu Chen felt helpless. This time he had truly messed up. If only he had moved them out first. Now, despite his immense power, he was daunted by such uncanny phenomena, even eager to avoid them. Brother Dong. The fatty couldn't accept it. They had already lost Li Wei, and now Dongzi was missing, possibly dead. Cheng Yaodong was the strongest among them after Fu Chen. They had come from school together, weathered the apocalypse, and sworn loyalty to Fu Chen, charging through zombie hordes. Though he had become taciturn due to his transformation, the fatty had always regarded him as an elder brother. His eyes glazed over as he stared toward the prison, unable to let go. There must be a way. At least Dongzi is still alive, right? Lu Qi looked at Fu Chen with determination. Perhaps. Fu Chen looked at the two dejected men and let out a helpless sigh. He had only 3 underlings in total, and now he had lost one, the strongest among them, who could protect Lu Qi and the others without his constant supervision. Now, with only Lu Qi and the fatty ordinary people unable to even defend themselves against a zombie horde, he would have to look after them. What kind of boss was he? It was all his fault for not taking them away first. What had he been thinking? Fu Chen was consumed by self-blame. But they were still his men, and he couldn't abandon them. In a word, frustrating. He leaned against the terrace railing and sat down, gazing up at the starry sky. The countless twinkling stars should have been a soothing sight, but they failed to ease the turmoil in his heart. Damn that accursed statue. Fu Chen tried to comfort himself, hoping to forget that it was his own indecisiveness that had caused this. Boom. Fu Chen smashed the concrete railing beside him with a single punch. The deafening sound was especially jarring in the silent night. Soon it attracted scattered zombies nearby. Fu Chen stared blankly at the shattered railing, then at his own fist. A spark of inspiration lit up his eyes, and he suddenly stood up, a gleam of insight flashing within. Maybe there's still hope. Lu Qi and the fatty turned to him, their faces lighting up with surprise. In unison they asked, "Really?" "Of course. When have I ever lied to you?" Fu Chen grinned as he recalled the unique property of his equipment slot. Perhaps it could resist that uncanny power. As long as he had equipment, any external damage would first affect that item. Just like the dumbbell he had tested in the rental apartment. When he equipped the dumbbell and punched the floor, he felt no pain at all. The recoil was first absorbed by the dumbbell. As long as the damage didn't exceed the equipment's limit, it wouldn't affect Fu Chen himself. Only the excess damage would directly impact his body. According to his theory, he was now shielded by over 200,000 zombies. As long as those 20,000 bodies weren't breached, he should be safe. Probably. Unfortunately, most of the corpses he had equipped were headless, with only the first few still intact. But that didn't mean his head was the weakest point. It was just a concept. If needed, he could even treat a corpses, but as its head. The effect of these equipments could manifest anywhere on his body. Grr. The earlier noise soon attracted nearby zombies, though they failed to spot the 3 on the rooftop, instinctively searching the area. "Stay here. He'll be right back." Before his words faded, Fu Chen had vanished from the rooftop, taking the gathered zombies with him. With swift leaps, Fu Chen soon returned to the vicinity of the Black Tiger Gang's stronghold. Finding no trace of them there, he assumed they had gone back inside. Fu Chen vaulted onto a watchtower and saw the campfire still burning below, with the eerie wooden carving lying conspicuously within it. Quite the comfort they're enjoying. Fu Chen scanned the surroundings and noticed that those plague gods were absent, likely seeking others elsewhere. After all, many had hidden inside the buildings earlier, and since this place was once a prison, the doors and windows were exceptionally sturdy, making it no easy task to root them out. However, with evolvers like Cheng Yaodong on the prowl, it was only a matter of time before they were flushed out. A perfect chance. With the puppets gone from around the wooden carving, it saved him a great deal of trouble. But what if his guess was wrong? Wouldn't he be walking into a trap? Fu Chen hesitated once more on the brink of action. Was risking his life for a mere underling truly worth it? With his golden finger, he was destined for greatness. After an inner struggle, a sudden realization struck him with alarm. He noticed he had been staring at the wooden carving for quite a while, now seemingly unharmed. A bold idea surfaced, and driven by a surge of recklessness, he decided to give it a try. After all, if such bizarre phenomena could appear now, they were bound to cross his path again. A true man standing between heaven and earth. How could he cower before such demonic evils? Without further hesitation, Fu Chen leaped from the watchtower and charged toward the eerie wooden carving. He was gambling, betting that his golden finger would shield him, that its sinister power couldn't breach his 200,000-strong protective umbrella in an instant. This reckless gamble might cost him his meteoric rise, but he no longer cared. To vanquish the elusive, perhaps non-existent inner demon, this Chenibu youth resolved to stand firm. As he neared the carving, the familiar call echoed in his mind once more, "Claim it." This time Fu Chen did not resist. Since he had already charged this far, there was no room for regret. His gaze grew resolute, and he burst into laughter. "Ha ha, as you wish. Let me see what malevolent spirit dares to wreak havoc upon the masses." With lightning speed, he reached out and seized the eerie eye-shaped wooden carving. Safe after all. Overjoyed, he tightened his grip without a moment's pause, intent on crushing it to pieces. He even coined a move name for himself, Fiend. He'll make you show your true form. Crushing carving claw. Torrents of power converged in his right hand. Under his full force eruption, the carving crackled and groaned, then burst apart in a violent explosion. Splinters flew like fireworks. What? Fu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. In his hand remained a single eyeball, no longer the wooden one. It was a lifelike organic eye. What he had shattered was merely its wooden cage. Now freed by Fu Chen's own hand, it had been unsealed. Instantly, a terrifying aura swept through the entire prison. The temperature plummeted and fierce winds howled, as if heralding the arrival of some great entity. An eerie shriek seemed to emanate from the eye, piercing the night sky. Fu Chen was filled with despair. He poured all his strength into it, yet could not harm the eye in the slightest. The power of over 200,000 zombies, equivalent to the might of more than 600,000 men combined, proved futile against this mere eyeball. What kind of being did this eye belong to? Was some great power playing a joke on him? How many days had it been since the apocalypse began? And now this kind of boss appears. Could he quit the game now? Feeling the irresistible force in his hand, he burned with resentment. He had only just obtained his golden finger only to meet his end here. My fate is sealed. Just then a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Meme fragment detected. Absorb. Huh. Fu Chen froze. Had he just heard something? Sensing his confusion, the voice sounded again. Ding. Meme fragment detected. Absorb. This time Fu Chen heard it clearly and was overjoyed. Had the equipment system finally intervened? He didn't dare hesitate and quickly answered. Yes, 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 yes. Ding. Absorbing. Absorption complete. In an instant, the mysterious eye in his hand struggled only briefly before vanishing. Fu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Ding. Congratulations, host, for absorbing the meme fragment. You have gained 2 equipment slots and unlocked a new function. Check details for more. Fu Chen was ecstatic and quickly opened his panel to check. Host name Fu Chen, race human, height 176 centimeters, comprehensive physique evaluation, outstanding special abilities, level 1 strength boost 214283, level 1 speed boost 214283, level 2 night vision 214283, level 1 corpse body 214283, equipment slots 23. Infected corpse 214283, no equipment node equipment slot functions 1. Can equip any object without resistance, grants all functions and effects of that object. 2. Can adjust or disable the intensity of any equipment function or effect, with the upper limit being the maximum effect of that equipment. 3. Same type of equipment can be stacked. Stacking limit. 4. Equipment can be projected into reality to fulfill its intended role. Wear and tear or changes to the projection do not affect the equipment itself. The projected equipment will temporarily disable its effects on the host until the projection is cancelled. New 5. Equipment can be granted and reclaimed. 1 equipment in the slots can be granted to any object, allowing it to gain the same effects. 2. Each granted unit defaults to having 1 equipment slot. 3. Granted units cannot perceive the existence of the equipment slot, nor can they equip or unequip items within it. And 4. Granted units cannot disable or enable the functions of their equipped items. 5. Granted equipment can be uninstalled and reclaimed at any time. After reading the new function description, Fu Chen was both thrilled and shaken. His recklessness had nearly cost him everything. If not for his formidable equipment slots, he would have been finished. He'll study the new function later. Without lingering, Fu Chen dashed toward the dormitory block prison cells of the Black Tiger Gang members. At the entrance, he found the iron door already smashed. It was obvious the evolvers had done it, including special evolvers like Cheng Yaodong. The defenses here were no match for their advance. Passing through the breached iron door, he entered the dormitory corridor and discovered that the previously controlled people had all collapsed, likely due to the disappearance of the eerie eye. He quickly knelt to check them and found most were still breathing, much to his relief. Then he searched room by room for Cheng Yaodong. Before long, Fu Chen returned to the rooftop where Lu Qi and the others were carrying 2 figures. Brother Dong. Lu Qi and Fatty were overjoyed to see Fu Chen back, and that he had indeed brought Cheng Yaodong. Is Brother Dong okay? Seeing him unconscious, they grew worried. Relax, your big bro here handled it. He's just unconscious. He'll be fine after a good sleep. Fu Chen put on a reassuring front, but inwardly he was uncertain. He had no idea if those tainted by such sinister forces would suffer lasting effects. After all, he wasn't a doctor. He could only roughly tell they were still alive. Still, after that reckless move, he felt a strange sense of relief. Something within him seemed to have grown more stable. It's fine, thank you, Brother Chen. Lu Qi and Fatty immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, don't mention it. Fu Chen waved his hand at them, looking utterly nonchalant. At this moment, Lu Qi and the other also noticed the person who had been brought back. Her arms were in the form of mutated vines, such an obvious feature that they naturally knew who she was. Yi Qingxian. Brother Chen, why did you bring her back? I heard from the Black Tiger gang that she's crazy. Crazy? I think she seems perfectly normal. Fu Chen said in confusion. We're not sure either, we just heard it from others. It must be some nickname those Black Tiger gang people gave her, can't be taken seriously. Fu Chen paid it no mind. Oh, but Brother Chen, why did you bring her back? Don't tell me you're thinking. Fatty's eyes widened as he spoke. Hearing this, Lu Qi looked at Fu Chen with a strange expression. To be fair, this Yi Qingxian was quite good-looking, and her figure was amazing. Apart from those vine hands, there was hardly anything to fault. The two exchanged knowing glances, squinting and nodding at Fu Chen while letting out a "oh." Fu Chen's face darkened, and he slapped Fatty on the head. "Oh, your mother's head, oh, oh, oh." Fatty winced in pain, clutching his head and rubbing it vigorously. "She's my prospective underling. She agreed that if I defeat her, she'll become my subordinate. With my strength, do you think I can't beat her? I see, no wonder I saw Brother Chen whispering with her in the meeting room. I thought she was someone you knew from before." Lu Qi showed a look of sudden realization. "Enough of that. Let me ask you, do you want to become evolvers?" Fu Chen looked at them mysteriously. He wanted to try out the endowment function. According to its description, it could endow equipment onto any object, which should include people. If it worked, he could just give them 1,000 or so zombie corpses, and then he wouldn't have to worry about their safety. And with such power, they could help him kill zombies. He would just sit back and wait for the corpses to come to him. Become an evolver. Of course I wanna. I'd go through fire and water for you, Brother Chen. Fatty answered without a moment's hesitation. Brother Chen, do you have a way to make us evolvers? Don't tell me we have to get infected with the virus. We might not survive that. Lu Qi said uneasily. Don't worry, of course I'm not going to have you infected with any virus. As long as I wanna, I can make you evolvers with a single thought. Do you believe me? Fu Chen looked like he was luring a child. Make us evolvers with a single thought. Lu Qi looked at Fu Chen suspiciously, not quite understanding what the big shot was up to now. But Fatty beside him immediately replied, I believe you, I believe you. Brother Chen, please make me an evolver now. Fu Chen looked at the sincere Fatty quite satisfied, but still asked, oh, why? Don't you have even a shred of doubt? Doubt that I'm messing with you? I believe Brother Chen wouldn't lie to us. And I don't want to be a burden anymore. I don't want to hide behind Brother Dong either. I want to fight zombies fair and square. Fatty said with firm resolve. Lu Qi looked at him in surprise. Was this the same cowardly Fatty from before? Not bad, not bad. You've got the right attitude. How could your Brother Chen lie? I never lie. Then Brother Chen what? What do I need to do? Don't move. Fu Chen stood before Fatty, raised his hand, and placed it on Fatty's head as the latter stared blankly. He muttered under his breath, this sovereign. Hey, you're too tall, lower a bit. Fatty was about the same height as him, and he felt it looked awkward standing with his hand raised like that, lacking in style. Seeing this, Fatty simply knelt on one knee. That's much better. Ahem. Fu Chen cleared his throat and began his incantation again with a serious face. Wu Hao. This sovereign now bestows upon you cultivation, aiding your evolution. Watch closely. Fu Chen closed his eyes, muttered an unintelligible incantation, then shook his arm, withdrew his power, pressed his hands down, and assumed a posture of sinking his chi into his dantian. Lu Qi watched dumbfounded. There were no special effects, no fluctuations in aura. He just saw Fu Chen put his hand on Fatty's head, chant some incomprehensible incantation, and then withdraw his hand. That's it. And then, Lu Qi was full of question marks. He carefully examined Fatty, who was still kneeling on one knee, and found no change. Was it really just a joke? Fu Chen's lips curled upward. It was a success. A status window for Fatty appeared before his eyes. Host name Wu Hao, race human, height 175 centimeters, comprehensive physique evaluation, unremarkable special abilities, level 1 strength amplification, x 1000, level 1 speed amplification, x 1000, level 2 night vision, x 1000, level 1 corpse body, x 1000, endowment slot 01. Infected corpse, x 1000. At this moment, Fatty's eyes were wide open as he felt the sudden surge of immense power within him, his face full of disbelief. An immortal touched my crown, binding my hair and granting me eternal life. Holy crap. Brother Chen, you're incredible. Fatty exclaimed in shock. How about it? Didn't I lie to you? Fu Chen put on an air of inscrutability. Fatty was extremely excited and nodded quickly. You didn't lie, you didn't lie? Brother Chen didn't lie to me. I really became an evolver. I feel like I can pin down Brother Dong with one hand now. Lu Qi was a bit speechless. These two were still putting on an act. Until he saw Fatty break off a piece of the concrete railing and throw it far away. He was instantly dumbfounded. Thighs, you really became an evolver. Really? Fatty nodded sincerely. Receiving confirmation, Lu Qi's eyes lit up as he looked at Fu Chen. Brother Chen, I wanted to. He immediately knelt on one knee, staring at Fu Chen with anticipation. Hee, no problem, no problem. Fu Chun patted his shoulder and also transferred 1,000 to him. Huh, no need to touch my head. Seeing Fu Chun heading for the stairwell, Lu Qi was puzzled, but he soon noticed the problem. A vast power abruptly appeared within his body, filling him with joy. I've become an evolver too. Watching the excited pair, Fu Chun smiled and said, all right, first come and carry the two of them into the rooms. Don't leave them out here in the wind. The two quickly complied, carrying Cheng Yaodong and Yi Qingxian downstairs and finding 2 rooms to lay them on the beds. Fatty, do you think we can beat Brother Dong now? Feeling the immense power within him, Fatty said confidently, of course we can. I feel terrifyingly strong right now. Ha. Fu Chen's voice came through. Now that you're both evolvers, from now on you'll be responsible for killing zombies. This sovereign's transmission of power was extremely draining. I need to replenish myself. No problem at all. Some small fries aren't worth your attention, Brother Chen. The two agreed, thumping their chests. If they haven't woken up by daybreak, well, continue on. You two will be responsible for carrying them. Oh, and our car is still at the Black Tiger Gang's place. Go and drive it back. In the early morning of the next day, Yi Qingxuan, lying on the bed, slowly awoke to find herself in an unfamiliar room. She sprang up instantly, assuming a combat stance. Her hands transformed into countless vines, filling the entire room. Hearing the commotion, Lu Qi approached the door and opened it without knocking. Several vines shot out from the room, binding him tightly on the spot. It's me. I'm one of you. Lu Qi hurriedly shouted. His plea only made the vines constrict tighter. Hey, stop. I really am on your side. Yi Qingxuan's gaze remained sharp and vigilant. She had never heard this unfamiliar voice before. Feeling the vines tightening around him, Lu Qi had no choice but to exert force and snap them apart. Yi Qingxian was startled. He was a formidable opponent. But upon seeing Lu Qi's face, she froze instantly. Are you one of Fu Chen's men? It was obvious. Lu Qi's police uniform had drawn attention back at the Black Tiger Gang's base, and she recognized it. Yes, I'm Lu Qi, under Brother Chen's command. Hearing this, Yi Qingxian retracted her ability. Where is Fu Chun? Lu Qi straightened his clothes and led her outside. She saw Fu Chun directing Fatty to move supplies, with Cheng Yaodong also helping out. He had woken up earlier than Yi Qingxuan sometime in the dead of night. Perfect timing. We can set off now. Seeing Yi Qingxian awake, Fu Chun called everyone to get in the car. Set off? Where to? And why should I go with you? Yi Qingxian asked, puzzled. Would you rather go back to the Black Tiger Gang? That Chen who has already fled. Fu Chen stated matter-of-factly. His words jogged Yi Qingxuan's memory. They had been pursued by that eerie statue, and in the end it seemed everyone had been controlled. What really happened? Weren't we all? Yi Qingxian looked bewildered. Fu Chun then gave her a simplified account of last night's events, and she began to understand. So you saved me, Mum. Yi Qingxian was puzzled. That strange power seemed utterly unstoppable. How had Fu Chun managed it? Still, she said, well, thank you. With that, she turned to leave. Fu Chun was dumbfounded. Why was she leaving? He called out, hey, where are you going? Didn't you promise to be my underling? Are you backing out on your word? Yi Qingxian paused and turned back, smiling. That's right, I agreed, but only if you can defeat me. Fu Chun slapped his forehead. Right, he had forgotten about that. They hadn't fought yet. What? Do you want to fight now? Yi Qingxian asked with a slight smile. Fight. Let's do it now. All right then. A hint of mirth sparkled in Yi Qingxuan's eyes. She wanted to test this man who had escaped the fire ghost unscathed. The two stood in the middle of the road as Lu Qi and the others cleared away some debris. Fu Chen smiled casually and beckoned to Yi Qingxian. You make the first move. Don't say I'm bullying you. We'll fight you with one hand. He put one hand behind his back, striking a heroic pose. Yi Qingxuan's face darkened at his words. What do you mean by that? Are you humiliating me? Feeling her icy glare, Fu Chun shuddered, inwardly sensing trouble. What's going on? Why is she angry? Is it some kind of martial artist's pride? Did I break a taboo by offering one hand? He figured it was likely. With his strength, offering a hand made no difference. So he quickly waved his hands and forced a smile. No, just kidding. Let's fight fair and square. However, he secretly disabled most of his power, afraid of accidentally killing her. But the strength he retained should still overwhelm an evolver. If not, he could always unleash his full potential. He casually assumed a starting stance and announced, Fu family fist Fu Chun. Seeing this, Yi Qingxuan's expression softened, and she mirrored his stance. Flowing shadows sect Yi Qingxian. Lu Qi and the others, meanwhile, had somehow produced a handful of melon seeds and were watching from the sidelines. Flowing shadow sect. What school is that? Fatty asked, cracking a seed. No idea. I've only heard of Kongtong Wudong Ame and the like. But I know Brother Chen just made that up. He was claiming to use Wing Chun before. As they spoke, Yi Qingxian launched a probing attack. With a flicker of movement, she appeared before Fu Chun and delivered a spinning back kick aimed at his face. Enhanced by her evolver physique, the kick shot toward him like lightning. The kick carried immense force. If it struck an ordinary person's face, it would surely shatter it. But Fu Chun, relying on his terrifying reflexes, leaned back to dodge and immediately countered with a straight punch. Yi Qingxian didn't meet it. She sidestepped and followed up with a roundhouse kick to his temple. When he dodged, she swiftly landed a second kick, pivoting into a spinning back strike. Fu Chun evaded each attack. Though her strength couldn't harm him, he chose not to endure it, instead savoring the experience of a martial arts duel, gracefully avoiding her strikes. His dodges flowed smoothly, but lacked any formal technique, yet he reveled in the moment. Yi Qingqian's movements were fierce, her attacks raining down on Fu Chun. She feigned with her fists while striking with her feet, aiming high while striking low, giving her opponent no chance to react and forcing Fu Chun to retreat step by step. So strong. Lu Qi and the others watched in awe. As Fu Chun continued to evade her attacks, her excitement grew, and she no longer held back. Her arms transformed into vines that shot out as she punched. Caught off guard by her sudden use of her ability, Fu Chun found himself wrapped around the waist by the fast-moving vines. Yi Qingxian seized the moment, stepping forward to kick at his face, her high heel stabbing like a blade. Whoa! Fu Chun quickly crossed his arms to block. A sharp crack rang out. Her high heel didn't pierce his skin, but snapped instead. It broke on its own. Yi Qingxian said nothing and simply took off her shoes. Continue. With that, she lunged forward again, vines shooting from her hands. This time, Fu Chun was ready. He sidestepped and threw a simple hook punch at her face. Before the punch landed, the force of the wind hit her face. Startled, Yi Qingxian quickly bent her arms to block. But she underestimated Fu Chun's strength and was sent flying several meters. Fortunately, he hadn't used much force. She spun twice in the air, touched down with one hand, and flipped backward to land gracefully. Her clean movements impressed the onlookers. Fatty remarked, "This Yi Qingxian is no joke. She seems to know martial arts." Lu Qi added, "Obviously she's got some skill. If it were us, we'd just be flailing wild punches." Chen Yaodong nodded in agreement. None of them noticed that when she touched the ground, she had left behind a few inconspicuous seeds. Again, Yi Qingqian's face was alight with excitement. Vines extended from her arms, which soon resembled two whips. She lunged at Fu Chun once more, her body twisting as the vine whips in her hands whistled through the air, tracing intricate patterns that dazzled the onlookers. Fu Chun watched her masterful technique with curiosity, envisioning himself possessing such agility. Then, caught off guard, he was struck on the shoulder by a reverse five-flower whip from Yi Qingxian. A sharp crack rang out, yet it had no effect on Fu Chun. He quickly recovered and retreated. Although the whip caused him no harm or pain, he continued to respond with his crude footwork, attempting to realize the martial arts moves he had once fantasized about. Who doesn't harbor a martial arts dream? Seeing him create distance, Yi Qingxian twirled the vine whip above her head, executing a winding maneuver before snapping it forward like an arrow. The whip lashed toward Fu Chun like lightning. Unable to dodge, he took the hit squarely. Another crisp slap echoed, striking true. SSS. Fu Chun let out a convincing cry of pain. Yi Qingxian pressed her advantage, her whip growing swifter and more cunning. Fu Chun's vision blurred, and he could no longer discern her attacks. The scene devolved into a one-sided beating. The sharp cracks of the whip rang out repeatedly as Lu Qi and the other two watched with rapt attention, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds. A sight like Brother Chen getting thrashed is rare. Gotta record this. Fatty quickly pulled out his phone to film. Though the power grid had collapsed by the 7th day of the apocalypse, their vehicle could still charge devices, and they had also scavenged a diesel generator, though it had yet to be used. Back to the matter at hand. As Yi Qingqian's vine whip continued to rain down on him, Fu Chun gradually discerned patterns and began evading several strikes. After dodging a direct whip, Fu Chun closed in on Yi Qingxian and threw a hook punch aimed at her abdomen. The blow was swift and fierce. If it landed, even Chen Yaodong would be brought down. This force was only a fraction of Fu Chen's true power. As the lightning-fast punch hurtled toward her, Yi Qingxian barely evaded it with an odd twist of her body. Fu Chun continued his close-quarters assault, but Yi Qingxian dodged each strike by the narrowest of margins. Her body seemed boneless, contorting into angles impossible for ordinary people. Soon Fu Chun was ensnared by countless vines, immobilized. Aware that her whips were ineffective against him, Yi Qingxian began using the vines to constrict him. Fu Chun strained to break free from the vines binding him, but more surged forth, thicker, sturdier, and bristling with thorns. These are my venomous vines. Their thorns carry a deadly poison that will turn you into a tree corpse. If you surrender now, they'll release you. Seeing Fu Chun restrained, Yi Qingxian explained. Surrender? Fu Chun thought to himself that he hadn't even used 1,000th of his strength. How could he give up? Bring it on. With that, he snapped the vines apart. The poisonous thorns couldn't even pierce his defense, crushed under the sheer pressure. Yi Qingxian's eyes narrowed. Even Chun, who couldn't break free from these vines so easily, she hadn't expected Fu Chun to possess such strength. As he advanced, she hastily retreated, then plunged her hands into the ground. The seeds she had deliberately scattered earlier now sprouted into vines that shot toward Fu Chun. Charging forward, Fu Chun was once again entangled by vines erupting from the earth. Each time he tore them apart with brute force, more surged forth, tightening around him until he snapped them again. The cycle seemed endless, locking them in a stalemate. Damn it, will this ever end? Fu Chun was thoroughly annoyed, like being endlessly crowd-controlled in a game. Just when he felt a glimmer of hope to land a hit, he would be trapped again. Yi Qingxian too wore a grim expression. Her full-powered ability couldn't even scratch him. After 10 minutes of this deadlock, Fu Chun had had enough. To hell with the martial arts dream. He unleashed his full strength, shattering the surrounding vines into fragments that flew like shrapnel. Before Yi Qingxian could react, Fu Chun had already appeared behind her, moving with the speed of a teleport. What? When she came to her senses, Fu Chun's grim face loomed before her, his fist magnifying in her vision. Her pupils constricted as an overwhelming force like a tidal wave swept over her, darkening the heavens and the earth. She knew that if this punch landed, only one word would describe her fate: death. Fortunately, Fu Chun pulled back at the last moment, stopping his fist mere inches from her face. But the power Fu Chun had unlocked was terrifying. Even without any external energy or martial techniques, the sheer force of his punch sent her hair and clothes whipping violently backward. The shockwave even pushed her back a few steps, causing her to stagger. The blast of air struck her face with such force that even she, a special evolved being, felt pain. It was unthinkable what would happen if the punch had actually landed. Fortunately, without special abilities, it was difficult to compress air into a destructive current like in movies. Fu Chun slowly withdrew his fist. Seeing Yi Qingxian frozen in place, he waved a hand before her eyes. Are you okay? I kind of lost control there. Want to continue? He scratched his head sheepishly. Yi Qingxian snapped out of her daze and stared at him intently for a long moment. Then, taking a deep breath, she snorted coldly and walked toward the car without looking back, climbing in. She left only one word: I lost. Huh. No more fighting. Fu Chun was at a loss. He hadn't had his fill. Yi Qingxian shot him a glare, turned away, and said nothing more. Seeing that she ignored him, Fu Chun said no more and urged everyone to get in the car and set off. They needed to clear the zombies in H City quickly. Last night they had learned online that official rescue teams were already active there. Lucci, drive, go, go, go. If they didn't hurry, the zombies would be killed off by others. Fu Chun gained another follower. In the second month of the apocalypse, countless zombies mutated, growing stronger and evolving various formidable abilities, posing a renewed threat to humanity. Previously, as long as a military force of sufficient scale established an impassable firing line in the city's narrow streets, they could easily eliminate any zombie horde. But with the emergence of mutant zombies, clearing them became increasingly difficult. Most pre-apocalypse weapons proved ineffective against these mutated creatures, useful only against ordinary zombies, but little more than clubs against the evolved ones. While new weapons were still under development, various evolved individuals had already become the dominant force in this post-apocalyptic world. Like the zombies, they grew more powerful over time, and their status rose accordingly. At the same time, the zombies seemed to develop intelligence, banding together in groups, led by mutant variants. Encountering them meant facing an organized horde. This forced rescue teams to reorganize their scale and include evolved individuals for support. Ah, the zombies are coming. Run! Countless survivors in a state of panic squeezed into a building. Behind them were hundreds of fully armed soldiers forming defensive lines, with various firearms pouring bullets into the surging horde of zombies. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Countless bullets formed an insurmountable web of fire. The zombies at the forefront had their limbs shattered by large-caliber rounds collapsing to the ground, only to be replaced by more of their kind charging relentlessly toward the crowd. Most of the fallen zombies were not struck in vital spots, but before they could rise again, they were trampled underfoot by their oncoming brethren. An endless tide of zombies surged forward like a flood, slowly closing in despite the soldiers' withering fire. Hurry! First row, fall back. The rest provide cover and retreat in order. Seeing the horde draw near, the commander made a swift decision, ordering his soldiers to enter the building one by one to set up defenses, hoping to use the narrow space to halt the zombies' advance. Soon this ordinary pre-apocalypse building was transformed into a fortress. Machine guns were set up at windows on every floor, spitting tongues of flame to cover the retreat of their comrades outside. But the zombies were too numerous, and among them were countless mutated ones that leaped over the horde to charge at the people. Some were like tanks charging directly through the hail of bullets. Large caliber rounds struck their steel-hard skin, sending up spurts of blood, yet they advanced like solitary boats battling against the current. Though they eventually fell, they bought precious time for the zombies behind them. Others were like swift hunters, moving like lightning, weaving through the storm of bullets unscathed. They closed in on soldiers who hadn't yet retreated, their sharp claws piercing through one soldier after another before leaving behind an afterimage to pounce on the next. They were like phantoms. Some were like soul reapers, shooting out long entrails from a distance to drag soldiers about to enter the building back into the horde where they were devoured by the zombies. Casualties mounted instantly. Oh, hurry, retreat. The zombie horde quickly reached the base of the building, pouring in through the entrance one after another, only to be mowed down by the pre-positioned firepower inside. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Countless bullets converged, shredding the zombies that charged in, while also riddling the walls around the entrance with holes until they crumbled and widened, allowing even more of the horde to flood inside. Fortunately, the ground floor of this building had few windows. Only two in the front, one large and one small. Though both were sizable, anyone entering through them would still have to exit through the main door, as the rooms on either side had doors near the entrance. Beyond that lay a narrow corridor leading to the main hall. As long as this single entry point was held, the zombies' advance could be blocked. This is Rescue Team H031. Rescue Team H031. We are under attack by a massive zombie horde. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. The radio man urgently contacted headquarters, pleading for aid. Chen stared at the seemingly endless sea of zombies outside, his brow deeply furrowed. Once again, he was forced into a building. After the mass mutation of zombies, he had found himself in such perilous situations many times, each time relying on holing up in a building to hold out until reinforcements arrived. He had formed this habit. A horde of this scale, at least over 100,000 strong, was far more than their 100-man squad could handle. A seemingly endless wave of zombies surged forward, quickly surrounding the building in an impenetrable mass. They climbed over the bodies of their fallen comrades, forming human ladders to ascend to higher floors. The second floor was the first to be breached. The machine guns at some windows couldn't suppress the horde's onslaught, and zombies broke through the line. Chen hastily pulled the remaining men back from the second floor, concentrating all defenses at the stairwells and corridors. Chen himself manned a machine gun, pouring ammunition into the zombies as they poured in, and asked his adjutant, "How much longer can our ammo hold out?" "Commander, our ammunition is running low. Most of it is still on the vehicles outside. We only managed to bring a portion inside." "I'm asking how much longer?" he roared. The adjutant hesitated, then said, "About 10 minutes. Hearing this, Chen's brow furrowed even tighter. 10 minutes. 10 minutes wouldn't be enough for reinforcements to arrive. Have the evolvers come up to hold off those climbing in through the windows. Leave 2 machine guns to guard the stairwell, and send the rest downstairs to help." Chen ordered. "Yes, sir." The survivors huddled on the 3rd floor, listening to the ceaseless roar of gunfire and the endless howls of the zombies outside, cowered together in fear and unease. "Too many. There's no way to kill them all," someone screamed in terror. "What bad luck. Should have stayed home. I had enough food to last months." "You said it. I thought hooking up with the rescue team would mean safety, but now it looks like we're all going to die here." Just then Chen came up and shouted to the survivors, "Everyone get up. We need some hands to move things. You've been temporarily conscripted." As soon as he spoke, the crowd erupted in uproar. "What? You want us to be laborers?" "I'm starving to death." "How am I supposed to work?" someone else questioned. "You've got so many men, why do you need us? You're not planning to use us as zombie bait, are you?" Hearing they might be sent to face the zombies, the others grew even more reluctant, shouting in protest. "No way. Absolutely not. We won't go. You're the soldiers, it's your job to stop the zombies. You have to handle it yourselves." Bang! Chen fired a shot into the ceiling. "Everyone quiet. No one's asking you to fight the zombies. I just need you to move some furniture from upstairs downstairs to use as barricades. If you don't want to die, you'd better hurry up. Otherwise, if the zombies get in, well, all die together." Chen was practically shouting. Hearing they weren't being sent to the front line, the survivors breathed a sigh of relief. A few had already started moving nearby items. But there were still dissenters. "I don't believe you. Why can't your men do it? We're too weak from hunger to work. You're probably lying to us. Once we go down, we'll have no choice. I'm not going. Anyone who wants to can go, but not me. Yeah. Whoever wants to go ahead, someone chimed in. The rest of the survivors hesitated again, and only a handful helped a few soldiers carry things downstairs. Chen glared at the man, veins bulging with rage. He was tempted to draw his gun and shoot him on the spot. At the rear of the massive horde of zombies, several vehicles approached and stopped about 100 meters away. 12 people emerged from the cars, an equal number of men and women. The sound of their engines drew the horde's attention. They even took out a loudspeaker and played a piece of music. You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Let me keep you here with my heart. Stay. The rhythmic music echoed through the air, and soon the dense swarm of zombies surged toward them. Without a moment's hesitation, these people charged back at the horde like a few ants rushing into a raging tide. In an instant, the colossal wave swallowed them whole. A few breaths later, their figures re-emerged from the surface, stepping over the sea of corpses as they pressed forward. With swift, powerful movements, each of them wielded various weapons, mercilessly reaping the lives of the zombies in the horde. They seemed battle-hardened, each strike shattering a zombie's skull without any wasted motion. Thus, these 12 individuals were like tigers among sheep, turning the tables and hunting the zombies instead. Within the horde, a peculiar female zombie stood out, surrounded by numerous mutated zombies, as if she were their queen. Her body was wrapped in bandages, and a faint aura emanated from her, blurring the things around her. She soon noticed the commotion and looked at the 12 people slaughtering her minions. Tilting her head as if in thought, she couldn't understand why anyone would dare to charge into her horde. Usually it was they who chased others. But soon anger flared. She let out an eerie shriek to the sky. The mutated zombies around her, as if receiving orders, all charged toward the 12 who were butchering the horde. Muscular zombies rushed forward, relying on their immense strength to bulldoze through the crowd, sending ordinary zombies flying to the sides. Upon reaching close range, one swept aside the zombies in its path, hurling them away with tremendous force. Instead of pouncing and biting like common zombies, they swung their fists at the group. Their massive fists carried terrifying power, as if capable of crushing everything. A fist struck one of the people, producing a dull thud. Yet that person continued killing the zombies before them, seemingly oblivious to the attack. Just as the muscular zombie hesitated in confusion, that person finished off a few zombies ahead, turned back, and delivered a hammer blow. Its head exploded instantly, no different from an ordinary zombie, instantly slain. The same happened to the other 11. The arrival of these mutated zombies caused them little trouble. Just 12 people weaved through the horde, leaving a trail of destruction wherever they passed. In just 10 minutes, they had killed over 10,000 zombies, averaging 2 per second per person. The horde kept surging forward, utterly devoid of fear. Inside a building ahead of the zombie tide, the soldiers of rescue team H-031 had nearly exhausted their ammunition, with only a few rifles still firing. Most soldiers had already fixed bayonets and engaged in close combat, with the zombies flooding in. Some shouted to bolster their courage. Facing the oncoming zombies, fear gripped their hearts, but none retreated. They understood that fear solved nothing. This was a fight to the death. No surrender, no negotiation. They had no way out but to fight. Fight they must. Relying on the debris piled at the intersection, they battled the zombies trying to crawl over. All of Squad 1 retreat. Chen shouted from the second floor, gripping a rope. Several soldiers beside him did the same, with more people behind them. The rope extended from the second floor to the first floor hall. The stairs leading to the second floor had been blocked with debris, so those below could only ascend via the rope. Some quickly reacted, sprinting over to grab the rope and being hauled up by those above. But others were still locked in combat with zombies. Without their comrades' help, the horde soon breached their defenses, pouring in. It was too late for these to escape. Roaring in fury, they continued fighting, gritting their teeth and striking at the lunging zombies. The veins on their necks bulged red with strain, a testament to their defiance. A soldier plunged his bayonet into a zombie's chest, only to be tackled to the ground. Man and zombie lay on the floor, glaring at each other. The zombie snarled, with its gaping maw lunging to bite, while the soldier bared his teeth and roared back. Neither yielded. If the zombie bit his shoulder, he bit its neck, each determined not to be outdone. Others were pinned down by several zombies, devoured alive, with only an arm still flailing, striking at zombie heads, though the blows were too weak to cause harm. Despite their fierce resistance, the disparity in numbers and strength was overwhelming. Even trading one life for one zombie proved futile. In an instant, the soldiers on the first floor were engulfed by the horde. Some didn't even have time to react before being overwhelmed, letting out a single scream before being consumed. Within mere breaths, a living person vanished, leaving only bloodstains and bone fragments. They didn't even get the chance to become zombies. Feasting zombies gnawing on leftover limbs, then surged toward the upper floors. Watching this, the soldiers on the second floor had bloodshot eyes, their rage palpable. Yet there was little grief or regret, only blazing fury. Damn it! Someone yelled, dropping the rope. The first floor is lost. Everyone, to the rooftop. Chen bellowed. He made a swift decision, ordering all defenses on other floors to be abandoned, concentrating everyone on the roof to hold the stairwell door. The zombies on the first floor were blocked by debris and shouldn't get up soon, but zombies kept climbing to the second floor, only held back by some evolvers. Fortunately, the number of zombies climbing up via human ladders was limited, and these ordinary evolvers could handle them. The survivors had already been moved to the rooftop by Chen, who feared they might cause trouble. If they were only transferred now, everyone might be trapped in the stairwell. He led the remaining soldiers to the rooftop, quickly organizing everyone to pile debris at the door. Once the evolvers behind them came up, they would push it down to seal the stairwell, buying time by any means. Chen glanced at the survivors huddled in a corner, his anger flaring. Even in such a crisis, few were willing to help. Didn't they realize that if the horde broke in, they'd have no chance of survival? If it weren't for the post-apocalyptic population decline and the higher-ups' emphasis on the value of human life, he would gladly feed these people to the zombies. In his eyes, they were nothing compared to his comrades. The evolvers tasked with defending the second floor were all former members of the rescue team. Team combat made survival easier. If attacked by zombies, they could be saved with the help of their comrades. There were many wounded soldiers of this kind. Although many succumbed and turned into zombies, they also provided the military with a considerable number of evolvers. The number of these evolvers far exceeded that of civilian evolvers, ensuring the military maintained its transcendent status without having its foundation shaken by other evolvers. Once the other soldiers had evacuated to the rooftop, this squad of evolvers quickly withdrew, as well with the zombies hot on their heels charging toward them. The zombies surged out from every room on the second floor in a single-minded rush. They moved with blistering speed, as if devoid of brakes, turning solely by crashing into walls. Like a torrent of water, they gushed forth, colliding with the walls before flowing onward to other areas. The evolvers were the first to reach the rooftop, helping others shove the prepared debris down the stairs. Combined with the clutter already placed along the stairwell, they had previously left only a narrow gap for their passage. Now as they pushed the debris down, the balance was instantly shattered, causing a collapse that sealed off the stairwell landing. They then immediately shut the iron door to the rooftop and blocked it with more clutter. After completing all this, they waited in silence. Even if the zombies tried to climb up through the blocked stairwell, it would take them a considerable time to succeed. The survivors were also wise enough to remain quiet, having survived this long through stealth, and knowing full well how to avoid drawing the zombies' attention. But this time the zombies were different. They had a clear target: the people hiding in this building. Chen scanned the area. There were now 39 soldiers from their rescue team remaining, including 7 evolvers. There were also 86 survivors, 21 of whom were willing to fight. Counting them, he could muster about 60 combatants. As time ticked by, Chen could still hear the sound of heavy objects collapsing in the stairwell, along with the roars of zombies. He frowned deeply, his expression turning grave. Something's off. The zombies have been charging up for so long. Based on past experience, even if zombies didn't disperse immediately after losing a target, they would only linger nearby, not behave like this. He scanned the crowd on the rooftop and whispered his orders: "Don't make a sound and don't peek over the edge to look below." "Understood." The crowd nodded to him in acknowledgement. He took another careful look and confirmed that no one had foolishly poked their head out to be spotted by the zombies. Strange, why won't the zombies calm down? He grew even more puzzled. The noise grew louder, and soon the iron door was being pounded heavily by the zombies. "Not good. Huang Liaobin," Chen exclaimed in alarm, looking toward one of the evolvers. Huang Liaobin met his gaze and nodded. He then led 6 evolvers to the iron door. They took up positions around the entrance, gripping their standard issue evolver weapon, a heavy straight-bladed sword. The blade wasn't exceptionally sharp, but its strength lay in its heft. When swung, its momentum was no less formidable than an axe. The other soldiers fixed bayonets to their rifles and stood behind the evolvers. Bang, 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 bang. The iron door was struck repeatedly, and the clutter behind it trembled and shuddered with each impact. Just as everyone was fixated on the iron door, screams erupted from behind them. All turned to look, only to find a mutated zombie crawling up from beneath the rooftop railing. It grabbed a survivor and hurled them down to the floor below. Panic seized the crowd. Help! They're climbing up from below. The survivors nearby shrieked in terror, scrambling frantically toward the soldiers. Chen led a few soldiers attempting to rush over and rescue the victim, but they were pushed back by the surging survivors. Damn it! Don't run around. Seeing the survivors charge into the Evolver's formation scattering their ranks, Chen ground his teeth in fury. Stay calm. Stay calm. Move to the other side. The other soldiers also shouted urgently. But the survivors paid no heed. They only wanted to stay behind the powerful Evolvers, hoping to be protected. Huang Liaobin even noticed someone clinging to his thigh and grabbing his ankle. His patience snapped, and he kicked several people away with brute force. They crashed into the railing. Fuck! Don't touch me. Whoever dares come near me again, I'll smash their brains out. With that, he charged at the mutated zombie that had climbed up, swinging his heavy blade in a horizontal arc toward its neck. The zombie, in the midst of grabbing two survivors to throw down, was caught off guard and decapitated by Huang Liaobin's strike. The headless corpse plummeted down. Before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, a sharp claw suddenly thrust out from beneath the railing, piercing through the unsuspecting Huang Liaobin. Huang Liaobin. Captain! The crowd cried out in shock, staring in disbelief at the scene. Huang Liaobin felt his strength draining away. As another mutated zombie emerged, he tried to swing his blade at it, but the creature hoisted him high and flung him down from the rooftop. In that moment of being thrown, he glimpsed the scene outside. Countless zombies packed every visible street, an endless sea of them. The outer wall of their building was also crawling with mutated zombies. His eyes widened, and with his last ounce of strength, he hurled his heavy blade in defiance before falling into the horde below, where he was swallowed whole. The blade he threw spun through the air, striking a mutated zombie, climbing the wall with precision. It lodged into its back, but the creature only paused briefly before continuing its ascent. With Huang Liaobin gone, Chen quickly deployed two Evolvers to cooperate in killing the mutated zombies that had climbed up. After losing two soldiers, they managed to slay them. But more zombies soon climbed up, filling everyone with a sense of helplessness. Chen hastily called all Evolvers to assist. The ordinary soldiers lacking ammunition were nearly defenseless against these mutated zombies being cut down like chaff. As soldiers fell one by one, the survivors grew even more terrified, their wails and screams unending. Chen and the Evolvers continued to fight off the encroaching mutated zombies. But then the iron door at the stairwell was smashed open and a flood of zombies poured out. They pounced on the wailing survivors, savagely tearing into these defenseless people. Chen noticed the situation, but they were already overwhelmed, struggling just to fend off the mutated zombies. Soon a mutated zombie's claws slashed across his chest. He staggered back a few steps, bending down to pick up his fallen weapon. When he looked up again, he saw his comrades falling one after another. In an instant, the world seemed to fall silent. He watched the zombies slaughtering the survivors and the endless stream of mutated zombies climbing over the railing, and he let go of his weapon, collapsing to his knees. He felt as if all his strength had been drained away. He gazed at the scene in despair, his vision growing hazy. In a daze, he thought he saw the zombies fleeing in panic. A faint smile touched his lips, but he let out a helpless sigh. Commander! Commander! A survivor fighting beside him seemed to be calling out. He snapped back to reality, the chaotic sounds gradually returning to his ears. Commander! The zombies are retreating. They're retreating. Retreating. He was puzzled. You say the zombies have retreated? Chen asked weakly, his voice laced with doubt. Yes, they've all pulled back, the survivor exclaimed excitedly. Look for yourself. He pointed toward the railing. Chen turned his head and saw that the area by the railing was indeed clear of zombies. He quickly glanced at the iron gate, finding nothing but the bodies strewn across the ground. He was baffled. Why would the zombies retreat on their own? Was it all a hallucination? Yet the intensifying pain in his body jolted him back to reality. This isn't an illusion. How did they retreat? Why did they retreat? A torrent of questions spilled from Chen's lips. We don't know. It seemed we heard some strange sound, and then the zombies just turned and ran. What? They just ran away like that? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He shook his head repeatedly, but soon a flicker of doubt crept in. He looked around, unable to spot a single standing zombie. Bewildered, he wondered how else to explain this phenomenon. Bracing against the pain, he forced himself to stand and walk to the rooftop railing to peer down. What he saw left him in disbelief. The tide of zombies was rapidly receding. Mutated ones surged westward while ordinary ones streamed eastward. This spectacle struck him as profoundly strange. He gazed westward, where a horde of mutated zombies was retreating in orderly clusters. To the east, a dense mass of ordinary zombies charged toward a single point, converging into a tight cluster. He vaguely discerned figures battling within the horde, though their purpose eluded him. Is this reinforcements? He murmured to himself, but quickly shook his head. He knew the military's rescue protocols. This was nothing like them. These couldn't be their people. As he strained to see more clearly, black spots swarmed his vision. He fought to steady himself, but failed, collapsing to the ground. The surviving soldiers rushed over to support him and tend to his wounds. Weakly, he looked at the man bandaging him and asked, "Xiaoshun, how many of us are left?" The soldier called Xiaoshun paused, then glanced around. Only a scattered few could still move. The remaining 4 evolvers were inspecting the zombie corpses. They finished off any undead that stirred to prevent them from rising again. He counted carefully, his expression growing grim as he uttered, "We have 11 left." 11? Li Xian repeated slowly, the number hard to accept. Because he had always led his teams back safely, he continued to command newly formed rescue squads, serving as their commander. This time he had brought 120 soldiers and 10 evolvers, promising to return them all safely. What he thought would be a routine rescue mission had turned into an encounter with a zombie horde of unprecedented scale. By the time they tried to escape, they were already marked. With no other option, he once again led them into a building, hoping to weather the storm until reinforcements arrived. Now on the verge of annihilation, he looked at the bodies of his fallen comrades, his eyes welling with tears. "I'm sorry." His heart grew heavy, uncertain how to face their families, if they still had any. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and leaned against the railing. The others remained silent, most bearing wounds, sitting or lying down as they stared at the sea of corpses. After an indeterminate time, a voice rang out. "Oh, there are still living souls here." They turned toward the sound to see a young woman standing by the railing. She wore casual clothes, her hair tied into a neat ponytail, exuding a striking and spirited aura. In her hand, she held an iron rod that looked like a barbell bar. She smiled at the group and called down, "Brother, how there are over a dozen survivors up here." After a pause, she added, "They're all soldiers." Then, to everyone's astonishment, several figures leaped up from below, landing steadily on the railing. This was the 5th floor. A stout man at the front approached, beaming at them. It was none other than Wu Hao, the man beside Fu Chan. Good, you're alive. That's what matters." The 4 evolvers sprang to their feet, eyeing the newcomers warily. "Who are you?" They gripped heavy straight swords, shielding Li Xian and the others behind them. The stout man waved his hands, signaling no ill intent, still smiling. "Don't worry, we're not bad people. In fact, we just saved you. Any gratitude?" He looked them over, noting their battered state, and his expression shifted to one of pity. His gaze made them uneasy. The weakened Li Xian stopped the evolver from speaking further, and with help stood up to salute them. "Thank you for saving us. We're from Rescue Team H031. May I ask who you are?" The stout man returned the salute clumsily and chuckled. "We're the zombie hunters, here to eliminate the undead." Zombie hunters? Li Xian was puzzled. He had never heard of such a team. Before he could ask more, the stout man leaned in, eyeing him with a meaningful look. "Comrade, you wouldn't want to become a zombie, would you? We have a cure for that." He pointed at their wounds. Li Xian froze. Did he say they could treat the zombie virus? He was skeptical, had heard of no such thing at the base. Can you really cure the infection? Li Xian had no choice but to hope they weren't lying. Though infection could sometimes trigger evolution, the odds were far too slim. No one could be sure they'd survive. Now all of them were wounded, simply waiting for fate's decree. In other words, waiting to die. Except for the 4 evolvers who were safe, having already been altered by the virus. Of course, it's true, no deception. Quick, help these comrades down so Brother Chen can take a look. The stout man waved at the others behind him, subordinates recruited by Fu Chan. As one of Fu Chen's earliest followers, Wu Hao felt entitled to order them around. They hurried over to assist, and Li Xian didn't refuse. Aside from the 4 evolvers, the rest were too weak to move. "Commander, can we really trust them? What if they have ulterior motives?" one evolver whispered. "If they meant us harm, do you think we could resist in our state?" Li Xian countered. The evolver understood the logic. These people had clearly dealt with the horde, meaning they had skills. Yet he persisted, "We could wait here for reinforcements. There's no need to take this risk." Li Xian sighed and shook his head, gesturing at the others. "But our wounds can't wait. Either we gamble on dying here, or we gamble that they truly have a cure. We have no other choice." Fu Chan was currently collecting zombie corpses, with some newly recruited subordinates responsible for transporting them to his location. In truth, they simply used their immense strength to haphazardly hurl the bodies into a single pile. Still a bit slow. "I might as well do it myself," Fu Chan complained while leisurely cracking sunflower seeds and gathering the corpses. Nevertheless, this brought him a great sense of contentment. He lazily opened his panel to check host name Fu Chun race, human height 176 centimeters, comprehensive physique evaluation, outstanding special abilities, 1st level strength amplification, 744072, 2 and level strength amplification, 1342, 1st level speed amplification, 744072, 2 and level speed amplification, 1342, tuned level. Night vision 744072, 1st level undead body, 745414 equipment slots 03. Infected corpse 745414, 50 kilograms bagged rice, 16236 low-grade fuel motor vehicle 19. After gaining the ability to equip others, Fu Chun entertained the idea of recruiting more subordinates, no longer worrying about them becoming burdens. They could help him fight zombies and handle miscellaneous tasks while he only needed to collect supplies and watch the drama. Life couldn't be more comfortable. As for the possibility of betrayal after gaining power, Fu Chun had no concerns as he could reclaim these equipment at any time. Equipping required physical contact, but reclaiming did not. Even if they were thousands of miles away, with a single thought the betrayer would lose all their equipment. Even if they betrayed, they would become ordinary people posing no threat at all. Since he planned to form a team, food was another issue. They were still on the move, unable to carry much food. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, he used one equipment slot as a storage space specifically for rice simply because there was an abundance of it. He had also considered equipping refrigerators or shipping containers to gain storage space for other supplies such as fruits, vegetables, and daily necessities. However, the storage space provided by equipment had the same time flow as the outside world, making it less advantageous for food preservation. After much deliberation, he decided to equip the large quantity of rice, prioritizing convenience and speed without future complications. Fu Chun was puzzled why zombies, despite having similar functions, seemed to require no sustenance, remaining lively and biting people even after over 2 months of the apocalypse, while humans still experienced hunger. Now he no longer felt hunger, his satiety maxed out, as if he had consumed a lifetime's worth of meals in advance. Fortunately, the equipment's feature automatically disabled negative effects. Anything that made him uncomfortable was also negated, so, although he felt full, it wasn't bloated, allowing him to still enjoy snacks like sunflower seeds. This was a significant benefit. However, he still needed to care for his subordinates. With one equipment slot left undecided, he equipped the vehicle and then manifested it. This had the advantage that the car wouldn't break down, and he no longer worried about running out of fuel. By constantly refreshing it, he essentially had unlimited fuel. Moreover, the car's trunk was also deemed as storage space. Though smaller than a shipping container, it was a satisfactory compromise. It could hold various odds and ends, and with quantity the space expanded. Strangely, the car's storage bins were not included, leaving him puzzled about the criteria. He also discovered that vehicles with similar structures were essentially considered the same type of equipment. Equipping a car revealed an amusing feature: he could move without walking. He could hover with his feet off the ground, as if possessing flight, moving effortlessly to any location with a mere thought. To others it appeared exactly like flying. However, his flight height was limited to the vehicle's height. He could float a few centimeters, or up to a meter, equivalent to the car's height. This allowed him to stand in midair at that level. Despite the height restriction, this feature alone made him appear formidable. Before some survivors, he seemed like a deity floating in the air as he annihilated the zombies. The survivors were utterly astounded, perfectly satisfying his vanity. He even wished for an opportunity to try an airplane, which would be true flight, making him a powerhouse capable of roaming the heavens and earth, an utterly delightful prospect. Glancing at the current data, he shook his head. After a month of leading these people to fight zombies, they had only increased by 5,000. Previously, he alone had amassed over 2,000 in less than 10 days, and the pace was accelerating with his growing strength. Slow but certainly easier. However, I need more subordinates, more people to help collect corpses, Fu Chun mused. A dozen people were already decently fast, but the limited equipment they had initially slowed them down. Now that it was better with more equipment, they might become even fiercer. He casually gathered the corpses piled before him by his subordinates, found a chair to sit on, and started cracking sunflower seeds, while watching Yi Qingxian duel Cheng Yaodong and Lu Qi. Sister Qingxuan, how long are we going to fight today? How about another day? We still need to move on later, Lu Qi said while dodging Yi Qingxuan's attacks. He occasionally took a few hits, but since Pain was disabled, he would have been the only one screaming across the field, as Cheng Yaodong remained silent. Stop talking nonsense. You said another day yesterday. Now that we've warmed up after the zombies, it's today. Yi Qingxuan's reputation as the Mad Yi was well earned. She craved sparring every day. And once she started, she was relentless, fighting without pause. Just after finishing with the zombies feeling unsatisfied, she dragged Lu Qi and Cheng Yaodong into another spar. Yi Qingxian knew the vast gap between her and Fu Chun, so she didn't challenge him, instead targeting Lu Qi and the others. Initially, Lu Qi and the other two each had 1,000 pieces of equipment from Fu Chun, allowing them to overpower Yi Qingxian with sheer physique even without martial arts. Yi Qingxian relied entirely on her skills to barely hold her own against one of them. But after Fu Chun transferred equipment to Yi Qingxuan, the situation reversed. She dominated them, even demanding they all attack together. This tormented Lu Qi and the others. Yi Qingxian was already relentless, capable of fighting from morning till night. Now she was tireless, and a bout could last for days. Lu Qi quickly looked to Fu Chun. "Brother Chen, please talk to her. We still need to set off later." Fu Chun chuckled nonchalantly. "We'll talk when it's time to leave. It's not like it delays anything, and you are not the one scouting the zombie hordes. You're free anyway." "Brother Chen." Lu Qi tried to continue, but Yi Qingxian focused her attacks on him, interrupting his plea. Fu Chun shrugged with a smile and continued cracking his sunflower seeds. No matter how much Lu Qi and the others fought, it had little impact since they couldn't die. Yi Qingxuan in turn inadvertently became their martial arts coach, gradually honing them into skilled fighters. As long as Fu Chun didn't increase their equipment, this method of improvement was quite effective. He saw no downside. Sometimes he thought about sparring with Yi Qingxuan, but it was just a fleeting thought. He was too lazy to practice. Seeing that the leader had no intention of intervening, Lu Qi's face fell. He forced a bitter smile and called out to a girl carrying corpses, "Lu Yan, how about you spar with Sister Qingxian?" The girl named Lu Yan quickly waved her hand with an awkward smile. No, we still have corpses to move. Besides, we can't beat Sister Qingxian. Please don't put us on the spot, big shots." "I can't beat her either now," Lu Qi lamented silently. He regretted going easy on her before overwhelming her with sheer physique. Now he had become Yi Qingxuan's target. Just then Fatty brought Li Xian and the others over. Fu Chun spotted a military truck approaching, and soon Wu Hao and the others descended from it, accompanied by several strangers, most of whom were clad in military uniforms. He also noticed their wounds, instantly grasping the situation. His eyes lit up as he set down the melon seeds in his hand and slowly drifted toward them. As Li Xian and his group disembarked, they saw Fu Chun drifting toward them, a flicker of surprise crossing their faces. Yet they soon dismissed it, assuming it was merely the effect of some ability. They had seen evolved beings with wings soaring freely through the sky, but this was their first encounter with someone floating unsupported. Seeing Fu Chun approach, Wu Hao introduced him to Li Xian. "This is our big shot brother Chen, the captain and founder of this zombie hunting squad." Brother Chen. Upon hearing the title, Li Xian immediately knew this was no official military unit. Struggling to stand upright despite his pain and weakness before they could speak, Fu Chun asked first, "You there, do you crave power? Do you wish to become mighty evolvers?" Fu Chun hovered silently before them, hands clasped behind his back, his voice low and resonant, exuding an overwhelming aura. Knowing Fu Chun was about to put on a show, Wu Hao wanted to turn and leave, but seeing Lu Qi and the others still locked in battle with Yi Qingxuan, he silently remained. Li Xian and his men were taken aback by Fu Chun's words. His opening sounded like that of an ancient demon, a seductive whisper from some sinister deity. Li Xian shook his head to clear his mind, saluted Fu Chun, introduced himself, and then asked, "Comrade, I heard you have a cure for the zombie virus. Is that true?" Fu Chun nodded. "Naturally, but it comes at a price." "What price?" Li Xian frowned, wondering if it would require something like a soul. "That would be too sinister." Fu Chun smiled at the group and said, "The price is that you must join my zombie hunting squad." "Join your squad?" "Yes. Captain Li, we are military personnel," one wounded soldier reminded him. Li Xian understood and weighed the pros and cons. They were all injured, and without timely treatment most, if not all, would turn into zombies. After a moment of thought, Li Xian asked Fu Chun, "What does your zombie hunting squad do? What's your purpose?" "Just what it sounds like, we hunt zombies. Wherever there are zombies we go." "You hunt zombies exclusively. What's in it for you?" "What's in it for me?" Fu Chun thought. Was he supposed to say, "I want their bodies"? He certainly couldn't say that. It would ruin his image and make them think he was a pervert. To restore peace to the world. They are too noisy. Upon hearing this, Li Xian was filled with respect. Whether or not they could achieve it, having such a resolve was enough. He nodded. He had witnessed their actions earlier. They were indeed hunting zombies, and even the mutated ones had fled for the first time. That baffled him most. He had never seen zombies flee before, and there must be some hidden secret behind it. This had to be reported immediately. Li Xian nodded to Fu Chun and said, "I am willing to trust you, but could we negotiate the terms?" We desperately need your treatment, but we cannot join you. I'm sorry. Fu Chen frowned, seeing the resolute look on Li Xian and his men. They wouldn't be easily swayed. He continued, "Are you sure you don't want to join us? If you join our squad, I can grant you immense power, the strength to face a zombie horde alone. All I ask in return is that you hunt some zombies." As he spoke, Fu Chen gestured toward the group engaged in a sparring match. Just like them, Li Xian and his men followed his gaze and were utterly stunned. Yi Qingxian was locked in a relentless exchange with Lu Qi and Cheng Yaodong. Every move they made carried tremendous force, and even the collision of their fists seemed to tear the air apart. Visible shockwaves rippled through the air. Their attack speed was like lightning, too fast even for the four evolvers to track clearly. To Li Xian and the other ordinary men, their figures were utterly elusive. Boom! Cheng Yaodong was slammed into the ground by Yi Qingxuan, cratering the earth and sending gravel flying. Yet he sprang up as if unharmed and rejoined the fray. The three fought fiercely, each strike aimed at vital points. Hiss! So strong! Li Xian and his men watched in awe. They had seen powerful evolvers before, but those who could fight at this level were the pinnacle in any military district. And there were 3 of them here. Watching Yi Qingxian and the others fight with such reckless abandon, they were even more horrified. What was this? A blood feud? Wu Hao, sensing their confusion, explained, "Don't worry, they're just sparring. They all possess the power Brother Chen granted them, making them nearly immortal. They'll be fine." His claim was somewhat exaggerated. Nothing was truly immortal. But it was close enough. As long as their heads weren't instantly destroyed, they simply couldn't die. Their formidable defenses rendered them nearly impervious to harm, and even if wounded, their terrifying regenerative abilities allowed them to recover in moments. Even if their bodies were shattered, as long as their heads remained intact, they would quickly regenerate. Such an effect was as good as immortality. Immortal? Li Xian and his men widened their eyes in shock. But honestly, they didn't believe it. It was too outrageous. At the very least, they had never heard of any evolver possessing such an ability. Fu Chen shot Wu Hao a look of approval, then said to Li Xian and his men, "That's right. I can bestow this immortal power upon you. It's the ultimate cure. All you have to do is join the zombie hunting squad and help me kill zombies. That's it. Can we really gain such power just by joining?" The 2 remaining survivors were already excited. They yearned for such strength, especially after their harrowing battles with zombies, which made them acutely aware of their own weakness. They never wanted to feel so helpless again. Now the chance to grow stronger was right before them, and they wouldn't let it slip away. Fu Chen smiled. "Of course. Once you become a member of the squad, you'll all have this power." "I'm in. I want to join the zombie hunting squad." "Me too." The 2 didn't hesitate for a moment. "Excellent. And what about you?" Fu Chen asked, turning to Li Xian. Seeing that Li Xian and his men were still hesitant, he turned up the heat. "You're all infected with the zombie virus now. You could turn at any moment. This is your only way out. Being infected doesn't guarantee we'll turn into zombies. We could still become evolvers, right?" Li Xian countered instinctively. "Are you willing to bet on that? Bet that you'll all successfully evolve?" Li Xian opened his mouth, then fell silent. Indeed, they couldn't take that risk. The chances of successful evolution were abysmally low, less than 1 in 100. That was why he had brought his comrades here. "So what do you say? For such a price, you can gain immense power and an immortal body. This is a great opportunity." Fu Chen continued his persuasion. "Is there really no room for negotiation? Could we trade supplies instead?" Li Xian made a final attempt. His men were already tempted. They too were drawn to the prospect of such power. "Immortality?" Fu Chen shook his head. "Do you think we're short on supplies? Or what supplies could possibly buy immortality?" Li Xian knew he was right. If this immortality was real, they had nothing to offer in exchange. Fatty, come over and show them what immortality looks like. Fu Chen decided to give them a live demonstration. Wu Hao was taken aback. "Huh, Brother Chen you mean? Brother Chen you mean too?" Fu Chen wasted no words. He grabbed Wu Hao and pulled him aside. "No, Brother Chen, let's talk this out. There's no need for this. I can help persuade them." Wu Hao's face twisted in resistance. Fu Chen paid him no heed, addressing Li Xian and the others. "Watch closely so you may understand what it means to be immortal and indestructible." With that, before anyone could react, he threw a punch. The powerful blast sent dust flying into the air. The fist struck Wu Hao, and the terrifying force instantly shattered his body. For a moment, flesh and blood flew everywhere, a gruesome sight, leaving only Wu Hao's head rolling on the ground. Li Xian and the others stood frozen, staring in fear and bewilderment. So brutal. What was he doing? Killing someone at the drop of a hat, and one of their own no less. But soon their shock turned to astonishment, for they noticed the severed head on the ground was blinking its eyes at them. This? What is this? Then something even more astonishing occurred. Beneath Wu Hao's head, tender flesh began to sprout, expanding and taking shape at a visible rate, forming limbs and other body parts until a full-sized new body emerged, a perfect replica of his former self. Li Xian and his men were utterly flabbergasted. Immortal and indestructible. Rebirth from a single drop of blood. Is this what it means to be immortal? This is insane. Could someone get me some clothes? Wu Hao was completely naked, crouching on the ground with his hands covering his crotch. Inwardly, he grumbled, even after regenerating a new body, why did it have to be the same fat one? Fu Chen activated his refresh function and granted him the permission. Fatty, just silently command a refresh of your clothes. Wu Hao was puzzled but complied. Suddenly, a set of clothes materialized on his body. This. Wu Hao was overjoyed. There was such a function. But why didn't the clothes fit properly? Fu Chen narrowed his eyes at the still-dazed crowd and asked, well, tempted. Join our corpse hunters and you too can gain such power. Humph, little ones who could resist the allure of immortality. Li Xian and the others swallowed hard and promptly agreed. Immortality? Who could resist that? Even the evolver nearby was deeply tempted, looking at Fu Chen with a hint of fervor in his eyes. And so Fu Chen gained 11 more underlings. He transferred 500 equipment points to each, sparking another round of exclamations. Fu Chen's equipment, 5,500. The recipients felt an immediate surge of vitality, as if they possessed boundless strength. But Li Xian raised a request. He needed to go back and report to file some paperwork. Fu Chen agreed readily. After all, the equipment couldn't be taken away, so he had nothing to worry about. Host name Li Xian. Race human. Height 179 centimeters. Comprehensive physique assessment unfit for great use. Special abilities: level 1 strength boost 500, level 1 speed boost 500, level 2 night vision 500, level 1 undead body 500. Grant slot 01, infected corpse 500. Currently, Fu Chen had 23 subordinates in total. Among them, Lu Qi, Qing Yaodong, Wu Hao, and Yi Qingxian each possessed 100 equipment points, while the rest had 500. Fu Chen planned to wait until he broke through 1,000,000 equipment points before upgrading these people. At that time, Lu Qi and the others would at least reach 100, while the rest would be upgraded to a standard 1000. Then he would have Lu Qi and the others lead teams to hunt zombies, while he himself would find a place to build a base camp, spending his days eating and drinking while waiting for them to return with their spoils. Tisk tisk, what a comfortable life. As Fu Chen mused, Li Xian came running back. He had retrieved communication equipment from the besieged building and had informed the military of the situation. They had given their approval. However, they wished to meet Fu Chen in person to discuss a potential collaboration. Collaboration? What kind of collaboration? I'm not sure. The higher-ups didn't specify, but they've sent someone to talk to you face-to-face, Li Xian replied. Before long, the reinforcements Li Xian had requested arrived. Over 20 helicopters appeared in the sky. Some were massive, likely transport aircraft. They all landed in the area where Fu Chen and his group were. Fortunately, the space was ample, a former plaza. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accommodate so many helicopters at once. Quite the spectacle, Fu Chen remarked in awe. As an ordinary citizen, he had never seen such a sight. He stared at the descending armed helicopters, his eyes gleaming, but quickly averted his gaze to maintain his composure. Yi Qingxian and Lu Qi also halted their activities. The helicopters landed successfully, and a group of fully armed soldiers disembarked along with some evolvers who exhibited clear signs of mutation. Leading them was a female evolver, tall and spirited. It was evident she was an exemplary soldier, promoted not merely because of her evolver status. Li Xian introduced her to Fu Chen. This is Yi Qingyao, a captain from the H-City Emergency Response Department. They specialize in handling emergencies in H-City and were established just a few days ago. Emergency Response Department. Yi Qingyao. Fu Chen murmured, glancing toward Yi Qingxian and meeting her eyes. Yi Qingxian led Lu Qi and the others over, standing beside Fu Chen in silence. Yi Qingyao approached with her soldiers while the corpse hunters put down their work and gathered behind Fu Chen. Fu Chen and Yi Qingyao sized each other up. Li Xian was the first to salute. H-031 rescue. Corpse hunter Li Xian reporting to Colonel Yi. He corrected himself after a glare from Fu Chen. Yi Qingyao returned the salute with a smile and addressed Fu Chen. Mr. Fu, I am Yi Qingyao. I'm here on behalf of the military to discuss some collaborative matters with your team. Fu Chen thought to himself, good heavens, a colonel, the highest-ranking officer I've ever seen. He steadied himself, studying Colonel Yi while occasionally glancing at the armed helicopters behind her. He instructed Wu how to bring 2 chairs. Please have a seat, Colonel Yi, Fu Chen said politely. Thank you. So how does the military wish to collaborate? Yi Qingyao chuckled. I heard you have a need for zombie corpses, Mr. Fu Chen was taken aback by her words. He turned to look at Li Xian, who had just joined them. Li Xian felt uncomfortable under Fu Chen's gaze, scratching his head and forcing a smile. Fu Chen immediately understood. Well, there's a traitor. Since Li Xian had joined the corpse hunters, he naturally knew of Fu Chen's need for zombie corpses. It was no secret within the team. But like Lu Qi and the others, he only knew that Fu Chen's ability allowed him to use these corpses for enhancement. Fu Chen shot him a fierce glare before replying, indeed, that's true. Upon receiving confirmation, Yi Qingjiao's smile widened. I wonder if Mr. Fu is interested in becoming a mercenary. A mercenary? So working for you? Fu Chen chuckled lightly. You could put it that way. But our main goal is also to deal with zombies, which aligns with the purpose of Mr. Fu's zombie hunting team. Plus, we'll offer you satisfactory compensation, won't we? Fu Chen nodded, signaling her to continue. Your team just needs to hunt the zombies while the military provides you with intel and, of course, the corresponding rewards. If necessary, we'll also provide support. It's a win-win, a mutually beneficial arrangement. You get the zombie corpses you want plus our rewards. Why wouldn't you agree? Yi Qingjiao's lips curled into a smile. Having laid it out so clearly, who would refuse? After all, you hunt on your own or with us. The only difference is we assign specific locations. But we pay you for it. There's no conflict at all. Fu Chen nodded. It made sense, but he didn't need any rewards. He didn't want to be a mercenary either. Just as he was about to refuse, a thought struck him. Now the military was clearing out zombies and the disposed corpses would be incinerated. Those were all resources. And although he didn't need supplies, cooperating seemed harmless and even convenient. He wouldn't have to search for zombie hordes himself. They'd bring the info to him, like having a mini-map. He might even get the zombie corpses for free. With that thought, he turned to Lu Qi and the others, seeking their opinion. What do you think? Should we cooperate with the military? Most were in favor. Despite their newfound power, the military still held great credibility for ordinary folks like them. They trusted the official forces deeply. Lu Qi pondered for a moment and said, we can accept this cooperation, but on one condition: we don't take orders from you. We have our own methods and don't want interference. Exactly. Cooperation is fine, but no commands. Don't suddenly assign us some officer. That's unbearable. Fu Chen nodded, giving Lu Qi a thumbs up. Hunting zombies on his own was so free and enjoyable. If he ended up as someone's subordinate being bossed around, he couldn't stand it. He'd probably punch that person to death on the spot. Yi Qingyao smiled. Of course we won't interfere with your actions. However, we hope there won't be any illegal activities. Her implication was clear. If Fu Chen and his team used their immense power for heinous acts, the military wouldn't stand idly by. Naturally, we're upstanding citizens. We wouldn't do anything immoral. Fu Chen nodded, repeatedly claiming to be harmless. But he thought to himself, in the apocalypse, killing a few people probably isn't a legal right. Definitely not. Since killing wasn't a crime, and he wasn't bullying anyone or running amok, he was indeed a model citizen. So happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. They shook hands in satisfaction. Yi Qingyao nodded with a smile. Then someone will contact you with the details. Now let's discuss another matter. Oh, what else? Fu Chen was puzzled. He glanced at the silent Yi Qingxian. Was it because of her? To Fu Chen, the two were clearly connected. Their names were so similar. Were they sisters or relatives? But Yi Qingyao kept her eyes on Fu Chen. She said slowly, we're very interested in your so-called immortality. Fu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He glanced at Li Xian, knowing it was him who had spilled the beans. But he couldn't blame him. He had promised to let Li Xian fulfill his final duty as a soldier. Still, he didn't mind much. He intended to keep using the title of immortality. And it wasn't a lie. In a way, this ability truly could be called immortal. What do you mean? Yi Qingyao remained composed, studying him as she spoke. Mr. Fu's ability to grant power to others is truly intriguing. What kind of extraordinary power is this? And claiming it as immortality only piques the interest of the higher-ups. So I'd like to make another deal with you over this so-called immortality. Oh, a deal? How? Should I package my ability and sell it to you, or let you slice me up for research? Fu Chen joked. Yi Qingyao shook her head, still smiling. Of course not. Since you can share this power, we won't force the issue. Our deal is for you to share this power with our military personnel. But if you're willing to package and sell it, we'd be more than happy. Packaging is impossible. Even if I wanted to, I can't, Fu Chen said, spreading his hands in helplessness. Then he heard a startling sound. Ding. Transfer the equipment slot function to another host. Yes, no. A selection box appeared before him, startling him. Damn. It really can be packaged. No, 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 no. I can't give it away. Disable this function from now on, got it. Transfer was out of the question, never in a lifetime. Yi Qingyao watched him puzzled by his sudden change in expression. Fu Chun snapped back, clearing his throat. Ahem, you want this immortal power. What are you offering in exchange? Let me be clear, I don't need food or supplies. I'm not lacking. Naturally. Since you're interested in zombie corpses, how about trading those? Yi Qingyao smiled, as if everything was under control. She continued, you're so fixated on these corpses. They must have a special use, right? Oh. Fu Chen looked at her in surprise. What was she getting at? Did she think Shed found his secret? But on second thought, even if she didn't join his zombie hunting team, as long as she provided corpses, she was indirectly working for him. With that, he felt like Head opened a new door. But just offering a few corpses for the power of immortality. It wasn't that easy. Even if he didn't lose out, such power wasn't cheap. A smirk played on Fu Chen's lips. You want power? Then Head have to drive a hard bargain. Relying on some corpses to gain the power of immortality. That's a bit far-fetched, isn't it, Commander? Fu Chen shook his head, implying that she was speaking nonsense, and that he would not compromise for mere corpses. However, the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up, which Yi Qingyao caught. She continued to smile, making a gesture of invitation. You can name your price. Although I am not a business person, I understand that everything revolves around the word profit. Feel free to speak your mind, as long as it's not something detached from reality, we are confident we can pay. Fine, you said it yourself. Seeing her sincerity, Fu Chen immediately began scheming. Of course, Yi Qingyao nodded. Very well, the power I grant can be strong or weak, divided into several levels. Oh, what levels? Yi Qingyao grew interested. Fu Chen said unhurriedly, the characteristics of each level are the same, differing only in intensity. The first level grants 30 times the physical strength, and it's comprehensive. You see, the average strength of ordinary evolvers nowadays is only 20 times. And this also possesses the trait of immortality with the ability to regenerate severed limbs. As long as you don't die instantly, you can recover fully. Additionally, it can directly immunize against a certain degree of damage. Yi Qingyao was slightly astonished. She understood what this meant. The strength was secondary, it was the regenerative ability that made one incredibly hard to kill. This was not something ordinary evolvers could compare to. This ability and trait were even more powerful than most special evolvers. This was somewhat similar to the abilities of zombies. No wonder he needed zombie corpses, there must be some special method to extract these powers. Yi Qingyao silently took note. Fu Chen continued, the second level grants 100 times the physique and strength with the same abilities, but stronger effects. The third level is 300 times the strength. The fourth level is extraordinary, granting 1,000 times the strength with the same abilities, but even greater effects plus 2 additional traits. What traits? Yi Qingyao was already shocked. 1,000 times the strength. The current ceiling for evolvers was only 400 times, and he could directly grant someone 1,000-fold power. It was simply astounding. Fu Chen chuckled, leaning back in his chair as he said slowly, the first trait is tirelessness. Tirelessness. Yes, it grants the bearer eternal freedom from fatigue, both physically and mentally. No exhaustion, no drowsiness, no need for rest or sleep. Like a robot. Is this true? Yi Qingyao was inwardly shocked. This was increasingly resembling zombies, there was no escaping the connection. Of course. And the second trait? The second trait is that like other evolvers, the bearer can continue to grow stronger over time. The power you grant can upgrade itself. Yi Qingyao was somewhat surprised. In her view, such easily obtained power must have flaws such as the inability to progress further since the power was given by another, not one's own. Of course, but only for the fourth level and above. So the previous levels cannot continue to improve. Yi Qingyao asked. You could say that. However, if you wish to upgrade, I can help elevate them. Once they reach the fourth level, they can strengthen on their own. Fu Chen was overjoyed inside. For the lower levels, he had disabled this trait, so of course, they couldn't grow stronger on their own. This was a trait derived from the zombie virus, something most evolvers possessed. One of the traits of the undead body, which passively absorbs certain special substances from the surroundings to nourish the body. This was the basis for zombies and evolvers to continuously grow stronger. Fu Chen, with hundreds of thousands of undead bodies stacked, understood the power of this trait well. But for him, it was not very effective. Although he had the stacking effect of hundreds of thousands, making the absorption rate extremely fast and strong, the total amount of special substances around him was limited. No matter how much he absorbed, he couldn't achieve anything remarkable. Instead, that little bit was spread across hundreds of thousands of corpses, causing no significant stir. Each corpse fought for a share, receiving only a tiny amount, not even enough to upgrade. However, after such a long period of absorption, although each corpse only received a tiny portion, Chen could feel that he seemed to have gained the strength of hundreds of additional corpses. It was as if each of the hundreds of thousands of corpses had only gained 1 or 2 experience points, but the effect was already in place. That little bit of experience might have added only an imperceptible amount of strength, but the sum of hundreds of thousands of such tiny increments was not a small number. Yet it still had little effect. Adding only that much in 2 months was completely useless to Chen. Moreover, with the total amount of special substances unchanged, the absorption speed had already reached its limit after he equipped thousands of corpses. Now the absorption speed of hundreds of thousands was no different from that of a few thousand. When Yi Qingyao heard that she could gain 1,000-fold power and even continue to evolve, she was deeply tempted. Her gaze toward Chen became intensely fervent. "So what must we give to obtain this power?" she asked eagerly. Chen was delighted. The fish had taken the bait. Then he mentally calculated how to set the price. He definitely needed zombie corpses to make this a cost-free business. But he couldn't gouge too much lest the first deal fall through. After some thought, he offered a price. Level 1 30x strength, 1000 zombie corpses. Level 2 100x strength, 10000. Level 3 300x strength, 10000. Level 4 100x strength, 10000. For now, just corpses. That would make the transaction easy. As for other things, he could convert them later when he wanted something. And no matter how you looked at it, it was a profit. For 30x strength, he only needed to deliver 10 corpses. From the corpses they provided, he would take 10 for delivery and pocket the remaining 990. Pure profit with no capital. As for whether the price was too high, this was the apocalypse. 99 of people had turned into zombies, and there were plenty of them. Besides, to others, some corpses should be useless. And 1,000 corpses for the risk-free power of a special evolver. That was a steal. Oh, only zombie corpses. Yi Qingyao was surprised. Hadn't he said trading only with corpses was unrealistic? Now it was acceptable. Yes, for now, only corpses. If I need something else in the future, I'll let you know, but the price won't change, and it can be deducted from what you provide. Chen flashed a smile indicating that this was a fair price. Upon receiving Chen's reply, Yi Qingyao took a deep breath. She certainly didn't think such a price was high. On the contrary, it was already quite low. No, I must report this news immediately. The military has been fighting zombies, endlessly producing countless corpses. Zombie corpses were typically incinerated en masse. Each one a chip for evolution. She promptly ordered someone to relay the message back. Chen watched her contact headquarters and wondered if she was uncertain, worrying that he had set the price too high. After all, she was offering him thousands upon thousands of zombies, and he was giving back so little in return. Wasn't that rather ungenerous? Just as he considered lowering the price, Yi Qingyao stood up, extended her right hand, and said, "Then it's settled. Pleasure doing business." Oh, pleasure doing business. Chen snapped out of his thoughts and quickly rose to shake her hand. Their hands clasped firmly, both feeling thoroughly satisfied. Chen was elated. "From now on, the military will be working for me, ha ha ha." They reached a verbal agreement, and Yi Qingyao handed over some communication devices for future transactions. With that done, she exchanged a glance with Yi Qingshuan, and the two silently walked to a nearby rest pavilion. They sat across from each other at a stone table. They gazed at each other for a long while before Yi Qingyao broke the silence, striving to keep her voice calm. "Long time no see, Qingxian." Yi Qingxian smiled in return. "Yes, sister, long time no see." Yet beneath this seemingly tranquil exchange lay an undertone of tension. Yi Qingyao looked at her arms, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "It seems you're doing well now." Yi Qingxian nodded calmly. "And I'm getting by. I've moved past the shadows of the past." "That's good. I just want you to know that some things, once they happen, can never be completely erased." Yi Qingshuan's smile vanished as she stared at Yi Qingyao. "Are you blaming me? I've already paid for my mistakes." "I'm not blaming you. I just hope you can truly accept all of this." Yi Qingxian let out a cold laugh. "Accept all of this? Do you think serving time means I can't have a fresh start?" She stood up, agitated. "Do you think putting on that uniform gives you the right to judge me from on high?" Yi Qingyao also rose, her gaze firm. "I'm not judging you. I just want to help you. We're sisters. I only hope you can stay on the right path." Their quarrel drew the attention of those nearby, but they no longer cared. Chen and the others watched from a distance. With their keen hearing, they could catch the conversation, but found it rather bewildering. Yi Qingxian pointed at her chest. "You have no idea what I've been through." Yi Qingyao bit her lip. "I know you've suffered, but forget it. It's the end of the world now. Let the past be." She looked at Yi Qingxian and suddenly smiled again. Yes, it's the end of the world. So many people and things from before are gone. No one cares about the past anymore, do they? With that, she straightened her attire, turned, and walked away, leaving only one remark. I'm glad to see you're still alive. Yi Qingxian frowned silently, watching her retreating figure. Mr. Fu will take our leave now. Someone will follow up with you. We have other missions to attend to. Farewell. Yi Qingyao greeted Fu Chen. Wait, I have another deal. Are you interested? Yi Qingyao halted her steps. Oh, what kind of deal? Fu Chen turned his gaze to the imposing helicopters and pointed. Do you have many of these helicopters? Oh, are you interested in these, Mr. Fu? Yi Qingyao wore her signature smile. Not a huge number, but we do have a fair amount. I am indeed interested. How about this? We'll trade a Tier 3 enhancement slot for 10 of them. Fu Chen probed tentatively. If that wasn't enough, he could sweeten the deal with a few hundred corpses at most. He planned to swap the cars in his equipment inventory for these helicopters, using the inventory's properties to achieve true flight. Flight. How stylish was that? Even though he could leap great heights, it was nothing like real flying. Which big shot would go around hopping and skipping? 10 helicopters for an evolved being with 300 times the physique. Yi Qingyao pondered. It didn't seem like a loss. In Fu Chen's estimation, a Tier 3 strength evolved being was worth 1,000 zombie corpses. Although zombies were plentiful now, as they evolved further, clearing them would become increasingly difficult. An evolved being with 300 times the physique was already nearing the current ceiling of evolution, boasting a recovery speed even more terrifying than zombies. This deal was far from a loss. So what do you think? 10 helicopters in exchange for a 300 times physique evolved being. Not a bad deal, right? Plus, it gives you a chance to test the power of immortality and understand its true value. Yi Qingyao nodded in agreement, smiling. All right, I have the authority to decide on this. I accept the deal. But can you even fly these helicopters? It seems none of you know how. We're not selling pilots. No pilots needed. Don't worry about that. We'll handle it. Since Fu Chen was confident, Yi Qingyao didn't press further. She left 10 armed helicopters behind and brought an officer before Fu Chen. This is Major Fong Xiaoqing. We've decided to give this slot to him. Fu Chen, oh, Colonel Yi isn't taking it for yourself. She chuckled. I'm already an evolved being. This slot could strengthen me, but it's more useful to have another evolved being among us. Fu Chen nodded. Since he had sold the slots, how they were allocated was their business. Without further ado, he transferred 100 to the other party, though he secretly disabled some functions. Yi Qingyao watched as Fu Chen merely patted Fong Xiaoqing with no other action. She was curious. That's it. Fong Xiaoqing, feeling the sudden surge of power, was overjoyed. Really? I can feel it. Unmatched power. In an instant, he went from an ordinary person to an evolved being with 300 times the physique, feeling as though he could destroy everything. Over a dozen helicopters slowly ascended, vanishing into the horizon with a cacophony of rotor blades. After sending Yi Qingyao and her group off, Fu Chen could hardly contain his eagerness as he hastened to his helicopter. Without any pretense, he stowed the helicopter away right before the eyes of the Hunter Corps. A thunderous rumble echoed. The helicopter vanished, but suddenly a cascade of vehicles erupted around Fu Chen, burying him beneath a mountain of cars. This. The commotion drew everyone's gaze. In particular, the newly joined Li Xian and his companions looked on with undisguised curiosity. With a deafening crash, a figure burst forth from the pile of cars, smashing through the topmost vehicles and sending them flying over 10 meters. Fu Chen hovered in midair, refraining from ascending further. An invisible aura seemed to surround him, forcing the air currents downward, rustling the greenery in the flower beds below. Turning to see the Hunter Corps members still staring at him, he barked, "What? Got nothing to do. Fatty." Led them onward. Some zombies escaped earlier. Chase them down. Fu Chen shouted. Wu Hao swiftly assembled. Everyone packed the supplies, and after directing them into the vehicles, they drove westward. Their movements were remarkably swift. Bro, how what was that just now? Wu Hao shot the questioner a glare. Don't ask about things you shouldn't. Rating, just take it and have fun. It's quite amusing. Fu Chen paid no heed to the equipment's rating. Most items received similar comments. Hovering in midair, he felt the fierce wind currents around him and frowned, then disabled one of the helicopter's functions. The violent winds ceased instantly. Much better, he said with a satisfied grin, stowing the remaining helicopters into his equipment slot. The Hunter Corps continued westward, relentlessly hunting zombies. Along the way, they rescued numerous survivors. Remarkably tenacious individuals who had somehow endured this long, though Fu Chen wondered what they had been feeding on. Fu Chen's corps was selective. After careful scrutiny, they rejected every single one, merely notifying the military to come and retrieve them. Leaving no food behind, they pressed on. After all the nearby zombies had been cleared out, there was no shortage of supplies to scavenge. Fu Chen couldn't care less about the survivors' plight. After 4 days, a trade notification from the military finally arrived. Fu Chen hurriedly checked the details. What? I have to pick up the goods myself. Fu Chen was exasperated. They're charging me, and I still have to collect the order. And no delivery. What? Too much cargo to move. Well, that's fine. The customer is king. Why bother taking a whole crew for pickup? Fu Chen instructed Wu Hao and Lu Qi to lead their teams in hunting zombies, while he flew solo to the designated location. Whoosh! Soaring 100 meters high, Fu Chen wove through towering skyscrapers, savoring the wind around him, utterly carefree. Unseen by anyone, he even tied a sword to his feet, indulging in the thrill of sword flight. Aha! He laughed boisterously, thoroughly entertained. Along the way, he noticed that windows on floors 8 and above were mostly intact while those below the 7th were largely shattered, a curiosity that piqued his interest. He had witnessed zombies leaping from high windows crashing to the ground. Some struggled to rise after a moment, continuing their frenzied sprint as if unharmed, while others lay motionless. Could it be that zombies fear falling from great heights? Fu Chen muttered, then shook his head. Higher-tier zombies like the mutated ones seemed to possess some semblance of intelligence. But ordinary zombies were reckless brutes charging at any human they saw, without slowing down, even plunging from buildings in pursuit. How could such creatures know fear? Driven by curiosity, Fu Chen captured a zombie from a corner and brought it to the top of a 30-story skyscraper. He hurled it from the edge. The struggling zombie slammed into the tempered glass before plummeting downward. The resilience of Great Xia's construction was undeniable. He retrieved the zombie again, this time smashing the glass first, then mimicked a knocking gesture before tapping the window pane. With a crash, the glass shattered, and he tossed the zombie inside. It tumbled several times, scrambled to its feet, and lunged toward Fu Chen at the window, only to slow down as it neared the edge. Pacing back and forth, it snarled at Fu Chen, its movements agitated, but never approaching the window again. It slowed down and didn't leap out. Fu Chen observed the zombie closely, an ordinary one indeed. It actually feared jumping. Just as he marveled at this, the zombie suddenly turned and ran inside. He continued watching as it darted aimlessly before disappearing around a corner. Fu Chen followed and discovered a fire escape with footsteps echoing downward. Intrigued, he descended and found the very same zombie. A zombie that knows to take the stairs. Like a child with a new toy, Fu Chen captured the zombie again and repeated the process. Once more, it hesitated at the window edge before retreating inside, but this time it headed straight for the fire escape, without any confusion. Interesting. It seems to retain some memory. Fu Chen nabbed the zombie again, this time taking it to the 6th floor and tossing it inside using the same method. The zombie lunged at him without a moment's hesitation, leaping out of the building without slowing down. Fu Chen sidestepped calmly, watching it plummet. With a sickening thud, the zombie landed, its limbs twisted and black blood splattering. Though not dead, it writhed on the ground for a long time before staggering to its feet and wandering off. So these ordinary zombies aren't entirely brainless. Some instinct guides them. Jumping from too high up would surely turn them into pancakes. Without further delay, Fu Chen disposed of the zombie and continued flying toward the trade location. The deserted street lay in desolate ruin, resembling a battlefield ravaged by war. Yet the towering skyscrapers above stood intact, as pristine and ornate as castles built of exquisite blocks. This stark contrast between the upper and lower realms seemed to cleave the world into two utterly distinct domains. However, this immaculate forest of high-rises now played host to an uninvited guest. Fu Chen soared like a carefree bird 100 meters above the ground, his silhouette streaking past, like a meteor casting fleeting shadows across the surfaces of the buildings. He reached out, lightly caressing the glass windows of the skyscrapers, as if skimming the surface of water. In an instant, crystalline shards cascaded down, like snowflakes, a beautiful and dreamlike rain of crystal. Fu Chen wove through the high-rises with a light heart, his mind filled with the thrill of getting something for nothing, silently smug about his own cleverness. Yet he failed to notice on a nearby tower a dark figure quietly observing him, like a hunter lurking in the shadows, biding its time for the perfect moment. Suddenly, Fu Chen sensed a sharp whoosh beside him. He turned alertly and saw a red axe spinning like a blazing flame hurtling toward him. The axe was swift as lightning, carrying a fierce momentum, as if intent on tearing Fu Chen apart. He reacted quickly, leaning back slightly, as the axe grazed past the tip of his nose. In that moment, time seemed to freeze for Fu Chen. The world around him slowed like a scene playing in slow motion. Only his thoughts and reactions remained at normal speed as he calmly observed everything. The blood-red axe rotated slowly before his eyes, every detail crystal clear. He studied it carefully, a sense of familiarity welling up inside him, a fire axe. He turned to trace the axe's origin, his gaze landing on a long-haired youth. The young man was disheveled and tattered like a street beggar from before the apocalypse. What set him apart, however, were his blood-red eyes. Who dares to plot against me? Fu Chen grasped the fire axe in his hand, a hint of displeasure in his voice. I was flying peacefully in the sky, minding my own business, and you just hurl an axe at me. What are these buildings yours? Looking for compensation. He flew to the long-haired youth, clutching the evidence, seeking an explanation. But the man turned and bolted without a word. Fu Chen's face darkened. He hurled the fire axe at the fleeing figure with terrifying force, as if the air itself warped around it. The blood-red axe transformed into a streak of light zipping past the man. Boom! Though just an axe, it struck like a solid cannonball, blasting the rooftop exit ahead of the man into rubble. Missed. Fu Chen had aimed for the man's leg, but there was some error. Still no big deal. Head successfully stopped him. He doubted the man would dare jump from such a height. Fu Chen slowly floated above the long-haired youth, looking down at him, and delivered a classic movie line, "Speak. Who sent you? How dare you ambush me? Do you know your crime?" The long-haired youth remained silent, staring up at Fu Chen with bloodshot eyes, muttering something under his breath. Fu Chen listened intently for a while, but couldn't make out a word. It sounded like meaningless, unconscious murmurs. "Hey, what are you babbling about? I don't care who you are, but ambushing a passerby like a coward. Give me a good reason, and maybe he'll let you off out of sheer generosity." Fu Chen wore an expression that screamed "you're lucky," as if he were a saint too magnanimous to hold a grudge. But the long-haired man remained mute. His eyes glowed crimson, and a strange power emanated from him. He walked over, tore a ventilation unit from its mount, hoisted it above his head, and hurled it viciously at Fu Chen. "You're pushing your luck." Fu Chen snapped, irritated. "Even someone as powerful as I am isn't that arrogant." He raised his right hand, conjuring a missile out of thin air that blasted the incoming ventilation unit to pieces. Boom! A brilliant fireball erupted in broad daylight. When Fu Chen looked again, the long-haired youth had already leaped off the building. Fu Chen gave chase, grabbing the free-falling youth midair and hauling him up. Still trying to run? And pulling a damn jump. You think you're brave? Think you're a zombie. Even zombies wouldn't dare jump from this height. As he ranted, Fu Chen suddenly sensed something odd, a familiar aura emanating from the man. Fu Chen's pupils contracted. A thought flashed through his mind, a meme fragment. He studied the struggling youth closely. The man's eyes were a terrifying crimson, yet hollow and vacant. A strange energy coiled around him, and faint black wisps seeped from his pores, barely perceptible. Fu Chen's eyes lit up, so similar. Incredibly similar, just like that puppet of the eerie eye. What an unexpected bonus. Delight surged through him. Meme fragments could upgrade his equipment, slots an invaluable asset. There must be a meme fragment nearby. He searched the building from top to bottom, dragging the meme puppet along, but found nothing. Apart from a few zombies trapped in rooms, there was no trace of anything similar. That can't be right. A meme puppet shouldn't stray too far. Maybe there's a difference between them. He examined the reedied puppet again. There are indeed some differences. It's normal for variations to exist. Besides, that eye's puppet could also wander far. Fu Chen returned to the rooftop, scanning his surroundings, hoping to spot something unusual. Nothing looks out of place, but it should be somewhere nearby. They'll keep searching. He continued his search, radiating outward from the building, where Head found the puppet. His figure darted through various buildings, occasionally discovering zombies huddled in corners of rooms alongside skeletal remains of humans who had starved to death, too afraid to venture outside. After tearing through over a dozen nearby buildings with no results, Fu Chen grew puzzled. Could I have been wrong? He glanced again at the bound puppet and quickly reaffirmed his conviction. Absolutely not mistaken. This aura is identical. Another round of searching yielded nothing. Seeing that dusk was approaching and the sun was nearly set, he figured it wouldn't be fair to keep others waiting. He decided to mark the location and return after completing the military transaction. The evening sky was dyed a bloody crimson by the setting sun, the gorgeous afterglow burning like flames. What exactly are we waiting for? Are we just going to stay here forever? One soldier couldn't help but complain. You're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask? I don't know either. Another soldier sat on a tank, gently swinging his legs with a leaf plucked from somewhere dangling from his lips, glancing around in utter boredom. We might as well go kill zombies. The nearby areas haven't been cleared yet, and this place could be discovered by zombies at any moment. If we wait any longer, it'll get dark. That'll be trouble. No kidding. I wonder which fool is trading with us for zombie corpses, and they say the offer was too good for the higher-ups to refuse. Everyone looked at the mountain of zombie corpses piled up on the field, at least hundreds of thousands of them all collected from the vicinity and gathered together. They really couldn't understand what use that person had for these corpses. Maybe it's research material for some lab. Those so-called experts are still studying the virus, who knows how long that'll take. At least they could come up with some evolution serum or something. The zombies keep getting stronger, and we have so few evolvers. Who knows if these tanks and cannons will still be effective by then? What? Scared? Want daddy to get bitten by a zombie and become an evolver to protect you? Ha ha ha, someone teased, and the surrounding soldiers joined in the laughter. Screw you. Who's afraid of those lousy zombies? He patted the grenade at his waist. If they dare make a sound, I'll treat him to some watermelon. Just then a sound of something cutting through the air came, and Chen finally arrived. This? What is this? Everyone tensed up as they watched him descending through the air. They raised their weapons at him. Put down your guns. This is our honored guest. A middle-aged general quickly stepped forward to stop them, then strode briskly toward Chen as he landed, followed by several officers. So this is who we've been waiting for. Holy cow, he can actually walk on air. A dozone powerhouse, terrifying, as they say. The soldiers lowered their weapons, watching Chen with curiosity. Mr. Fu, you've finally arrived. The middle-aged general took Chen's hand, greeting him with great enthusiasm. Chen forced a smile, feeling a bit flattered. Though he couldn't tell the difference in ranks, the dense array of medals on the man's chest spoke volumes about his distinction. Judging by his age, he must be some kind of general. This was Chen's first time meeting such an important figure, and he couldn't deny his nervousness. Haha, I was delayed on the way. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Not at all. We've been busy killing zombies anyway, a little rest is good. The general chuckled and began to introduce himself. In the commander here, He Lian, temporarily in charge of matters related to the transcendent contract with Mr. Fu. These are the leaders of various action teams mainly responsible for clearing zombies from the city. Transcendent contract. Chen looked puzzled. He Lian explained. It's the name for our transaction project with you. The higher-ups called it the transcendent contract, just for a nice ring to it really. Hey, don't worry about it. Chen nodded. Oh, I see. You guys sure know how to make things fancy, haha. Mr. Fu, you're truly accomplished at such a young age with such strength. Not at all, General. Your powerful army and weapons are the true guardians in this apocalypse. Ha ha ha. After a round of mutual flattery, they got straight to business. After all, it was getting dark and no one wanted to delay further. Chen was especially eager to finish the deal and return to searching for meme fragments. Both sides tacitly refrained from saying anything more. There are a total of 462,000 corpses here. Well, forget the odd numbers. We hope to trade for 2 Tier 3 evolution slots, 20 Tier 2 slots, and 62 Tier 1 slots. He Lian then brought over the evolution candidates who had already been arranged. That's only natural. I'm just responsible for collecting the corpses and performing the enhancements. How you allocate the slots is your business. Chen nodded without objection. He looked over the candidates, mostly officers with General He Lian among them, naturally taking one of the Tier 3 slots. Chen could understand. Most evolvers were frontline soldiers while the high-ranking military officials were mostly ordinary people. It wasn't a problem now, but as evolvers' strength grew, these still ordinary officers would find it hard to maintain authority. Everyone was fighting on the front lines, risking their lives. Those lucky enough to survive injuries and become evolvers, would they still take orders from you? Though some evolvers had been promoted to higher ranks, they were still a minority. Most officers today had survived from before the apocalypse or had earned merit in its early days. Now the army's numbers had dwindled sharply. What was once a million-strong force had shrunk to just a few 100,000. Every position was scarce. Who among those already in power would willingly step down? It was impossible. Even in this apocalypse, that status was a shield. Chen didn't avoid the crowd and directly stored the mountain of zombie corpses into his equipment slot. Fortunately, the piled-up zombies could be judged as a whole, otherwise collecting them one by one would have been a real hassle. Equipment slot credited 462132. The mountain of corpses vanished before everyone's eyes, drawing gasps of amazement. My God, he can not only fly, but also has a storage space. Am I dreaming? Has this apocalypse world been invaded by a cultivator? Some young soldiers exclaimed. Whoa, master, are you taking disciples? Chen shrugged at the murmurs around him. Great, I don't even need to explain. Someone's already filled in the blanks for me. He nodded, going along with the story that it was some kind of storage space or mustard seed dimension, which sparked more discussion. After collecting the corpses, Chen fulfilled his promise by returning a bit of interest enhancement to each of them. Those who gained power gasped again in astonishment. Though they had known the details beforehand, experiencing the surging energy within themselves still left them marveling. They all looked eager to test their strength, clenching fists and rolling up sleeves. If any unlucky zombie passed by, then it would surely be torn apart by these officers. They couldn't help but experiment with their newfound power. One even lifted a nearby tank. Ha ha ha. So this is the power of an evolver. Finally an evolver, an officer shouted in excitement. What? Just by being touched by that guy he became an evolver? He really must be a cultivator. Only such a powerful being could do something like this. The surrounding soldiers were all amazed. Their gazes toward Fu Chun grew fervent. Finally broke a million. Host name Fu Chun, race human, height 176 centimeters, comprehensive physique evaluation, outstanding special abilities, level 1 strength amplification, 11981008, level 2 strength amplification, 1828, level 1 speed amplification, 11981008, level 2 speed amplification, 1828, level 2 night vision, 11981008, level 1 undead body, 11999936, equipment slots 03, infected corpse 11999936, 50 kilograms bagged rice, 162351, low grade, flying vehicle, helicopter, 10 node equipment slot functions. First, can equip any object. Without resistance, upon equipping gain all functions and effects of that object. Second, can arbitrarily adjust or disable the intensity of any function or effect of the equipment, with the upper limit being the maximum value of that equipment's effect. Third, same type of equipment can stack stacking limit. Fourth, equipment can be projected into reality to fulfill its intended role. Wear and tear on the projected equipment does not affect the original equipment itself. The projected equipment will temporarily disable its effects on the host until the projection is cancelled. New fifth equipment can be granted and reclaimed. Equipment in the equipment slots can be granted to any object, allowing it to gain the same effects. Each granted unit is defaulted with one equipment slot. The granted unit cannot perceive the existence of the equipment slot, nor can it equip or unequip items in the slot on its own. The granted unit cannot disable or enable the functions of the equipped equipment on its own. Level 2 strength amplification, gain an additional 20 times strength. Level 2 speed amplification, gain an additional 2 times speed. These two abilities came from a strength-type mutant zombie, since it was merely more robust than an ordinary zombie without a significant gap. They were judged by the equipment slot as the same type of equipment. Other giant zombies and clawed zombies could not stack. Therefore, after Fu Chun stored the zombies in his equipment slots, some mutant zombies remained. Fu Chun decided to keep them for now, thinking they might be useful after his equipment slots upgraded. After all, these zombies came with innate special abilities and were currently the only entities he had found with such powers, nearly every one of which was astonishingly formidable. Doubling directly. It might not have much effect on an ordinary person, but if someone were already terrifyingly strong, doubling their strength would be utterly absurd. Unfortunately, the special abilities Fu Chun obtained were all applied to the corresponding equipment, not directly to himself, but rather fed back to him through these pieces of equipment. The base strength of this equipment was only at the level of an ordinary person, utterly unable to unleash the true potential of these special abilities. However, Fu Chun believed that if the equipment slots continued to upgrade, there might be a way to change this situation. I still have some matters to attend to. Since the transaction is complete, I won't disturb you any longer. Fu Chun greeted the military personnel. Of course, it's getting late, and we are preparing to withdraw as well. Since Mr. Fu has important matters, let us part ways here. Looking forward to the next transaction. Fu Chun leaped into the air, which was actually due to the helicopter's immense pulling force instantly lifting him skyward. A pulling force of nearly 10 tons acted on Fu Chun's body, weighing only about 100 Gene, requiring little time to build up before he took off instantly. Just as he was about to leave, news came from outside that a large horde of zombies was approaching, including many mutant ones. The army reacted swiftly. General, he promptly organized his men to return to the pre-deployed defensive line. Fu Chun shouted to General He and the others, "Need any help?" Haha, Mr. Fu, go ahead with your business. We are well prepared. We know the situation with the nearby zombies and can handle them perfectly. No need for Mr. Fu to worry. General He Lian laughed heartily. They had already investigated the nearby zombies and knew they posed no threat. Now, with over 80 evolvers and he himself having become nearly the pinnacle of evolvers, his confidence was soaring. Moreover, they were situated in a football stadium with only a few entrances, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Fu Chun nodded. There was no need for him to steal kills since they would eventually trade them with him anyway. The transaction was virtually a freebie for Fu Chun. It was just a form of storage on them. Chen could reclaim them whenever he wanted. Of course, there was no need for that. He was a man of integrity and would never stoop to such dishonorable acts. Besides, he couldn't be bothered with such meager gains. All right, contact me if you need anything. I should be nearby tonight. Seeing General He brimming with confidence, Chen did not linger. He swiftly flew back in the direction he came, his figure quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Haha, let me take the lead this time. Watch me crush them. General He Lian laughed heartily as he led a group of evolvers to one of the stadium's entrances. He took a long blade handed to him by an evolver, a standard-issue weapon for evolvers named the corpse-subduing long blade Type 1. This weapon, modeled after a long blade, had an ordinary appearance indistinguishable from a regular long blade. The blade was made from a high-strength alloy with a total length of about 2.5 meters and a blade length of 2 meters. The hilt was elongated and thickened for better grip and leverage. To allow evolvers to fully utilize their strength advantage, the corpse-subduing long blade weighed approximately 150 kilograms. For an evolver with over 20 times the strength of an ordinary person, this weight ensured both speed and flexibility in swinging, while delivering tremendous lethality upon impact. Furthermore, the blade was fitted with an adjustable counterweight, allowing evolvers to fine-tune the weapon's center of gravity according to their strength and combat style for optimal battle performance. However, for He Lian, who now possessed 300 times the strength of a normal person, this blade felt as light as a toy. He swung it a few times with one hand, as if it weighed nothing. Too light. They'll have those guys forge a better one for me another day. Gazing at the surging zombie horde from the distant street, General He Lian stood at the entrance, long blade in hand alongside the group of evolvers. Despite his newfound power, he was not overconfident. He had no intention of playing the lone hero. He had to be responsible for the lives of the ordinary soldiers. Come on. After 2 months, I face you beasts again. Let me see what you've evolved into that cost so many soldiers their lives. Chen retraced his steps, returning to the spot where he had encountered the mimetic puppet earlier. He looked with surprise at a snapped steel cable under a street lamp. He had tied the puppet to this very lamppost with steel cables. Logically, that puppet shouldn't have been able to break free. Someone must have helped, otherwise there's no way that thing could have gotten loose. He carefully observed his surroundings, trying to find any clue. But what could Chen, with his experience, discern? Even with his extraordinary vision. He cupped his chin in one hand, adopting a contemplative expression. Indeed, no anomalies. The enemy is too good at hiding. But since there's an accomplice, the mimetic fragment must be nearby. My reasoning is correct. The corners of his mouth lifted, reinforcing his conviction. Let's see how long you can hide. With that, he began searching the vicinity once more. He left no restroom or toilet in any building unchecked. The sky darkened further and night enveloped the city, but it had no effect on Chen whatsoever. He continued his rummaging. Recalling the size of that eerie wooden carving, if it were to be hidden, even a drawer could contain it. So he turned into a destroyer, shattering every piece of furniture with any space in his path. With a rapid staccato, bullets sprayed from Chen's eyes, pulverizing everything in his sight. Those were the airborne Gatling guns of 10 attack helicopters. Tracer rounds tinged with incandescent light shot from Chen's eyes, cutting 2 straight beams through the night. And due to their immense power, even the walls behind the furniture were instantly pierced. At that moment, Chen transformed into a national hero, flying through various buildings, his eyes spewing fiery physical rays, wreaking havoc across the city. If only he had a cape. A thunderous roar echoed as some buildings, unable to bear the strain, collapsed, raising clouds of dust. Chen remained indifferent, continuing his rampage. To any onlooker, this scene would resemble a demon king descending to destroy the world. Where could it be hiding? Chen turned to look at the ruins behind him, his own handiwork. He scratched his head sheepishly and flew toward a nearby shopping mall. Suddenly, his communication device beeped with a distress signal from General He. General He and his men are in the football stadium, which is easy to defend and hard to attack. With so many soldiers and evolvers, they shouldn't be in danger. He was puzzled. Only 2 hours had passed. Had some formidable being appeared? With that thought, he hesitated no longer and flew back toward the stadium. After all, they were allies, and in his eyes, generous benefactors who had equipped him for free. He couldn't let them come to harm. Deafening artillery fire echoed continuously across the football stadium, the glow of explosions illuminating the resolute faces of countless soldiers. They fought fearlessly and valiantly. The beams of countless searchlights turned the entire stadium bright as day, where light and darkness intertwined, creating a breathtaking scene. Hurry! Evacuate the wounded. We can't all fall here. General He roared hoarsely. He was covered in wounds, with one arm severed and bleeding profusely, but it was healing at a visible rate. At his command, several transport helicopters slowly ascended, carrying some of the injured soldiers. They were ordinary people, and facing such a brutal battle staying would serve little purpose. Already wounded and overwhelmed by an endless weakness, they had lost all combat effectiveness. General, aren't we retreating? Retreat. With what? These few transport choppers can't take everyone. Do you want me to abandon my men? But General, he cut him off. I know what you're going to say. I've already called for reinforcements. We just need to hold these entrances, and we'll survive. By now the entire stadium was in shambles. Though the soldiers were holding the entrances with all their might, the ground was littered with corpses and tank wreckage, telling the tale of the fierce assault they had endured. Fortunately, the soldiers had managed to retake control of the entrances through concerted effort, but the grim reality told them this was only a temporary respite. General, the west entrance has been breached again. A cry of alarm rang out. General, he turned to see a flood of zombies surging in like a raging tide. Crucially, these were no ordinary zombies. They were all mutated. Behind them followed several massive towering zombies, each over 10 meters tall. Their immense strength smashed wide gaps into the stands above the field. Damned beasts. Gnashing his teeth, General, he brandished a slightly bent long blade and charged without hesitation toward the west entrance. General, he come back, shouted another colonel, also enhanced to the 3rd level. After this brutal fight, he knew that neither he nor the general could match those giant zombies. But General, he ignored his cries, charging into the horde. Don't worry, youngly. I know what I'm doing. Back in the army, I was unbeatable, taking on special forces and elite soldiers. You think a bunch of mindless monsters can take me down? Wielding his single blade like the wind, he slashed at a group of mutated zombies. With his immense strength and speed, the shadow of the zombie-slaying long blade seemed to vanish into thin air, making it impossible for ordinary eyes to track. With a series of wet thuds, the tumter-long blade cleaved through the heads of several mutated zombies, splitting them in two. Their skulls were sent flying, leaving only neat halves of brain. A clean, efficient kill. I once took on 4 zombies with just a dagger and came out unscathed. Now with such godlike power, I'll wipe out these scum for good. His roar pierced the sky as if to shake the entire world. Quick, help the general. Colonel Liang, seeing General, he already engaged with the zombies, cast aside his hesitation and led the nearby evolvers to join the fray. They too wielded zombie-slaying long blades, charging into the horde to engage the mutated zombies in a desperate struggle. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the field bombarded the zombies with every weapon at their disposal. With a thunderous crash, a giant zombie smashed a huge breach in the west entrance and then strode slowly toward the crowd, followed by several more of its kind. With a series of guttural roars, the colossal zombie trudged heavily toward General He and the other evolved beings. Its enormous hand curled into a fist and came crashing down upon them. Damn it, get out of the way. General He dodged to the side, ignoring the sharp claws that lunged at him. He collided head-on with a clawed zombie, its razor-sharp talons piercing into his body and twisting within. With those lethal claws, the zombie should have been able to pierce straight through his body, even with his 300-fold enhanced physique. However, the 100 layers of equipment armor absorbed part of the initial force. Although the diminished momentum still managed to penetrate his body, due to the sheer sharpness, it was significantly weakened. As it attempted to push further, it entered a second damage assessment, which was again negated by the equipment. This was because each instance of damage was calculated independently. This put General He in a terrible predicament. Fortunately, he no longer felt pain, otherwise he would have been drenched in cold sweat and convulsing from the agony. With a thunderous boom, the massive fist slammed onto the runway, cratering the ground and crushing several zombies and evolved beings into pulp. General He immediately rose, shoved the clawed zombie away, and cleaved its head in two with a single stroke of his blade. He hoisted his long saber, intending to charge at the colossal zombie and sever its hamstrings. But the dense horde of mutated zombies would not ignore him. More and more of them lunged forward, pinning him down. Seeing that the colossal zombies in the rear were also about to enter the fray, he grew anxious. If they were allowed to converge, the situation would become far more perilous. Li Kid, hurry. Take down that giant first. General He roared. Having pushed too far forward, he was surrounded by the zombie horde and was frantically fending them off. He relentlessly slew the charging mutated zombies, dodging the clawed one's attacks when possible and guarding his vital spots, his head, when evasion was impossible. As for the strength-type zombies, he basically ignored their blows. Although their strength far exceeded that of the clawed zombies, their strikes couldn't breach his defenses. They were all nullified by his equipment. Even when they barely managed to pierce through, they inflicted negligible damage. Even so, he couldn't break free anytime soon. Upon hearing this, Liang immediately charged at the colossal zombie with his long saber. He reached its feet only to be surrounded by the surging mutated horde. Damn it! Liang gritted his teeth. The endless tide of mutated zombies encircled him, making it difficult even to defend himself, let alone bring down the giant. Looking down at Liang beneath it, the colossal zombie seemed enraged. It lifted its foot and stomped down heavily with a thunderous crash. "Li kid." The colossal zombie lifted its foot. The crater it had made was a mess of blood and flesh littered with the corpses of many mutated zombies. Also lying within was a bent zombie-slaying long saber, and Li Yang's military uniform was crushed into a bundle mingled with pale, shredded flesh. General He's pupils contracted violently. He couldn't believe Li Yang was dead. Li kid, it's my fault. I failed you." His eyes bloodshot and veins bulging on his forehead, he swung his zombie-slaying saber wildly, cleaving the surrounding mutated zombies in two. Artillery shells rained down on the colossal zombies, sparking bursts of flame. Although each explosion made them pause momentarily, they failed to inflict any real damage. "Concentrate fire on the mutated zombies. Don't waste it on the giants," some officers shouted. Upon hearing the command, the soldiers turned their guns toward the countless mutated zombies swarming at the giants' feet. Tank shells couldn't harm the colossal zombies, but they were devastating against the tightly packed mutated horde. The densely clustered mutated zombies became perfect targets. With a series of deafening explosions, countless shells rained down on the zombie horde, sending mutated zombies flying and littering the ground with severed limbs. Although most weren't killed, they were temporarily unable to rise. "Die, you beast." Seizing the opportunity, General, he swept his blade, cutting down the surrounding zombies at the waist, then charged at the colossal zombie. Leaping into the air, he aimed for its face. Using the zombie-slaying saber like a spear, he thrust it fiercely toward the giant's eye. With a wet squelch, the blade sank deep into its right eye, collapsing the entire eyeball into a distorted soft mass. "Roar!" the colossal zombie bellowed. "Damn, it's not dead." General, he was horrified and immediately withdrew his blade, retreating. He kicked off hard against the giant's eye socket, using the recoil to yank the saber free and propel himself away from the colossal zombie. Suddenly, a massive hand swiped at him. His heart sank, but suspended in midair with no leverage, he was caught firmly in the colossal zombie's grip. "General!" The other evolved beings and soldiers cried out in alarm, attacking the giant with all their might. "Aya!" General, he struggled desperately, trying to break free from the giant's grasp, but the disparity in strength was too great, and he was held tight. The giant's hand clenched tighter and tighter, as if intending to crush him. Its thumb pressed against his face, pinning him completely immobile. "Damn beast. Just let me out, and I'll gouge out your other eye." General He's voice still came through the gaps between the giant's fingers, but as the crushing force grew, his words gradually became muffled and indistinct. Now crushed beyond recognition, He Lian still murmured, "It's my fault. I don't deserve to be a major general. I was just lucky. I'm not worthy of this rank. The truth is..." With a wet squelching sound, his voice was cut short. He was squeezed into a pulp by the giant hand with no chance of recovery. "General He..." The soldiers' eyes burned with fury as their weapons spat tongues of flame. To them, General He was like a comrade. He often joked and bantered with the soldiers, never putting on airs, and was nothing like a typical general. He had only been promoted to Major General after the apocalypse. No one knew the reason, and they didn't pry. All they knew was that General He was an affable leader who treated them well. With a relentless barrage, bullets and shells were expended like they cost nothing. Die. A transport helicopter still sat on the football field, but no one paid it any attention. At the west entrance, several colossal zombies blocked the way, preventing artillery from hitting the breach. Countless mutated zombies poured into the stadium. The pressure on everyone intensified. To make matters worse, the other three entrances were also overrun, and swarms of mutated zombies flooded in. It's over. Quick, retreat. We can't all die here." An officer shouted in panic, scrambling onto the last transport helicopter only to find no pilot inside. He frantically called out to nearby soldiers, but no one paid him any attention. They were all locked in battle with the zombies. "Damn it, I can't die here." He scrambled into the pilot's seat and began operating the controls with clumsy, unpracticed movements. With a series of clunks, the helicopter's rotors slowly began to spin, and his face lit up with excitement. "Haha, I did it. Fu Chen finally arrived, but the gunfire on the football field had long ceased, leaving only the roars of countless zombies. I'm too late." Looking down at the dense mass of zombies in the football field, Fu Chen was momentarily at a loss. How could this happen so quickly? With General He and his team's strength, this shouldn't have happened. Are the zombies launching a blitzkrieg too? Fu Chun frowned deeply, a hint of anger flickering in his eyes. The zombies, which he had once found somewhat endearing, instantly lost their charm. Daring to kill my clients, you have already sealed your doom. Fu Chun landed heavily amidst the horde, crushing several zombies beneath him. Roaring, the feasting horde noticed the uninvited guest and abandoned their meals to charge at him. Little darlings, after a month's hiatus I strike again. Do you feel honored? A colossal zombie slowly advanced toward him, its 10-meter-tall frame like a moving hill. It looked down at this tiny insect and extended a hand to grab him. So it's creatures like you that gave them trouble, huh? Fu Chen's eyes narrowed with a cold gleam as he met the giant zombie's gaze, completely ignoring the mutant zombies gnawing at him. Indeed, these giant zombies were thick-skinned and immensely strong. Even his corpse hunters couldn't slay them with ease. I hate being looked down upon. Your big boss here is getting angry. He slowly assumed a charging stance, pulling his fist back like a drawn bowstring, the zombies clinging to him like mere ornaments. The zombies on him seemed like harmless trinkets, not affecting his movements in the slightest. Seriously, one punch. Just as the giant zombie's hand was about to seize him, Fu Chen's fist shot forward. The giant palm was instantly obliterated along with the zombies ahead and half of the giant zombie's body, all reduced to dust. Such was the force that even the surrounding zombies were sent flying. If he had known some mystical boxing technique, he might have carved a trench through the ground. Blood and flesh splattered, and the giant zombie lost its balance, crashing down and crushing many others beneath it. Roaring, the surrounding zombies surged toward Fu Chun, engulfing him once more. Fu Chun paid them no heed. These mutant zombies couldn't breach his defense, nor even hinder his movements. He slowly walked toward the fallen giant zombie, moving through the sea of corpses as if wading through water, the zombies themselves being that water. Dragging a cluster of zombies to the giant's foot, he grabbed its ankle, intending to wield it as a humanoid weapon to smash the others. But due to the size difference, his effort only tore away a chunk of flesh. Without a proper grip on a larger area, he couldn't lift it. Staring at the hunk of flesh in his hand, Fu Chen frowned. Failing to lift the giant zombie inexplicably irritated him. He felt the mutant zombies still gnawing at him, unable to bite through, yet persisting. Finally, he lost his patience. With explosive bursts, the mutant zombies around him were shattered into pieces, though he then felt it was somewhat wasteful. So he punched methodically, blowing the heads off each charging mutant zombie, storing those he could in his equipment slot, and leaving the rest to lie peacefully. His punching speed accelerated, and soon the surging zombies couldn't keep up with his rhythm. He began moving toward denser clusters, mowing down zombies in swaths like a lawnmower. Roaring, more zombies poured in from outside, both common and mutant, all flooding in without distinction. With his keen eyesight, Fu Chun could see clearly, even in the darkness, an endless teeming mass stretching beyond sight. After casually dispatching a few giant zombies, he leaped into the air and surveyed the horde. Indeed, the zombies stretched for miles. It had become a terrifying zombie tide. Well, I wondered why I couldn't find large-scale hordes lately. So they've all been hiding here, huh? Suddenly his mood inexplicably lifted, forgetting his earlier frustrations and even the deaths of General He and his men. He pulled out his communicator to contact his corpse hunters, telling them to come here. The last of H City's zombies are probably all here, right? Then let's wipe them all out in one fell swoop. A flicker of excitement shone in Fu Chen's eyes as he flew deeper into the horde. Brother Lu Qi. Brother Chen sent a message asking us to join him. A female corpse hunter called out to Lu Qi. Lu Qi, still fighting amid the horde, frowned. Didn't you tell him we're caught in a massive zombie tide? He continued, swinging a strange weapon, a claw from a zombie, at the oncoming creatures. I did, but he said he has all of H City's zombies over there and told us to hurry. The girl put away her communicator and rejoined the battle. What? All of H City's zombies? Then what are these? Wu Hao couldn't help but complain after slaying a giant zombie. Before them stretched an endless sea of zombies, interspersed with countless mutants and massive giants, now encircling them completely. Yi Qingshuan, perched atop a giant zombie's head, looked ahead and saw a seemingly endless horde, another terrifying tide. Tell Fu Chen we can't leave, we're trapped in a massive zombie tide, she said. With that, her vines transformed into two long spikes and plunged into the giant zombie's skull, turning into a meat grinder that churned its massive head into pulp. Cheng Yaodong swung his fists with wide, powerful strokes, adhering to the corpse hunter principle of targeting only heads without damaging bodies, a rule casually set by Fu Chun, and slowly eliminated one zombie after another. We can't kill them all, we simply can't. Other corpse hunters swung their weapons tirelessly. Some had already broken theirs, and like Lu Qi had torn off claws from zombie mutants as substitutes lest their punches fail to kill and reduce efficiency. But after 2 hours of continuous combat, some were growing impatient. How long must this go on? These damn zombies are getting stronger and tougher to crack. Meanwhile, Fu Chen thought he had misheard. What? Trapped by a massive zombie tide and can't leave. With his corpse hunter's strength, what tide could pin them down? Of course they could certainly escape if they wanted. But as he gazed at the terrifyingly numerous horde before him, he estimated there were at least 2 million. The military had eliminated many zombies over the past month. Could H City still have more to form such a tide? Fu Chen flew recklessly above the tide of corpses, naturally drawing the attention of some zombies. Roars echoed from the terrifying horde as several figures fixed their gaze on Fu Chen in the sky. Sigh, if my underlings won't come, does that mean I, the big boss, have to clean up the zombies myself? Gazing at the seemingly endless tide of corpses, Fu Chen felt a bit resigned. Well, he'd do it himself since the battle had already begun. My underlings have grown wings and won't follow orders anymore. Fu Chen grumbled, but he didn't take it too seriously. Doing it himself was fine too. Ever since his underlings became capable, he had taken on the role of a hands-off manager. Lu Qi and the others handled the fighting. They came up with solutions for difficulties, while he just stood back eating melons and cheering them on. It had been a long time since he had fought a truly exhilarating battle. Now, with a million-level zombie tide before him, this was the kind of scene befitting a big boss entrance. It was simply too cool. He stretched his body and began doing a set of calisthenics in the air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Suddenly, several blood-red rays shot toward him. 3, 2. Huh. Fu Chen was drawn by these red rays. He stopped his movements and looked closely, discovering they were crystal-like objects. They emitted a red glow, trailing long streaks across the night sky as they rapidly flew toward Fu Chen. He widened his eyes. Did zombies launch these? This was something he had never seen before. Have the zombies evolved again? Staring at the red rays, his eyes shot out physical rays in an attempt to intercept them. A series of powerful bullets struck these glowing red crystals, sparking flashes. After being hit by over a dozen bullets, they exploded with a force no less than an ordinary missile. However, the explosion produced no flames, only a powerful shockwave. It left behind a cloud of red mist that emitted faint red glimmers, highly conspicuous in the darkness. What in the world is this? This was an attack method he had never encountered before. That red mist was obviously not a good thing, possibly some kind of toxic gas. Fu Chen didn't approach, unsure if he would be affected. He flew away from the red mist, scanning the zombie tide to identify which zombie had launched the red attack. Several more red rays shot out from the zombie tide. Prepared this time, Fu Chen immediately caught sight of the attackers. It was a hunched zombie, its back covered in those red crystals, each half the size of a fist. They were densely packed and chaotic with no discernible pattern. Where crystals had been launched, hollows were left on its back, and a tumor was visibly growing back. With his sharp vision, Fu Chen could see the crystals heading toward him clearly. Were they not entirely crystal? At first glance, the front part was crystalline with a mass of blood-red light, encased within, faintly emitting a mysterious power. But the rear part seemed opaque, blocked by something. He swiftly changed position to observe the crystals from a different angle. The tail was clearly a piece of flesh resembling a braid, as long as an adult's index finger, swinging rapidly through the air. Like a tadpole. He wondered what principle allowed these crystals to fly so fast. Surely not just a tail swimming through the air. They even kept changing direction. Even as Fu Chen ascended higher, leaving his original spot, they locked onto him, like homing missiles speeding toward him. Without hesitation, Fu Chen destroyed them again with his physical rays. With a few sharp cracks, clouds of red mist exploded midair. Fu Chen quickly counterattacked his physical rays, rattling toward the hunched zombie. Facing these powerful bullets, it didn't dodge, perhaps because the surrounding zombies were too dense to escape, merely raising its arms in a defensive stance. The bullets struck its arms with strange hissing sounds, causing no damage at all. This was a mounted Gatling gun. Even a mutated strength-type zombie would be injured by such firepower. Without pause, several missiles materialized from Fu Chen's palms and launched their violent explosions, sending the hunched zombie flying, yet still failing to inflict any real damage. Only the ordinary zombies around it were blown to pieces. The blasted hunched zombie quickly got up, raised its head, and glared at Fu Chen in the sky, its terrifying mouth grinning as if mocking him. This is no ordinary mutated zombie. Fu Chen didn't wait for another attack. Seizing the moment before it could react, he swiftly dived toward it. Acting cocky, are you? Let's see if you can still laugh. Fu Chen's figure rapidly closed in. Mutated zombies on surrounding high-rises tried to intercept, shooting out intestine-like tendrils to bind him as he swooped down. But their strength was no match for Fu Chen's swift movement, and they were dragged along. So damn disgusting. Fu Chen quickly tore off the revolting intestines and continued his charge toward the hunched zombie without losing speed. He delivered a Superman punch straight to it. With a thunderous boom, the hunched zombie's head was instantly smashed by Fu Chen, sending flesh and blood splattering everywhere. But Fu Chen was used to it, as long as he protected his face, he could just refresh his clothes. Pathetic. Thought you were something special. Lu Chi could probably take you out in a second, and you dare to show off. Fu Chen sneered, stepping on the headless corpse. Then he clenched his fists, looking at the various zombies around. Now it's your turn. Do you choose to die? Or get your heads blown off? Fu Chen grinned, delivering a mental shock to the zombies. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Chi and his team were struggling fiercely, overwhelmed by the endless waves. Brother Chi, come help me. I'm surrounded by clawed zombies. I can't withstand their attacks at all. A member of the zombie hunting squad shouted, his body covered in claws like a porcupine, with zombies constantly pouncing, leaving him no time to pull them out. Lu Chi, what the hell are you afraid of? They can't hurt you. If you're not dead, don't call me again. I'm busy. Lu Chi glanced over during the fight, judged the guy wouldn't die, and dismissed him. But similar cries kept ringing out. Someone help me. 4 giant zombies have me surrounded. I can't move freely. Damn, Brother Dong, quick, cut off these disgusting intestines. Bloody hell, my weapon's broken. Bro, lend me a claw. Come pull it out yourself. With a rustling sound, vines burst forth from the ground beneath Yi Qingchuan's feet, binding a large number of zombies. The ferocious thorns on them pierced deep into the zombies' bodies, and within a few breaths flower buds and branches sprouted from the zombies. Moments later, the vines retracted and surged toward the nearby zombies. Those zombies, now adorned with flowers and branches, moved stiffly like puppets and turned to attack their former kind, having been taken over by Yi Qingxian. Unfortunately, my ability is too weak. The vines can barely threaten the mutated zombies. As she effortlessly slew a few strength-type zombies, Yi Qingxian once again gazed into the tide of corpses. It was still an endless sea of zombies with no end in sight. Thankfully, the equipment Fu Chen had given them was the uncensored version, possessing a tireless nature. Otherwise, they would never have lasted this long. Yi Qingchuan's expression turned grave. This scale of zombie tide was simply abnormal, as if it could never be exterminated. Too many. We can't kill them all. Wu Hao was already complaining. Previously, when they killed zombies, they could feel the numbers dwindling, knowing there was a limit. But now the zombies seemed endless, making it feel impossible to finish them off, severely testing their patience. All they knew was that the corpses beneath their feet had piled up high. Moreover, this was different from before. There were also many mutated zombies and numerous giant zombies, which further slowed their killing efficiency. They can't be endless. Zombies don't just appear out of thin air. If we keep killing, we'll eventually finish them off. Yi Qingxian encouraged the others. All right, the group replied with wry smiles. Yi Qingxian felt helpless about this. Her ability was nearly depleted. Since she couldn't deal with the mutated zombies, she could only use it to control ordinary ones and ease the pressure on her teammates. Fortunately, some of her vines were not disposable. Using her ability, she germinated seeds and scattered them on the ground. Even on asphalt, they quickly burrowed underground, and moments later the stored energy erupted, turning into vines that broke through the earth. As long as they received energy replenishment, they could persist indefinitely. The zombie corpses on the ground served as their primary energy source. A single corpse was enough to sustain them for over an hour of combat. Lu Chi said, "Let's keep killing. I refuse to believe we can't finish them. If there are still this many in 3 hours, we'll retreat and regroup." All right. Cheng Yaodong nodded in agreement, though no one could see it. With a clear time frame, the zombie hunting team regained their drive. Shouldn't we notify the H-City military? Just us 20-odd people. How long will this take? Li Xian questioned. Right? We can't be the only ones fighting this many zombies. We should inform the military. They have more people and various weapons. They can surely eliminate them quickly. Lu Yen, contact the military and ask for reinforcements. Lu Yen was surrounded by several mutated zombies at the moment, but before she could speak, Yi Qingxian answered for her. It's useless. I already had her contact them. There was no response from the H-City military. After dispatching a few more zombies, she continued, besides, their base isn't far from here. They couldn't have missed this situation. With such a massive zombie horde, even a blind person could see it. Li Xian was startled. Right? The base isn't far. Could it be that they've already engaged these zombies too? Watch out. As Li Xian was distracted, a giant zombie charged at him. Fortunately, Lucci warned him, and he braced against the attacks of several mutated zombies while dodging to the side. Stay alert. These giant zombies are as strong as us. If they hit you, you'll either die or be crippled, Lucci shouted. We don't know the military's exact situation. By the way, why did you let so many zombies gather at your doorstep? Shouldn't they have been cleared immediately? After steadying himself, Li Xian replied, as far as I know, this area was cleared before. I have no idea how these zombies appeared. Then this matter might not be so simple. Perhaps these zombies aren't just from H-City. Yi Qingxian once again looked toward the direction of the zombie tide. It was still boundless, but this time she noticed something else. What's that? She squinted and saw several red lights streaking toward them in the distance. Watch out. She quickly shouted a warning, but the others didn't react in time. Boom, boom, boom. The red lights exploded among the crowd, staggering everyone. However, the power was only comparable to ordinary missiles, causing no real harm. No big deal. Just tickling us, ha. The zombie hunting team burst into laughter. Not only did these attacks fail to injure them, but they also helped clear many zombies. Didn't expect zombies to have missiles now. Keep them coming. They'll go easy on them later. Ha ha ha. Yi Qingxian observed the faint red lights around her, frowning with a sense of foreboding. Then she saw a vine beside her withering at a visible rate. Her pupils contracted sharply and she yelled, Everyone be careful. This red mist is dangerous. Get out of here. At the same time, she swiftly retreated, darting out of the red mist's range in a few agile moves. Cough cough. No good. This mist is poisonous. Get out of there quickly. Many team members enveloped by the red mist began showing adverse reactions. Roars filled the air as they tried to retreat, but were trapped by layers of zombies. Quick! Help them! Yi Qingxian extended 2 long vine whips to pull out 2 team members, while Lu Qi and the others also assisted in bringing the rest out of the red mist. Cough cough. Are you alright? Before he could check on the team members' conditions, Lu Qi was dragged back into battle by charging zombies. It seems like nothing's wrong. It's just a bit choking, cough cough. Good as long as you're fine. Don't let your guard down. We don't know what this stuff is, so stay cautious. How can it be nothing? Yi Qingxian was puzzled. The behavior of her vines in the red mist was definitely abnormal. She looked at the zombies in the red mist. They were completely unaffected, still acting as if pumped full of stimulants. Could I be overthinking it? Or perhaps this red mist has no effect on us. Are these red mists truly harmless? Yi Qingxian shook her head. We should still be cautious. Perhaps it's only because too little time has passed that no damage has been done. Several beams of red light shot up from the distance, streaking across the night sky, like meteors hurtling toward them. Don't let your guard down. Dodge them as best you can. Yi Qingxian grew anxious. They still did not know whether the red mist would cause severe consequences. To ignore it recklessly would be far too dangerous. Yes. Li Xian and the others responded loudly. Yet those red beams seemed locked onto them. No matter where they hid, the beams would detonate nearby. A few more crisp sounds rang out, accompanied by shockwaves that burst into clouds of red mist. The corpse hunting squad was well prepared, swiftly coordinating to fight their way out of the mist. Fortunately, each of them possessed formidable strength. If they wished to retreat, ordinary zombies would find it difficult to hold them back. At present, aside from the giant zombies posing a greater threat, the rest were essentially lambs to the slaughter. Even after fighting for so long, none of the squad members had fallen. Even if wounded, they recovered swiftly. Several more red beams streaked through the air. How annoying. We have to move again. Wu Hao curled his lips. The red mist was like a plague, driving them away. Though they still did not know what effects the red mist would have on them, caution was never wrong. Having experienced the eerie statue before, they knew that without vigilance they might die, without even knowing how. Yi Qingxian gazed toward the direction of the red beams, her eyes narrowing. This can't go on. We need to deal with that troublesome creature quickly. She swiftly finished off the zombies around her, then leaped with force, landing on a nearby building. They'll go take care of that zombie first. You all continue. Her figure darted swiftly across the rooftops like a martial arts master executing lightness techniques. With a light tap of her toes, she appeared elsewhere, occasionally stepping on vertical walls to propel herself to another building. In the darkness, she resembled a mysterious assassin. As she soared, she searched relentlessly through the horde for the culprit behind it all. Several more red beams shot up, this time all aimed directly at Yi Qingxian. Found you. She dodged the beams gracefully and charged toward the zombie. The red beams, however, looped around behind her and came speeding back. Homing missiles. Hearing the sound behind her, she reacted instantly. Her hands transformed into 2 vine whips, and with a sharp crack, the immense whipping force burst the red beams apart. Yi Qingxian turned and locked onto the zombie once more. It was a hunched creature, thin and small, its back covered in red crystals. If Chen were here, he would have noticed that it looked exactly like the zombie he had killed earlier. Suddenly the zombie let out a chilling laugh. It stared fixedly at Qingxian and made a provocative expression. Qingxian felt a shiver run down her spine. There was something eerily strange about this zombie. A sentient zombie. Though puzzled, she did not hesitate. Her hands morphed into sharp vine spikes and thrust fiercely toward the zombie. Die, troublesome creature. She spoke softly as her vine spikes crossed to strike the hunched zombie's head. With a thud, the zombie tilted its head, dodging the attack. The spikes only struck the red crystals on the back of its neck. The crystals exploded, engulfing both the zombie and Qingxian in red mist. The hunched zombie seemed to let out a mocking sound, baring its hideous mouth in an infuriating grin. Qingxian's expression turned grim. Ignoring the red mist around her, she changed her technique in a flash. In the heat of the moment, her vine spikes transformed into sweeping strikes, opening a dual front assault. One hand swept toward the hunched zombie's neck, the other toward a nearby zombie. Yet the hunched zombie leaned back, effortlessly dodging once again. Damn it, this zombie is fast. She was startled inwardly, but seized the opportunity to sweep and kill several surrounding zombies, clearing some space. At the same time, she scattered seeds around. Her vine spikes rapidly transformed into several vines, lashing toward the hunched zombie to bind it. The vines shot forth like arrows from a bow, lightning fast. The hunched zombie was instantly entangled. Qingxian quickly retreated from the red mist, intending to drag the creature to a nearby rooftop to finish it off. But as she leaped, a tremendous pulling force came from the vines, yanking her back. What? Qingxian was shocked. The hunched zombie grasped the vine with one hand, its face twisted in a sinister smile. It emitted a guttural sound from its throat as if its vocal cords had been severed, terrifying and bone-chilling. It extended a claw toward the pulled back Qingxian. Though its claws were not as long or sharp as those of the clawed zombies, they still exuded a dangerous aura. Unable to gain leverage in midair, Qingxian quickly lengthened the vines, then severed them and somersaulted to the ground. But the hunched zombie seemed to have anticipated this. It lunged forward in a single stride, transforming its claw into a fist and slamming it heavily into her. With no room to evade, Qingxian took the full force of the blow. The immense power sent her flying hundreds of meters away, crashing violently into a building. She smashed through two walls before coming to a halt. Coughing, Qingxian slowly rose and waved away the surrounding dust. A hole had been torn in her abdomen, revealing her jade-like skin. But soon her clothes abruptly restored themselves. Learning from Wu Hao's earlier experience, Chen had enabled clothing regeneration for everyone, and Qingxian had specially selected some stylish outfits. Qingxian stepped out from the hole on the second floor, her eyes fixed on the distant hunched zombie with a hint of surprise. Strong power. She could sense that the zombie's attack had breached her immunity threshold, but it lacked follow-through. Given her current physical resilience, it could not actually harm her. In other words, this zombie's strength posed no threat to her Lu Qi or the other three, but it might be dangerous for the rest of the squad. Steeling herself, she charged at the hunched zombie again, looking as if she would fight to the death. I refuse to believe I can't kill you. A flicker of anger flashed in Qingxian's eyes. This was the first time since the apocalypse began that she had been sent flying so far. He'll remember this grudge. And he'll settle it right now. Her figure flickered as she appeared before the hunched zombie again. Dispatching the zombies that rushed at her, she raised a hand toward it. In an instant, countless vines burst from the ground, separating the surrounding zombies and forming a temporary arena. The surrounding vines churned rapidly like countless fans, slowly dispersing the crimson mist. Qingxian seized the opportunity to charge at the hunchbacked zombie, swift as a ferocious leopard reaching its side in the blink of an eye. She struck at its face with swift, clean, and lightning-fast movements. Gah! The hunchbacked zombie wore the same infuriating expression, evading with astonishing reflexes. But Qingxian had anticipated its dodge. She changed her attack mid-strike, catching the hunchbacked zombie off guard. Her fist, whistling through the air, slammed into the hunchbacked zombie's head. Blood splattered, sending it stumbling. She followed up with a relentless barrage of punches like falling rain, battering it from side to side, without giving it a moment to breathe. Yet the hunchbacked zombie reacted just as quickly, raising its arms to block the subsequent attacks and steadying itself firmly. Ugh ugh ugh. Qingxian was inwardly shocked. With her strength now nearly 3,000 times greater, she couldn't kill it instantly. However, seeing the blood covering the hunchbacked zombie, she knew her attacks were effective. If I had used spikes instead of fists, maybe I could have killed it, she thought to herself. She continued her assault on the hunchback zombie, but this time she grew several spikes over her fists like a pair of sharp knuckle dusters. Keeping her hands in their original form made her more agile than transforming them entirely into sharp vine spikes. Come and taste this, you disgusting creature. As the zombie opened its hideous maw at her, she decisively responded with the truth of her fists. This time the hunchbacked zombie no longer passively took the beating, but extended its claws and attacked Yi Qingxian as well. Good move. Yi Qingxian twisted her body, slightly dodging the zombie's attack, and landed a heavy punch in return. Unfortunately, it quickly reacted and evaded the vital point. With a squelch, the vine knuckle-dusters pierced the hunchbacked zombie's flesh, drawing dark black blood. But the thick-skinned hunchbacked zombie remained unfazed, continuing to claw at Yi Qingxian. Several crimson crystals shot from its back, arcing around and hurtling toward her. Yi Qingxian blasted them apart with a few punches, the red mist dispersing as the surrounding vines churned. She employed every trick, mixing feints with real strikes, leaving the zombie overwhelmed and unable to read her attack patterns. For Yi Qingxian, fighting a zombie that could only defend and dodge was incredibly satisfying, far more so than dealing with the likes of Lu Qi. Occasionally, the hunchbacked zombie managed to land a hit, leaving jagged wounds on her body, but they healed quickly. It posed no real threat to her. For a time, the two fought back and forth, though it felt more like the hunchbacked zombie was on the receiving end of a one-sided beating. However, the surrounding vines couldn't hold back the zombie tide for long. Soon they were torn and devoured by the horde. With roars, zombies lunged from all sides, causing Yi Qingxian considerable trouble. The tide quickly turned. Ordinary zombies were easy to ignore or dispatch, but the various mutated zombies among the horde were the real problem, severely hindering her attacks. Seizing the moment, the hunchbacked zombie drove its claws through her throat. Startled, Yi Qingxian ignored the attacks from several mutated zombies behind her, retreating hastily into the horde. The hunchbacked zombie pursued, refusing to give her any respite, but was blocked by a few clueless mutated zombies. It stared in disbelief at their backs, then angrily tore them apart with a single swipe. This delay allowed Yi Qingxian to steady herself. Clutching her throat, she killed the zombies that rushed at her one by one. By the time the hunchbacked zombie reappeared before her, her wounds had mostly healed. Roar! The hunchbacked zombie howled in fury. Countless red crystals shot from its back, arcing around to converge on Yi Qingxian. With a series of explosive booms, the crystals detonated simultaneously. The massive shockwave sent surrounding zombies flying, effectively clearing the area. A denser crimson mist enveloped the vicinity. The hunchbacked zombie lunged forward, not giving Yi Qingxian a chance to escape. Its 5 fingers clamped together, thrusting toward her vital points. With a squelch, Yi Qingxian, still reeling from the shockwave, felt a heavy blow to her heart. She stared in shock, realizing the hunchbacked zombie's hand had plunged into her chest. As blood splattered, the hunchbacked zombie withdrew its arm, clutching a still-beating object, Yi Qingxian's heart. Gah! The hunchbacked zombie stepped back after its successful strike, a mocking look on its face. Yi Qingxian, clutching her chest, stared at the heart pulsating in its hand, her expression oddly composed. So this is what a human heart looks like. The hunchbacked zombie lifted her heart to its mouth, mimicking a chewing motion. As if expecting to see despair on her face, it let out a guttural laugh. After a moment of staring, Yi Qingxian abruptly turned and retreated from the red mist. She leaped onto a nearby building. Gah! The hunchbacked zombie froze, looking at the still quivering heart in its hand, then at Yi Qingxian's retreating figure, utterly bewildered. Yi Qingxian swiftly returned to her hunting team members, a trace of shame on her face. Damn zombie daring to rip out my heart. I'll remember this grudge. Lu Qi and the others spotted her. Qingxian, did you take care of that thing? No, it's troublesome. Yi Qingxian shook her head. She couldn't exactly admit that not only had she failed to kill it, but it had also ripped out her heart. That would ruin her image as the big sister. Fortunately, thanks to Fu Chen's so-called immortality, as long as her head wasn't instantly destroyed, she couldn't die. Otherwise, she would have been done for. What? Even Qingxian couldn't take that thing down. The team members were shocked, having witnessed her strength. As one of Fu Chen's 4 core members, she could overpower the other 3. She was arguably the strongest in their team. Of course, Fu Chen was an exception, a freak who couldn't be compared. Cheng Yao, come with me to lend a hand. The rest of you advance toward that direction and be ready to support. Yes. Yi Qingxian and Cheng Yaodong leaped from the surrounding buildings, returning to where the hunchbacked zombie was. Seeing Yi Qingxian return, the hunchbacked zombie seemed at a loss, staring at them in confusion. If it could speak, it would have shouted, "That woman came back, and she's not dead, and she brought a helper." Gah! The The hunchbacked zombie, upon seeing Yi Qingxian unharmed, displayed a human-like expression, its grotesque face etched with bewilderment and confusion. A human whose heart had been torn out, yet still lived. That's the one. Yi Qingxian extended a slender tendril pointing at the hunchbacked zombie shrouded in red mist in the distance. In a moment you hold it down, and it'll strike it. Be warned, it possesses immense strength and is incredibly agile. Cheng Yaodong nodded in understanding. However, his gaze lingered on the red mist enveloping the hunchbacked zombie, a flicker of concern in his eyes. The mist. Yi Qingxian naturally grasped his thoughts. She too was now somewhat puzzled. She had spent considerable time within this red mist, and aside from finding it somewhat acrid, she had detected nothing unusual. Could it be that this red mist truly has no effect on us? Yet recalling Fu Qin's abilities, she began to form a hypothesis. Having followed Fu Qin for some time, they had begun to notice certain peculiarities. Some of the abilities he granted them bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the zombies. It was as if they were zombies amplified 1,000-fold, the only difference being their retained sanity. And Fu Qin's relentless collection of zombie corpses made it difficult not to draw connections. She stared at the horde clustered within the red mist. They seemed unaffected by it. The withered fragments of vines on the ground further corroborated her speculation. Combining this with previous observations, the effect of the red mist was not gradual, but remarkably swift and apparent. Having been exposed to it multiple times without any discomfort, she felt a surge of confidence. Perhaps the red mist truly has no effect on us. Let's charge in boldly. If something feels off, we can retreat in time. It won't be able to stop us. Yi Qingxian declared decisively. The two exchanged nods. Yi Qingxian initiated the attack, having already gained experience against this hunchbacked zombie and mostly discerned its attack patterns. Cheng Yaodong followed closely, his primary role being to restrain the hunchbacked zombie at critical moments. But the time wasn't ripe yet. He first needed to help Yi Qingxian clear the surrounding zombies, giving her the space to confront the hunchbacked one. Whiz whiz, two signature red crystals shot from the hunchbacked zombie's back, easily destroyed by Yi Qingxian. Having made up her mind, she no longer avoided the red mist. Her figure shot out from the red mist, stirring a current of air that seemed to drag the mist behind her, leaving a faint trail of crimson light in the darkness. I've returned for revenge, you repulsive creature. Yi Qingxian's face was icy. She tapped the tip of her toe on the head of a strength-type zombie for leverage. Squelch. The zombie struck by the sudden delicate foot had its entire forehead caved in, collapsing powerlessly to the ground. Charging into the thick red mist, she once again spurred vines to form a pair of knuckle dusters over her hands. She quickly scanned the hunchbacked zombie's hands, but found no trace of her heart. A flicker of annoyance crossed her mind. So it was eaten after all. Without pausing, her gaze grew even darker as she swung her knuckle dusters and attacked directly. The surrounding zombies that lunged at her were swiftly dealt with by the following Cheng Yaodong. Cheng Yaodong's raw strength was on par with Yi Qingxian's, though he wasn't as skilled in combat. His body, encased in a mysterious rock armor, provided immense defensive capabilities. Even without the power bestowed by Fu Qin, these mutated zombies struggled to breach his defense. When Yi Qingxian fought him, even with her 3,000-fold enhanced physique, she had never inflicted any significant damage, a testament to the hardness of his dark rock armor. Roar, roar, roar. With Cheng Yaodong guarding her flanks, Yi Qingxian could finally focus on her opponent. Facing the blood claws swung by the hunchbacked zombie, she dodged with practiced ease and counterattacked accordingly. Faced with Yi Qingxian's intense focus, the hunchbacked zombie was momentarily rendered helpless. It could only curl its arms to protect its head, occasionally launching a retaliatory strike. Watching from the sidelines, Cheng Yaodong sighed inwardly, and she said she couldn't take it down. No wonder she's Qingxuanji. Truly terrifying. Yi Qingxian's attacks were as fierce as a storm, each strike carrying a sharp, overwhelming momentum that kept the hunchbacked zombie on the defensive. Cheng Yaodong would intervene at crucial moments to disrupt the zombie, skillfully manipulating its movements and trapping it in a passive state. On the battlefield, fists and shadows interwove. Their coordination was impeccable. Their combat techniques were refined and masterful, every movement brimming with power and grace. Cheng Yaodong thought, all this I learned from getting beaten by Qingxuanji. Boom. The hunchbacked zombie, caught off guard by a sweep to its legs, crashed heavily to the ground. Perfect. Yi Qingxian's eyes lit up, surprised by how smoothly the fight was going. She quickly activated the seeds she had planted earlier. Vines burst forth from the ground, instantly coiling like pythons around the fallen hunchbacked zombie, binding it tight. She then swiftly closed in, driving a fist towards its head. Seeing this, Cheng Yaodong rushed over to guard Yi Qingxian. But from this angle there was no room for him to act. He could only continue to stand by ready to intervene if anything went wrong. Squelch. Yi Qingchuan's fist struck the hunchbacked zombie's forehead like lightning, the knuckle dusters piercing into it like sharp blades. A triumphant look flashed across Yi Qingchuan's face. She hurriedly urged the vines to grow longer, attempting to pierce through it completely. However, a sudden buzzing sound erupted. The fallen hunchbacked zombie's body turned a fiery red as if wreathed in flames. A powerful shockwave exploded from its center like a volcanic eruption. The immense force blasted Yi Qingchuan, who was mounted on it, away like a cannonball. Cheng Yaodong beside her was also knocked back a few steps. But with a keen eye and swift hand, he grabbed Yi Qingchuan's ankle and pulled her back. The surrounding zombies fared far worse. Some were killed instantly by the blast, while others were hurled away by the powerful gust, creating an eerily vacant zone at the center of the battlefield. Erg. The vines constricting the hunchbacked zombie were also blasted to pieces. It rose swiftly, fixing a cold stare on Yi Qingxian and the other. Its eyes glowed red, and its body was covered in crimson vein-like patterns that pulsed with a faint light. Clearly, it had become far more dangerous. The two watched the transformed hunchbacked zombie warily, a sense of foreboding welling up within them. TSK Tisco. Leveling up, are we? Suddenly a voice drifted lazily from above. Yi Qingxian and her companion were taken aback. That voice sounds familiar. The pair and the zombie looked up to see Fu Chun. Chinga! Cheng Yaodong exclaimed in delight. The big shot had arrived, their troubles were over. Fu Chun, you've arrived just in time. Yi Qingchuan's voice carried a faint trace of relief as she addressed him. Then with a tilt of her chin she gestured toward the hunched zombie, its body flushed red and reeking of decay, as if to say, get rid of it quickly. I've been sick of the sight of it for a while. Upon seeing this, Fu Chen couldn't help but feel a few lines of exasperation crease his brow. He muttered inwardly, good grief, this woman is ordering your big boss around now. What status do you think you have, sis? Is there no law and order left? However, Fu Chun didn't take it too seriously. Yi Qingxian was now the ace of his team, the most formidable fighter besides himself. She also served as the coach of the zombie hunting squad, and with talent like hers he couldn't afford to find elsewhere. He had to cherish her. He turned his gaze to the flushed, hunched zombie, only to see it wearing a terrified expression, which struck him as odd. Let me see what's going on. Hey. The moment Fu Chen landed, he found the hunched zombie had already turned and fled in panic, its speed rivaling that of a startled rabbit. He stood frozen in place as if struck by a petrification spell. What's this? Wasn't it about to unleash its full power? Wasn't it supposed to have a comeback and turn the tables? Why did it suddenly run? Or did it just remember it left the gas on at home? Yi Qingxian and Cheng Yaodong were equally baffled. Why was this zombie fleeing? After a moment of stunned hesitation, Fu Chun immediately gave chase. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the hunched zombie, hoisting it up like a chick. What are you running for? Are you heading off to a marathon? Weren't you looking for a fight? What the hell are you running for? The glowing red hunched zombie struggled frantically, its gaze fixed on Fu Chun as if it were staring at a demon from the abyss. Hey, don't you look familiar, buddy? Fu Chen's eyes widened as he got a clear look at the zombie's face. Weren't you blown to bits by me? He examined the zombie in disbelief. No mistake, it was identical. The previous zombie had bared its teeth at him in mockery, and he remembered it vividly. Could it be twin zombies? Roar. The hunched zombie thrashed with increasing frenzy, its bodily patterns flaring like ignited flames, growing brighter and brighter. Moi. Fu Chun furrowed his brow and delivered a resounding slap to the hunched zombie's face. Slap. The blow caused its red glow to flicker like a camera flash. Tell me, do you have a twin brother? The hunched zombie was dazed by the slap, then struggled with even greater ferocity. Yet what awaited it were more slaps. Slap. Are you going to talk or not? After a few slaps, the hunched zombie's fire was extinguished, its red glow dimmed, and its entire form sagged like a deflated balloon. Still it refused to yield, writhing in defiance. Gong. Speak like a human. Fu Chun dealt it another slap. Slap. Ugh. The hunched zombie tilted its head, its mouth opening and closing like a beached fish, as if it were about to lunge and bite Fu Chen's hand. So you can't talk either. Fu Chun lost interest instantly and crushed the hunched zombie's head like a ripe tomato, splattering it on the spot. After crushing it, he nonchalantly blew on his hand and muttered, twin zombies, huh? What a novelty. Turning around, he saw Yi Qingxian and the others already locked in combat with the surrounding zombies. A satisfied smile curled at his lips as he nodded approvingly, good subordinates rushing to help so quickly. Unbeknownst to him, the hunched zombie's corpse instantly dissolved into a wisp of ash dispersing amidst the horde. Keep it up. Fu Chen flew above the two cheering them on, yet showed no intention of descending to lend a hand. Yi Qingxian couldn't stand it anymore. She knew Fu Chen's nature all too well, a complete hands-off manager. Usually it didn't matter, and with the growing number of zombie-hunting squad members, clearing the undead had become easier, so she let it slide. But in this situation, with no one knowing the true scale of the zombie horde, seemingly endless, it was truly exhausting. With a tone of frustration, she said, "Seriously, can't you come down and help? With this many zombies, do you really expect us to fight until the skies go dark? How can a big boss stoop to getting his hands dirty? Fine, you just keep resting." Yi Qingxian deliberately raised her voice, simultaneously slamming a zombie viciously into the ground with a thunderous crash, shattering it to pieces. Then she flexed her arm, feigning soreness, while her pace of dispatching zombies slowed several times over. Fu Chen's lips twitched at the sight. This woman was up to no good. Was she staging a strike? Had he been pushing her too hard these past few days? He glanced at the others, all wearing weary expressions, and scanned the surroundings. There really are too many zombies this time. It would take them ages to handle alone. Having only recently become the leader, his heart was still relatively soft. Rubbing his hands together, he said, "All right, since you've so earnestly asked for my help as the big boss, I'm very considerate of my subordinates." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and dropped down beside them. Chen Yaodong, who had been observing the whole scene silently, gave Yi Qingxian a thumbs up, thinking, "You are the best, Sister Qingxian. You actually got Brother Chen to move." Yi Qingxian shot Fu Chen a glare, continuing to clear zombies without turning her head. "Why did you come over? Didn't you say you spotted a massive zombie horde? You don't mean these ones here, do you?" Fu Chen suddenly realized they were talking about the same horde he had seen. He had thought they were rushing to support him. In truth, he had been drawn by the attack of the hunched zombie. Its identical red glow was quite conspicuous in the dark night. "Ahem, the moment I heard you were facing a massive horde, I worried something might happen to you, so I rushed over as fast as I could." Fu Chen forced a concerned smile, but his clumsy acting was so obvious that Yi Qingxian knew he was making it up on the spot and couldn't be bothered to argue. "By the way, where are Lu Qi and the others? I don't see them. They're nearby, heading this way. We can fight our way over and regroup with them." Oh, with Fu Chen joining the fray, the pace of clearing zombies accelerated significantly, and they soon successfully rendezvoused with Lu Qi and the rest. Then Fu Chen upgraded every member of the zombie hunting squad. For Yi Qingxuan, Chen Yaodong, Lu Qi, and Wu Hao, he topped up their equipment by 900 each, bringing them to a total of 1000. The remaining members were all elevated to 1000. Everyone's strength underwent a dramatic transformation, greatly boosting their efficiency in eliminating the undead. Fu Chen informed them that the horde numbered over 1 million, giving everyone a clearer picture. "As long as it's not infinite," one team member chuckled. Earlier, due to their limited perspective, the horde had seemed endless, breeding impatience. Now, with a definite number, the pressure eased significantly. Since they never tired, they could just wear it down. Let's see who outlasts whom. As the group diligently slaughtered zombies, the military base in City H was facing a dire crisis. A female zombie wrapped entirely in bandages stood atop the shoulder of a giant zombie, gazing ahead. There lay the high walls of the military base, now battered and breached in several places, swarming with all kinds of zombies. One final push. It seems we're almost done with the zombie horde. The members of the hunting squad noticed the tail end of the horde not far away, and a wave of relief and heroic pride surged within them. A horde of over 1 million, and it's about to be wiped out this quickly. With Brother Chen leading us, it's truly like splitting bamboo, someone exclaimed in awe. Haha, aren't almost all the zombies in H City right here? That makes us the great heroes of H City. We've cleared out the city's zombies with just over 20 people. That team member burst into laughter, his face brimming with pride and elation. Even the formidable military, after all, would find it exceedingly difficult to cleanse an entire city in these times. This was no longer like the early days of the apocalypse. Back then, although zombies possessed 3 times the strength and speed of an ordinary human, they were still mere flesh and blood. A sufficiently large military force could easily suppress and annihilate them. Now, with the endless emergence of mutant zombies, even the military, which inherited a vast arsenal of pre-apocalypse weaponry, could no longer easily accomplish the task of cleansing a single city. Yet a mere score of individuals unarmed had completely eradicated the zombies of H City. How could this not stir excitement? How could it not make one's blood boil? Li Xian especially understood well the immense obstacle that mutant zombies posed to the military, having served as the captain of a rescue team. The rescue squad had already struggled greatly against ordinary zombies. Even common zombies were like cheetahs in the eyes of normal people, possessing incredible speed, each one charging at humans like an Olympic champion sprinting 100 meters. Without a sufficiently dense network of firepower, their lines could be breached. Once the zombies closed and casualties were almost inevitable. What? Almost done. Chen was slightly puzzled. He had been fighting and collecting simultaneously. Since reuniting with the group, he himself had only killed over 100,000 zombies. Had the others already slain 1,000,000? That can't be right. He immediately soared into the sky, hovering lightly in the air like a bird, and gazed into the distance. He saw vast stretches of zombies in the distance, but they were moving in a different direction. A long gap had formed between them and the zombies here, creating a barren no man's land. The horde split. Could something be attracting them? Chen looked puzzled. Why would they divide their forces in the middle of the battle? He called down to the others. The zombies have split. I'm going to check on the situation. You all finish off the ones here. Before he even finished speaking, he had already flown off. Understood. Several team members responded immediately. Yi Qingxian watched Chen disappear into the distance, but said nothing. With their current strength, dealing with the remaining zombies was more than manageable. Chen flew swiftly at a high altitude, and soon arrived above the horde that had diverged from them. The density at the edge was low, with zombies scattered about, each one sprinting frantically in a single direction. He followed the direction they were heading. Along the way, he noticed that unlike the dense formation during the siege, these zombies were spread out, yet they surged forward like flowing water towards the same point. This piqued Chen's curiosity. What could be attracting them, driving them to travel for miles? After flying for 2 kilometers, he finally saw the horde becoming denser. Almost there. Driven by curiosity, he finally arrived at the gathering place of the horde. He saw before him a city wall, over 10 meters high, scarred and battered, surrounded by unfinished steel scaffolding. It was clearly incomplete. Now it was covered with all kinds of zombies, with more pouring in endlessly from various gaps. The first thought that crossed his mind was, zombies building a wall. Have they established an empire, raising high walls and amassing supplies? But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion. Impossible. How could zombies do such a thing? He refused to believe it. My imagination won't fool me. He swiftly flew over the wall to see what lay inside. It was clearly a base. Although it was packed with zombies, he could still make out sandbags, barbed wire, and the wreckage of armored vehicles and tanks scattered throughout. A military base. Has it fallen? At this sight, Chen's expression turned grim. This base was the home of nearly all survivors in H City, their beacon of hope. Many of the survivors here had been rescued by Chen and his team, later handed over to H City's rescue teams and brought here. With the population decimated after the apocalypse, the military had always placed great importance on preserving lives. There must still be survivors. He noticed the zombies were still pushing deeper into the base, so he followed. As if to confirm his thoughts, a series of gunshots rang out from the heart of the base. He immediately flew towards the sound. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. In a large underground bunker, the remaining humans had gathered, locked in a desperate battle against the ceaseless tide of zombies pouring in. The bunker was spacious, stocked with food and equipment, but it had no escape route. Originally, over 100 people had hidden here, enough supplies to last a considerable time. But unfortunately, the zombie horde seemed to sense the presence of the living. They tore the entire base apart and soon discovered their hiding place. Forced to block the only entrance, they set up heavy weapons and unleashed a storm of bullets into the surging sea of zombies. Reload, reload, reload. The machine gunner felt his ammunition running out like sand in an hourglass and urgently shouted to a comrade who was still firing. Hearing his cry, the soldier beside him reflexively dropped his rifle and swiftly grabbed a prepared belt of ammunition at his feet. Just at that moment, the heavy machine gun's ammo ran dry. He deftly reloaded it for the gunner. The thunderous roar of gunfire resumed. Several heavy machine guns roared like fiery dragons, spewing blazing tongues of flame that tore the incoming zombies to shreds. However, the horde was not composed solely of common zombies. Many mutants were mixed in. For instance, the Brew-type zombies. With their thick hides, they could withstand the fire of several machine guns and push forward for several meters, though they ultimately fell under the hail of bullets. But this gave more zombies an opening, allowing them to surge in during that brief window, putting even greater pressure on the soldiers. As for the agile clawed zombies, if they weren't killed instantly, they would slip through the net of fire like phantoms and swiftly flank the crowd. Fortunately, there were several evolvers present to guard the flanks, specifically tasked with eliminating these stragglers. A crimson figure swiftly intercepted these zombies. His arms shimmered with a faint red light as he brandished a pair of blood-red claws, pouncing on the clawed zombies like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. A contest. Let's see whose claws are sharper. Jia Tianhua's gaze was cold, exuding a trace of ruthlessness. He brandished his crimson blood claws and charged at the several clawed zombies like a starving wolf pouncing on its prey. Allow me to send you all to your doom. Roar, roar, roar. The clawed zombies, as if provoked, raised their claws and attacked Jia Tianhua in return. It was a clash of claws. Jia Tianhua, now seasoned in dealing with these mutated zombies, nimbly dodged their claw strikes. His blood claws shot out like lightning, instantly piercing the skulls of two clawed zombies. The entire sequence was clean and efficient without a hint of hesitation. This is bad. There are too many zombies and our ammunition here is limited. We must find a way to break out, someone shouted anxiously. Are you kidding? Rushing out now would be suicide, someone immediately retorted. Then we have no choice but to hold on until General He and the others return. That person sighed, silently praying for General He's safe return. Sigh. You don't know General He sighed sent a distress signal earlier. They might be in trouble themselves. Someone said pessimistically. Shut up, an officer barked angrily, undermining morale at a time like this. He was also anxious, but knew he couldn't panic. He had to stay calm. Hearing that there might be no reinforcements, the others' hearts grew heavier. A suffocating atmosphere of oppression enveloped the entire basement. Rat-a-tat-tat. The machine guns continued to spew fire, but more and more zombies surged in. Even the evolvers felt the pressure mounting. Captain Jia, they're about to break through, an evolver shouted. Jia Tianhua was barely holding his own. He strained to drive the blood claws on his arms, but he couldn't stop the increasing tide of mutated zombies. Zhou Mo, he yelled. Zhou Mo, who was also fighting zombies nearby, immediately understood. He quickly disengaged from the battle, raised both hands, and swept his palms toward the entrance. The two eyes in his palms opened wide, pupilless eyes that glared at the surging horde. An invisible wave radiated from his hands. Buzz. Then all the zombies caught in their gaze were frozen in place, unable to move. Quick! The others, acting with practiced coordination, swiftly eliminated the zombies that had already entered. Zhou Mo quickly withdrew his hands, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had already used his ability many times outside to make it safely into the basement. Now his mental energy was nearly depleted. Rat-a-tat-tat. The situation reverted to before, with the zombies temporarily suppressed at the entrance. But everyone knew this couldn't last. If they had been breached before, it could happen again. They were merely fighting a losing battle like cornered beasts. Soon more mutated zombies broke through the firepower blockade and clashed with the evolvers. Die. Bang, 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 bang. A petite figure clutched a pistol tightly, firing continuously at the surging tide of zombies. Her body trembled uncontrollably with fear, like a flower swaying in the wind. Yet she did not retreat an inch. Zhao Xiaomiao, that little pistol of yours is useless. Here, use this. A soldier handed her a QBZ-95 assault rifle. Huh. Oh, okay. Zhao Xiaomiao quickly took it. The frail girl struggled to raise the rifle and fired a couple of shots mimicking the others. She found it strenuous. The recoil made it hard to hold steady. Just holding it for 10 seconds made her arms ache. No. Is there anything else? Something lighter. But her voice was too soft. The entire basement was filled with the din of gunfire, and the soldier beside her didn't hear a word. Seeing no one respond, she dropped the rifle and went to the weapons pile to find something else. No sooner had she left than a clawed zombie broke through the evolver's line and reached her previous spot, killing 2 nearby soldiers. Damn it. Li Haojiang, the closest, rushed over and beheaded it with his zombie-slaying long blade. Zhao Xiaomiao turned back and saw the scene, a wave of terror washing over her. She quickly grabbed a JS-9 submachine gun from a nearby crate along with a few magazines and returned to her original position to continue firing at the zombies, doing her part. Ever since she was brought to the base, she had joined the military's cleanup teams to eliminate zombies, all because Li Xian's report mentioned she had single-handedly killed a giant zombie. Though she vehemently denied it, no one believed her at first. But after accompanying the cleanup teams on several missions, the military began to notice something amiss. Perhaps she truly had no special ability and wasn't an evolver. It might have just been a misunderstanding. However, her cleanup team always returned intact, so the higher-ups didn't interfere, allowing her to continue going out with the teams. This had given her some experience. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire continued unabated, but zombies kept pouring in. Even though a mountain of corpses was piling up at the entrance, it couldn't stop their advance. The higher piles of bodies were pushed down by the surging zombies, spreading inward layer by layer, soon reaching the feet of the defenders. Jia Tianhua and the other evolvers gritted their teeth, desperately holding back the various mutated zombies, but they soon found themselves in the same predicament as before. Jia Tianhua glanced at Zhou Mo, thinking, do we have to do this again? It's just a futile struggle. But the moment Zhou Mo met his gaze, he didn't hesitate. He quickly withdrew and raised his hands ready to use his ability once more. Even though his mental energy was nearly spent, he could still manage 2 or 3 more uses. Boom! Just as Zhou Mo was about to activate his power to freeze the zombie horde with a thunderous crash, a figure descended from the sky. Yes, from the sky. He smashed through the thick ceiling and landed squarely at the entrance. Everyone saw only his back. Then, with a flicker of movement, the surrounding zombies seemed to vanish instantly, leaving only headless corpses like those of the clawed zombies. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Even the machine gunners involuntarily stopped firing. For a moment, the scene fell into dead silence, broken only by the roars of the approaching zombies outside. Fu Chun, hearing the sudden cessation of gunfire, looked around. Seeing everyone staring at him in astonishment, he explained, "Don't worry, I'm the captain of the zombie hunting squad. I'm here to reinforce you." With that, he flashed what he thought was a friendly smile and slowly walked toward the zombies outside the entrance. As if time itself had frozen at this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Fu Chen's retreating figure, unable to look away for a long time. After an unknown interval, Li Haojiang was the first to exclaim in astonishment, "A hereditary boxing technique. One that beats the fight out of anyone it hits." His exaggerated expression left the others baffled and utterly confused. What kind of bizarre boxing technique was this? Yet somehow it seemed quite vivid, didn't it? However, Jia Tianhua and his companions recognized Fu Chun at a glance, instantly recalling that scene in the school cafeteria. The impression was far too deep. It's that mysterious powerhouse. Brother Tianhua, we're saved. Zhou Mo exchanged a glance with Jia Tianhua, the tension on their faces dissipating, instantly replaced by relieved smiles. Jia Tianhua also smiled, breathing a silent sigh of relief, and thought to himself, that man is still as formidable as ever. Good heavens, what on earth was happening? We're saved, eh? Someone gaped in disbelief, everything before them like a dream. He even began to wonder if he had already died, and this was all an illusion. Let's follow him quickly. He can lead us to survive. Jia Tianhua quickly regained his composure, organizing the evolvers under his command to hurry after him. Seeing this, the officer also rallied the soldiers, packing up their equipment and supplies ready to break out with this mysterious powerhouse. Saved? Zhao Xiaomiao also breathed a sigh of relief, shaking her arm that had gone numb from the shock, patting her military green t-shirt, then hoisting a backpack nearly as big as herself, scurrying to keep up with the others. Roar, roar, roar. Zombies kept charging at Fu Chun from the front, only to be annihilated into nothingness by the indistinct fist shadows before him. He walked leisurely, as if strolling through a garden. Punching at the oncoming zombies while casually looking around, he remarked, "Tisk, tisk, tisk, so this is the military base. Seems pretty ordinary to me." The architecture here was very simple, with hardly any decoration except for the occasional military green camouflage tents. Soon footsteps sounded behind him as Jia Tianhua and the others caught up. Though they knew Fu Chun was powerful, seeing him obliterate the zombies with such a calm and effortless demeanor still left them utterly astounded. Good grief, even that Zheng Long couldn't pull this off, could he? "He's just too strong," a soldier exclaimed in awe. Zheng Long was the strongest evolver at their H-City base, with a physique 330 times that of an ordinary person. He had been brought back by a rescue team, and on usual days he strutted around arrogantly because of his strength, making everyone dislike him. But today he earned everyone's respect. He died at the breach in the wall. When the wall collapsed, he single-handedly fought 3 giant zombies, killing one and injuring another before finally exhausting his strength and being shattered to pieces. He never once thought of retreating, even to his death. Yet even he couldn't hold back the terrifying tide of corpses. Seeing the group catch up, Fu Chun smiled in satisfaction. Turning sideways to face them, he slowly spoke, Do you desire power?" Jia Tianhua and the others who had just caught up were stunned by his sudden words, momentarily unable to react. "Sir, what did you say?" Jia Tianhua at the front thought he had misheard and asked instinctively. "I can bestow upon you immense power. Power like mine, capable of easily crushing this zombie horde. Do you want it?" Fu Chen spoke again, his tone like that of a demon tempting mortals into signing a contract. Jia Tianhua and the others immediately became wary. Jia Tianhua probed, "You mean you can give us power as great as yours?" Seeing Fu Chen nod, he asked further, "Do we need to pay some kind of price?" Fu Chen replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Jia Tianhua and the others thought, there it is. Would they have to sell their souls? Everyone couldn't help but shiver, quickly shaking their heads. The joy of having just survived a disaster vanished, replaced by vigilance. Fu Chen was puzzled when he saw everyone shaking their heads and even stepping back. But after mulling over his own words, he felt they might have been a bit misleading. He found it both amusing and exasperating. I'm not after your souls or anything. What I mean is I can temporarily share my power with you, and in return you help me clear out the zombies here. Is that all? That's all. No conditions? Jia Tianhua asked suspiciously. Conditions? There's one. Fu Chen said, and when he saw everyone take another step back, he quickly added, afterward you'll need to help me gather the zombie corpses and pile them up. Everyone shook their heads. No need, no need. The priority now is to break out quickly. Seeing their wary expressions, Fu Chen pursed his lips. Take it or leave it. He just wanted to slack off a bit and have them do the work for him. This kind of power experience card was something others would beg for, and he wasn't about to chase after them to give it away. Fine, forget it. But I'm not planning to leave yet. You'll have to take care of yourselves. Don't come crying to me if something happens. With that, he stopped bothering with them. Saving them was already an immense favor. He strode toward the horde of corpses without looking back, like a reaper mowing down everything in his path. Wherever he passed, zombies were annihilated into nothingness. Then let me take on the zombie tide alone. Come on, let's have a good hearty fight. Gazing at the surging tide of zombies, a hint of amusement flickered in Fu Chen's eyes. My little darlings, your big shot here is about to get serious. Reaching the entrance, he suddenly accelerated, charging out of the building with terrifying momentum, wiping out all the zombies in his path. Stepping onto the open ground before the building, he unhurriedly took a large speaker from the storage space of the helicopter and pressed the play button. Instantly, a melodious tune blared from the speaker, its sound echoing across nearly half the base. Yo yo, come on baby, go. Yo yo, this feeling is like a journey of fragrance with rippling gentle waves. Thoughts drift to those rights and wrongs, causes and effects. This speaker is really good quality. Fu Chen held it to his mouth with satisfaction, his voice mingling with the music and broadcasting out. Zombie family on the scene, how are you all doing? Come on, let's all raise our hands and dance together. Who is singing? For you, warming the solitude. Aha. White clouds drift, blue sky remains, tears wander. Living alone in that vast expanse, seeing the brilliant fireworks of the distant heavenly kingdom. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies waved their hands along with the music, lunging at Fu Chen, eager to bestow their passionate kisses. But in their excessive enthusiasm, they accidentally collided with his fists and vanished into thin air. The melodious music resonated like a battle drum with rhythmic beats that thundered like a lightning strike. Fu Chen charged into the horde of corpses like a whirlwind, countless punches flying out like shooting stars as the massive swarm of zombies melted away like snow, diminishing at a visible rate. To Jia Tianhua and the others, this scene was as if Fu Chen was weaving through the zombie horde, and then most of the zombies around him seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving only a few remnants splattering into the air. Holy cow! What kind of powerful being is this? The evolvers witnessing this spectacle were left utterly speechless. Even though they had seen Fu Chen deal with zombies before, witnessing it again was still incredibly shocking. What kind of power has he evolved? Oi! Their eyes widened, mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. Their faces were filled with terror and awe, everyone staring blankly, including the soldiers ready to shoot the zombies, all frozen in place, as if under a spell. My God! At this rate, he might single-handedly finish off the zombie tide. Does that mean we don't have to intervene? And we don't have to leave the base? The crowd could hardly believe their eyes, rubbing them vigorously as if to prove everything was a lie. Is this an evolver? Or a god? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Their weapons were utterly useless in the face of such a powerful being. They felt fortunate that this powerful man was an ally rather than an enemy. They could only imagine how helpless they would be if he were an adversary. Roar. Many zombies approached Fu Chen, but as soon as they began to roar, they were struck and vanished, never given a chance to deliver their lines. Some mutated zombies in the horde, witnessing this bizarre scene, stopped in their tracks, some wandering about confused, but were soon blasted in the head by a punch from Fu Chen and vanished from this world. Roar. The zombies outside the high wall seemed to have detected the commotion inside, and in an instant more zombies surged in frantically. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Familiar red lights shot and exploding near Fu Chen. Huh. There are such zombies too. Fu Chen was surprised, though, after killing those two suspected twin zombies, he hadn't seen this type again. He thought twins were special. He didn't expect to encounter them again. As he harvested zombies, he glanced towards the direction the red light had come from. He happened to see a stooped zombie jump onto the high wall looking at him. Gah! The stooped zombie appeared startled and quickly jumped down from the high wall, disappearing from Fu Chen's sight. What's going on? Why is there another identical zombie? Fu Chen couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that they are not twins but triplets? But its reaction is odd, isn't it? Fu Chen noticed that the zombie upon seeing him reacted like a mouse seeing a cat, clearly recognizing him. It can't be that the triplets have some telepathic connection knowing I killed its brother. That seems a bit too reasonable. However, he felt that things were definitely not that simple. Fu Chen hurriedly leapt into the air like an arrow released from the bow chasing after the stooped zombie. It flew away. The onlookers behind had become somewhat numb. Goodness, no more pretense. Is it a reveal? Are you a deity? But some people became nervous when they saw Fu Chen suddenly take off. If he left, wouldn't the zombies come toward them? Fortunately, the horde was already quite a distance away from them, and all were attracted to Fu Chen with only a few scattered zombies charging toward them. The remaining gazes were fixated on Fu Chen's figure following him out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, several piercing red lights shot towards him. However, after learning from Yi Qingxian and the others that these red mists were of little consequence, he ignored them. A large number of red crystals struck him like meteors exploding with a loud bang, leaving a thick red mist. Yet these had no effect on Fu Chen. He dashed out like lightning, his speed so fast that it stirred the surrounding air into a massive vortex, instantly parting the red mist, which then dispersed in all directions. Fu Chen quickly locked onto the fleeing stooped zombie, arriving at its back in the blink of an eye, casually smashing a jumping mutated zombie into pieces, then grabbing the stooped zombie as if it were a chick. Then he raised it high to avoid being disturbed by other oblivious zombies. Indeed, it looks exactly the same. Fu Chen observed the stooped zombie's face, closely finding it no different from the two he had killed earlier. A thought surged in his mind. Could it possibly be able to resurrect? The struggling stooped zombie seemed to understand, pausing for a moment before resuming its struggle. Fu Chen observed this scene, growing more curious. Can it truly resurrect? His eyes brightened. Disregarding the desperately struggling stooped zombie, he smashed its head with a punch, then dug his fingers into its flesh, holding it aloft to examine closely. He wanted to see how it resurrected. In less than 5 seconds, he lost the sensation of flesh and blood in his hand, then discovered that the stooped zombie's body had turned to ash and was blown away by the wind. My. Fu Chen frowned slightly. Such a strange occurrence was happening right before his eyes. What is happening? Has it transformed into nothingness? Looking at the corpse that had vanished without a trace, he was momentarily stunned. Just then a sharp howling sound came from nearby, breaking his train of thought. Fu Chen followed the sound and discovered a female zombie wrapped in bandages, surrounded by numerous mutated zombies, creating a mysterious aura that twisted the surrounding space, making it hard to see the things around her. She was encircled by many mutated zombies akin to stars surrounding the moon, with several of the mutated zombies resembling forms Fu Chen had never seen before. She coldly gazed at Fu Chen, extending a finger straight at him. Roar, roar, roar. With her gesture, countless mutated zombies surged toward Fu Chen like a tide, as if a zombie queen was commanding her minions. Fu Chen completely ignored the horde charging at him, standing over 30 meters high in the air. Surely, they couldn't fly up to him. He fixed his gaze on the female zombie, revealing an expression full of interest. Has the zombie king appeared? The zombie king. Fu Chen gazed with keen interest at the female zombie, then slowly flew toward it. However, an unexpected obstacle emerged midway. A massive hand blocked his path. It was a giant zombie that leaped into the air. Standing 16 meters tall, its raised hand reached over 20 meters. Now with a single bound, it easily reached Fu Chen, who hovered at 30 meters. Its enormous palm, resembling a 5-finger mountain, struck at Fu Chen with the force of an avalanche, as if swatting a volleyball. TCH. Go play elsewhere. Fu Chen clicked his tongue and slapped back, reducing the 5-finger mountain to dust. Blood and flesh splattered, showering the zombies below in a localized rain. Fu Chen continued flying toward the zombie queen. Then another zombie blocked his way. My. It was a zombie with a pair of fleshy wings resembling a bat. The difference was that its entire body gleamed with a metallic sheen, including its wings, making it obvious that its form was exceptionally tough. Fu Chen found this intriguing. May I know your name, General? He studied the zombie curiously and blurted out the odd question. But the bat zombie seemed unable to speak. It only let out a roar before flapping its wings and lunging at him. Physical ray. A stream of large bullets shot from Fu Chen's eyes. No gunshots, only the whistling sound of projectiles tearing through the air. Enhanced by tracer rounds, it appeared as a laser beam in the pitch-black night sky, radiating from Fu Chen's eyes. The physical ray struck the bat zombie, sparking and clanging. It dodged left and right, but could never evade Fu Chen's gaze. With the distance closed, if it couldn't escape his line of sight, it couldn't avoid the incoming bullets. Countless bullets struck it. Even if they didn't cause harm, the relentless impact deprived it of the power to stay aloft. In an instant, losing its flight capability, it was knocked backward by the continuous kinetic force and slammed heavily onto a flight of stairs. A soldier witnessing this through binoculars was awestruck. Holy shit! The ancestor! The bullets kept firing. The zombie quickly covered itself with its wings. Clang, clang, clang. Tough, huh? Let's make it harder. Fu Chun smirked, thinking of a new trick. He mobilized the machine guns of the other 9 attack helicopters. Each helicopter had 2 Gatling guns making exactly 10 per eye. He overlapped them all into one. Instantly, the power underwent a transformative change. The bullets flew faster, and their hardness achieved a qualitative leap. Of course, he could have fired all 10 helicopters' guns simultaneously for a denser hail, but with this level of attack, 2 couldn't break the defense, nor could 20. But stacking was different. Even 2 bullets overlap changed density and mass beyond a simple sum, let alone 10. And the gunpowder's explosive force also stacked at the same point, greatly enhancing the bullet's propulsion. The enhanced bullet storm tore through the iron-hard wings, piercing them. The bullets screamed into the Bad Zombie's head, visibly shredding and penetrating it bit by bit. Bad Zombie deceased. Humph, nothing but a posturing fool. Fu Chun smirked, satisfied with the result. It seemed the equipment slot had many functions yet to be explored. They didn't even include a manual. Could have padded a few thousand words otherwise. The zombie queen, enraged at the easy death of her general, seethed. Around her, several grotesque zombies, sensing her fury, charged at Fu Chun. They were the queen's guardians, and they would not tolerate a mere meal challenging her. More than ill, capture the chieftain first. Ignoring the mutated zombies, Fu Chun sped toward the zombie queen. Roars. A zombie covered in tumors stomped the ground and leaped toward the rapidly approaching Fu Chun. Its tumors pulsed, ejecting a bile-like liquid at him. Damn, that's disgusting. Seeing the vile liquid, Fu Chun halted abruptly. Then he blew a breath toward the incoming fluid. A powerful gust surged forward, not from his mouth, but seemingly radiating from his entire body. It was the fierce wind from the rotors of several helicopters in his equipment slot. The gale scattered the liquid, turning it into droplets that flew back. Where the droplets landed, they sizzled with corrosive effect. The tumor zombie, carried by momentum, closed in on Fu Chun, only to be shot down by his enhanced physical ray. Its body was torn open. Seeing the other zombies follow suit, leaping into the sky with raw strength to attack him, Fu Chun was speechless. He quickly ascended to 100 meters. The mutated zombies leaped and missed, falling back down. Go on, jump. He continued moving at that height, and soon hovered above the zombie queen. The mummy-wrapped zombie queen glared at Fu Chun, an invisible wave trembling around her. She grew more agitated, as if the space itself became unstable. Physical ray. Instead of descending, Fu Chun fired another stream of bullets. The straight trajectory curved near the zombie queen, veering off in an arc. Oh, no wonder you're the zombie queen, you've got some tricks. Fu Chun marveled. There's a force around her disrupting my attack. Magnetism. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Whatever her ability, a single punch would do. He dove down. The zombie queen remained composed, standing atop the giant zombie's head. She gazed up at Fu Chun, diving toward her, her eyes glinting. She raised her hand slightly, and the space around her trembled violently. Then cars, streetlights, and other metal objects on the ground levitated and shot toward Fu Chun. Whoa, it's actually Magneto. As Fu Chun descended from the sky and witnessed this scene, he was momentarily stunned, then fell into a state of ecstasy, a new idea forming in his mind. Ha ha ha, I never expected to meet the renowned Magneto. I am Fu Chun of Wudong, paying my respects to your excellency. He burst into laughter, his eyes emitting physical rays that shredded the flying cars and other objects into countless fragments. Once in close quarters, he directly swung his fist, shattering the remaining metal into pieces. However, these fragmented metal pieces coalesced again, forming a torrent of metal that once more surged toward Fu Chun. The torrent of metal struck Fu Chun's body, producing a clattering sound, yet it failed to harm him in the slightest. However, the surrounding metal fragments grew increasingly numerous, all gathering around him. Fu Chun seemed to fall into an ocean of metal, carried downward by countless metallic fragments, swiftly passing before the zombie queen's eyes and crashing heavily at the feet of the giant zombie, crushing many zombies in the process. Then the torrent of metal instantly contracted and compressed, forming an iron ball that sealed Fu Chun within. Roars echoed all around as the zombies encircled him. With a thunderous boom, after being sealed for less than 2 seconds, Fu Chun punched a large hole in the iron ball, sending metal fragments flying that shredded the zombies ahead into mincemeat. Ha ha, what a formidable foe, truly worthy of the title Magneto. Before Fu Chun could finish speaking as he emerged from the iron ball, he saw the giant zombie before him raising its foot to stomp down on him. A simple uppercut. Fu Chun immediately executed a rising dragon punch piercing through the giant zombie's foot and soaring into the sky toward the zombie queen perched atop its head. Then the terrifying residual force churned swiftly, tearing the giant zombie's foot apart. Roaring in agony, the giant zombie lost its balance and toppled forward. The zombie queen standing on its head slowly retreated, moving to the back of its skull as it fell. Simultaneously, Fu Chun landed before her. With a resounding crash, the giant zombie caught itself with its hands, steadying its form, though its palms crushed many zombies beneath them. It paid no heed to this, maintaining its posture and daring not to move an inch. It was the queen's mount and could not fall. Countless zombies around climbed up along its arms and legs. Crackling with electricity as zombie wreathed in lightning rushed back, urgently accompanied by two other equally unusual zombies. Fu Chun stared intently at the zombie queen before him, a hint of excitement gleaming in his eyes. Esteemed Magneto, I am greatly interested in your power. Might you be interested in becoming my equipment? Fu Chun chuckled, gradually closing in on the zombie queen with a villainous demeanor. A bolt of lightning tore through the night sky, striking Fu Chun's back with terrifying force. Fu Chun felt a tingling numbness, a sensation that was immensely pleasurable. He turned to see a figure leaping into the air, charging toward him with terrifying thunder. It roared with its gaping maw, as if to say, "How dare you approach Her Majesty?" Kneel. Arcs of electricity surged around its body as it unleashed another bolt of lightning at Fu Chun. With a thunderous crash, the lightning struck Fu Chun once more, yet it caused no harm, instead leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. Whoa, there's actually a Thor here. Or rather a lightning Dharma King. Fu Chun's eyes lit up with excitement. Before even a second had passed, another bolt of lightning struck Fu Chun once again, merely tickling him. He even felt like moaning in pleasure, a word surfacing in his mind. Ha ha, 3 of the 5 guardians have appeared. Where are the other 2 deities? Show yourselves now. Fu Chun found the situation increasingly intriguing, so he was in no hurry to subdue Magneto. Since he had encountered them today, there was no way they would escape him. As if responding to his call, the other 2 guardian zombies appeared, landing together on the giant zombie's back. The lightning Dharma King was the first to charge before Fu Chun, its body crackling with lightning that illuminated the surroundings. It was undoubtedly the brightest being in this dark night. Crackling with terrifying thunder, it lunged at Fu Chun. Tisk tisk tsk. A zombie is still a zombie. With such an impressive ability, you still resort to biting and clawing. What a waste. He shook his head and delivered a light slap, instantly sending it flying like an arrow from a bowstring, crashing into the other 2 guardian zombies. Roaring, the other 2 guardians paid it no mind, sidestepping as they charged, allowing the lightning Dharma King to fly past them. One of the guardian zombies was obese, its round belly splitting open to reveal a hideous twisted maw. Its mouth was filled with several rows of terrifying fangs, sticky saliva stretching into strands as it lunged at Fu Chun, accompanied by a foul stench. Fu Chun felt his stomach churn. Damn, that's disgusting. Stay away from me. He quickly retreated, then unleashed the strongest form of his physical rays from his eyes, riddling it with holes. He also blew its brains out. The other guardian zombie was a deformed creature as thin as a stick insect with an elongated body and limbs. If it stretched out on the ground, it would likely measure 6 or 7 meters in length. Its limbs were sharp as spears, and it crawled like a spider. While these last 2 guardians are hardly worth watching. Fu Chun sneered with disdain as his physical rays shot toward it. The space around them trembled, causing the bullets he fired to veer off course. The zombie queen beside him had intervened. He simply delivered a flying kick, exploding the head of this stick insect-like creature. The zombie queen had intended to intercept Fu Chun's bullets and turn them to her own use, but perhaps due to their speed and kinetic energy and the fact they weren't aimed at her, she failed to capture many. She only managed to hold on to a portion, yet they inexplicably vanished, leaving her bewildered. With a whoosh, the iron ball on the ground transformed back into a torrent of metal surging toward Fu Chun. Meanwhile, the surrounding horde of zombies climbed onto the giant zombie, lunging at Fu Chun. Fu Chun immediately dashed forward, grabbing the zombie queen by the throat with one hand, then leaping into the air, charging toward the position of the lightning Dharma King. The zombie queen wore an expression of disbelief as the magnetic field around her violently oscillated, distorting even the surrounding space. A tremendous force tore at Fu Chun, attempting to rend him apart. Spatial convulsions rent at Fu Chun, but he scarcely flinched and pressed straight toward Lei Dianfuang. A torrent of metal surged in his wake, also ignored by Fu Chun, Yet the metallic flood disrupted his flight, dragging him downward. Fu Chen hastily steadied himself, suspended in midair with no anchor. He hung like a rootless weed held aloft only by the helicopter's thrust, which clearly could not fully counter the metallic torrent's pull. He increased the power, stacking the thrust of 10 helicopters, and only then could he barely move freely. He marveled inwardly at how even the combined force of 10 helicopters still felt a touch unstable. Impatiently, he slapped away the strikes battering him, and seizing that opening he shot like a released arrow toward the rising Lei Jianfuang. But at the Sangsher Nuwang's piercing shriek, the surrounding magnetic field grew more chaotic and savage. Fu Chen felt the space around him thicken, as if viscous, and movement became exceedingly laborious. Fu Chen was mildly surprised. Another contingency. You can still scream with your throat pinched. No wonder Wan Ci Wang is formidable. Yet he paid it no heed, it posed no real threat. He sneered, "Scream all you like. No one will come to your aid," a malicious grin curling his lips like some villain from a dark tale. Behind him, the metal torrent he had scattered reassembled, as if drawn by a magnet, and surged toward Fu Chen with renewed ferocity. The onslaught rolled like mountains collapsing and waves smashing the shore, and it slammed the still grinning Fu Chen brutally through the air. They enveloped him, spinning like a vortex at lightning speed, dragging the surrounding air into their whirl and forming a raging tornado. Approaching zombies were shredded into pieces. Fu Chen's clothing was torn to tatters in an instant, then he promptly restored it. Countless metal shards sharp as blades lashed about him, but could not pierce his defense. The tremendous impacts shattered some fragments further into innumerable splinters. Fu Chen stared, stunned, carried, and torn by the metal storm, flung in every direction like a character caught in an aerial combo, unable to fall. Yet he did not loosen his grip on the Sangsher Nuwang. Even such savage assaults could not harm him. The Sangsher Nuwang, at the storm's eye, was aghast. She could not comprehend what sort of human stood before her. All her efforts proved futile. She bared fangs and thrashed desperately, but the hand at her throat was like an immovable iron vice. Her struggles availed nothing. It was the first time she had felt such helplessness. A fear unknown to ordinary zombies flickered in her eyes. Fu Chen suddenly laughed, but shards of metal whipped into his gaping mouth. He snapped his jaw shut and spat the fragments out. He barked for silence and tapped the Sangsher Nuwang on the head. Though his blow was measured, she felt it like a titanic strike, and her consciousness wavered. The metal storm grew unsteady. Fu Chen swept his palms outward, and with overwhelming force sent countless metal chunks flying like cannonballs until they dissipated in the distance. He did not kill the Sangsher Nuwang immediately. He was calculating which equipment slot he should swap her into. He had once slain a special zombie before, and found it could not be slotted together with ordinary strength zombies, a mystery that puzzled him. Its outward appearance had been much the same, without obvious talons like a claw zombie, yet the system had judged it unequipable. Fu Chen suspected its special ability was the cause. But that earlier special zombie's power was mediocre. He had no use for it, and never considered swapping equipment. This one, however, was Wan Ci Wang. If he did not equip it now, would he have to wait until the next level up? And when might that come? If he killed it now, he could not be sure how long it would remain available, nor whether a corpse kept too long would lose potency. Once steady, he glanced at the wobbling Lei Jianfuang and admitted aloud that though flashy and stylish, it was simply too weak, and his equipment slots were limited. He added dryly that Lei Jianfuang should die. His eyes unleashed a reinforced physical ray that instantly riddled Lei Jianfuang like a sieve, blowing his head apart. Fu Chen turned to the terrified Sangsher Nuwang. "I know you're afraid, but not yet. I've not decided how he'll use you." He fell into thought. The Sangsher Nuwang widened her eyes in horror, thinking, "You haven't decided how to use me. What do you mean? What are you going to do?" Terrified, she frantically activated her ability and continued her futile struggles. Fu Chen backhanded her across the face. "Do not disturb my thinking." He continued to sort through his plans. He had 3 equipment slots. The first held zombie corpses, vast numbers of ordinary and mini-strength-type zombies stacked over 1,000,000. His pillar of power, not to be moved. The second slot stored great quantities of rice, the team's granary, but it offered little to his combat prowess and could be considered for replacement. Yet lacking food would be troublesome. They'd have to forage often. Fortunately, he had underlings. Let them handle the gathering. The third slot contained 10 armed helicopters. They were genuinely useful and hard to part with. Nodding, he reached a conclusion: swap out the rice and put Wan Ci Wang in its place. Discarding so much rice felt wasteful. The helicopter's storage could carry some, and he had already been using that space for various supplies. The Sangsher Nuwang thrashed and roared once more. This time Fu Chen did not hesitate. With a crushing grip, he ended the queen's life. As he slew her, an idea struck, and his eyes brightened. The equipment slot's granting function could bestow equipment upon any object, and that object would then possess a default equipment slot. In other words, it need not be a person. He realized he could grant the rice to a ring. The ring would passively gain an equipment slot, effectively becoming a storage ring for rice. By the same logic, other items could be treated likewise. A weapon could be granted additional materials, or weapons preventing breakage and increasing durability. It could also make weapons stronger and of higher quality. Fu Chen slapped his forehead, pleased with his own cleverness. He laughed to himself like a fool. First, he must find a ring or some other portable object, ideally indestructible, else his equipment might shatter in the midst of a fight. After all, rice would not grant much defense. He carried no jewelry or items now. Aside from his clothes, everything had been shredded by the metal storm. And to grant something, he would first have to equip it before bestowing it. He mused that it would be wise to keep an equipment slot empty in future for flexible use. He trailed off, lost in thought. Fu Chen snapped off a small strip of bandage from the zombie queen's body with one hand, rolling it into a ball no bigger than his pinky finger. Better make sure it's small enough. Fu Chen bestowed all the rice onto this tiny ball of bandage. Instantly, the small bundle became immensely heavy, so much so that even Fu Chen, with his terrifying strength, could sense the weight's transformation. Yet it had no effect on Fu Chen whatsoever. Tiny bandage ball, a fragment of bandage from a female zombie, utterly useless. Equipment slot 01, 50 kilograms bag of rice 16234. Fu Chen disabled all weight from the equipment, then stuffed it into his ear, ensuring it wouldn't easily fall out. The vacated equipment slot was used to equip the zombie queen's corpse. Special infected corpse, the corpse of a creature infected by a certain virus, an experimental subject from a third-tier civilization possessing unique abilities. Biological kills, 452. Special abilities, level 2 strength enhancement, level 2 speed enhancement, level 3 berserk, automatically, disabled, level 3 night vision, level 1 undead body, level 2 metal manipulation, level 1 distortion field. Level 2 strength enhancement adds an additional 20 times strength. Level 2 speed enhancement adds an additional 2 times speed. Level 3 berserk loses some rationality, generates slight berserk emotions, and craves attacking other creatures. Disabled level 3 night vision grants the ability to see in darkness, slightly enhancing visual organ strength. Level 1 undead body, loss of pain sensation. No fatigue. Constantly absorbs a special substance present in the surrounding environment, using it to sustain itself and transform into an infection source. Except for the brain, the body cannot truly die. Level 2 metal manipulation allows a degree of control over various metallic substances, with perception range closely tied to one's spiritual strength. Level 1 distortion field generates a mystical field around the user capable of warping the surrounding space to a certain extent. So it's not a magnetic field after all, but it seems it shouldn't be too different. Whoosh! Fu Chen activated distortion field. Instantly, the space around him trembled slightly, and his figure enveloped within the field became faint and somewhat blurry. Just like the zombie queen before. However, he could clearly sense the strangeness of the surrounding space, as if he could manipulate it. He reached out and grasped the air controlling this field. The space before him seemed to be compressed, but only to a minuscule degree. No matter how hard he tried, he could not compress it further. Doesn't seem very useful. Fu Chen shook his head and began experimenting with metal manipulation. This was an ability akin to Magneto's. A surge of excitement coursed through him. He closed his eyes to sense it. Legend had it that Magneto could detect nearby metals. What form would this sensing take, and what would it feel like? As he activated the metal manipulation ability, he immediately felt the metallic substances scattered around him. The sensation was like touch, yet also like an extension of his own limbs connected to him in the void, ready to heed his brain's commands and be mobilized like his arms and legs. This feeling was incredibly magical. He couldn't help but lightly raise his hands, and a fragment of a car not far away floated up. With a flick of his fingers, the fragment swiftly flew before him, hovering gently. This feeling is simply too awesome. Fu Chen's eyes snapped open to see the metal fragment, just as he had sensed floating silently before him. Ha ha ha. He was overjoyed, his face brimming with a smile he couldn't contain. This wondrous sensation filled him with excitement. He looked down at the zombies still howling at him, then rolled his neck. Time to deal with you. Let me use you to test the might of the new Magneto. Ha ha ha. With a grand sweep of his hand, all metallic substances within 100 meters surged toward him. Steel bars from building structures, copper wires lining the walls, street lamps, trash cans, and vending machines by the roadside. All were torn from their places. In an instant, surrounding buildings collapsed with a roar and brilliant sparks burst from snapped power lines. Some areas near the base still had electricity. Steel bars still clinging to bits of concrete flew toward Fu Chun in a chaotic mass. Gazing at the dense army of metal before him, Fu Chun felt a surge of heroic grandeur. Ha ha ha, my spirit swallows 1,000 miles like a tiger. With a wave of my hand, I shall bury the city of the dead. Fu Chun sensed he had reached the limit of his control, yet he felt no strain. So there's no cost at all. It's just the maximum capacity of the ability. Fu Chun kept smiling, unable to suppress the grin. He was utterly satisfied. Though this power wasn't extraordinarily strong, it was undeniably magnificent. He swung his arm violently, and countless metallic objects crashed down upon the zombie horde like a mountain crushing an egg. Boom! The zombies below were first smashed into a pulp, then all the metal converged into a torrent, a true torrent. It collided fiercely with the zombie tide. Ha ha, let's see which is mightier, your zombie wave or my metal wave. Fu Chun moved with the metallic flood, stepping atop it, riding the metal wave as it swept forward. Countless zombies were swallowed by the torrent, leaving nothing in its wake. But he soon noticed a flaw. The zombies were all crushed, the relentless flow grinding them into fragments. What a waste! What a waste! Fu Chun lamented bitterly. These were all equipment, the source of his power. He quickly stopped, and most of the metal lost control, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Only a few steel pipes remained floating before him. Precision strikes are the way. Swords come forth. Countless steel pipes spun around behind him. He pressed 2 fingers together and pointed at the zombie horde. Slay them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless pipes shot forth like flying swords, piercing through zombie heads one after another, then flying on to the next, threading through them like a needle on a short string. Clang, clang. At the same time, countless pipes lost control and fell to the ground, leaving only 12 remaining. It wasn't that he couldn't control more pipes, but to maintain precision strikes, controlling too many would not only reduce accuracy, but also lower the efficiency of precise kills. After all, even if the metal moved like an extension of his arm, achieving precision required Fu Chun's focused attention. Too many targets, and he simply couldn't manage. Fu Chun directed the 12 flying swords to dart swiftly through the zombie tide, continuously reaping various undead. Meanwhile, back at the base, Jia Tianhua had led the others to the control room, where they were repairing communication equipment and also instructing some to fix the less severely damaged aircraft. It was conceivable that City H, now ravaged by a zombie horde with only these survivors left, would no longer receive military reinforcements. The authorities would likely abandon it. After all, every region was severely short-handed at this moment, and the rescue operations in City H had essentially concluded with few survivors expected. They wouldn't dispatch troops to support a fallen city at this time, at least not now. Captain Jia, that Homelander has wiped out the zombie horde. Just then, an excited young soldier ran over, binoculars still in hand. What? So fast? Wait, who's Homelander? Jia Tianhua and the others were stunned. They knew that person was formidable, but this was a horde of millions. It had been less than half an hour. How was that possible? And Homelander, was it the one they were thinking of? It's true. Homelander used his laser eyes to mow down the zombies one by one. And he can also perform the flying sword art. He controlled multiple flying swords to slay the zombies. The young soldier gestured wildly as if trying to depict a grand spectacle. Hold on. This is getting more and more absurd. Speak slowly. What's this about Homelander and flying swords? How many people are there exactly? The group was bewildered by his words. They understood he was describing the opponent's power, having witnessed Fu Chen's prowess themselves. Each punch could reduce a zombie to ashes, a truly terrifying sight. But what were these strange details? Homelander with laser eyes and flying swords. We know he can fly, but are you saying he shoots lasers from his eyes? Jia Tianhua asked, puzzled. Yes, exactly. He did this. And then the zombies fell like dominoes. The young soldier placed 2 fingers before his eyes, miming the action with great enthusiasm. Jia Tianhua and the others exchanged glances, mouths agape. Well, that's very Homelander, Zhou Mo remarked with a strange expression, then asked. And then he used flying swords to cut down zombies. Right? At the same time he controlled. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Slicing zombie heads in 2. It was too dark to see clearly, but there were definitely many flying swords. Huh. You should have filmed it next time. Li Haojiang laughed, patting his shoulder while reaching for his forehead. I'm not feverish. I'm telling the truth. The young soldier brushed Li Haojiang's hand away, exasperated. Why were these evolvers so different? When Head reported to other officers, they believed him and told him to document it properly, but these people thought he was joking. Homelander with the flying sword art. Now that's novel. Zhoumo's expression was odd, but he didn't doubt the man's power. Perhaps it was just too dark to see the specifics clearly. Captain Jia, are we still leaving? The zombies are all gone, and this base still has plenty of supplies, someone asked. Jia Tianhua shook his head. Of course we must leave. If the horde returns were too few to hold out. Better to regroup with the main force. Continue repairing the transport plane. Tomorrow we head south to the nearest coastal city. It's still under construction and will need us. Yes, sir. Having given his orders, Jia Tianhua left the remaining preparations to the other officers who were more experienced. He led Zhou Mo to the base's main gate and saw vast fields of corpses lying in the open ground ahead. In the distance, flashes of light flickered intermittently and faint zombie roars could still be heard. But shrouded in darkness, they couldn't make out the details, though they guessed the battle was still ongoing. Incredible. So powerful. Zhou Mo marveled. To reduce a horde of this scale so quickly was astonishing. Let's go meet this powerhouse and thank him in person, Jia Tianhua said, heading toward where the fighting seemed to continue. If we could recruit him into the military, that would be even better, Zhou Mo mused. Meanwhile, Fu Chun was unaware that someone had designs on him. He was leisurely manipulating his flying swords, transporting zombie corpses to his location. The horde hadn't been completely eradicated. Several 100,000 remained. But his corpse-hunting team had arrived, so he left the work to them. Having nothing else to do, he amused himself by manipulating metal and collecting the corpses. Then he noticed two people emerge from the base. They walked past him seemingly oblivious, heading straight for the distant battlefield over 100 meters away. Going to watch the show, Fu Chen shook his head. What was there to see in his team killing zombies? Unconcerned, he sat in a car seat, fiddling with the metal objects before him. Using his metal manipulation ability, he shaped and reshaped them, experimenting to see if he could create something new. But to his disappointment, his ability didn't seem to allow the metal to reassemble. At best, he could change its shape, but once broken, it couldn't be restored. He could only compress it together, much like his earlier crude spear forging with brute force, except now he could do it telekinetically. Is the level of this ability too low? Fu Chun felt a pang of regret. Had hoped to forge an Iron Man suit on the spot. However, he discovered he could finally equip the clawed zombies. And what's more, they were categorized in the Zombie Queen's equipment slot. He was puzzled. The Zombie Queen looked no different from an ordinary zombie, structurally distinct from the clawed zombies. Why were they considered the same type? Was it due to a special ability? But the clawed zombies had none. Could its claws be considered special? Wasn't it on the same level as the strength zombies? Fu Chun examined the clawed zombies' claws closely. They were incredibly sharp, capable of tearing through tanks with ease. And they were extremely durable, hard to damage. His corpse-hunting team now used these claws as their previous weapons had mostly been destroyed. Fu Chun shook off his thoughts. Whatever the case, as long as he could equip them, it was fine. Then he thought of the Thunder Mage he had destroyed. A zombie with no anomalous traits, only flashy effects, and a good one at that, now reduced to pieces. What a waste. Perhaps it could have been stacked too. Lightning. That was impressive. He silently lamented at the time. He hadn't thought much of it, assuming he only had one equipment slot left and couldn't fit more, so had killed it without hesitation. He clasped his hands toward the fragments of the Thunder Mage. They'll be more careful next time. He sent out more metal flying to transport the surrounding corpses. When the distance grew too great, he used metal to lift the car seat, floating it through the air to the next location. Unfortunately, he still couldn't equip the giant zombies. Each of those towering creatures was worth 1,000 ordinary zombies in strength. Here there were nearly 200 of them, equivalent to 200,000. After experimenting with all the other confiscated zombies, he found that only the clawed zombie and the bat could be equipped in the second equipment slot. The rest were mostly unequipable, such as the giant zombie and those that spewed intestines to ensnare their prey. Fu Chen ceased to dwell on the equipment slot's judgment, surmising that perhaps the clawed zombie was also classified as a special zombie. Now both of his equipment slots were filled with various zombies. The first slot could accommodate common zombies and strength-type zombies. The second slot could hold zombies with special abilities, which currently included clawed zombie, Zombie Queen, and Bat Zombie. He also acquired two new special abilities, Tough Body and Level 1 Armor Penetration. Tough Body enhances skin hardness, increasing defense to 4 times the base and no longer accepts other defense bonuses. Level 1 Armor Penetration attacks ignore 10 of the target's defense. Holy shit! Fu Chun exclaimed, feeling a sense of familiarity upon seeing these attributes. Isn't this just like something out of a game? Ignoring 10 of defense. Is that even a power that can manifest in reality? He couldn't help but re-examine the other special abilities. Level 1 Strength Boost gained an additional 2 times strength. Level 1 speed boost, gain an additional 1 times speed. Level 2 strength boost, gain an additional 20 times strength. Level 2 speed boost, gain an additional 2 times speed. After careful study, he was shocked to realize that these abilities were utterly outrageous. If they were not found on zombies, but on some formidable beings, that would be a terrifying prospect. A mere level 2 strength boost alone could grant an additional 20 times the strength. That was even more fearsome than a berserker zombie. Unfortunately, these special abilities did not take effect on him directly, they only worked through these equipment pieces. In other words, he could only obtain the effects of the equipment, and these special abilities were bestowed upon the equipment itself, which then fed back to him after being enhanced. This is just. Fu Chen couldn't help but look up at the sky, a flicker of surrealism crossing his mind as he vaguely sensed something amiss. Snapping back to reality, he shook his head. Whatever, it's a good thing anyway. In a few breaths, he resumed his leisurely demeanor, reclining back into his chair and continuing to manipulate metal to move the corpses. Roar, roar, roar. Jia Tianhua and the other arrived at the edge of the battlefield, discovering that those fighting the zombies were not Fu Chen, but several equally formidable individuals. They fought independently amidst the zombie horde, showing no regard for the overwhelming tide. Each one was agile and possessed immense strength. Clutching some kind of weapon in reverse, each strike cleaved through a zombie's skull, causing it to collapse on the spot. Jia Tianhua and Zhou Mo widened their eyes, sensing there were many more such individuals deeper within the horde. But due to the pitch-black darkness, they couldn't see clearly. Does H City have such a powerful force? How come I've never heard of it? Zhou Mo stared in shock at the scene, finding it unbelievable. Although their position only allowed them to see a few fighters, each was exceptionally powerful, moving through the horde like war gods, weaving through the zombies with ease. Not to mention those deeper in the horde, who seemed to be numerous. I don't know either, or I've never heard of them. We'd better be careful, or we don't know if they're friend or foe yet. Jia Tianhua said with caution and concern. Zhou Mo shook his head. We'll have to make contact eventually, or we can't leave right away. Besides, they might be people brought by that powerful individual. All right, should we lend a hand? Zhou Mo suddenly asked. Probably not needed. Oh, let's just wait. Jia Tianhua gazed at those formidable beings, each moving with ease through the zombie horde. On the surface, they seemed surrounded by the horde, but judging by their momentum, they were more like chasing the horde. There was simply no need for their intervention. The two exchanged glances, nodded, and silently withdrew to the side. Brother, how there are two people lurking outside, I don't know what they're up to. A member of the zombie hunting team reported. They all possessed exceptional night vision and terrifying eyesight. They could clearly see Jia Tianhua and the others' actions. I know they said they wanted to make contact with us or something. A team member fighting at the edge of the horde chimed in. He and a few others were not far away, and their keen hearing naturally picked up the duo's conversation. Those are people from the military base, evolved from the cleanup squad, the Crimson Blood Claw Jia Tianhua, and the Binding Zhou Mo. Li Xian heard their discussion and glanced over, immediately recognizing the two. After all, he had been the commander of a rescue team in H City and knew quite a few evolvers from the base. Since he often requested some evolvers to assist his team, the names Jia Tianhua and Zhou Mo were like thunder to his ears. They were among the few special evolvers at the base, each possessing unique abilities. Their combat prowess was also exceptionally formidable. Of course, he was now confident he could take them down with ease. Even the so-called strongest in H City, Zhonglong, was no exception. Crimson Blood Claw, Binding Eye. Are those titles? So base evolvers have such monikers. Isn't that a bit arrogant? Lu Qi couldn't help but scoff. Not all evolvers have titles, though only special evolvers do, and they're based on their characteristics, Li Xian explained. Is that so? What's so special about them? The group chatted idly while reaping zombies in the horde, completely unconcerned for their own safety. Soon they had annihilated the zombie horde. After all, Fu Chen had already eliminated most of them, leaving only 300,000 to 400,000. With their current strength, dealing with them was more than sufficient. In the end, they're just a bunch of weaklings. I could crush any of those so-called special evolvers with one punch, Wu Hao said disdainfully. After finishing off the last zombie, he wiped the claws in his hands. These claws, they had even given a name, Bull's Blade. Of course, Brother Hao is now a powerhouse with 30,000 times the strength. Apart from Boss Fu Chen, only the other 3 founding members can even compete with him. The nearby team members chimed in. Hee, that's right. Fatty, go make contact with those two and see what they want. Just as Wu Hao was basking in his pride, Yi Qingchuan's voice came from not far away. Huh, shouldn't this be Brother Chen's job? Wu Hao asked, puzzled. They came from the direction where Fu Chen was. Do you think he looks like someone who wants to handle this? Yi Qingxian said exasperatedly, as she knew Fu Chen's habits all too well. Ever since the zombie hunting team grew, Fu Chen had become a hands-off boss, leaving almost all matters big or small to her and Lu Qi. Fu Chen only occasionally decided where to go next. He would only get involved when something piqued his interest, spending most of his time amusing himself on the side. He had none of the demeanor of a big shot, yet he constantly talked about maintaining that image. They'll go. I know them well. Li Xian volunteered from the side. Li Xian volunteered to liaise with Jia Tianhua and his companion, while the others began moving corpses, stacking them into a mountain of flesh. Moving was merely a matter of grabbing a corpse and hurling it toward a single spot. Countless bodies arced through the air like an unending volley of shells, rapidly piling into a grisly mound. Li Xian, what are you? Seeing the approaching figure, Jia Tianhua and the other man froze, confusion flickering in their eyes. Long time no see, Captain Jia. Li Xian smiled and saluted them both. How did you? Zhou Mo began, puzzled. They knew Li Xian well. He was part of an evolved squad at the base, a special evolver whom the rescue teams often approached. The reason was simple: they wanted to borrow evolvers for escort missions. Haha, I joined this corpse hunting team not long ago. I'm no longer with the military. Corpse hunting team. The two exchanged bewildered glances, unfamiliar with the name. You haven't heard of us. Our captain recently made a major deal with the military. At your rank, Captain Jia, you must know about it. We really don't, Jia Tianhua shook his head. Recently? Zhou Mo pondered. Could General He's recent expedition be related to that deal? Though we're clueless about the specifics. I'm not sure who's involved either. You'd have to ask our captain. By the way, we've wiped out the zombie horde. What brings you out here? Is the base all right? Fu Chen swiftly swept through the battlefield, then flew toward the group. He overheard Li Xian talking with Jia Tianhua and realized they had come to thank him in person. Fu Chen waved a hand, dismissing the need for gratitude. He had come for the zombies anyway, saving them was incidental. Huh, you look familiar, Fu Chen said, recognizing Jia Tianhua's crimson claws. I think I've seen you before. Yes, you saved us once before at Minglong High School's cafeteria. I'm Jia Tianhua, and this is Zhou Mo. You're our savior. Oh, Fu Chen's face lit up with mock realization. In truth, Jia Tianhua's appearance was distinctive, crimson arms and massive claws that exuded power. You're the one who killed plenty of zombies in the cafeteria? And you? I don't remember you. Fu Chen glanced at Zhou Mo, drawing a blank. After all, Zhou Mo had been nearly unconscious back then, and Fu Chen, focused on collecting corpses and fleeing, hadn't paid him any mind. He had saved too many people to recall an unremarkable face. Zhou Mo. Fu Chen chatted with them a while longer until Jia Tianhua invited him to join the military in fighting the zombies. Fu Chen flatly refused and flew toward the nearby mountain of corpses to gather equipment. Li Xian smiled at the two. No need for all that trouble. Our corpse hunting team is now in a cooperative relationship with the military. Just contact us if needed. Cooperative relationship. We weren't aware. The base fell, and almost all the higher-ups died. No one told us anything. If not for Mr. Fuss, help would have perished here too, Jia Tianhua sighed. What? The base fell? How is that possible? How many are left? Li Xian was stunned, unable to believe that a base with a standing army and defenses could fall so quickly. General, he took many soldiers and officers with him. Plus, this zombie horde was too powerful, filled with mutants. The base walls couldn't hold them back. We only survived thanks to Zhou Mo's ceiling, I barely hanging on until Mr. Fu arrived. Otherwise we'd all be dead. Now only 10 evolvers and 23 soldiers remain in the entire base. Li Xian couldn't believe such a large base had been reduced to so few. It was a devastating blow, the first time the military had been so thoroughly decimated since the apocalypse began. Why don't you both join the corpse hunting team? We can look out for each other. Li Xian offered recruiting on Fu Chen's behalf. But Jia Tianhua, recalling Fu Chen's earlier demeanor, also firmly declined. After more conversation, Jia Tianhua led Zhou Mo back to the ruined base. The soldier repairing the communicator reported, the communicator is fixed, but messages can't be sent or received. Something seems to be interfering. How is that possible? Could there be a lingering fault? Jia Tianhua asked, perplexed. The repair soldier dismissed the notion, having checked thoroughly. The device worked fine and could connect to other communicators, but it couldn't transmit long-range signals, as if trapped within a certain radius. Meanwhile, Fu Chen continued clearing the battlefield. Earlier he had refused the mutated zombies' corpses like the clawed ones, so they hadn't been collected. Now that he could equip them, he wasn't about to waste them. He ordered everyone to get moving. Following the principle of not wasting anything, he returned to the earlier fight site and the court, gathering all usable corpses. To reward the group, he added another 100 equipment points to everyone. For Li Xian and his team, this doubled their strength, a transformative boost. But for Lu Qi and the others, the enhancement was minimal. Still, they didn't mind, confident that following Fu Chun would eventually make them stronger. Host name Fu Chun, race human, height 176 centimeters, comprehensive physique evaluation, unrivaled special abilities, level 1 strength, boost 3249748, level 2 strength, boost 27238, level 1 speed, boost 3249748, level 2 speed, boost 27238, level 2 night vision, 3249748, tenacious body, level 1 armor piercing. 12408, level 2 metal manipulation, level 1 distortion field, level 1 corpse body, 3275158, equipment, slots 03. Infected corpse, 32624748, special infected corpse, 124101, low-grade flying. Vehicle helicopter, 10-node equipment, slot function 1. Can equip any object without resistance. Fu Chun felt the surging power within him, convinced he was the strongest man on the planet. A confident smile spread across his face. City H was largely cleared, but countless zombies still lurked around its outskirts. Fu Chun decided to ignore them and move on to the next city, the real prize. But first he needed to find that mimetic fragment. Having finally found a lead, he couldn't let it slip away. Fu Chun led the corpse hunting squad to the location where the mimetic puppet had been discovered earlier, instructing everyone to conduct a thorough search. He ordered them not to act rashly upon finding anything suspicious, but to notify him first. Thus the group searched for an entire day, rapidly expanding their scope until they nearly reached the outskirts. Yet aside from scattered zombies, they found only a few mutated creatures. There was nothing peculiar whatsoever, not even a single ghost. That can't be right. Did it go to the other side? Fu Chun mused. So the group spent several more days scouring the entire city of H, still finding nothing. Their search eventually led them back to the Black Tiger Gang's base, which now stood deserted. The Black Tiger Gang members had vanished without a trace, not a single survivor in sight. Outside the base, however, lay numerous zombie corpses, suggesting the place had been attacked, prompting the gang to flee. Chigo, what exactly are we looking for? Aren't we going to fight zombies? A team member asked, bored by the endless searching without knowing the target. We're looking for ghosts. The terrifying kind. Wu Hao chimed in. Returning to the Black Tiger base reminded him of the eerie wooden carving, a chilling, ominous thing. Huh. The team member was utterly confused by the talk of spirits and ghosts. All right, let's stop searching. We'll move on to the next place. Fu Chun flew out from the Black Tiger base and gathered everyone. Days of fruitless searching had begun to wear on his patience. He decided to let things take their course, as blindly searching was futile. It was time to move on after this delay. Using his metal manipulation ability, he summoned a bus. Once everyone boarded, the bus slowly accelerated, then lifted off into the air, gliding like a spacecraft through the high skies, eliciting gasps of awe from the passengers. Chen Ge has grown stronger. This kind of evolving ability is terrifying. Indeed, now he can even fly with people. He's practically becoming an immortal. Murmurs spread among the group as some leaned out the windows to admire the scenery below. The bus didn't fly too high, maintaining an altitude of 400 meters above the ground. Wu Hao climbed onto the roof to stand beside Fu Chun, feeling the fierce wind against him, his spirits soaring. Chen Ge, how about we fly higher? Weaving through the clouds would offer a much better view, he said, pointing at a dark cloud above. Fu Chun shot him a glance and retorted, what's so great about dark clouds? And the view? Watch out for lightning striking you. But flying too low, won't the military's anti-aircraft guns shoot us down? What can anti-aircraft guns do to you? And with me here, what's there to fear? Besides, flying low has its perks. We can spot any interesting situations on the road and enjoy the scenery, right? The bus soared through the sky. As the two chatted idly, a colossal figure swept past high above. Its shadow, like a dark whirlwind, brushed over them and sped off to their right. An eagle. An eagle can't be that big. In the apocalypse, a mutated eagle makes perfect sense, right? Exactly, maybe it's a zombie eagle. The passengers erupted into a buzz of astonishment and speculation as they witnessed the spectacle. Fu Chun fixed his gaze on the massive flying creature, his eyes gleaming with intense curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, he declared decisively, let's go check it out. He swiftly maneuvered the bus to change direction. The bus turned with the agility of a fish in water, accelerating like a homing missile in hot pursuit of the colossal shadow. But the giant creature was incredibly fast, and despite Fu Chun's determined chase, it consumed considerable time. A piercing screech rang out as the distance closed, and the massive flying being noticed the bus hurtling through the air. Yet it seemed indifferent, continuing to beat its enormous wings as it raced forward, as if driven by some urgent matter. Good heavens, is that an eagle? It must be as big as a passenger jet. As they drew nearer, the group could make out the creature's form. It was unmistakably an oversized eagle, but this was ridiculously huge. Chen exclaimed, "Whoa, eagles have gotten this massive. How much would it eat?" At the thought, his mouth began to water. It's moving so fast, but it seems really anxious. Someone noted the giant eagle's unusual behavior. Does it have some urgent business? Heading somewhere in a hurry? I don't think so. It looks more like something is chasing it. Something chasing it. Us. Haha, is it scared of the bus? Someone joked. Maybe. It's not us. The others followed his gaze. Behind them, a massive dark mist seemed to be rolling in shifting shapes with a howling wind, yet rapidly floating toward them. Earlier, they had been so focused on the giant eagle that they hadn't noticed the anomaly behind them. Now they saw a dark, hazy mass flying their way at an even greater speed. What is that? How should I know? Everyone had extraordinary vision, and with their trillion-pixel eyes they discerned that it wasn't a mist but a dense swarm of tiny creatures. Are these things chasing the giant eagle? They look familiar. Are they mosquitoes? Wu Hao exclaimed from the roof. The countless flying creatures were indeed mosquitoes the size of a human head. They're definitely mosquitoes, Chen confirmed. With his keen eyesight, even from miles away, he could clearly see the true nature of that dark swarm. What? Mosquitoes? Can mosquitoes even fly at this altitude? Everyone was stunned. They were at about 2,000 meters where fierce winds howled. How could any mosquito reach such heights? It's the apocalypse. I'm numb to it. Nothing surprises me anymore, someone said nonchalantly, having grown accustomed to bizarre occurrences. Cheng Yaodong, Lu Qi, and Yi Qingxian also climbed onto the bus roof, bracing against the gale to look back at the mosquito-formed dark mist. Lu Qi frowned with concern. A swarm of mosquitoes chasing a giant eagle like this. They must be truly terrifying. I think we should keep our distance and observe first. Brother Chen, maybe we should keep our distance. Wu Hao stared at the dense swarm of giant mosquitoes, his skin crawling with goosebumps. Fu Chan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp as well. Perhaps they couldn't breach his defenses, but the sight of them was unsettling, and he had no desire to come into contact with them. He nodded, steering the bus beneath his feet away from the giant eagle, quickly widening the distance. To everyone's surprise, the swarm of giant mosquitoes split in two, with one half giving chase. "Oh ho!" Fu Chan exclaimed in surprise, turning to his team and pointing at the pursuing mosquitoes with a hint of amusement. "What do they think they're doing? Got us in their sights. They're coming. I've got a temper. Let's just slap them dead." One team member rolled up his sleeves. If they weren't afraid of zombie hordes, why fear a bunch of mosquitoes? The giant mosquitoes were incredibly fast, catching up to the giant eagle within minutes and latching onto its body. The eagle let out a heart-stopping shriek, frantically beating its sky-covering wings and twisting violently in the air, trying to shake off the mosquitoes. But the mosquitoes clinging to it seemed deeply rooted in its flesh, and no matter how it struggled, it couldn't dislodge them. In an instant, the swarm, dense as a plague of locusts, engulfed the eagle completely. Within a few breaths, the eagle, as massive as a passenger jet, was drained into a lifeless mummy. And it didn't end there. When the swarm departed, all that remained was a decayed, crumbling skeleton plummeting downward. Everyone witnessed the horrifying scene, their eyes wide with disbelief. These mosquitoes eat meat too. Someone stared blankly at the falling skeleton, a chill running down their spine. Such terrifying mosquitoes. Brother Chen, maybe we should head to the ground. A girl hugged her arms, rubbing her raised goosebumps. Though they killed zombies without flinching, they felt a strong aversion to these monstrous mosquitoes. And in the sky, they felt insecure. Yi Qingxian frowned and nodded in agreement. We're restricted up here. Scared of what? Fu Chen showed no fear. With a wave of his hand, dozens of missiles materialized and shot out trailing smoke as they hurtled toward the approaching swarm. These were his upgraded anti-air missiles. Though it was his first time using them, he figured their power wouldn't be lacking. Explosions blossomed amidst the swarm, bursting into dark clouds that killed a few mosquitoes, sending their mangled remains tumbling down. It's working. These mosquitoes aren't that tough. Some team members cheered. Blast them. Haha, let's show them what it means to use a cannon on mosquitoes. More missiles launched from Fu Chen's palms while beams shot from his eyes, creating dark clouds that detonated in the swarm, knocking down countless mosquitoes. Haha, little mosquitoes, how dare you covet my flesh? Behold my infinite firepower. Fu Chen stood atop the flying bus, his hands acting like cannon muzzles, continuously firing missiles in two different directions. Seeing large swaths of giant mosquitoes fall, the group relaxed, realizing these insects weren't formidable. Endless missiles exploded among the swarm, filling the sky with bursts of fire. Yet the swarm was so vast that even Fu Chen's seemingly infinite missiles couldn't halt their advance. As the two swarms drew closer, everyone felt the true terror of their numbers. Like a plague of locusts, they blotted out the sky. The sky darkened instantly, sunlight blocked out entirely, creating a suffocating pressure like storm clouds pressing down. TCH, just a bunch of mosquitoes. A female team member in the bus scoffed, casually raising a finger to close the window beside her. Explosions continued, but they were a drop in the bucket against the terrifying numbers. Soon a torrent of mosquitoes engulfed the bus. Fu Chun and the three others on the roof bore the brunt. But relying on their strength, they showed no fear, swinging their weapons to cleave each mosquito in half. More mosquitoes crashed through the windows trying to get inside, only to be swiftly slain by the prepared hunters. Is that all? The team easily dispatched the mosquitoes attempting to enter, wearing expressions of disdain. Too weak, even easier than zombies. Looking at the sky-darkening swarm outside, they felt a sudden ease. In their eyes, aside from their numbers, these mosquitoes posed little threat, all bark and no bite. The mosquitoes' supposedly fearsome proboscises couldn't even pierce their defenses, even if they latched on and kept pecking. Knowing the mosquitoes' strength, the group relaxed, chatting while killing their earlier tension gone. Numbers. They had endless stamina. As long as the swarm wasn't infinite, they could wipe them out. Inside the bus, Cheng Yaodong saw everyone handling it with ease and sat down at ease. Suddenly the bus shook violently, and they felt it rapidly descending. Annoying. On the roof, Fu Chun unleashed a storm of punches, forming an impenetrable defense. But the surrounding mosquitoes were too numerous, their buzzing forming a maddening din that drove Fu Chen's blood pressure up, filling him with irritation. Lu Qi and the other two frowned, suppressing their own irritation as they continued swinging their weapons. Once I land, I'll show you what Magneto can do. Fu Chen steered the bus into a rapid descent, the swarm close behind. Sword come. Before landing, he shouted, eagerly activating his metal manipulation. With a loud clang, the bus touched down firmly, skidding along the straight street like a landing plane before crashing into a parked vehicle and stopping. Swaths of giant mosquitoes were struck down by the sudden appearance of various metal objects falling from the sky. Metal storm. With Fu Chen's dramatic shout, more metallic debris, including the car the bus hit, was summoned, swirling around the bus in a terrifying tornado, shielding the bus within. Who dares to slaughter my precious mosquitoes? A seductive figure abruptly sat up from the bed, her body sinuous as a water serpent, her countenance alluring and enchanting. Several tattoos adorned her bare skin at well-placed intervals, adding a unique charm to her fair complexion. Yet at this moment her eyes brimmed with a sinister malevolence that seemed capable of piercing one's very soul. As she rose, two burly male slaves hastened to dress her. They stood bare-chested, revealing their robust muscles, their movements practiced and swift. Drag him out to feed the mosquitoes. Draped simply in a white bathrobe, the woman gestured lightly for them to step back, then spoke in a detached tone. The two male slaves understood, seizing a naked man from the bed and hauling him out. No, please, master. Why? What did I do wrong? The naked man screamed in terror, but the slaves clamped their hands over his mouth, leaving him to emit only muffled whimpers. The woman paid him no heed, her gaze dark and dreadful as she strode straight out of the room and into the hall. In the hall stood several more bare-chested male slaves. At her appearance, they remained motionless, standing like statues, awaiting her command. The woman did not pause, but headed directly for the door. Her bathrobe hung loosely unbelted, failing to conceal the allure of her form. Yet all seemed accustomed to this, or perhaps dared not look, standing silently on either side, without stirring. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Countless giant mosquitoes were ground to pulp, splattering everywhere. Fu Chun manipulated a storm of metal, mercilessly reaping vast swaths of the giant mosquitoes. The other members of the corpse hunting squad were not idle either, leaping and darting across the rooftops. They swung their ox knives swiftly, slaying one giant mosquito after another. Through their collective efforts, the once overwhelming swarm was finally annihilated. Phew. It's finally over. The squad breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier inside the vehicle they hadn't noticed much, but once outside they were assaulted by a cacophony that spiked their blood pressure. The mosquitoes' drone drove them to the brink of madness. They yearned to silence them instantly, so they charged out, killing them with unprecedented speed. Fu Chen exhaled as well. Damn creatures, they shouldn't exist in this world. All nodded in agreement. They could barely tolerate that sound. It was sheer torment. After gathering supplies, they returned to the bus and continued onward. It seemed but a minor incident on the road. Fu Chun reclined in the vehicle, letting the bus cruise steadily on autopilot. He instructed his team to report any developments, then immersed himself in a game. The bus hadn't flown far when they spotted a rooftop lush with greenery, a stark contrast to the surrounding desolation. It appeared to be a shopping mall, its roof teeming with various plants, some of which they had never seen, their forms peculiar. Without exception, these plants bore abundant fruits. A ring of strange flora encircled the mall, forming a protective barrier. Everyone on the bus was captivated, their gazes fixed upon the scene. Wow, it's like a paradise. I wonder if those fruits are edible. Look, there are people up there, a female team member pointed. They peered closely and indeed spotted two figures on the verdant rooftop. Two young women, each carrying a small basket, were picking various strange fruits. Chen, lounging in the bus while playing a game, heard the chatter and moved to the window to look. Oh, looks quite promising. Seeing them harvest, he assumed the fruits were edible. He smacked his lips, eager to taste these unfamiliar fruits. It had been ages since he last enjoyed fresh fruit. Chen could cultivate vines, but they bore no fruit. Lately, they had subsisted on packaged foods and pre-cooked meals. Let's go down and take a look. Chen guided the bus closer, soon catching the attention of the two women picking fruit. One woman dashed downstairs while the other brandished a wooden staff on guard against them. As the bus descended to about 10 meters, three more women appeared on the rooftop, each wielding wooden weapons of unusual design, unlike conventional arms. Stop! Don't come any closer. A sharp yell came from below. Chen quickly halted the bus midair. Who are you? What do you want here? The leading woman, clad in simple loungewear, exuded an extraordinary aura from her brow. Her wooden staff pointed at the hovering bus, faint streams of light shimmering along its surface, as if some energy gathered at its tip, emitting a soft glow. The squad members remained silent, turning their eyes to Chen. Usually Lu Qi or Chen handled interactions with survivors, while Chen was content to be a hands-off leader. But they understood that since Chen was interested, he should speak. Chen opened the door, stepped out as if treading on invisible stairs, and descended steadily from midair. The five women below watched in astonishment, their hearts tightening with nervousness. Their grips on the wooden staffs tightened involuntarily. Halt! Don't come any closer. Who are you and what do you want? The leading woman demanded again, her staff suddenly glowing, condensing into a ball of light radiating a terrifying aura. Chen paused mid-step, hovering in the air. He mused silently, why won't they let me down to explain? Hello, we're passing through, and we're drawn by your abundant, unfamiliar fruits. Curious, we came to see. We mean no harm. Chen replied, and to prove his sincerity, he offered what he thought was a reassuring smile. The leading woman frowned, still wary. Chen noticed some strange plants slowly creeping, lying in ambush directly below him. Chen chuckled softly, and a bag of rice materialized in his hand. We truly mean no harm. Would like to trade some fruits with you. How about this? He waved the bag of rice, smiling at the women. They were startled by the sudden appearance of the rice, staring at Chen in disbelief. How could he possess such impressive abilities? Involuntarily, they tagged him as a powerful, evolved being. The leading woman furrowed her brows, shook her head, and refused. We don't need rice. You should leave. Chen was taken aback. Glancing at the shopping mall below, he nodded. If it was a mall, they probably didn't lack rice. It seemed they had nothing the other party needed. Without leverage for trade, and facing such a firm stance, further negotiation appeared futile. Chen instinctively wanted to scratch his head, but stopped himself. He was supposed to look imposing now, and scratching would ruin his aura. Then it struck him, this was the apocalypse where strength reigned supreme. Being a bit forceful wasn't out of line, was it? So it had to be. A forced deal. With that thought, Chen let out a sly grin and dropped the bag of rice. As the others looked on in confusion, he twitched his fingers, and countless metal fragments converged behind him. So no room for negotiation? The women below paled, realizing his intentions were hostile. They raised their wooden staffs, aiming at Chen. In an instant, streams of colorful light gathered at the tips of their staffs, locking onto Chen, hovering in midair. In the vehicle, Chen slapped her forehead and led the others out. Over 20 people leaped from the car, landing steadily on the rooftop. Their movements were light and agile, descending from a height of over 10 meters, as if stepping down a stair, revealing immense power. The women's pupils contracted. Over 20 evolved humans, and none of them seemed ordinary. Trouble. They exchanged glances, their eyes firm with resolve. Despite their shock, they didn't retreat. Light beams shot from their staffs, without warning, all converging on Chen, a coordinated attempt to take him out first. Their sudden attack caught Chen's group off guard. But they had chosen the wrong opponent. 5 beams of different colors radiating dreadful power reached Chen in the blink of an eye. Each beam seemed to warp space. Falling leaves were reduced to ash the moment they neared the light. The 5 beams merged into one, striking Fu Chun with even greater force. For a moment, the blinding radiance outshone the sun, painting the surroundings in a riot of colors. A sizzling sound like a branding iron plunged into water followed as the light faded. Only a wisp of white smoke rose before Fu Chun with no other sign of damage. What a... The women were astounded. That was their full power combined strike, yet it had no effect on this man. It was unbelievable. Well, you attacked first. I have witnesses. Fu Chun patted his clothes and casually floated toward them. Big sister, what do we do? Yanshiriwa asked uneasily. As Fu Chun approached, the women retreated, clutching their staffs nervously. They had never faced such a formidable enemy before. No one had ever withstood their attacks unscathed, making them even more wary of Fu Chen's strength. Their leader Yanshiriwa steeled herself and shouted, "Let's fight to the end. We want surrender without a fight, even if it means mutual destruction." The women exchanged glances as if reaching a decision. Their staffs glowed once more. Hearing her cry, Fu Chun was stunned again. It didn't have to be so dramatic. Did he really look that villainous? The light flared again. Instantly, countless spikes shot from the rooftop plants like arrows aimed at the corpse hunter squad, while vines surged from all sides. They encircled the group. Then the 5 sisters turned and fled without hesitation, as if they had rehearsed it countless times. What the... Fu Chun, who had just landed, was dumbfounded. So much for fighting to the death. It was just a feint. As he stood there, a towering figure appeared like a ghost before the 5 sisters, blocking their escape. Their faces twisted in shock. The light from their staffs blasted toward the newcomer. Sizzle sizzle, just like before, their attacks had no effect on Cheng Yaodong. A specialized evolved human. Full body transformation. The 5 sisters were stunned. They had seen specialized evolvers before, but never one with a full body transformation. And now they faced one so powerful. Even a half-transformed evolver would be killed by their attacks. I never knew a full body transformation could be this terrifying. He took their assault heathen without a scratch. With that man earlier, they had no chance of escape. The 5 sisters immediately formed a tight circle, warily guarding against the group. Then they witnessed an even more despairing sight. The corpse hunter squad ignored the incoming spikes, letting them bounce off harmlessly and clatter to the ground. They couldn't even break their skin. They casually tore off the vines wrapped around their legs. Some didn't even bother, simply walking forward as the vines snapped apart. The tough vines might as well have been flimsy toilet paper, breaking at the slightest movement. How is this possible? The 5 sisters were utterly defeated. They knew the strength of their vines. Even strength-type zombies couldn't easily break free. Yet these people tore them apart like paper. They thought 2 terrifying foes were bad enough, but now it seemed everyone here was a top-tier powerhouse. There was no hope. Were the Corpse Hunter Squad a team dedicated to hunting zombies? We really just came for these fruits with no ill intentions. Fu Chen walked over and gestured for Cheng Yaodong to step back. Can we talk now? He extended his hand in a handshake gesture toward Yanshiriwa. Oh, is that so? The women laughed awkwardly, realizing that these people were overwhelmingly powerful. If they meant harm, resistance was futile, so they had to trust there was no malice. It's all a misunderstanding. Big Sister Yanshiriwa chuckled nervously, quickly shaking Fu Chen's hand before pulling back. Seeing them let down their guard, Fu Chen explained. So you really just want to trade for our fruits? He nodded. If possible, I'd also like to know how these plants came to be. It's actually our ability, said the youngest Yanshiriwa. With the misunderstanding cleared, everyone relaxed. It turned out all 5 were evolved humans, specialized ones with similar abilities to nurture strange plants. Each had different plants with unique, miraculous effects. Faced with this group of formidable individuals, the 5 sisters initially felt somewhat reserved, fully aware of their inability to resist, yet paradoxically sensing a subtle shift in dynamics, as if they had become hosts rather than captives. Yet the members of the zombie hunting squad responded with unexpected warmth. Several young women even drew the sisters into lively conversation, recounting their own harrowing and exhilarating experiences within the squad. The sisters were so astonished they clapped hands over their mouths, uttering one marvel after another. For a time, the atmosphere was serene and harmonious. By the end, everyone had grown comfortably familiar with one another. Once misunderstandings were cleared, the sisters hurriedly brought out freshly picked fruits to welcome their guests. Through conversation, the squad learned the 5 were biological sisters, simultaneously awakened as evolved beings due to some unknown cause, and each possessed plant-based abilities. Though the Yin sisters' manners and conduct did not conform to the refined elegance of traditional noblewomen, their names were exquisitely poetic and graceful. Each of their names shared the character, poems signifying their shared poetic temperament and artistic spirit. Eldest sister, Yin Shi Han, second sister, Yin Shi Ya, third sister, Yin Shi Meng, fourth sister, Yin Shi Yao, youngest sister Yin Shi Yu. The final character in each name symbolized a distinct virtue: Han for cultivation and depth, Ya for refinement and grace, Meng for aspiration and dreams, Yao for beauty and radiance, Yu for rarity and preciousness. Though their powers overlapped in essence, each sister's manifestation was uniquely nuanced. Yin Shi Han, the eldest, could cultivate vine-like flora, aggressive whip-thin and densely thorned. Like Yi Qingxuan's vines, hers could launch venomous barbs at range. She could also bear fleshy crimson fruits, dubbed red vine fruits by the sisters. Yin Shi Ya, the second sister, cultivated a peculiar tall plant, whose thumb-sized leaves unfurled like miniature fans. It emitted a delicate, soothing fragrance that uplifted the spirit and powerfully alleviated fatigue. This plant bore two types of cylindrical fruits, some as large as a palm, distinguished by color yellow and green. The green fruits were edible, the yellow ones, however, were perilously volatile. Upon impact, they detonated violently, scattering dense clusters of spherical seeds capable of piercing steel plating. The sisters jokingly called them bomb fruits. Yin Shi Meng, the third sister, summoned bamboo-like flora, its stalks and root systems exceptionally rigid. Her roots were weaponized, capable of erupting from the earth up to 2 meters high, with enough force to pierce solid rock. Strategically planted around the mall perimeter, they served as both anti-zombie and anti-intruder defenses. She also produced small jet-black fruits, numerous and grape-like in clustering though modest in size. Yin Shi Yao, the fourth sister, cultivated flora both bizarre and breathtakingly beautiful, ideal for ornamental display. At night, these plants glowed with a soft azure luminescence, but their entire surface bristled with microscopic invisible thorns laced with deadly toxins, magnificent to behold, forbidden to touch. Their fruit was the most striking, moon-shaped and radiant, emitting a brilliant cerulean glow in darkness. The sisters named them moon fruits. Yin Shi Yue, the youngest, nurtured a dwarf peach tree, no taller than 1 meter. When in bloom, its thick, plump, velvety petals were not only stunning, but edible, sweet, succulent, and deeply flavorful. She named her fruit Yue, fruit, after herself. Though diminutive, the tree possessed latent aggression. Its trunk absorbed ambient energy and stored it internally. Upon physical contact, it discharged its stored energy, a searing beam of light erupting from tender green lateral shoots capable of melting targets on impact. Each shoot's tip formed a concave aperture, rotating slowly, like watchful gun turrets scanning the surroundings. Their weapons were modeled precisely on this principle, storing and releasing their unique energies on command. It was through these abilities that the 5 sisters secured their foothold here, transforming the abandoned shopping mall into their sanctuary and stronghold. United in purpose, they fortified themselves with complementary powers. Any ill-intentioned intruder swiftly became fertilizer for their thriving flora. Having been betrayed before, they trusted no one easily, thus meeting Fu Chun and his squad with instinctive suspicion. Yet against beings of such overwhelming strength, resistance was futile. That very realization eased their wariness. Such power rendered deception unnecessary. Hearing these extraordinary accounts, the zombie-hunting squad members gazed about with fascinated curiosity, examining the novel flora blooming throughout the mall. Fu Chen's eyes gleamed, absorbing energy then discharging it. By now, having spent half a day together, the Yin sisters had sensed the squad's sincerity and gifted them generous portions of fresh fruit free of charge. Fu Chun, moved by quiet compassion, found himself coveting their talents. Not only did they yield nourishing fruits, satisfying hunger and delighting the palate, but they also enabled weapon crafting and trap deployment. Their practicality was unparalleled. Should he ever establish a permanent base, their abilities would prove indispensable. So he extended an olive branch, an offer of alliance. They declined outright, even when Fu Chen offered formidable power as inducement. Learning that accompanying him meant relentless zombie hunting, they remained resolute. They already cherished a tranquil, self-sufficient life and had no desire to abandon it. Fu Chun respected their choice. He understood, while that forced alliances bear bitter fruit. Yet having accepted so many gifts, he could not simply depart without reciprocity. He transferred 500 units of advanced gear to each sister, enhancing their capacity for self-defense. So long as they survived, he could always return, stocking up on fruit whenever needed. Thus both sides parted in mutual goodwill, waving farewell beneath the golden hues of twilight. The squad resumed their journey toward Nanshi City, the predetermined destination, a first-tier metropolis home to over 10 million souls. It was also the largest city nearest to H City. Though they knew not how many entry points it held, they knew there must be many, and therefore countless zombies. After 2 hours of flight, they arrived as dusk settled. Long-lost zombies, Fu Chun breathed, deeply inhaling the iron-rich tang of blood thick in the air. A battle occurred here, Yi Qingxian murmured, tapping a fresh bloodstain with her shoe tip, alongside scattered, glistening fragments of flesh. From nearby, the guttural roars of zombies echoed clearly in their heightened hearing. That signaled, at minimum, a nearby zombie horde. In this age, zombies rarely wandered alone. They gathered in swarming, relentless masses. How fortuitous to encounter them immediately upon arrival. We mustn't let this opportunity slip. Fu Chen nodded approvingly and dispatched Wu Hao with several others to handle the threat. The remaining members divided into 3 teams led respectively by Yi Qingxuan, Lu Qi, and Cheng Yaodong, each fanning out to locate and engage zombies. 4 squads in total, now operating independently. Fu Chun assumed sole responsibility for collecting spoils, distributing rewards proportionate to each team's haul. He further instructed them to recruit new members and expand the zombie hunting squad. Watching the 4 teams vanish into the cityscape, Fu Chun nodded in quiet satisfaction. His underlings, now well-fed and seasoned, were ready to operate autonomously. All he needed to do henceforth was collect his dues. The members of the corpse hunting team dispersed, with the 4 elders, each leading 4 or 5 team members, to search for zombies. Although the number of people in each team was small, dealing with zombies was incredibly easy. Ever since they underwent comprehensive enhancements, it seemed as if some mechanism had been triggered, drastically improving their efficiency in exterminating zombies. Fu Chen flew high in the sky, observing the teams in 4 directions, nodding in satisfaction. The 4 small teams had quickly eliminated a considerable number of zombies, while Fu Chun leisurely munched on a moon fruit, casually collecting corpses. I must say, these fruits are truly delicious. Fu Chun even sensed that these fruits seemed to contain a trace of weak energy which appeared to enhance his physique, though to a negligible degree. From now on, please call me the Corpse Collector. After spending so much time together, Fu Chun felt quite at ease with these subordinates, so every time he collected corpses, he would distribute 1/10 to this small team for them to allocate among themselves. This was already a terrifying ratio. With Lu Qi and their current strength, even if the team only consisted of a few people, dealing with a tide of 100,000 zombies was effortless. Moreover, the reward of 1/10 allowed their strength to grow exponentially. The speed of exterminating zombies was also accelerating. Even their enthusiasm received a tremendous boost. However, it was somewhat inconvenient to immediately cash out rewards every time they collected corpses. The energized team wouldn't stay put waiting for him. They would simply pile up the corpses and continue their hunt for zombies, leaving only one anxious team member behind to wait for Fu Chun to collect. If it weren't for Fu Chun being lazy and insisting they pile up the corpses before calculating rewards, these subordinates would likely have rampaged through the area, leaving a trail of corpses. Later, they simply started marking the corpses or putting up a flag to indicate which team they belonged to. Then the people would vanish. Fortunately, the communicator still worked within a certain range, otherwise it would be impossible to contact these team members who dashed away. Fu Chen planned to use points to record these rewards, intending to allocate them when they came to claim rewards. After all, how could a big boss chase after them to give rewards? Fu Chen thought to himself. Only after letting them fend for themselves did I realize how insane these guys are. Fu Chen couldn't help but sigh. Just after he finished collecting a pile of corpses, several messages and locations came through on his communicator. Another collection reminder. Fu Chen chuckled helplessly. These people were like starving wolves unleashed. They were even scarier than him. Fu Chun rubbed his forehead and used one hand to create a table on the communicator, recording the points for everyone collecting corpses. Ordinary zombies counted as 10 corpses for 1 point. Strength-type zombies, claw zombies, and other second-stage zombies were counted as 2 corpses for 1 point. For special zombies, Fu Chen assigned points based on his mood, giving more to those with interesting abilities and less to those with weaker ones, with a minimum of 2 points. Unfortunately, he hadn't encountered any new special zombies yet. They were likely clustered among stronger zombie tides similar to the Zombie Queen's Guardians. A giant zombie counted as 100 points. The average height of a giant zombie was around 17 to 18 meters, with a power level that was quite terrifying, averaging about 2,000 to 3,000 times the strength of an ordinary person. Of course, if calculated by the size of a normal human. After all, the smaller the area of effective power, the greater the penetrating strength. Fu Chun was currently collecting all kinds of zombie corpses, primarily aiming to avoid waste, as they might come in handy later. He wore several plain rings on his left hand, using their functions to temporarily store various corpses or supplies. However, he could only grant functions once they were equipped. Thus, he kept one ring as a medium. When the need arose to grant a function, he would transfer the helicopter from the third equipment slot to this empty ring, freeing up an equipment slot to use the granting function. After transferring the items to the respective rings for storage, he would equip the helicopter back. In fact, he considered whether he could clear out the third equipment slot, as he had the ability to control metal. As long as he operated it properly, he could achieve flight. Not to mention, he had already equipped the bat zombie. Recording the points for each team diligently, Chen continued on to the next location. Next upgrade, I should just equip some electronic devices for additional calculations and storage, so I don't have to manually record everything, Chen complained. After experiencing this for a few days, Chen began to feel a bit bored. Every day was either about collecting corpses or on the way to collect them, which was incredibly tedious. Although reaping benefits without effort was great, it was still more satisfying to defeat them himself. So Chen sent a message to everyone saying he would only collect corpses once a week and instructed them to keep their own. Then he set off to find some fun. After all, in a big city with a large population, there were bound to be survivors. He wanted to see how these survivors managed to survive in the apocalypse. As for whether the corpses could be stored for a week, Chen had no worries about that. The corpses of zombies were quite special. Even if they lay everywhere, they wouldn't rot after being left alone for half a month, nor would they cause any plagues. How would Chen know this? Because previously in H-City, he left the corpses of those mutated zombies he hadn't collected lying around. However, besides occasionally being nibbled on by other zombies, not even flies would show up. Even after a few days, there was no noticeable change. After giving the instructions, Chen dashed out, flying close to the ground, occasionally lightly patting the foreheads of the zombies along the way, performing a magic trick. Zombies come to life. Get away from me. They are all mine. Suddenly a voice rang out, accompanied by a commotion. Damn it. Kill him. Chen landed steadily on the ground, curiously following the sound. He discovered a large number of people crowded in a supermarket, engaged in a fierce struggle. There seemed to be around 20 or 30 people. They were divided into two factions, their expressions fierce as they fought over the food in the supermarket. Judging by the momentum, there were quite a few evolved individuals among them. After observing for a while, Chen quickly understood that these were survivors hiding nearby. Because the corpse hunting team had cleared the nearby zombies, they dared to brazenly transport supplies. However, they happened to run into another group, leading to a violent clash over resources. Boom! Two evolved individuals crashed through a wall, fighting their way into another store. As for the ordinary people, they were all wielding knives and other weapons, engaging in brutal fights. Neither side was willing to back down, even if it was just for a bag of chips. They were fighting to the death. In an instant, the whole supermarket was in chaos. Shelves collapsed and various goods scattered everywhere. Blood spilled all over the place. Oh, I was wrong, don't cut me. Some scattered individuals attempting to sneak away with supplies amidst the chaos were cut down and lay on the ground, moaning in agony. A woman covered in dirt and looking haggard tightly clutched a few bags of instant noodles as she burst out of the supermarket, stumbling away from the scene. A gleaming short knife was lodged in her back, and bright red blood slowly flowed out, spreading down her clothes and staining her back crimson. Not far away, she pulled out a small boy from behind a trash can, stumbling as she led him away, disappearing around the corner. So this is the true portrait of survivors in the apocalypse, isn't it? Chen felt a pang of bitterness in his heart as he witnessed the scene. It actually makes me uncomfortable. Well then, let me play the saint. I will stop this tragedy. Chen stepped toward the supermarket. The people, still scrambling, felt a wave of chill sweep over them, causing them to shiver involuntarily. What is that? Someone pointed outside, exclaiming in shock. But the others paid no heed to his expression. Seizing the moment of his distraction, they slit his throat with a single stroke. Blood gushed out like a spring in an instant. You? The man clutched his throat, desperately staggering back with a terrified face before collapsing to the ground, his eyes fixed intently on his assailant, while inwardly regretting his own carelessness. Buzz! Just then, everyone felt a distortion in the space around them as a figure appeared at the supermarket entrance. Hello, everyone. Chen unfurled two terrifying fleshy wings on his back, like a legendary vampire, staring sinisterly at the crowd inside. A slight tremor rippled through him from time to time, distorting the space around him, making him appear mysterious and horrifying. Seeing Chen's appearance, everyone halted their actions and stared at him warily. Playing tricks. A few evolvers, unable to discern Chen's features through the distorted space, could tell he was human, easing their tension slightly. Yangdasho, how about we call a truce for now? Let's take care of this trickster first, or someone else might reap the benefits. A clearly leading figure spoke, and as his words fell, the two factions swiftly separated, each standing on their own side, their movements remarkably coordinated and practiced. The man called Yang Daso dusted off his clothes. True to his name, his hands were robust and enormous, yet they seemed utterly mismatched with his physique. It appeared somewhat odd. He nodded in agreement, naturally. We're not fighting to the death just to benefit someone else. But he has special abilities, and in mutated part, he's a tough nut to crack. Ryn scoffed disdainfully. So what? We have 3 special evolvers plus your 2, making 5 in total. What's there to fear? I don't need your food. I'm here for one thing only, you either submit or die. Fu Chen interrupted their conversation, a hint of amusement in his voice. Arrogant fool. The two groups already planning to deal with Fu Chen first were enraged by his words. A special evolver couldn't hold back and made the first move. Die! He roared, darting forward with a swift stride. Ice crystals formed in his hand, transforming it into a sharp icy spike aimed straight at Fu Chen. He was an elemental evolver of the ice type. Gongzi, Ryn muttered in dismay. Oh, chilled fruit. Fu Chen's eyes lit up, envisioning the potential uses of this ability, and his gaze toward the man softened considerably. But the others had no idea what he meant. Yang Daso and his men watched silently as the evolver attacked Fu Chen, showing no intention of joining in. Even Ryn from the same faction offered only a single warning without making a move. Both sides wanted to test Fu Chen's strength through this ice evolver. The ice evolver dashed before Fu Chen, striking like lightning, the icy spike aimed directly at his forehead. Why isn't he dodging? The onlookers in the supermarket found it strange. As the attack was about to hit Fu Chen's face, he stood there foolishly motionless. Is he scared stiff? He's done for that pretentious fool. A special evolver beside, Ryn sneered. He knew the ice evolver's strength well, and how penetrating that icy spike was. It could easily pierce even a bank vault door. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the ice evolver's attack missed. What? The ice evolver was utterly bewildered. Fu Chen hadn't moved a muscle, standing there stiffly, but the attack had somehow veered off course, striking to his right. He struck again, but the attack still deviated strangely. A sense of foreboding crept over him. Refusing to accept it, he followed up with a sweeping strike. He muttered under his breath, this time it won't miss right. But to his surprise, his hand inexplicably lifted higher, and the sweep passed over Fu Chen's head. So this is how it's used, Fu Chen said with a look of dawning realization. He had been testing the effects of his distortion field. A slight squeeze can warp the surrounding space, diverting moving objects off course. What would happen if I squeezed harder? A flood of ideas surged in Fu Chen's mind. What's he doing? To the others, it looked like the ice evolver was just feinting a few times in front of Fu Chen, as if trying to scare him. Is he crazy? Dancing there? If he doesn't dare fight, then shut up. An evolver beside Yang Daso mocked. What did you say? If you're so good, you go? Stop blabbering. A lackey of the ice evolver retorted fiercely. Though just an ordinary person, he showed no fear toward the opposing evolver. Are you too tired of living? The evolver's eyes turned hostile, but before he could act, a sudden change occurred outside. Everyone's attention snapped back to Fu Chen. Oh! A scream of agony rang out from outside. The ice evolver's legs had inexplicably collapsed inward, crushing flesh and bone together, leaving them grotesquely twisted. He crumpled to the ground, wailing in pain. What happened? The onlookers stared wide-eyed, having seen no movement from Fu Chen as the ice evolver's legs were mysteriously crippled. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. Fu Chen, meanwhile, felt a surge of delight. I see. Pity this is the limit. Barely enough to injure an evolver. Now understanding his distortion field's capabilities, Fu Chen wasted no more time. He looked up at the people in the supermarket. You ants. Submit or die. Fu Chen maintained his sinister demeanor. If the corpse hunters were around, they'd surely be playing background music to match. This guy's a tough nut. Let's all gang up on him. No holding back. The group finally grasped the gravity of the situation, readying themselves to charge at Fu Chen. Yang Daso's eyes turned ruthless. Exchanging a glance with Ryn, he led the special evolvers in a coordinated rush. Attack together. The two factions that had been locked in a deadly struggle now united against Fu Chen with seamless cooperation, their subordinates following without objection, as if this was routine. As the special evolvers charged at Fu Chen, the other evolvers also brandished their weapons and surged forward. Only a few ordinary people stayed behind, watching each other warily. Upon receiving the news of the failed equipping, Fu Chen furrowed his brows slightly, his instinct overriding reason. It's understandable that living zombies can't be equipped. They're single-minded, only knowing resistance. But I didn't expect those who've lost their will to fight to be impossible too. He carefully recalled the sensation of equipping Yang Daso moments ago. That feeling. It seemed almost successful. Yet it was the sudden violent resistance that severed the connection. Fu Chen's eyes glimmered with light, as if he had glimpsed some underlying rule. Seeing Fu Chen approach again, Yang Daso stumbled backward, his face etched with terror. You. Don't come near me, you. He seemed to lose all reason, forgetting even his pain, propping himself up on his bloody stumps, using the exposed flesh and bone of his thighs as feet, turning to flee in panic. With a soft thud, Fu Chen flicked his finger against the back of Yang Daso's head, knocking him unconscious. Amid the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Fu Chen once again placed his hand on Yang Daso's body. A thought stirred in his mind: equip. Suddenly, the unconscious Yang Daso twitched slightly, his limbs moving in slow, erratic patterns, an involuntary motion. At the same time, Fu Chen sensed resistance. Normally, equipping an inanimate object was instantaneous, a mere flicker of thought. This time, however, it felt like wrestling against something slow and arduous. Still resisting? Is it subconscious? But it's much weaker. Perhaps it can succeed. As Fu Chen had anticipated, after a total of 3 seconds, Yang Daso vanished before everyone's eyes. All stared in shock. You? What did you do to him? Where is he? One of the evolvers on the ground cried out in terror. Fu Chen was in high spirits. Successfully equipping a living person made him even more satisfied with the function of his equipment slots and more curious about their other potential uses. Perhaps there were still more abilities waiting for him to discover. Human infected, a creature infected by a certain virus retaining self-awareness. Due to the virus, it has gained some insignificant power, but its hands have also mutated, becoming a pitiful deformity. Combat record before death: infected slain, 945, humans 24. Evaluation: a wretch with both legs broken, of little use. Seeing Yang Daso lying in the equipment slot, Fu Chen couldn't hide his smile. Don't worry, he's just gone for a moment. With that, he activated the projection quasi-manifestation function. Yang Daso reappeared before them, still with his broken legs collapsed on the ground. The difference was that he no longer showed fear. As soon as he landed, he busied himself staunching the bleeding from his legs, then looked at Fu Chen with a pitiful expression. Fu Chen's mouth twitched. Well, it was quite intelligent. Still, he was satisfied. At least this equipment could move on its own, and was utterly loyal to him, as if instantly brainwashed. Yet he also felt somewhat speechless. He had taken in a cripple. Something's off. Though Yang Daso had reappeared, the others noticed something strange, and watched Fu Chen warily. Fu Chen turned his gaze to the others, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Be good, don't move. His figure flickered as he moved behind them, knocking them out one by one. He misjudged one blow, and blew the man's head clean off. Sorry, didn't realize you were an ordinary person. I used too much force. They'll be more careful next time. Fu Chen apologized sincerely to the headless corpse. Then, following the same method, he attempted to equip these leg-broken individuals. However, he discovered that apart from special evolvers like Yang Daso, the others could not be classified as the same type of equipment. But Fu Chen didn't let it go to waste. After all, they were all evolvers. Once projected, quasi-manifested, they could act autonomously, so they were of some use. He stored them temporarily. When he saw their data, Fu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. They had all killed quite a few people, which relieved him of any guilt for his own misdeeds. So I'm not doing evil. I'm ridding the world of villains. Suddenly he felt virtuous. He was practically a paragon of benevolence. Qi Ryuan and the others broke out in cold sweat. We can't just wait for death. This is very wrong. And that Yang Daso is clearly being controlled. He exchanged glances with the others, who all nodded silently, clearly reaching a consensus. Then Qi Ryuan suddenly roared at the metal spikes surrounding them. Sound waves emanated from his mouth, shaking the spikes in midair until they tilted. Run! With a great shout, the remaining people bolted. One evolver even threw a handful of lime powder at Fu Chen. But they had barely taken 2 steps before they all collapsed unconscious. Fu Chen's figure materialized beside them. The injured from the earlier brawl in the supermarket gaped, lying still as they watched everything unfold. They only saw a blurry afterimage darting among them, and then they all fell. A sharp intake of breath. Fu Chen also noticed the wounded in the supermarket, along with a few ordinary people holding knives staring at him in terror. There are still survivors. That won't do. The people inside grew even more fearful. No, I didn't see anything. I don't want the food anymore. Please spare me. One stumbled backward, his cleaver clattering to the floor. Fu Chen shook his head, then manipulated the metal spikes to pierce through the heads of those ordinary people. There was no need to equip ordinary people, it was simpler to kill them. They couldn't be granted equipment, and they were of little use. Sorry, but there can't be any witnesses. When you do bad things, leaving no survivors means no bad reputation. Fu Chun clapped his hands in satisfaction. Suddenly, he remembered something. He used the metal spikes to sweep through several streets in the vicinity and found no living souls. He then collected Qi Ryuan and the others into his equipment slots. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a few surveillance cameras on the ceiling. He chuckled and shrugged. In the apocalypse, who cared about such things? Ignoring them, he unequipped the leg-broken evolvers, granted them some zombies to restore their legs, then repeated the process, knocking them out and re-equipping them. With that, the helicopter was removed from the permanent pool. He then flew away nonchalantly. This time, he headed straight for the military base in Nanchi City, based on the official coordinates. It seemed that network information was region-locked, preventing him from receiving messages from other areas. He had collaborated with the military in H City before. He wondered if the Nanchi City military knew about that partnership. If they did, good. He could freeload some zombie corpses again. If not, he'd have to inform them. Otherwise, the military would keep burning the corpses, which was such a waste. Flying 100 meters above the ground, Fu Chun saw that the city was indeed teeming with zombies, vast hordes of them. Fu Chun smiled with satisfaction. Equipment, wait for me. I'm coming to collect you all. Upon receiving the news of the failed equipping, Fu Chun furrowed his brows slightly, his instinct overriding reason. It's understandable that living zombies can't be equipped. They're single-minded, only knowing resistance. But I didn't expect those who've lost their will to fight to be impossible too. He carefully recalled the sensation of equipping Yang Daso moments ago. That feeling. It seemed almost successful. Yet it was the sudden violent resistance that severed the connection. Fu Chen's eyes glimmered with light, as if he had glimpsed some underlying rule. Seeing Fu Chen approach again, Yang Daso stumbled backward, his face etched with terror. You. Don't come near me, you. He seemed to lose all reason, forgetting even his pain, propping himself up on his bloody stumps, using the exposed flesh and bone of his thighs as feet, turning to flee in panic. With a soft thud, Fu Chen flicked his finger against the back of Yang Da's house, head knocking him unconscious. Amid the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Fu Chen once again placed his hand on Yang Da's house body. A thought stirred in his mind, equip. Suddenly, the unconscious Yang Daso twitched slightly, his limbs moving in slow, erratic patterns, an involuntary motion. At the same time, Fu Chen sensed resistance. Normally, equipping an inanimate object was instantaneous, a mere flicker of thought. This time, however, it felt like wrestling against something slow and arduous. Still resisting? Is it subconscious? But it's much weaker. Perhaps it can succeed. As Fu Chun had anticipated, after a total of 3 seconds, Yang Daso vanished before everyone's eyes. All stared in shock. You? What did you do to him? Where is he? One of the evolvers on the ground cried out in terror. Fu Chun was in high spirits. Successfully equipping a living person made him even more satisfied with the function of his equipment slots and more curious about their other potential uses. Perhaps there were still more abilities waiting for him to discover. Human infected, a creature infected by a certain virus retaining self-awareness. Due to the virus, it has gained some insignificant power, but its hands have also mutated, becoming a pitiful deformity. Combat record before death: infected slain, 945, humans 24. Evaluation: a wretch with both legs broken, of little use. Seeing Yang Daso lying in the equipment slot, Fu Chen couldn't hide his smile. Don't worry, he's just gone for a moment. With that, he activated the projection quasi-manifestation function. Yang Daso reappeared before them, still with his broken legs collapsed on the ground. The difference was that he no longer showed fear. As soon as he landed, he busied himself staunching the bleeding from his legs, then looked at Fu Chen with a pitiful expression. Fu Chen's mouth twitched. Well, it was quite intelligent. Still, he was satisfied. At least this equipment could move on its own, and was utterly loyal to him, as if instantly brainwashed. Yet he also felt somewhat speechless. He had taken in a cripple. Something's off. Though Yang Daso had reappeared, the others noticed something strange, and watched Fu Chen warily. Fu Chen turned his gaze to the others, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Be good, don't move. His figure flickered as he moved behind them, knocking them out one by one. He misjudged one blow and blew the man's head clean off. Sorry, didn't realize you were an ordinary person. I used too much force. They'll be more careful next time. Fu Chen apologized sincerely to the headless corpse. Then, following the same method, he attempted to equip these leg-broken individuals. However, he discovered that apart from special evolvers like Yang Daso, the others could not be classified as the same type of equipment. But Fu Chen didn't let it go to waste. After all, they were all evolvers. Once projected, quasi-manifested, they could act autonomously, so they were of some use. He stored them temporarily. When he saw their data, Fu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. They had all killed quite a few people, which relieved him of any guilt for his own misdeeds. So I'm not doing evil. and ridding the world of villains. Suddenly, he felt virtuous. He was practically a paragon of benevolence. Ryn and the others broke out in cold sweat. We can't just wait for death. This is very wrong. And that young Dasho is clearly being controlled. He exchanged glances with the others who all nodded silently, clearly reaching a consensus. Then Ryn suddenly roared at the metal spikes surrounding them. Sound waves emanated from his mouth, shaking the spikes in midair until they tilted. Run! With a great shout, the remaining people bolted. One evolver even threw a handful of lime powder at Fu Chen. But they had barely taken 2 steps before they all collapsed unconscious. Fu Chen's figure materialized beside them. The injured from the earlier brawl in the supermarket gaped, lying still as they watched everything unfold. They only saw a blurry afterimage darting among them, and then they all fell. A sharp intake of breath. Fu Chen also noticed the wounded in the supermarket along with a few ordinary people holding knives staring at him in terror. There are still survivors. That won't do. The people inside grew even more fearful. No, I didn't see anything. I don't want the food anymore. Please spare me. One stumbled backward, his cleaver clattering to the floor. Fu Chen shook his head, then manipulated the metal spikes to pierce through the heads of those ordinary people. There was no need to equip ordinary people, it was simpler to kill them. They couldn't be granted equipment, and they were of little use. Sorry, but there can't be any witnesses. When you do bad things, leaving no survivors means no bad reputation. Fu Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction. Suddenly, he remembered something. He used the metal spikes to sweep through several streets in the vicinity and found no living souls. He then collected Ryn and the others into his equipment slots. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a few surveillance cameras on the ceiling. He chuckled and shrugged. In the apocalypse, who cared about such things? Ignoring them, he unequipped the leg-broken evolvers, granted them some zombies to restore their legs, then repeated the process, knocking them out and re-equipping them. With that, the helicopter was removed from the permanent pool. He then flew away nonchalantly. This time, he headed straight for the military base in Nanchi City, based on the official coordinates. It seemed that network information was region-locked, preventing him from receiving messages from other areas. He had collaborated with the military in H City before. He wondered if the Nanchi City military knew about that partnership. If they did, good. He could freeload some zombie corpses again. If not, he'd have to inform them. Otherwise, the military would keep burning the corpses, which was such a waste. Flying 100 meters above the ground, Fu Chen saw that the city was indeed teeming with zombies, vast hordes of them. Fu Chen smiled with satisfaction. Equipment, wait for me. I'm coming to collect you all. With a thunderous crash, a sealed door in an underground laboratory collapsed, releasing thick green smoke that spread across the floor like water. Suddenly, a colossal green hand emerged from within, denting the metal doorframe. Success. I've finally succeeded. A middle-aged doctor in a protective suit screamed in exhilaration, staring at the data on his monitor in sheer ecstasy. A powerful body, unmatched strength. This will be the most formidable existence on the blue star's surface. Damn the apocalypse, what a magnificent era. Through his goggles, he gazed at the three-turtle green monster before him, his face twisted with madness. The towering monster stepped out of the experimental chamber. Its body was covered in dark green skin with fine fuzz, and its face was dominated by a single enormous eye. Apart from that solitary eye, no other features were visible. No nose, no mouth, not even ears, making it appear even more grotesque. Excellent. From now on, you shall be Doomsday 1. Go forth, my darling. Show them who is the true king of this apocalypse. And I will become its real master. Call me Dr. Doom. Ha ha. The doctor cackled maniacally, the monitor in his hand displaying everything the one-eyed monster saw, as if its giant eye were a camera. The one-eyed monster trudged out of the lab with heavy steps. Then with a deep squat and a leap, its terrifying force cratered the ground, cracking the earth as it launched itself like a cannonball into the distance. Roar! A horde of zombies roaming the city spotted the intruder. The green one-eyed monster descended from the sky, crushing several zombies into paste upon landing. But the surrounding zombies cared not for its bizarre appearance. Anything in their sight was prey. They lunged at it, biting and clawing. The towering Doomsday 1 moved like an emotionless machine, showing no fear of the terrifying zombie horde. It swung its massive fists at the approaching zombies, pulverizing them into gory messes. Its raw power far surpassed even the strength-type zombies. Several strength-type zombies tried to grapple with it, only to be grabbed and torn in half. Haha, yes. Crush them all. In the lab, Dr. Doom roared with laughter, his face a portrait of insanity, as he watched his creation wreak havoc among the undead. Doomsday 1's 3-meter frame stood out among the zombies, quickly attracting the attention of nearby mutant zombies. With a tearing sound, two clawed zombies latched onto its back, their razor-sharp claws sinking deep into its flesh, spilling green fluid. The monster paused momentarily, then snatched the two clawed zombies off its back and smashed them together, reducing them to a pulp. Impossible. Dr. Doom, who had just sat down, shot up as he saw the incoming data. How can this be? Doomsday 1's tough skin can withstand even the most powerful armor-piercing rounds in the world. How could a mere clawed zombie injure it? This defies science. It makes no sense. The doctor's eyes bulged as he stared at the data stream. He tore at his hair in frenzy, unable to comprehend why. Wounded, Doomsday 1 moved faster, sending any clawed zombie that dared approach flying with a single blow. Its fists twisted the zombies beyond recognition, leaving them lifeless as they shot through the air like cannonballs crashing into the horde. The scene returned to a one-sided slaughter. Yet Dr. Doom could no longer rejoice, haunted by what had just occurred. Soon the distant zombies seemed to lose interest in Doomsday 1, surging instead toward another location. Dr. Doom noticed this anomaly, puzzled. This wasn't typical zombie behavior. Weren't they supposed to relentlessly pursue any living creature? But he quickly dismissed the thought as a giant zombie appeared before Doomsday 1. Here it comes. The known surface's strongest individual entity. His eyes gleaming, Dr. Doom tremblingly tapped a few buttons on the screen. While dispatching the lesser zombies, Doomsday 1 fixed its gaze on the approaching giant. Its single eye dominating its face began to glow with a red light brimming with immense energy. The light intensified, turning the entire eye a blazing crimson, starkly contrasting its dark green skin. With a sound like an overload, a thick beam of energy shot from the eye, illuminating the entire street with blinding radiance. The massive laser struck the giant zombie's chest, the impact forcing it backward before piercing clean through. The beam slowly moved upward, slicing the giant zombie's upper body and head in two. Indeed, the strongest individual is nothing. My Doomsday 1 is the true ruler of this apocalypse. Dr. Doom smiled with satisfaction as the giant fell with ease. But his joy was short-lived. An alarm blared on the screen. Doomsday 1 had suffered severe damage to its head. What's going on? He frantically manipulated the controls, trying to understand, but Doomsday 1 went offline instantly. No matter what he did, he couldn't salvage it. Damn it. Useless. What happened? Enraged, Dr. Doom smashed the control panel to the ground. All fake. Meaningless. Failure. A inexplicable failure. Haha, how absurd. His hysterical screams echoed through the empty lab. Wow, Brother Dong, is this a special zombie? It looks so weird, just a single big eye. Chung Yaodong stepped on Doomsday 1's corpse, nodding with a smile to confirm. Great, this must be worth a lot of points. We're probably the first team to hunt a special zombie in Nanshi City, right? The new members gathered around, curiously examining the monster. Indeed, special zombies are different, highly recognizable. And we got a giant zombie for free. A team member pointed at the massive corpse on the ground. This haul is huge. I wonder how many points Brother Chen will give for this special one. Finally, a special zombie. Fu Chen received the message from Chung Yaodong's team and nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it. A city this large is bound to have plenty of special zombies. But he was already nearing the military base. Turning back would be pointless. He decided to handle matters here first. Soon a sound of air being rent reached him as Fu Chen's figure appeared above the outskirts of a settlement. Arrived. Fu Chen confirmed the address on his communication device, nodded, and tucked it away, preparing to dive downward. Suddenly, a deafening boom erupted before him, a violent explosion like a giant bomb detonating. The immense shockwave hurled him through the air like a leaf in a gale, flinging him back several meters. He quickly steadied himself, astonished to find numerous anti-aircraft guns below, aiming squarely at him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a volley of surface-to-air missiles and flak cannons fired toward him. Is this a misunderstanding? Fu Chen lightly brushed non-existent dust from his clothes, a look of exasperation spreading across his face. Yet the explosion puzzled him. Though his flying speed wasn't particularly fast, his reflexes were incredibly sharp, downright terrifying in fact. But how had he failed to sense the attack's arrival? It was as if it had materialized out of thin air. Watching the rapidly approaching shells, trajectories invisible to ordinary eyes, they seemed to crawl toward him in slow motion. He frowned, chin resting on his hand, lost in thought. Isn't this normal? Was I just careless earlier? Did I not detect it? As he racked his brain, a familiar explosive force suddenly burst from beside him. He turned in utter shock to find a dazzling cluster of sparks slowly detonating right next to his right shoulder, laced with a hint of terrifying energy. Fu Chen was completely bewildered. He hastily retreated, but with no foothold in the air, he relied solely on the bat zombie's flight capability for propulsion. Despite his fearsome reaction speed, he couldn't escape the blast radius in time. Boom! Another shockwave hurled him brutally away. Though unharmed, he looked rather disheveled. This time he seized the momentum, redirecting his descent to land swiftly outside the base. Boom! Boom! The following shells missed, bursting into clusters of sparks high above, leaving trails of smoke clouds. Just as Fu Chen was about to land, an explosion erupted out of nowhere before him. His eyes widened in confusion. He couldn't locate the source. Boom! The terrifying shockwave hit, but due to inertia, it didn't blast him away this time, only altering his landing trajectory. He quickly adjusted his posture and landed heavily on a pile of corpses. Scanning the area, he saw a mound of zombie bodies stacked like a small hill, tens of thousands at least. Fine. Shelling me and ambushing me with abilities, huh? Fu Chen's face darkened. This was the first time he had been so humiliated at human hands. He directly stored the corpses beneath his feet, collecting some interest first, I'll settle accounts with you later. He was already plotting how to extort them. Wait, extort. He meant compensation. As Fu Chen landed, several armored vehicles rolled up and stopped nearby, subtly surrounding him. Seeing this, he walked slowly toward them, abandoning flight. Being in the air against someone who could conjure explosions was too disadvantageous. Before he had taken many steps, a gang of ruffians poured out of the base. Their mismatched clothes suggested they weren't military. Armed with various firearms, they also encircled him. Fu Chen was puzzled by the scene. He double-checked the address on his communicator. Right, this is the military base. Sir, why have you trespassed into our settlement? A voice rang out. A handsome man lounged against an armored vehicle dressed in a crisp white shirt and suit trousers, a jacket slung casually over his shoulder. He looked like an office worker off duty. A faint smile played on his lips as he toyed with a coin, flipping it deftly across the back of his hand. Oh, your settlement. Isn't this the military base? When did it change hands? Fu Chen instantly grasped the situation. Some upheaval had allowed these people to take over. Military? There's no military here. Only us Nanxing. Fu Chen wasn't surprised their appearance suggested a gang, but the name made him snicker. Nanxing? Why not call yourselves Hongxing? As he spoke, another group arrived. Among them was a man in a suit gripping a zombie-slaying long blade. Fu Chen recognized the blade. Had considered equipping his team with similar ones as the H-City base had some stock. But Lu Qi and the others found the bull's blade surprisingly effective for cutting, so they'd stuck with it. Thus had infused some metal into their bull's blades, granting them decent weight and toughness. The bull's blade became the standard weapon for the zombie hunting squad, easily replenished. Even new recruits could craft basic versions from materials at hand, given the abundance of clawed zombies. The suited man stopped by the armored vehicle, eyes fixed on Fu Chen, whispering, "Thief master, be careful. This guy's strong." His voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum, but at this distance, even evolved beings could catch it. Oh, how strong. The so-called thief master, a handsome man, dismissed it with a shrug and even provocatively raised an eyebrow at Fu Chen. Fu Chen snorted. With his hearing, had caught every word, and he sneered, "Thief master. So you specialize in shady dealings. Did you steal this base too?" The thief master smirked, straightened up, and eyed Fu Chen with interest. But catching a glance from the suited man, he lounged back lazily. The suited man was surprised Fu Chen had heard his whisper, thinking, a truly powerful evolver. A gleam flickered in his eyes as an idea struck him. "Young friend, I am the blast master of Nanxing. My apologies for the earlier hostility. It was all a misunderstanding. You appeared in our airspace, and we couldn't tell friend from foe, so we had no choice but to attack. Truly sorry. Since you're here as a guest, why not join us at our base? Let us extend our hospitality and make amends." The blast master spoke earnestly, a kind smile on his face. But Fu Chen's expression soured. Fine. So you're the bastard who ambushed me, and you want to apologize? All right. He cracked his knuckles, a mocking glint in his eyes, and strode slowly toward the man. The space around him began to tremble, faintly warping the light. "Not military, huh? Want to apologize? Fine. They'll give you two choices: submit or die." "Oh, quite arrogant, aren't you?" the thief remarked, sitting upright again, eyeing Fu Chen with keen interest as he approached. "But then again, not only do you possess flight capabilities and formidable defenses, but now you've also unveiled something akin to a domain. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Truly a worthy opponent." A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, still wearing that nonchalant smile. The blaster opened his mouth as if to speak, but seeing the thief already gripping the coin in his hand, he simply watched in silence, saying nothing more. Observing their expressions, Fu Chen couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity. The thief's indifferent demeanor seemed to suggest he had some hidden ace up his sleeve, so Fu Chen studied him with equal intrigue. Yet he did not halt his steps. Carrying a twisted distortion of space, he slowly advanced toward the group, instilling an inexplicable pressure in everyone present. The surrounding underlings all aimed their guns at Fu-Chen. What's with that look? Do I sense you're disappointed? I don't have more abilities. Fu-Chen locked his gaze on the thief, a smirk playing on his lips. The thief waved a hand dismissively. It's plenty already. Your abilities are the second most I've ever seen. He then flashed a meaningful expression. Oh, then who's the first? The thief remained languid as he slowly rose to his feet, offering a slight gentleman's bow to Fu-Chen with a chuckle. Humble, as I am, it is I. Is that so? I've yet to encounter another evolver with multiple abilities. Today I'm eager to broaden my horizons. Their exchange left the underlings on edge. Though numerous and armed, they knew that in a clash between special evolvers they were in grave danger. Against ordinary evolvers, flesh and blood could still be felled by a hail of bullets, provided they could land a hit. But special evolvers were a different breed. They wielded bizarre abilities, and one might perish before even launching an attack. Their terrifying physiques made even direct hits ineffective. As the saying goes, when gods wage war, mortals suffer. This outsider was clearly no easy mark. Some underlings exchanged furtive glances and quietly stepped back, prompting others to follow suit. They moved in silent unison, even taking cover behind obstacles and raising their guns as if to claim they weren't retreating, but securing advantageous positions. Their actions did not escape notice, but no one paid them any mind. The thief leaped off the armored vehicle, toying with the coin in his hand, and grinned at Fu-Chen. Broadening horizons is fine, but it comes at a price. With that, he held up the coin to Fu-Chen. I now possess 7 different abilities. Do you know how I acquired them? A thief, eh? Did you steal them? Fu-Chen frowned at the thought. Could this man have an ability to steal others' powers? Or perhaps replicate them? Best not to play around. For safety's sake, he'll strike directly, Fu-Chen resolved inwardly. He was uncertain if his own abilities could be stolen, whether his equipment bar counted as an ability. If it got taken, he'd have no recourse. Bingo. You guessed it. Then allow me a little surprise. With those words, the thief tossed the coin into the air, a knowing smile on his face. The coin spun midair, gradually emitting a faint glow. Let's make a bet. If it lands heads, you owe me an ability. If tails, you owe me. Before he could finish, Fu-Chen blurred into motion, appearing before him in an instant. His sheer speed stirred a gust of wind, sweeping the thief's hair back. By the time the thief registered what happened, Fu-Chen had snatched the coin from the air. I bet you have no coin. With a slight squeeze, he crushed the coin into fragments. Stunned, the thief stared at Fu-Chen, his mind blank. You? Fu-Chen gave him no chance to speak, decisively punching his head to pieces, wary of any word-based abilities he might possess. With a thud, the once arrogant thief collapsed to the ground before the shocked onlookers, his headless body gushing blood. This? You? My third brother? Howie? The blaster stumbled back in terror, the sight of Fu-Chen killing the thief feeling surreal. The underlings were utterly dumbfounded. The thief was the strongest in Nanxing, with the miraculous ability to steal parts of a target's power and strength. Even zombies had their strength drained by him. He grew stronger, with every foe seemingly invincible in the apocalypse, a fact that bred his arrogance. The thief is dead. Panic spread among the underlings, leaving them at a loss. Bastard! You killed him! The blaster roared, his eyes bloodshot as he charged at Fu-Chen. He was my own brother. Another evolver beside him immediately ordered the others to open fire on Fu-Chen. Die! The blaster's eyes flashed, activating some ability. An explosion erupted before Fu-Chen, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that nearly flipped the nearest armored vehicle. The underlings preparing to fire were thrown to the ground by the blast, only those behind cover surviving unscathed. After the explosion, the blaster seized the moment to close in his corpse's subduing longsword, slashing fiercely, intent on giving Fu-Chen no time to react. A strange crack echoed. As the smoke cleared, Fu-Chen stood unscathed, pinching the blade of the longsword between 2 fingers. How? The blaster strained to press the sword down, but no matter his effort, he couldn't budge it an inch, not even pull it free. Finally, the longsword gave way, snapping at the point where Fu-Chen held it. The broken tip spun in the air, knocking the hilt from the blaster's hand, then hovered at his throat. Who are you? The blaster's eyes were filled with terror. This man before him was beyond comprehension, possessing immense strength and speed with an endless array of tricks. He seemed to exist on an entirely different plane. I am your sovereign. With that, Fu-Chen flicked his finger. The broken blade on the ground had somehow reappeared behind the blaster, striking him squarely on the back and knocking him unconscious. With a dull thud, the blaster collapsed to the ground unconscious. The minions who had just scrambled to their feet exchanged bewildered glances, gazing at Fu Chen with terror. The sole evolver left on the field was equally at a loss. If even their strongest man in Nanxing had been instantly defeated and the blaster knocked out, what could an ordinary evolver possibly do? Fu Chen merely raised a finger, and the guns in everyone's hands flew out, hovering in midair with their muzzles aimed back at them. All of you squat down and put your hands behind your heads. At Fu Chen's command, they all complied and crouched down. The evolver also retreated into the crowd and squatted. Boss, we didn't do anything. It was all those special evolvers who forced us. Seek your vengeance from the right person. Oh, please don't wipe us all out. Fu Chen ignored the evolver's plea. Amid the crowd's puzzled gazes, he stored the unconscious blaster into his equipment slot, then seamlessly projected him back out. Thus the crowd saw the blaster's figure flicker as he stood up from the ground. Some eyes lit up as if seeing a glimmer of hope. But then they saw Fu Chen pat the blaster on the shoulder, and the blaster nodded before turning to face them. What's going on? Are they reconciled again? No idea. Don't overthink the big shot's affairs, the man whispered, gesturing with his eyes toward the floating guns. The others fell silent, restraining their curiosity. Thus, under the crowd's bewildered eyes, the blaster slowly spoke. From now on, Nanxing is under my master's rule. Who agrees? Who opposes? Master. The crowd was stunned. What was this? Had the blaster been controlled? No, Zhang. Blaster, we can't make this decision. The boss has to say so. That evolver forced a smile, then addressed Fu Chen. Sir, neither the blaster nor I can decide Nanxing's fate. Our word doesn't count. Fu Chen walked over to them with a gentle smile. Then where is your boss? The evolver quickly replied, Sir, the boss went out today and isn't here. Only the blaster and the thief 2 hall masters are in the settlement. So where did your boss go? Fu Chen asked, somewhat exasperated. This? The evolver broke out in a cold sweat. Just then the blaster answered, Master, the boss went to assist a special evolver nicknamed the Tailor. He's reportedly trapped in a bizarre campus. Bizarre? How bizarre? Fu Chen's eyes lit up at the word, as if he had stumbled upon some earth-shattering secret. But the blaster shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Do you know the location? I know the general area. I know. The exact location. The evolver quickly interjected, eager to prove his worth. Excellent. Take me there, and you won't regret it. Fu Chen shot him an approving glance. Haha, thank you for your trust, boss. The evolver immediately began bowing and scraping. By the way, what's your name? Lu Qi. Just call me Cheesy. What? What did you say your name was? Fu Chen thought he had misheard and asked again. Lu Qi. Lu as in Lu Bei Qi as in getting up. Lu Qi answered carefully, but seeing Fu Chen's peculiar expression, he grew uneasy. He couldn't understand what was wrong with his name. Did it clash with some enemy of this big shot? Boss, if you don't like it, I can change my name. He ventured timidly. Ha, no need. Lu Qi is a great name. I knew you were a talented fellow, ha. Fu Chen burst into laughter and clapped Lu Qi on the shoulder, nearly shaking him apart. Lu Qi could only force a grin and chuckle along. By the way, how many special evolvers does this Nanxing have? Are all their nicknames something master? Temporarily storing the thief's corpse, Fu Chen had the blaster take control of the settlement. Since it had been a military base, many survivors lived on its outskirts. Later, the so-called boss, along with the thief and others, staged a rebellion when the military was weakened, turning it into Nanxing. They seized the entire base, named it a gang, and became the absolute overlords of Nanxi City. All this happened 2 weeks ago, right when the zombie queen attacked the H-City base. It was said that a massive zombie horde had struck here too, but later receded, allowing the base to survive. Now the base boasted a population of 7,000. Hearing this number, Fu Chen couldn't help but feel a capitalist's glee. He immediately prepared to take over the place. 7,000 laborers. Or rather 7,000 tools. What? Worried about feeding so many. He could just stuff a meal into each of them and keep them fed for life. With 7,000 people, and that was only because not all of Nanxi City's survivors had been rescued. But the military had failed to save them before, and now it was even harder. Not just because of the zombies, but because any survivors left were either evolvers or ruthless predators. They had mostly banded together, forming their own teams, and had developed survival rules for this apocalypse. They had little interest in joining a base. Hearing that the base still had many evolvers and special evolvers, Fu Chen doubted that the blaster alone could control such a large settlement. Though the blaster carried Nanxing's deterrent power, Fu Chen was stubborn and refused to use Nanxing's name for any delaying tactics or bluffing. He intended to conquer the settlement outright. So he released the projections of the 5 special evolvers, including Yang Dasho, to help the blaster control the settlement, now lacking Nangsing's main force. As for the minions, Fu Chen generously gave each of them 100 ordinary zombie corpses to secure their initial loyalty. Over 120 evolvers with 300 times the strength. Couldn't they take a settlement? If they couldn't, then those former minions might as well die. After all, their equipment would still belong to him. As for the 6 special evolvers, including the blaster, though they were temporarily weaker than these former minions, they were all projections of equipment, so their lives weren't a concern. Having arranged everything, Fu Chen set off with Lu Qi toward the so-called bizarre campus. The dilapidated city streets were shrouded in a hazy mist. An armored vehicle eerily sped through the air above the road with 2 figures standing atop it. Big brother, are we really going alone? I heard that campus is pretty sinister. Shouldn't we bring some more men? Fu Chen noticed Lu Qi's tense demeanor, but paid it no mind. I'm just asking you to lead the way, not to go mining. What are you so scared of? Just lead the way, eh? You're welcome to go inside if you want. Well, that's good. My strength is low, so I won't hold you back, big brother. Lu Qi, relieved that he didn't have to enter, let out a sigh. Seeing his reaction, Fu Chen rolled his eyes. Are we there yet? Almost there, just ahead. As the words fell, the two saw the wide street ahead filled with various military vehicles, jeeps, armored cars, and even tanks. The entire street was barricaded with abandoned cars surrounded by layers of barbed wire fences with numerous heavy weapons set up inside. Clearly, the entire area had been sealed off. But strangely, despite the seemingly tight blockade, not a single person was in sight. We're here. Lu Qi pointed to the wide gate at the edge of the blockade. That's the main entrance to the campus. As Fu Chen and his companion approached, the tanks within the blockade swiveled their turrets, locking onto the airborne armored vehicle. With no hesitation, they opened fire. A shell flew straight toward the vehicle beneath Fu Chen. Slightly puzzled, he calmly raised his hand, instantly activating metal manipulation. He steadily caught the speeding shell, suspending it in midair. The armored vehicle soon flew into the blockade zone. Just then a strange sound echoed. The armored vehicle seemed to hit something viscous, its speed abruptly dropping. Fu Chen also felt a resistance. But soon a faint sound like a bubble popping rang out. The vehicle he controlled broke through some constraint, suddenly regaining its original speed. In that instant, Fu Chen saw a large number of people appear, as if from nowhere, materializing in every corner of the blockade zone. Then the fast-flying armored vehicle descended sharply, landing roughly within the blockade, smashing the ground beneath it. As the vehicle came to a halt, hundreds of people surrounded them, some holding guns, some unarmed, and others with long corpse-suppressing blades resting on their shoulders. It was a clear sign of evolvers. They all raised their weapons, aiming at Fu Chen and the other man. Friendly. Lu Qi under the blaster. Before Fu Chen could speak, Lu Qi quickly identified himself. He jumped off the vehicle, raising one hand to signal to some familiar faces around. It really is Lu Qi. Some recognized him and gestured for the others to lower their weapons. People from the blaster. Aren't you supposed to be guarding the settlement? What are you doing here? A woman's voice rang out from the crowd, which parted to make way. Lady Barrier Master. The newcomer was one of Nangsing's hall masters, the Barrier Master Yubi Xuan. Her body was covered in mysterious runes that emitted a faint blue light, and a long slender tail swayed behind her in the air. The tip of the tail was extremely sharp, leaving no doubt about its lethality. Fu Chen observed the Barrier Master with interest. From what he had learned from Lu Qi and the blaster, Nanxing had 7 hall masters, each possessing abilities that were incredibly useful in the apocalypse. As for the Barrier Master, her power might not be the strongest, but it was exceptionally useful. She could shroud an area, turning it into her domain. This domain could block all external detection and perception, including images and sounds, isolating those inside from the outside world. In this apocalypse, this ability was nothing short of a divine skill. It could completely conceal their existence. This alone was enough to survive in this dangerous world. We're here to provide support. Fu Chen replied with a friendly smile. Seeing him speak, Lu Qi wisely stepped aside and remained silent. His action naturally caught the Barrier Master's attention, and she turned her gaze to Fu Chen. Support? Just the two of you? And who are you? I don't recall anyone like you around the blaster. She eyed him warily. Me? I'm the blaster's big brother. What nonsense are you spouting? Hearing this, the Barrier Master and the surrounding evolvers looked perplexed. Some even raised their weapons again, aiming at Fu Chen. Who exactly are you? Lu Qi quickly sidled up and whispered a reminder. The blaster's big brother is the Dragon Head. They're sworn brothers with the thief. I see. After Lu Qi's explanation, Fu Chen seemed to understand. Yet he still wore that calm, faint smile. But I really am the blaster's big brother, or rather, his master. He shrugged at the crowd as he spoke. Lu Qi stood there utterly bewildered, silently cursing. I already explained it to you. If we just pretend we're still with Nanxing, we can get in easily. Why won't you listen? He looked around nervously and sure enough saw the wary expressions on everyone's faces. Arrogant fool. I bet he's a spy. Exactly how dare he slander the blaster. I think Lu Qi has betrayed us too. The barrier master turned to Lu Qi expecting an explanation. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Qi's forehead. He deeply regretted taking this job, but seeing Fu Chen glance his way, he had to answer cautiously. Well, a brother Chen is indeed the blaster's master. Big brother. As soon as he spoke, he felt the accusing stares of the crowd labeling him a traitor. He quickly added, It's like this. The blaster sparred with brother Chen, realized his immense strength, admired him, and they became sworn brothers. Lu Qi was cut off by Fu Chen. Fu Chen said, What a mess. He swept his calm gaze across the crowd and declared, It's not that complicated. That so-called blaster was defeated by me in an instant. Now he's my lackey. Simple as that. He spread his hands, indicating how effortlessly it had happened. The crowd fell into silence at his words. But they quickly snapped out of it, staring at Fu Chen as if he were a fool. Tie them up. The barrier master said indifferently, turning back to her seat. As the evolvers around them cracked their knuckles ready to subdue the two, Fu Chen pointed a finger at them and said, Hey, that's very rude. Yet his eyes held a meaningful glint. The surrounding evolvers surrounded them menacingly. Lu Qi, I never thought you'd turn traitor and collude with outsiders. Don't blame us, brothers. With that, dozens of evolvers surged forward. Seeing so many evolvers charging at them, Lu Qi was terrified out of his wits and immediately begged Fu Chen for help. Big shot, you have to save me. Fu Chen smiled and patted his shoulders, signaling him to relax. No big deal, brother Zoji. Lu Qi's face fell. This is a huge deal. You might be fine, but I'm just an ordinary evolver. He'll be dead on the spot. I said it's no big deal. You have to believe in yourself. As he spoke, Fu Chen shoved Lu Qi forward. Lu Qi's eyes widened, staring at Fu Chen in disbelief. He never imagined this man could be so ruthless, pushing him out as a scapegoat. All he could manage was a cry, What the? In utter despair, he flew at incredible speed and slammed into the evolvers, knocking down a large swath of them. Without time to think, he quickly got up to retreat, but suddenly froze. He felt a vast power surge within him, transforming him into a superhuman. In an instant, he felt as if he could destroy everything. His eyes bulged as he stared at his own hands in disbelief. What is this? When he came to his senses, he saw a fist slowly enlarging before his eyes. Startled, he quickly dodged to the side. Whoosh! The evolver's attack missed, and he looked in confusion at Lu Qi, who had suddenly moved aside. Lu Qi, too, snapped back to reality. He realized that everyone's movements seemed slowed down countless times. He could even clearly capture every detail. Feeling the terrifying power in his body, a thought arose in his mind. Could it be? I awakened. I've hit a breakthrough. I've evolved again. A look of ecstasy gradually spread across his face. Watching the evolvers charging at him barehanded, he suddenly burst into excited laughter. I've evolved again. You scumbags trying to tie me up. Screw you. He threw a punch at the nearest evolver, the immense force piercing the air with a fierce sonic boom, blasting the evolver into smithereens. Flesh and blood splattered forward, slapping against the faces of those behind. What's this? Someone touched the gore on their face, utterly horrified. For a moment, the entire blockade zone fell into dead silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only Lu Qi's excited, eerie laughter echoed through the air. Haha, thanks to you all. You've given me such immense power. Haha, I'll repay you properly. The barrier master, who had just sat down, cast a surprised glance. This Lu Qi is strange. Let's go. An ethereal voice came from a special evolver, without a mouth, his voice seeming to materialize out of thin air. It gave off a mysterious vibe. His expression darkened. The evolver who had been blown up was one of his men. A few special evolvers exchanged glances and charged at Lu Qi together. Kid, you. Before the mouthless special evolver could finish, Lu Qi's figure appeared beside him like a ghost. What? His pupils contracted violently as he turned his head in shock. The silencer Tian Xiu, right? You're the one I despise the most. Crack. The head of the mouthless silencer was twisted off on the spot. His headless body fell backward with a thud, carried by the momentum of his charge. The barrier master, who had been watching closely, widened his eyes in shock at Lu Qi. The surrounding evolvers, including the underlings, all backed away in fear. What's going on? When did Lu Qi become this strong? Could it be? As he said, he evolved again. Everyone swallowed hard and exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Killing an ordinary evolver was one thing. They thought Lu Qi was just very powerful. but now had even taken down a special evolver in one blow. It was utterly jaw-dropping. Seeing that he had intimidated everyone, Lu Qi smiled in satisfaction. Feeling the surging power within him, that seemingly inexhaustible strength, his confidence soared. The wild joy on his face showed no sign of fading. He could already envision himself with such immense power becoming an overlord roaming the apocalypse. What bullshit dragonhead? What garbage zombies? From today on my fate is in my own hands, not heaven's. Ha ha. His face twisted with maniacal laughter. Clap, 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 clap. Just then applause sounded behind him. Fu Chen teased, "See, I told you it was no big deal, but you didn't believe me. How about it? The power I gave." "Shut up." Fu Chen was cut off by Lu Qi's sudden roar. His face darkened as he turned to glare fiercely at Fu Chen. "You despicable coward. How dare you push me out as a scapegoat? I've had it with you. If it weren't for my luck, I'd be dead because of you." "Huh, you're cursing at me." Fu Chen looked dumbfounded. What was wrong with this guy? Why was he suddenly lashing out? Then his expression turned grim as he stared at Lu Qi. "Listen, since you showed me the way, I'll give you a chance to rephrase that." "Rephrase my ass." Lu Qi's eyes were venomous as he strode toward Fu Chen. The crowd parted, watching this sudden betrayal in bewilderment. Everyone exchanged glances with strange expressions. Only the barrier master silently retreated some distance, her intricate tattoos glowing before she vanished entirely. "Kid, have you lost your mind? Do you want to die?" Fu Chen said, displeased. Lu Qi approached quickly, a sinister grin on his face. "Big shot, huh? Brother Chen, huh? You're pretty cocky. I admit you're strong. Taking down the thief in one blow, you've got reason to be arrogant." As he spoke, a murmur rippled through the crowd. "What? That guy killed the thief? No way. And in one blow? Is that true? The thief's ability is so unreasonable. It only grows stronger against stronger foes. Can it really be defeated?" Crack. As Lu Qi clenched his fist, the chatter ceased abruptly. "You're strong, sure, but the one thing you shouldn't have done was use me as a shield." With that, Lu Qi's figure flickered, appearing before Fu Chen in the blink of an eye like lightning. He threw a full-force straight punch at Fu Chen. "So go to hell. Go to hell." Lu Qi's eyes blazed with fury, his face twisted with malevolence as he poured all his strength into a punch aimed at Fu Chen, hurtling through the air like a cannonball. The terrifying force resembled a tiger descending the mountain, determined to devour and utterly shred its prey. A thunderous roar erupted between them, as if the god of thunder was beating a war drum in the highest heavens, or an ancient beast was bellowing from the primordial chaos. The catastrophic collision, akin to a volcanic eruption, unleashed a visible shockwave. This wave surged outward like a raging tide, sweeping everything in its path with overwhelming force. Where it passed, people and objects were tossed about like leaves in a gale, as fragile as candles flickering in the wind. "What?" Lu Qi's pupils contracted sharply as he saw Fu Chen effortlessly intercept his attack, his hand clamping down on Lu Qi's fist like a vice. "Xiao Qizi, you're quite bold, aren't you?" Fu Chen's face darkened, his gaze fixed on the stunned Lu Qi. "Impossible. Why are you so strong?" Lu Qi wore an expression of utter disbelief. In the clash of fists, he could clearly sense the despair-inducing power radiating from Fu Chen. It felt as if he were a newborn infant wrestling with a full-grown man. That sense of powerlessness made him feel as though he were dreaming. The onlookers from Nanxing were dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Can mere physical collisions generate such immense shock waves? The barrier master, hidden in the shadows, was equally stunned, his gaze locked onto Fu Chen and Lu Qi. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. No one can be stronger than me." Lu Qi shook his head repeatedly, refusing to accept the truth. He could feel that his current strength was beyond what any so-called evolver could match. Even if all the evolvers in the world united, he had no doubt he could tear them apart. His expression turned manic as he swung his other fist, aiming to shatter the figure before him and break free from this unreal illusion. "You dare use the power I gave you against me? Are you tired of living?" As Fu Chen's words fell, Lu Qi was instantly overwhelmed by a wave of weakness and extreme fatigue. His terrifying power had vanished. Lu Qi stood frozen. It is easier to ascend from poverty to luxury than to descend from luxury to poverty. Having experienced that world-shattering strength, its sudden loss made him feel paralyzed, unable to muster even a shred of power. His swung fist landed feebly on Fu Chen, causing no effect. "You? What did you do to me?" He stared at Fu Chen in disbelief, his eyes wide, his mouth opening and closing as if he wanted to say more, but could no longer produce any sound. "I merely took back the power I granted you." Fu Chen's face was grim, but his voice was calm. "No. Impossible. This isn't real. This power came from you. Lu Qi lost all support, as if something inside him had shattered. A spray of blood blossomed before them. The fist gripped by Fu Chen was crushed. Blood splattered onto Lu Qi's terrified face, and the searing pain jolted him back to reality. He staggered back, dazed, staring blankly at his missing hand. The surroundings fell into a pin-drop silence. Everyone stood like statues, their gazes fixed on the scene, fine beads of sweat trickling down their faces. After a moment of stupefaction, as if struck by a thought, Lu Qi forced a smile uglier than tears, ignoring the pain in his hand, and wailed at Fu Chen, "Chen, brother Chen, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I must have lost my mind just now. I am utterly loyal to you, brother Chen. Can you give me another chance? I won't dare again. I can still go inside to scout the way for you. I can still." A blade of wire sliced across his neck, severing his head from his body. His words were cut short. His head rolled to the feet of an evolver who dared not move. "I thought you had potential, but I gave you a chance, and you didn't seize it." As Fu Chen's words faded, Lu Qi's headless corpse thudded to the ground. After dealing with Lu Qi, Fu Chen lost interest in playing with the others. He raised his arm slightly and moved his fingers in the air. Instantly, various metallic objects nearby, tanks, cannons, melee weapons from the evolvers, and even the guns held by the underlings, all levitated. They all turned their barrels and blades toward the crowd. Fu Chen floated slowly upward, looking down at them. "I'm tired of playing. One word: submit or die." As he spoke, he flashed a benevolent smile. The hundreds of people present exchanged uneasy glances. Then someone noticed that the barrier master had vanished. This only deepened their unease. The largest group, the underlings, were the first to raise their hands and crouch down in surrender. They cared little for Nanqing. They followed whoever had the bigger fist. Now that Fu Chen had proven his might by killing the monstrous Lu Qi, these ordinary men had no desire to be involved. With their weapons gone, fighting was out of the question. Following their lead, the remaining dozens of evolvers also surrendered. Having witnessed Fu Chen's power, they had lost any will to resist. They felt little loyalty to Nanqing anyway. They had previously operated under the military's command. Now they were merely changing leaders once more. Fu Chen nodded in satisfaction, his gaze falling on the last two special evolvers. "We surrender too," they shouted hastily, afraid that a moment's delay would mean death. But Fu Chen ignored them. With a flicker of movement, he knocked them both unconscious. Then, to the astonishment of the crowd, he stored them in his equipment slot. "Living equipment too. Where's the barrier master?" After setting down the tanks and vehicles and returning the weapons, Fu Chen scanned the area again. He was looking for the woman who had undergone a strange transformation earlier. "We don't know, but she should still be nearby. She can conceal herself alone, like turning invisible." The defected evolvers quickly answered, showing no shame for their betrayal. "Oh, invisible." Fu Chen scrutinized his surroundings, searching for any anomaly. "So the little mouse is hiding. Come out now, or I'll have to spank you." A smirk curled on Fu Chen's lips. "An invisibility ability. I can't let that slip away." With a thought, he disassembled several abandoned vehicles in the distance, turning them into countless metal fragments that swarmed into the cordoned area like a chaotic hive of bees. The torrent of metal swept in, enveloping the entire zone like a net, then contracted inward. "See if you can escape now." Fu Chen's lips curled into the expression of a true villain. With a clatter, a metallic torrent surged through the crowd like a swarm of bees, freezing them in place as they watched in tense silence. Just as the metal net was about to close, a spherical barrier abruptly materialized in the center, expanding rapidly and flinging the metal fragments away. The barrier master's figure materialized within it. "Found you, metal storm." Fu Chen smiled, commanding the metal debris to encircle the spherical shield. The fragments whirled around the barrier, clanging against it incessantly. Seeing that the raging metal shards failed to significantly damage her shield, the barrier master's tense heart eased. "This kind of attack won't break my strongest defense anytime soon. Handsome, I think we can talk. There's no need for a life or death struggle. We have no enmity, right?" Supporting the shield, the barrier master looked at Fu Chen with plaintive eyes. He smiled without answering, slowly flying up to the protective barrier. Under her uneasy gaze, he raised his right hand and gently flicked his finger against the shield. With a crack like breaking glass, a large hole burst open in the barrier. Cracks spread from the breach, racing across the entire shield before it exploded and dissolved into the air. The barrier master stood in shock, her strongest defense shattered by a mere flick. Faced with such overwhelming power, she felt utterly incapable of resistance. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as she instinctively stepped back, forcing a smile. I surrender. Handsome, we can talk things out. Whatever you want, just name it. We have no grudges, no need to go to extremes." Fu Chen floated closer with a benevolent smile, saying meaningfully, "No need to be nervous, miss. I won't kill you. I just want you. Relieved, the barrier master relaxed as long as her life was spared. She immediately broke into a smile and even winked at Fu Chun. Oh, you're so bad, there was no need to be so rough. If you just asked, I wouldn't have refused, she added. I know plenty of moves. With that, she batted her big eyes and blew him a kiss, stunning the onlookers who couldn't believe the usually aloof barrier master had such a side. As a hall master of Nanxing, the barrier master was no saint. A mere glance could provoke her to torture someone to death or make them disappear. To others, she was a difficult person. Even the evolvers under her command were astonished and couldn't help but feel a grudging admiration. Fu Chun watched her coquettish antics with speechless exasperation. Without a word, he knocked her out and adeptly stored her in his equipment slot. Living Equipment 1. Curious, Fu Chun opened the panel to examine the abilities of these special evolvers he hadn't yet fully explored. This time he decided to review them all. Level 1 Barrier deploys an energy barrier centered on oneself, resisting most external attacks. Barrier strength equals 500 of input energy. Evaluation: it may offer you some sense of security. Level 1 Illusory Zone actively designates an area as an illusory zone affecting certain connections within and outside it. Evaluation: pretty useless, but might entertain children. Runic Body enhances energy utilization to some extent. Reduces energy consumption by 15. Evaluation: save energy, everyone's duty. Level 1 Living Wall, a perilous wall that can appear anywhere within your line of sight. Evaluation: it's strange. The wall's surface ripples faintly, as if alive. So the barrier master has 4 abilities. No wonder she became a hall master. Fu Chun nodded in satisfaction, moving on to other abilities. Deformed Giant Arm strengthens arms to some extent, granting great strength and defense, but they always become abnormally large. Disabled Projected Evaluation, quite bizarre. I doubt anyone would use them in a fight. Level 1 Ultrasonic strengthens the throat and vocal cords to some degree. Infusing Energy allows emitting destructive ultrasonic waves. Disabled Projected Evaluation, show off your singing voice and turn your audience into dust. Ice Crystal Weapon can transform any body part into ice crystal weapons of any shape with good hardness. Disabled Projected Evaluation, great, no need to carry weapons anymore, though it might be a bit chilly. Porcupine Person grows numerous spikes over the body, leaving enemies at a loss. Disabled Projected Evaluation, interesting buddy, but seems useless. Maybe. Give your enemy a hug. Spike Trap consumes energy to place a spike trap on any ground. When it senses an enemy, it adjusts its angle and grows abruptly to 13 meters in length. The spike's appearance depends on the ground. Disabled Projected Evaluation, this sneaky thing will startle you. Level 1 Void Explosion creates an explosion at any point within line of sight with power equal to 350 of input energy. Self-impact reduced to 20. Disabled Projected Evaluation, come on, blast away. Blow away all troubles. Self-Healing Physique slightly enhances natural healing speed. Disabled Projected Evaluation helps wounds recover, but you'd heal on your own soon enough anyway. Inferior Fireball channels internal energy to condense a fireball of some power. Expending energy can launch it. Fireball power equals 105 of input energy. Evaluation, a basic skill for novice mages, and you've only mastered this. Scales covers the body in ugly, strange scales with decent defensive properties. Evaluation looks weird, might scare children. As expected of the Blast Master, one of the 7 Hall Masters, at least 2 abilities. Fu Chun nodded in satisfaction, gaining many interesting new skills. He glanced at the corpse of the Thief Master lying in a ring. What a pity. If only I hadn't killed him, I could have equipped him in the 3rd slot. He felt the Thief Master's ability to steal others' powers was truly overpowered, defying all reason. Too bad you met me. In this world, no martial art is unbreakable, only speed prevails. After organizing these newfound abilities, Fu Chun gathered everyone present and had an evolver conduct a head count. A total of exactly 350 people remained, 50 ordinary evolvers and 300 underlings. He planned to bring all of them into this eerie campus to scout ahead for him. With a full 350 people, exploring the campus would be far quicker than going alone. Moreover, without the barrier master's illusion field outside, these people might not be able to hold their ground out there. Although Fu Chun could now set up such a barrier, it was completely unnecessary. Fu Chun selected 7 individuals who caught his eye and appointed them as squad leaders, each commanding 49 people to facilitate parallel operations. He didn't care whether they were evolvers or ordinary people. If they pleased him, that was enough. Since we need scouts, they must possess some degree of strength. The evolvers were manageable, at least they could defend themselves in danger. But the numerous underlings were nothing more than cannon fodder. Thus, he uniformly bestowed upon the 7 squad leaders the equipment of 1-0 ordinary zombies each. Gaining such immense power filled these individuals with gratitude, and they even swore to pledge their lives to Fu Chen. Fu Chen remained noncommittal. As for the rest, whether evolver or ordinary underling, he uniformly granted them a level 2 enhancement. This amounted to the equipment of 30 ordinary zombies, each a nearly 100-fold increase in strength. This granted everyone a physique comparable to that of special evolvers, even surpassing many of them. Currently, the average ordinary evolver possessed about 30 times normal strength, with the highest barely exceeding 50 times. Some weaker special evolvers, who only had partial mutations, barely reached 80 times normal strength. Is this the power of an evolver? It's absolutely incredible. This is far stronger than ordinary evolvers. Haha, I never thought I'd become an evolver one day. Everyone was ecstatic, especially the ordinary people who now felt utterly fearless. Instantly gaining such formidable power was an indescribable thrill. Every face radiated an inexplicable confidence, the sense of security that comes from overwhelming strength. All had attained power comparable to special evolvers, which also fostered respect for Fu Chen. They understood that he could reclaim this strength at any time, as evidenced by Lu Qi's earlier fate. Having tasted such might, no one was willing to relinquish it. Fu Chen promised that if they performed well, he would not take back their power. This elicited cheers from the crowd, who declared themselves ready to follow any order. If Fu Chen could see loyalty values, he would surely have noticed their skyrocketing. By the way, what's so eerie about this campus? How did it trap a group of evolvers inside? Fu Chen couldn't help but ask curiously. We're not entirely sure. They say that once inside, it's like a ghostly maze. You can't find your way out. A ghostly maze. More of those weird phenomena. This definitely feels like a meme fragment style, so out of place in this apocalypse. Fu Chen stroked his chin, muttering to himself. He grew more convinced that a meme fragment was at play. So knowing this place was dangerous, why did your leader still bring people in? Weren't they afraid of getting trapped too? It seems there was some treasure inside. We don't know the details. How many did he take in? He brought 2 Hall Masters, 10 special evolvers, and nearly 100 ordinary evolvers. No ordinary people. None. Apparently, ordinary people would suddenly drop dead inside, without any warning. That's all we know. Hearing this, many were shocked. The underlings had been unaware of these details, assuming the campus harbored a powerful entity. But recalling that they were no longer ordinary people, they felt considerably reassured. Fu Chen nodded, having dealt with a meme fragment before he understood their uncanny nature. Yet he was undaunted. His past experience taught him that his equipment bar could counter these strange phenomena. With a grand wave of his hand, he led the crowd as they marched into this eerie campus. Inside the empty campus, thick fog hung in the air, seemingly confined within the grounds, creating a stark contrast with the outside world. No sooner had they stepped through the gate than a sense of unease gripped them. They looked around, feeling the campus' sinister atmosphere. The gray mist limited their vision, making it hard to see beyond 10 meters. Yet surrounded by so many people, the dread felt less overwhelming. Team 1, follow me. The other squads spread out and search. If anything unusual happens, contact me via communicator or just shout. By the way, are the communicators still working here? Yes, they work. The tailor used one to send a message, which is how the leader was called here. Good. Let's proceed. And a word of advice, stay together, don't wander off alone. Everyone acknowledged. The 7 teams then dispersed from the school gate, heading toward the various teaching buildings and dormitory areas. Fu Chen led his team to a teaching building. The structure had 7 floors shaped like a hollow square, with an open courtyard in the center arranged as a small garden. The classroom corridors encircled this inner garden. The empty classrooms, coupled with the gray mist, created an atmosphere straight out of a horror film. Fu Chen first took everyone around the first floor, but found nothing unusual. They then ascended via the stairs. The presence of over 50 people subdued the eerie tension. Fu Chen was pleased with this effect. In horror movies, characters always acted alone and were picked off one by ghosts. Now, with over 50 companions and his own strength, even if something went wrong, it probably wouldn't target him right. What about that so-called leader? Didn't they come in with over 100 people? Why is it so quiet? Fu Chen wondered. The others shrugged, indicating they didn't know. They quickly reached the second floor, circled it, and found nothing. Then methodically, they proceeded to the 3rd and 4th floors. How did we end up back on the 2nd floor? Standing before a classroom, Fu Chen saw the sign, Class 5, Grade 10. The same one they had seen earlier on the 2nd floor. A ghostly maze already. The group leaned over the railing and saw that they were not far from the ground. It really is the 2nd floor. Despite the eerie situation, Fu Chen, who had anticipated this, found it rather intriguing. So this is what a ghostly maze feels like. If there was a maze, could a ghost be nearby? He glanced around as if searching for something. After a careful inspection, he found nothing, so he instructed the others to wait there, leaped over the railing, and flew upward. The group watched helplessly as Fu Chen's figure vanished behind the ceiling, only to reappear from below the floor in an instant. Huh. Back again. Upon flying up and seeing these familiar faces, Fu Chen was momentarily stunned. Refusing to believe it, he continued flying upward this time, keeping his eyes fixed on the ground below. After noticing he had ascended to at least a height of 5 or 6 stories, he looked up, intending to cross the railing. Yet to his surprise, he found everyone still above him. What's going on? He couldn't help but look down again, astonished to realize he had somehow returned to his original altitude. He was once again very close to the ground, his height reverting to that of the second floor. The onlookers witnessing this scene felt their scalps tingle. Some began to grow uneasy. Are we truly going to be trapped here? Even with their newfound abilities, facing such eerie phenomena left them with a sense of helplessness. Just then a voice rang out from the crowd. Look! There's someone over there. Hearing this, everyone turned to look in the direction he pointed. They spotted a figure on the 4th floor across from them, staggering out of a classroom. However, due to the mist, their view was obscured, and they couldn't make out the person's features. Fu Chen glanced over hastily, then instinctively turned to count the number of people in the team. 51 people, just right, no one is missing. Seeing this, Fu Chen scrutinized the figure closely, yet even with his abnormally sharp vision, he couldn't see clearly. Is it because of this mist? He frowned. Wang Yu, take 30 people over there to check what's going on. Wang Yu nodded. As the squad leader equipped with 1,000 gear points granted by Fu Chen, he felt utterly fearless. Even if there were ghosts or monsters, he believed a single punch would suffice. A straightforward physical exorcism. Wang Yu led his men up the stairs to the 4th floor, only to find Fu Chen and the others there as well. Alright, it's a ghostly maze. Wang Yu scratched his head. Seeing Fu Chen's gaze, he gave an awkward smile and led his men back up the stairs. After a moment's thought, he instructed the others. This time, form a long line, each person placing a hand on the shoulder of the one in front, linking together like a long serpent. I refuse to believe we'll still end up biting our own tail. Soon everyone arranged themselves in formation and began ascending the stairs. Not a bad method, Fu Chen commented, nodding. He then had the remaining people connect to the end of the line, extending this serpent down to the 1st floor. The stairwell entrance on the 1st floor is different from the others. We can't possibly come up from under the 1st floor's ground, can we? Shortly after, Wang Yu's voice came from the 4th floor railing. I made it up. So this actually works. Once up, Wang Yu immediately led the group in a throng toward the figure. Fu Chen then saw the figure rush rapidly toward Wang Yu and his men, only to be knocked down by a single punch from Wang Yu. What happened? He soared into the air, flying toward Wang Yu's group, and successfully reached the 4th floor. Chen Gu, it's a zombie. A zombie. There are still zombies here. Fu Chen leaned in for a closer look and confirmed it was indeed a zombie, but strangely, it had a peculiar tumor on its chest. This tumor was a faintly glowing blue, deeply embedded in the chest, with numerous tendrils like blood vessels spreading outward, extending across the entire torso. It was quite incongruous with the zombie's appearance. Could it be a new breed of zombie? Someone speculated. Upon hearing this, Fu Chen attempted to equip it into his gear slot, and to his surprise, it was successfully placed into the 1st gear slot. This indicated it was an ordinary zombie. Yet its appearance was far from ordinary, so he pulled up its information: separately infected corpse, the corpse of a bloodthirsty creature infected by some virus, a failed experiment from a 3rd-tier civilization, though it seems to have been corroded by some force. Past achievements: devoured 1 human. Evaluation: a mindless brute not worth worrying about. Corroded by some force. It must be a meme fragment. Just then, Fu Chen's communicator buzzed with a message from the 4th squad reporting that they had encountered Long Tu and his group in the teacher's office building. Wang Yu, continue exploring this teaching building with your team, then assemble at the office building. After giving his orders, Fu Chen flew straight up into the open sky above the courtyard. He intended to reach the office building by air. But after flying for a while, he found the exit growing farther and farther away, completely out of reach, let alone being able to fly out. Damn ghostly maze. Fu Chen grew increasingly irritated. This sensation was utterly suffocating. The onlookers witnessing this also felt their scalps tingle. Well, how about we just get out first? This place is too eerie, someone suggested. Under these circumstances, they had no heart to search for any strange objects. Teacher's office building. The 4th squad encountered Nangsing's Long Tu and his group. Liao Shuebing, weren't you supposed to be guarding outside? Why are you in here too? Asked an evolved human from Nanjing. Liao Shuebing, the captain of this 4th squad, had previously been an evolved human himself, so naturally some recognized him. Liao Xuebing put away his communicator, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Ignoring the evolved human who had recognized him, he turned his gaze to Nangsing's leader Zhang Wuji and said with a hint of mockery, "Oh, what luck to run into the boss so soon after entering. I wonder what treasures you've discovered here, boss. Why not share them with us? How dare you? Is that any way to speak?" Just then several more figures emerged from around the corner, led by two other hall masters of Nanqing. Imperial artisan Nan Zheng and bone mystic Feng Yuha, down to just 67 people. Couldn't find Tailor Huang Wenjia. Liao Xuebing taunted them, then carefully counted and glanced behind them. Finding no one else, he grew slightly puzzled. "Kid, what's with the attitude? Have you lost your mind?" A special evolved human from the opposing side glared at Liao Xuebing, furious at his insolence. In Nanqing, hierarchy was strict and subordinates were expected to address superiors with respect. Yet Liao Xuebing acted as if he didn't care at all. Ignoring these once arrogant special evolved humans, Liao Xuebing's gaze swept over the leader and the two hall masters, noticing they were all injured. Seeing Liao Xuebing's blatant disregard, leader Zhang Wuji frowned, sensing something was amiss. He raised a hand, signaling his men to stay silent. Then he gave them a meaningful glance. Everyone grew alert, staring warily at Liao Xuebing and his group. Some nervously looked around, as if fearing something lurking nearby. Liao Xuebing noticed the sudden tension in the other party and felt a flicker of confusion. Yet suspecting that this place might harbor something uncanny, he thought perhaps they had detected some perilous entity approaching. Thus they too went on high alert, their gazes sweeping the surroundings. "What's the matter? What lies here that could make the dragon head so uneasy?" Liao Xuebing maintained his vigilance, but couldn't resist a jibe. Meanwhile, dragon head Zhang Wuji, who had been fixated on Liao Xuebing and his group, naturally noticed their movements. He furrowed his brow, vaguely sensing something amiss. Earlier, their odd behavior had led him to suspect they might be a disguise of that thing within the campus. But now doubt crept in. "Liao Xuebing, is it? Who sent you in? Was it the blaster? Didn't I tell him to stay outside and not enter?" Hearing this, Liao Xuebing's expression turned peculiar. Wasn't it the barrier master who was supposed to stay outside? And wasn't the blaster appointed by you as the base's guardian, rarely leaving the settlement? But he quickly caught on. This was a test. With a scoff, he thought disdainfully, the dragon head of Nanqing. Is this the best he's got? Such a crude probe, and he dares to flaunt it. Knowing it was a test, a mischievous idea struck him. He wanted to toy with this figure he once revered. "Indeed, the blaster sent us to help. He said he could guard the school gate alone and didn't need us, so he told us to rendezvous with you." Zhang Wuji's expression darkened, uncertain of Liao Xuebing's true nature. His words suggested one thing, but the mocking grin on his face hinted at mockery. As he hesitated, Liao Xuebing added, "By the way, dragon head, what treasure have you found here? Let us brothers have a look." "That's none of your concern." "Oh, after losing so many evolvers, are you planning to slink away empty-handed?" The word struck a nerve. Zhang Wuji's face darkened instantly, his tone venomous. "Kid, whether you're man or ghost, you're not leaving here alive today." A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. With a blur, he left an afterimage and appeared before Liao Xuebing in an instant, a corpse-subduing long sword slicing out like lightning. Renowned for his unmatched speed, he moved with such velocity that even the two hall masters beside him could barely track his motions. The sword, pitch black and unreflective, merged with the void due to his incredible speed, becoming a hazy shadow aimed at Liao Xuebing's neck. Yet Liao Xuebing remained unfazed. A smirk curled his lips as he struck down, with a palm blade meeting the sword's body. A heavy, muffled clang echoed, and the blade snapped. Zhang Wuji's eyes widened in shock, frozen mid-swing. Impossible. His keen reflexes had caught Liao Xuebing's move. It was swift, seamless, and even more effortless than his own. Is this the strength of an ordinary evolver? He stared at the broken sword in disbelief, a thought dawning. No. He snapped back to reality, attempting to retreat. But Liao Xuebing wouldn't let him go. In a flash, he closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch. The fist, carrying an unstoppable force, drove straight toward Zhang Wuji's chest. Startled, he hurriedly raised the sword's hilt to block. But it was futile. The punch, like a mountain crushing an egg, embedded the hilt into his chest and sent him flying. Zhang Wuji hurtled backward like a cannonball, crashing into a cluster of evolvers and scattering them like bowling pins. It was as if a speeding truck had struck them. One evolver was killed on impact. Zhang Wuji tore through the crowd and slammed into a pillar, shattering half of it before coming to a halt. Screams of agony erupted from the stricken evolvers, some spitting blood on the spot, turning the scene into a disaster zone. Thankfully, they were all evolvers, otherwise that human cannonball would have reduced them to pulp. Everyone was stunned, including those behind Liao Shuebing. Is this the squad leader's strength? It's absolutely terrifying. They gazed at him with envy, knowing that being favored by Fu Chun had granted him power far beyond theirs. The two hall masters of Nanxing were equally astounded. In the blink of an eye, they saw their leader's weapon shattered, then him flying back. They exchanged a glance, both wearing expressions of shock. Isn't Liao Shuebing just an ordinary evolver? How is he this strong? Things aren't that simple. Perhaps he's not the Liao Shuebing we know. What now? They seem hostile, maybe targeting us. The artifact master glanced at the unconscious dragon, had his gaze heavy. That guy is formidable. We can't face him, Hedon. The two hall masters exchanged a look, reaching a silent understanding. Haha, is this the legendary lightning leopard Zhang Wuji? Utterly pathetic. Liao Shuebing felt a surge of pride as he saw Zhang Wuji knocked senseless with a single blow. Take them all down. Let Brother Chen decide their fate. At his command, the nearly 50 members behind him erupted with excitement. Most had been ordinary people before, and now endowed with immense power, they were eager to test their newfound abilities. Let's make it clear. One each, no fighting over them. There aren't enough to go around, a member called out. After the casualties on Nanxing's side, their numbers roughly matched. 14 figures cracked their knuckles, eyeing the Nanxing group like a pack of starving wolves, emitting eerie cackles. The menacing aura sent the startled evolvers stumbling back. But upon noticing that many of their opponents were lowly henchmen, indignation flared. How dare a bunch of lackeys act so arrogantly? A pack of despicable underlings daring to bluster here, utterly courting death. They gripped their standard-issue weapons and charged, determined to teach these evolvers a lesson about their place. Both sides were itching for a fight, eager to capture the other. The two hall masters, noticing that Liao Shuebing had no intention of intervening, their eyes lit up. A perfect opportunity. Whizzing sounds filled the air as the artifact master secretly released 7 steel cones. They darted like agile fish along the ground, swiftly slipping under the feet of the evolved beings, advancing with their charge and using the crowd to conceal their movements. Meanwhile, the Bone Master was also covertly manipulating his abilities, as if communicating with something. The two forces soon clashed. The evolved beings, wielding the standard military-grade weapons they had acquired, struck first at what they perceived as mere underlings, showing no intention of holding back. Had they been ordinary people, they would have been cleaved in two before they could even react. But what the evolved beings failed to anticipate was that these supposed commoners now possessed strength comparable to that of special evolved beings. The team members brandished a variety of weapons. Some carried steel bars and pipes, others held firearms, and a few who were originally evolved themselves also wielded standard-issue arms. Those with guns didn't fire a single shot, instead swinging them like clubs at the Nanxing evolved beings. When the overall disparity in strength exceeded twofold, the result was invariably a crushing defeat. Thus, in the very first clash, the Nanxing evolved beings let out agonized screams. Even armed with standard weapons, they couldn't withstand 2 moves, their limbs broken in an instant, their weapons clattering to the ground. What kind of monsters are these? Aren't they supposed to be ordinary people? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. They're all evolved beings. Arg, their strength is immense. There's no way they're ordinary evolved beings. They're all special evolved beings. 50 special evolved beings. How are we supposed to fight this? Seeing their comrades fall one after another, the evolved beings in the rear began to have second thoughts. The 8 special evolved beings among them also retreated. The enemy advanced with overwhelming force, leaving them so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. Since when were there this many special evolved beings? The artifact master muttered, his expression grim. Whizzing sounds echoed as the 7 steel cones shot out from beneath the evolved beings' feet, darting like lightning toward the team members. These had originally been intended for Liao Shuebing. But plans had changed. They hadn't expected the opposition to be so formidable. The steel cones came without warning, catching the team members off guard. One by one, they were pierced through the heart, collapsing backward. The artifact master has made his move. Quick, use your abilities. The 8 special evolved beings reacted instantly, unleashing their powers. In an instant, a barrage of bizarre attacks hurtled toward the team members. Just then, the Bone Master let out a startled cry. Not good. He had been keeping a close watch on Liao Shuebing and saw him vanish without a trace. He quickly alerted the artifact master beside him. The two immediately stood back to back on high alert, scanning their surroundings. The artifact master hastily recalled the 7 steel cones to guard them. But Liao Shuebing paid them no heed. He had already appeared behind the 8 evolved beings. With a single palm strike, he killed 2 special evolved beings who specialized in ranged attacks. Before the others could react, he reduced a third renowned for his defensive prowess to half a man. Watch out. He's here. Only after 3 had fallen did the rest react, their hearts filled with terror. Yet they dared not be careless. The remaining 5 special evolved beings encircled Liao Xuebing, but not one dared to step forward. All stared at him warily. Gentlemen, surprised, shocked. So who shall be next? Liao Xuebing grinned playfully, his finger dancing among the 5, as if marking names in the underworld, sending cold sweat trickling down their spines. With their support gone, the evolved beings could no longer withstand the team's assault, falling one by one like a tidal wave. It's over. The Bone Master began to waver. An enemy force of this caliber with so many presumed special evolved beings was simply beyond their ability to handle. Even as a formidable special evolved being himself, he couldn't fight so many alone. And then there was the terrifying Liao Xuebing, whose depth remained an enigma. What plunged them deeper into despair was the sight of those whose hearts had been pierced by the artifact master rising once more. Huh, I'm not dead. Right, I was clearly pierced through the heart. They touched their chests, finding the wounds slowly healing. Ha ha ha. We have an immortal body. Long live Brother Chen. Someone burst into laughter, and to the astonishment of others, even picked up a straight sword and stabbed himself in the abdomen, as if to verify the theory. Damn it, you lunatic. The person next to him was startled. Haha, no pain at all. Can't be killed. The man pulled out the sword, blood gushing forth, but it soon stopped. Everyone watched as the wound slowly healed, much like the one on his chest, likely to fully recover within a minute. And the man, as if nothing had happened, remained lively and energetic. Long live Brother Chen. Long live Brother Chen. The others, seeing this, erupted in cheers. Liao Xuebing was also overjoyed. He hadn't expected such an effect. Truly marvelous. The Nanqing people, however, looked as if they had seen a ghost, utterly horrified, unable to believe their eyes. Their morale crumbled. How could they fight a group of monsters that couldn't be killed? The 2 hall masters sensed the dire situation, already inclined to retreat. They now had no will to resist whatsoever. Just then a tremendous crash resounded. Rumble, rumble. Fu Chen stood atop the ruins of a building, cursing loudly at the debris below. You damned building. Did you have to make me tear you down to be satisfied? It turned out Fu Chen had been trapped inside this Uship teaching block. No matter how he flew, he couldn't escape, not even through the main entrance he had used earlier. He discovered that beyond the main door lay the small garden at the center of the building. Walking through merely brought him back from the other side with no way out. He could even see his own silhouette from across the way. This sent a chill down his spine, and all sense of playfulness evaporated. After various futile attempts, he resorted to destruction, blasting the entire building to rubble. Wang Yu and the others stood dumbfounded, barely able to react before the entire teaching block collapsed under Fu Chen's assault. They nearly became collateral damage, but Fu Chen, not entirely devoid of reason, had cleared a path for them to escape after demolishing one side. Rumble, rumble. Fu Chen then pulverized the ground, blasting the remaining debris into fine dust. Countless stones and fragments scattered like buckshot beyond the school grounds. Even the surrounding mist was temporarily dispersed. In an instant, every trace of the teaching building was erased, leaving only a relatively flat expanse of land. Even a demolition crew would have been impressed. What was that sound? The series of deafening roars made Liao Xuebing and his men halt their actions, turning their gazes outward. The once thick mist seemed to have thinned considerably, and they could faintly see many figures rushing toward them in the distance. It should be members from other squads. The moment the words fell, everyone noticed a figure rapidly enlarging before crashing through the wall, with a thunderous boom appearing before them. Brother Chen. Brother Chen. Upon seeing the newcomer, all members of Squad 4 greeted him with reverence. After learning about the power Fu Chen had bestowed upon them, and its incredible functions, their respect for him had only deepened. The members of Nanqing stared at Fu Chen in shock. Was this the man they had shouted, "Long live Brother Chen," to earlier? They couldn't help but grow tense. The 5 men who had been encircling Liao Xuebing retreated and clustered together, moving toward the 2 hall masters. Liao Xuebing paid them no mind, letting them pass as he himself walked toward Fu Chen, dragging the unconscious Zhang Wuji along. Brother Chen, this is the leader of Nanqing. Arriving before Fu Chen, Liao Xuebing tossed the man in his hand to the ground. What happened? How did they all fall? Fu Chen nodded at him, but seeing the ground littered with people writhing in agony, he couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. These were all Nanqing's evolvers brought down by their former subordinates, a truly bitter pill to swallow. Noticing that a few Nanqing members were still standing, he curiously cast his gaze upon them, and was soon drawn to the steel cones floating around the weapon master. Oh, a fellow practitioner. With that, he raised a hand attempting to seize control of the cones, even pulling out several more hidden on the man's body. The weapon master, initially puzzled by Fu Chen's words, merely watched him warily. But soon he sensed something amiss and was startled. He quickly activated his ability to regain control of the steel cones, only to find that his bound cones were proving stubbornly unresponsive. A dozen steel cones hovered midair, trembling incessantly, shifting toward Fu Chen one moment, and back to the weapon master the next, locked in a stalemate. Both were taken aback. But compared to the weapon master's unease, Fu Chen's face broke into a smile. Excellent, excellent. I love talents like you. Fu Chen walked slowly toward them, and the squad members promptly blocked their escape routes, encircling them completely. Sir, if we of Nanxing have offended you in any way, allow me to apologize here first. But enmity is better resolved than prolonged. Consider this our defeat. Could you spare us a way out? The weapon master struggled fiercely to drive the steel cones, yet he couldn't budge them an inch, sweat beading on his forehead. The other's ability to counter his own effectively crippled his greatest asset. The bone master beside him remained silent, his expression grim, as he fixed his gaze on the approaching Fu Chen, a stream of energy flowing ceaselessly through his hands. It's all good, I won't harm your lives, rest assured. Fu Chen offered a benevolent smile, continuing his approach. In that case, I think we should get out of here first. This campus is eerie, but it's not safe to stay. Crack. Before the weapon master could finish, Fu Chen flashed behind them and delivered a precise palm strike to the nape of both hall masters' necks. The weapon master crumpled to the ground with a thud. Huh, you're still standing. Fu Chen's surprised voice rang out as the bone master, stunned for a moment, spun around to face him, rapidly retreating to create distance. His face was a mask of terror. Despite having kept his eyes locked on Fu Chen, he had no idea how the man had gotten behind him. He hadn't even caught a trace of movement, and a thought crept into his mind. Could it be teleportation? Damn you, you treacherous scoundrel. He quickly steadied himself, extending his long arms and crossing them before him. Then a surge of immense energy erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely. Fu Chen's eyes widened in curiosity as he watched the spectacle. In the blink of an eye, the dark energy mass cocooned him, obscuring his form. When he emerged from the black energy, he had transformed into the semblance of a skeleton. Then it rapidly expanded, its bones thickening and lengthening, even sprouting rows of additional ribs to fill out the entire frame. Bone armor also grew in patches. Roar, roar. The bone master let out a furious bellow. His body continued to swell, soon reaching the ceiling's limit. The colossal bone form stopped at 4 meters tall, occupying the full height of the floor, its massive frame forced to stoop. Indeed, he transformed. Fu Chen's eyes gleamed as he stared intently at the changing bone master. It's the bone master's skeletal form, but I've never seen one this huge. The remaining 5 special evolvers, still surrounded, dared not move and could only watch from where they stood. Roar, you despicable wretch, taste the might of my skeletal form. A deep voice rumbled from the giant bone body. In fury, he raised his hands, clasped them together, and slammed them down fiercely at Fu Chen and the others, not sparing the 5 special evolvers from the attack's range. This form had condensed most of his ability, multiplying his strength severalfold. Moreover, in this skeletal state, his defense had soared to a terrifying level. That won't do, Bone. If you break, you'll be useless. Facing the descending giant arms, Fu Chen first hoisted the weapon master from the ground, then casually caught the attack with one hand. Boom. The colossal bone arms collided with Fu Chen's raised palm, producing a thunderous impact. Caught it. A ripple of shock passed through the bone master's hollow eye sockets as he stared at Fu Chen in disbelief. In his eyes, the diminutive figure had effortlessly blocked his strike, filling him with dread. Damn it. He made a swift decision without a moment's hesitation and crashed through the second-floor wall, leaping out. He had to flee to escape this place, this realm of strangeness. Leaving after a hit. How easy do you think this is? At least pay some compensation. The weapon master in Fu Chen's grip vanished in an instant, and with a casual wave of his hand, the dozen steel cones still suspended in midair shot forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cones quickly caught up to the bone master, streaking straight toward him. You don't think attacks of this caliber can harm me, do you? The bone master sneered at the incoming cones, well aware of their power and utterly unimpressed. Indeed, the dozens of steel cones pierced the bone master with a whistling sound, but they inflicted no real damage. Many embedded only halfway before being locked in place by newly grown bones, unable to move. Fu Chen merely smiled lightly at this, offering a kindly reminder. Don't get distracted, watch out ahead. What? Upon hearing this, Xian Gusher turned his head and saw a figure charging toward him. It was a man dressed as a lowly henchman. Get lost. Xian Gushi was instantly enraged. How dare any random scoundrel provoke him? This accursed place was utterly detestable. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his massive fan-like palm toward the attacker. A blow like that would leave even a special evolver either dead or crippled. Boom. Xian Gushi's colossal form was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the teacher's office building, kicking up a cloud of dust. Brother Chen. The newcomer was none other than Wang Yu and his group. Fu Chen nodded at them, then descended from the second floor, landing on Xian Gushi's body. His weight steadily increased, pinning Xian Gushi firmly beneath him. Tisk tisk tsk. If you want heed, the wise suffering is your prize. Impossible. How can this be? This isn't real. Xian Gushi struggled to rise only to find himself completely immobilized. A terrifying pressure radiated from his chest. As Fu Chen gradually unlocked the weight of his equipment, the pressure grew more intense. Cracks began to form in the hard bone armor over Xian Gushi's chest, collapsing inward. Stop, stop, stop. I surrender, I surrender. He felt as if an iron rod were crushing his chest. If this continued, the pressure would pierce right through him. Though his body now lacked any organs, he knew he was no match for this man. If he could grant such power to mere henchmen, he must be far more terrifying. While still planning to run. No, never. Brother Chen, spare me. He'll serve you as a loyal dog, he'll be your slave. Please let me live. Xian Gushi lay on the ground, not daring to move, unable to move. Very well. Get up. Fu Chen canceled his weight enhancement, floating gently upward, unafraid of any tricks. Aren't you going to revert to human form? Seeing Xian Gushi's massive bone frame rise only for his head to hit the ceiling, Fu Chen couldn't help but feel exasperated. I can't change back for now. Xian Gushi scratched his head. I see. So there are side effects. Fu Chen shook his head, losing interest in Xian Gushi's ability. He asked Xian Gushi why he hadn't been knocked unconscious. The answer was that his body had also mutated, but only his bones. His entire skeleton was his true form. The flesh and blood on the outside had no effect on him. Moreover, he could never faint. Even when utterly weakened, he remained as lively as in his prime right up until death. I see. So you really never lose consciousness? Really never. All right, lucky for you. Xian Gushi looked baffled, but dared not ask further. Even his own underlings could overpower him. This man was simply untouchable. Returning to the second floor, Fu Chen casually stored Zhang Wuji into his equipment slot, then turned his gaze to the remaining special evolvers. We've seen the light. We've seen the light. Before Fu Chen could act, they fell to their knees, declaring their allegiance. Ignoring their pleas, Fu Chen knocked them out, stored them in his equipment slot, and then projected them back out. Excellent. Now these are my loyal subordinates. 8 projected beings, including the barrier master, stood before Fu Chen and bowed. Witnessing this bizarre scene from below, Xian Gushi shrank his neck, finally understanding why Fu Chen had called him lucky. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. So where's the tailor? Fu Chen suddenly remembered that one of Nangsing's hall masters had yet to appear. He asked Zhang Wuji and the other projected beings. They slowly began their tale. According to them, they had been deceived by the tailor into coming here. The tailor was likely under control and had sent them false information. There might not be any treasure here at all, just a trap designed to devour them. They had entered without encountering any obstacles, quickly rendezvousing with the tailor. But the tailor led them to a small grove on the school grounds where the fog was so thick they could barely see their hands in front of their faces. They groped their way forward, but soon trouble struck. They noticed people were disappearing. Before they knew it, over a dozen had vanished without a trace. At first, everyone assumed the fog had simply scattered them, that they were still nearby. But no matter how they called out, there was no response. One by one, living people, all evolvers, simply vanished, sowing panic among them. Yet the treasure the tailor described seemed to possess a magical allure that drove them forward. Thinking back, now Xian Gushi felt a creeping unease. He realized the tailor had never actually described anything, just kept repeating that there was treasure for them to claim. And they, as if bewitched, had conjured up all kinds of wondrous properties in their minds, becoming utterly enticed. None of them had doubted as they followed the tailor into the swimming pool. It was there that they nearly met their end. Fortunately, Zhang Wuji, the dragon head, possessed a beast-like danger sense that snapped him awake. He stopped them from going deeper, saving them from disaster. But they still suffered heavy losses escaping that place, including 2 special evolvers. Some were killed by the tailor, and the swimming pool seemed to harbor an even greater horror, though nothing pursued them. Afterward, they lost more people in the small grove before encountering Liao Xuebing and his group. That can't be right. You've been inside for 2 whole days. You only went through a small grove and a swimming pool, and it took that long, the barrier master asked in confusion. Yes, they've been in for 2 days. We've been waiting outside for 2 days too. Liao Xuebing and the others chimed in. Impossible. We've only been in here for less than 2 hours, the artifact master said in astonishment. Oh, Fu Chun frowned, stroking his chin. Perhaps time here flows differently than outside. Then we'd better hurry. Let's not waste time. Let's see what's going on with this tailor. By then the other teams had successfully regrouped. Only 2 teams seemed trapped, unable to join them for now. Fu Chun didn't wait for them. Leading 300 men, he marched imposingly toward the swimming pool. The injured evolvers were also integrated into the ranks, treated no differently from the others. As they walked and talked, they soon arrived at the small grove. Indeed, the fog here is far thicker than elsewhere. Following the stone path, they soon encountered the so-called disappearance incident. But this time something was different. The missing person was a squad leader. They heard him roar, followed by the sound of something snapping. What the hell is this thing daring to grab me? What the hell dares to ambush me? Feeling his body ensnared by something, and then yanked, Sun Chen immediately bellowed, erupting with force to snap the bindings. What's going on? Brother Chen, something attacked me. After breaking free, Sun Chen grabbed the bindings. What is this? It was a blue vine adorned with flesh-like tissues, grotesquely bizarre. It bore thorns with tiny pale blue droplets forming at their tips. It seems to have come from the tree. This damned thing must be the culprit behind the disappearances. The others gathered around, pointing at the strange object. Fu Chen pushed through the crowd to Sun Chen's side. He looked up at the tree, but the thick fog obscured any higher view, revealing nothing unusual. Are you sure this is from the tree? He pointed at a low branch covered in green leaves, utterly different from the blue flesh vine in Sun Chen's hand. Yes, I'm sure it came from the tree. It tried to pull me up. Could there be a monster hiding in the tree? You might be right. Everyone watch out for the trees. Step back, Fu Chen ordered. Once they retreated, he spread his hands and struck forward fiercely. The collision of immense force turned the clap into a thunderous blast. A powerful gale swept through, scattering the fog like a violent storm. As if the clouds parted, the surroundings cleared instantly. Incredible, Brother Chen. Such terrifying power. Nearby members felt their hair blown back by the blast. Look up there. Are those people? They looked up to see corpses hanging from the trees. Not just people, but zombies too. Each tree bore withered corpses wrapped in blue flesh vines, drained dry, as if by the vines. What the hell is that? Someone pointed at a massive blue tumor on the treetop, pulsing like a beating heart. It clung to the tree, extending root-like tentacles that coiled tightly around the trunk, merging with it. Snake-like tentacles writhed, resembling blue vines crawling down the trunk. Once they reached a certain height, they coiled into springs. Almost every tree was the same. Watch out. Suddenly, the blue tentacles shot out like arrows toward the crowd. Strangely, the explosive strikes were utterly silent, like ethereal ghosts. Damn it. The prepared members swatted and shredded the incoming tentacles. Ugh, so disgusting. Those who struck barehanded were covered in sticky blue liquid, tingling faintly. This liquid might have anesthetic effects. Clean it off quickly. A member, feeling the numbness, warned the others, noticing the liquid seeping into his skin, though not too fast to react. Unbeknownst to him, without the equipment granted by Fu Chun to neutralize some effects, he would have been paralyzed instantly. Interesting. Fu Chun rubbed a bit of the blue liquid between his fingers, feeling no numbness. It couldn't penetrate his skin. Soon the fog slowly gathered again, as if some force compelled it to converge. Seeing this, Fu Chun ordered his men, go destroy those disgusting tumors. Then he struck again, blowing the encroaching fog further away. Yes. The members leaped to the treetops and swung their weapons at the tumors. Sensing the threat, the tumors opened mouths and shot out blue tentacles. Damn! The Madeira members were ensnared by the tentacles. These tentacles were incredibly tough. Even with their 100-fold strength, they couldn't break free, and the numbness sapped their energy. These tentacles are too strong. We can't break free. Without Fu Chen's command, other members rushed to help. A dozen against a single tumor. If they failed, they'd be useless. Over a dozen weapons struck the blue tumors. Despite their resistance, the tumors were smashed to pieces. Brother Chen done. Fu Chen nodded and ordered them to collect the blue liquid, thinking it might be useful. Without lingering, they headed toward the visible swimming pool as the fog dissipated. Seeing the open door, Fu Chen hesitated. His earlier carelessness, saved only by his equipment, warned him. He decided to scout first, wary of more traps. This wasn't the outside. The scene was far from a typical apocalypse. It felt like a bizarre intrusion. Fu Chun listened, sensing many living beings inside, at least 100 heartbeats. Among them, one heavy, thunderous heartbeat echoed like a bomb in his ears. Fu Chun knew it was something massive. He sent Zhang Wuji and the others in first. They were projections and couldn't die. The 8 entered, and soon sounds of fighting erupted. Fu Chen faintly heard zombie roars, likely campus zombies corrupted by the eerie force. Within moments, he sensed someone had fallen. It was Fu Daji, an evolutionist with hand transformation, the weakest among the projections, barely matching a member with 30 equipment. His ability was trivial rapid nail growth and firing them with power akin to a sniper rifle. Fu Chen thought a sniper lurking in the shadows would be more useful. He reprojected Fu Daji and learned the situation inside. There are many people and zombies inside and a giant heart. A giant heart. How big? Fu Chen asked, curiously, feeling that this heart must be the meme fragment within the campus. About the size of a small house. Fu Daji spread his arms, gesturing a large circle to convey the massive image. Just a heart. Just a heart. Fu Daji nodded affirmatively. Fu Chen rubbed his chin. That doesn't add up either. That eerie eyeball was about the size of a normal human eye, yet this heart is as huge as a house. Their sizes don't match at all. Could they not be organs from the same entity? As he pondered, a few more projected humans fell. Fu Chen casually refreshed and reprojected them. Go in again. Try attacking that giant heart and see what happens. Yes. The refreshed, projected humans re-entered. The surrounding team members, seeing those who had just entered suddenly reappear before them and then walk in again, were intensely curious about this strange phenomenon, all casting their gazes over. But no one asked any questions. Fu Chen saw them staring at him like curious children and found it somewhat amusing, though he paid it no mind. He even jokingly fooled them, saying these people had entered his divine kingdom, so they wouldn't truly die. Even if they perished, they could be resurrected through him. Though it was a jest, the effect was quite explosive. Everyone stared at Fu Chen in shock. So Brother Chen is a god. Someone exclaimed as if struck by a sudden realization, too stunned for words. Even more people gazed at Fu Chen with fervent eyes, their looks instantly filled with reverence and admiration. No wonder the power Brother Chen granted us makes us immortal. Could Brother Chen be the god of immortality? What? We have the power of immortality now. Many were unaware of this. Only the members of the 4th squad knew about it, and they hadn't mentioned it before. Now that it was revealed, the scene erupted into fervor. Is this true, Brother Chen? Wang Yu asked in shock, looking at Fu Chen, hoping to hear the answer from him. Fu Chen found the sudden excitement of the crowd amusing, but he understood how overpowered the enhanced zombie ability was. He had previously used the term indestructible and immortal to bluff the military. He never expected this function to be so explosive in the eyes of this group. With their fervent gazes, they truly seemed to regard him as a god. He let out a chuckle and nodded helplessly in affirmation. That's indeed the case, but for now you only have an immortal body. No matter what damage you sustain, time will heal it. However, this isn't without weaknesses. If your brain is destroyed, you'll still die. So aside from our brains, we have no other weaknesses. You could put it that way. With Fu Chen's confirmation, the crowd buzzed with excitement. The fight was still raging in the swimming pool, but outside, joyous cheers erupted. The intense battle within couldn't dampen their exhilaration. Brother Chen, what about me? A deep voice sounded. The bone mystic pointed his massive finger at himself. I want this power too. Fu Chen glanced at him. We'll see how you perform. Then could you also take me into your divine kingdom? Like them? The bone mystic pointed at the freshly refreshed barrier master. Frankly, he was envious. He had previously thought it was something bad, but now that he realized one could obtain true immortality, he suddenly found it quite appealing. As his words fell, the surrounding noise abruptly ceased. Everyone held their breath and turned their gazes to Fu Chen. They too wanted to know if they had a chance to enter the so-called divine kingdom and attain true immortality. Seeing their expressions, Fu Chen let out another chuckle. He shook his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation, never expecting that his joke would make everyone so eager to become his equipment. Don't even think about it. I can't take you in. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind taking you into my... He paused, then slowly uttered 2 words, divine kingdom. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. He felt this title might be worth exploiting. Is it because I can't faint? Pretty much. I can only take those without resistance. Then I want resist. Your subconscious will resist. I think I can control it. The bone mystic was still unwilling to give up. Seeing his eagerness, Fu Chen chuckled inwardly. You have no idea what you're in for. But seeing the bone mystic's sincerity, Fu Chen agreed to let him try, but only after dealing with the matter at hand. Brother Chen, we can faint. Take us in. Liao Shuebing couldn't help but speak up. Fu Chen shook his head in refusal. His equipment slots were insufficient. He now only intended to take special evolvers. Because special evolvers were relatively stronger. Since those already equipped couldn't be granted the ability, these living equipment projections could only retain their original strength. Moreover, when not projected, he could still play with their abilities. Therefore, weaker evolvers and ordinary people were unnecessary. He even considered releasing the few evolvers he had taken in at the supermarket. Learning that only those with special abilities could be admitted into the divine kingdom brought a wave of regret to everyone. Still, they were content with having an indestructible body, a weakened version of immortality. Back to the main point, after Chen continuously refreshed and sent these projected humans inside, they finally managed to attack the giant heart. Once you attack that heart, you're cursed by some force. All senses are stripped away. No sight, no hearing, even smell and touch vanish. It's as if you've lost your body, entirely unable to feel its existence. Consciousness plunges into a void without even darkness. Hearing the artifact master's description, everyone felt their scalps tingle. What difference was there between this curse and death? What kind of entity could wield such a curse? They all turned their gazes to Chen. Perhaps only this god could deal with such an existence. That's all. Once the curse took effect, I was killed. Nothing else unusual. The artifact master shook his head. Chen fell into thought. Unable to see the specifics, he hesitated. The phrase "a real man" almost slipped out again. Just then Wang Yu beside him suggested, "How about we tear down the wall, or demolish the entire swimming pool? That way we wouldn't have to go in to know what's happening." He recalled how Chen had dismantled the teaching building before, brutal and straightforward. No matter what bizarre and eerie entity had, just bulldoze it all. Back then he could even sense the screams of some entity within the building. Great idea. I knew you were a genius. Chen slapped his thigh. Hadn't he used this method to break the ghostly maze before? He had inexplicably become cautious, forgetting this trick. Once he realized this, he felt a sudden clarity of thought. Exactly, well, just flatten the entire wall or the whole swimming pool. No need to worry about any schemes or tricks. That's right. Leave this kind of thing to us. We wouldn't want to trouble Brother Chen. Several squad leaders stepped forward, confident that with their current strength, demolishing a building was a trivial task. All right, you go ahead. Chen nodded in satisfaction. This batch of subordinates was quite sensible. The Bone Master also expressed his desire to join the demolition crew, eager to prove himself, and thus followed the 7 squad leaders in their grand demolition endeavor. Before he could even start, several explosive sounds rang out and the wall in front of him was blasted down. The 7 squad leaders moved swiftly. The Bone Master barely had time to react before most of the structure was already dismantled. With the loss of support from a large section of load-bearing walls, the ceiling above also collapsed. A thunderous roar echoed as dust billowed into the air, only to be dispersed by Chen's hand. At the same time, the scene within was revealed. A colossal blue heart, like a monstrous beast, pulsed rhythmically, hanging from the ceiling like an ornament. Countless vein-like tissues clung tightly to it, transforming the entire ceiling into a cradle seemingly forged of flesh and blood. Directly beneath it lay the swimming pool, now stained a deep blue. Submerged within the pool were tumor-like growths, each the size of a wardrobe, identical to those hanging from the tree branches outside. They soaked in the pool like aquatic monsters, their root-like tendrils spreading across the water's surface like a spiderweb, swaying with the ripples of the blue pool. By the edge of the pool, the projection people were locked in battle with a group of humans and zombies. These enemies all shared a common trait of blue tumor attached to their bodies, similar to those in the pool, but smaller. Holy crap, it's massive. The crowd stared at the enormous heart hanging from the ceiling, its thumping sound deafening. Attacking it triggers a curse. Does ranged combat count? Someone asked. I was controlling these steel spikes to strike it, replied the artifact master before charging back into the fray. The artifact master replied, and then plunged back into the battlefield. These humans and zombies parasitized by the blue tumors were formidable opponents. Even individually, they could hold their own against these high-tier special evolvers, causing considerable trouble for the projection people. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. When strength is comparable, numerical advantage is nearly insurmountable. But the real culprit behind their frequent deaths was the countless tendrils emerging from the swimming pool. The projection people were surrounded by these parasitic monsters. Fortunately, the barrier master had raised a wall of living flesh, blocking off the direction of the pool. Occasionally, a terrifying mouth would materialize on the wall, devouring a parasitic monster. Yet the parasitic monsters seemed to ignore the flesh-eating wall, circling around to attack the projection people from behind. Zhang Wuji, the dragon head, was no mere legend. With lightning speed crackling around him, he darted among the parasitic monsters occasionally, slaying a particularly tenacious one. The artifact master controlling 12 steel spikes from within the protective barrier erected by the barrier master furiously attacked the incoming tendrils. The others coordinated well, but they were overwhelmed by the sheer number of assaults. Let's all go together. Just ignore the big heart. Fu Chen gave the order, noticing that many tumors in the pool had been destroyed, which seemed to have no adverse effect. Otherwise, the projection people would have informed him. With his command, hundreds of people surged forward in a mighty wave. Charge! A thunderous battle cry erupted as everyone responded with fervor. Even the Bone Master strode forward with giant steps, charging at the parasitic monsters. Such a scene was unimaginable in Nanxing, where underlings would flee at the first sign of conflict rather than risk their lives. Now they were as frenzied as if injected with adrenaline. With their reinforcements, the tide of battle turned dramatically. What was once a desperate struggle for the projection people became a one-sided slaughter. The squad members charged recklessly, even more ferocious than the zombies outside. They rushed in and unleashed everything they had without any thought of defense or evasion. The numerical disadvantage was instantly compensated for and even surpassed. With each individual possessing immense power and a suicidal fighting style, a one-sided massacre quickly ensued. Let's give him hell. The squad leaders were unstoppable, their strength far surpassing the rest. They tore through the enemy like high schoolers crashing a kindergarten brawl. Where's that tailor? I haven't seen him. Fu Chen scanned the area but found no trace of the tailor they had described. Just as he finished speaking, a sinister laugh echoed from the pool. Someone's looking for me. Fu Chen followed the sound and saw a tumor slowly split open in the pool, revealing a figure. One of his hands resembled a crab claw, which he used to cut open the tumor and reveal his form. This was none other than one of Nanxing's hall masters, the tailor Feng Jinwan. But now a blue tumor grew on his chest, pulsating faintly like a small heart. Unlike other parasitic monsters, his body was covered in blue glowing crystals, forming some kind of pattern. Energy surged within it, flowing to every part of his body. Damn bastard! Zhang Wuji glared at him fiercely. But now that he was Fu Chen's equipment, he didn't dwell on past grievances. Moreover, without Fu Chen's orders, he wouldn't attack the tailor. Oh, the dragon head is here too. I didn't expect you'd dare to return after running away. And you brought these lackeys. Huh. The tailor paused, stunned to see these thug-like individuals wreaking havoc. What's going on? When did lackeys become this powerful? How many days have passed out there? His face was full of shock as he stared at the scene in disbelief. You'll find out soon enough. A voice came from above. Curious, he looked up to see a young man floating there. It was Fu Chen, now hovering before the massive heart. His gaze was fixed on the pulsating blue heart, and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Yes, this is the feeling. A voice in his mind kept urging him to claim the heart. This was exactly like the encounter at the Black Tiger Gang. Now he was 100% certain. This heart was the fragment of the meme he was searching for. My treasure, so here you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. The colossal heart throbbed with a deafening rhythm, its thunderous beats echoing through the space. Fu Chen stared at it in exhilaration, barely able to restrain himself from reaching out to touch it. Kid, ID advise you not to touch it. The tailor's voice rang out from below. Yet Fu Chen paid no heed, driven by sheer defiance. His right hand shot out toward the giant heart, trusting that his equipment bar, which had granted him this prize, would surely keep him safe. Courting death. What a waste of a flying-type evolver. The tailor, seeing Fu Chen's stubbornness, dismissed him and turned to charge at the crowd. A team member, unflinching at the tailor's approach, swung his weapon in a fierce arc. A swarm of ants, even empowered, are still but slightly larger ants. With a casual scissor-like clamp of his massive right pincer, the tailor bisected the man cleanly at the waist. Do you truly believe I am the same as before? Even Nangong Jia, the so-called mightiest evolver of the capital, is no match for me now. At that moment, Fu Chen's hand made contact with the enormous heart. Instantly, a force that made his own heart quiver surged through him, bypassing the defense of his millions of equipment and striking his very being. He could only utter a single startled curse before all sensation fled, plunging him into an endless void. Seeing Fu Chen frozen midair, his right hand still pressed against the massive heart, the tailor wore an expression of grim satisfaction. An ant seeking its own doom. Utterly foolish. You bastard. Who are you calling a fool? Liao Shuebing, witnessing the tailor cutting down his comrades like wheat and then insulting their leader, could no longer contain his fury. He charged forward. A straight punch, carrying terrifying momentum, hurtled toward the tailor. What? The tailor, startled by the incredible speed and the air-shattering force, was taken aback. He hastily raised his hardened pincer to block the devastating blow. With a resounding crash, the impact sent the tailor staggering backwards several steps. Impossible. How long has it been out there? How could a powerhouse like you have emerged? The tailor's face was a mask of sheer disbelief and terror. Don't make a fuss, it only shows your ignorance. Liao Shuebing was equally shocked inwardly. He knew the tailor's strength was on par with the ordinary bone mystic and certainly no match for him. However, upon noticing the blue crystals covering the tailor's body and the blue tumor on his chest, a suspicion dawned on him. Ding. Meme fragment detected. Absorb. Yes, no. Within Fu Chen's mind, a voice as melodious as celestial music suddenly echoed from nowhere, as if drifting from the depths of the cosmos, imbued with a mysterious and alluring charm. Like a brilliant beam of light, it pierced the endless void, bringing a spark of life to the desolate emptiness. In his mind, it was crisp and enchanting, a divine melody from an angel's lips captivating him completely. Hearing this beautiful sound, Fu Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. In this void of perception where time itself seemed meaningless, even a single moment felt like an eternity, a torment. Yes. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the surroundings. A bizarre abyssal roar echoed through the entire swimming pool. What's happening? Everyone felt a piercing, strange sound materialize in their minds, causing excruciating headaches. Even the parasitic monsters clutched their heads, writhing in agony. However, the effect was less severe on Liao Shuebing and the others. They only felt a slight discomfort, while the regular team members experienced manageable unease far from unbearable pain. With a series of heavy thuds, the tailor clutched his head and let out a blood-curdling scream. He was like a madman, slamming his skull against the floor, shattering the smooth tiles into dust. Strike while the iron is hot. Liao Shuebing bellowed, charging at the tailor without hesitation. The others snapped to attention, seizing the chance to slay the defenseless parasitic monsters. Damn, that's our bro Chen. Some noticed the anomaly with the giant heart and turned their gazes toward it. The colossal blue heart suspended from the ceiling was now pulsating wildly. Its tentacles thrashed frantically, and the strange sound seemed to emanate from the heart itself. Countless tentacles vied to strike Fu Chen, attempting to crush him. They wrapped around his entire body, stabbing, constricting, and pushing with furious desperation. Yet despite their efforts, they could not separate Fu Chen from the blue heart. This stalemate lasted only 2 breaths. Then the massive heart, as large as a small house, along with its grotesque tentacles, vanished from the ceiling as if it had never existed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully absorbing the meme fragment. You have gained 3 additional equipment slots and unlocked the new function equipment slot subpermissions. Host name: Fu Chen, race human, height 176 centimeters, comprehensive physique evaluation, unrivaled, special abilities, level 1 strength boost x4. 171 million, level 2 strength boost x. 1100, level 1 speed boost x4. 171 million, level 2 speed boost x. 1100, level 2 night vision x4. 182 million, body of resilience, level 1 armor piercing x. 280, level 2 metal manipulation, level 1 distortion field. Level 1 corpse body x4. 21 million. Equipment slots 36, infected corpse x4. 182 million. Special infected corpse x. 28000. Special human body x. 15 empty. Note: equipment slot functions. 1. Can equip any object without will you. After equipping, gain all functions and effects of that object. 2. Can arbitrarily adjust or disable the intensity of any function or effect of the equipment, with the upper limit being the maximum effect of that equipment. 3. Same type of equipment can be stacked, a stacking limit. 4. Equipment can be projected into reality to fulfill its intended role. Loss or change to the projected equipment does not affect the original. Projected equipment will temporarily disable its effects on the host until the projection is cancelled. 5. Equipment can be granted and retrieved. A. Equipment in the slot can be granted to any object, giving it the same effects. B. Each granted unit has 1 default equipment slot. C. The granted unit cannot perceive the existence of the equipment slot, nor can it equip or unequip items on its own. D. The granted unit cannot disable or enable the functions of its equipped items on its own. New 6. Equipment slot subpermissions. Subpermissions can be granted and retrieved. A. Allows a target to have partial permissions to the equipment slot, with the permission content set by the host. When the equipment panel indicated the successful absorption of the meme fragment, Su Chen's various senses returned. He suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for air, as if a drowning person had finally reached the shore. That feeling of emptiness seemed to stretch over a century, or even longer. He patted his chest, a wave of fear washing over him. He never wanted to experience that sensation again. Ufta! A piercing scream echoed, and the tailor's scissor-like right hand fell to the ground. Impossible. What have you done? Absolutely impossible. How could such an existence be eradicated by you? The disappearance of the enormous heart finally freed the tailor from his suffering. He ignored Liao Shuebing beside him, clutching his severed arm, staring incredulously at Su Chen in the air. The massive heart that had hung from the ceiling had now vanished without a trace. You should take care of yourself. Liao Shuebing swung the long knife in his hand, this time aiming straight for the tailor's neck. However, his attack was easily dodged by the tailor. He suddenly turned his head, glaring at Liao Shuebing with fierce eyes. I admit you have some strength, but that's it. You're merely taking advantage of the situation. The tailor charged towards Liao Shuebing, pressing against the blade of his knife, while his severed right hand was visibly regenerating at a rapid pace. Since you're so eager, then go die first. His cold voice echoed as blue crystals erupted from his body, gathering a terrifying energy in his right hand. Suddenly, his severed right hand sprouted four tentacles resembling the blue flesh-like tentacles, but appearing even more dangerous. The tentacles transformed into sharp spikes, swiftly lunging towards Liao Shuebing with lightning speed. The sharp tentacles struck Liao Shuebing, but could not penetrate his body, feeling as if blocked by some mysterious force. While he was momentarily stunned, Liao Shuebing quickly reacted, sweeping his strike wide to force the tailor back a few steps. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, capturing Su Chen's attention. He closed the data panel in front of him and curiously glanced at the tailor. Interesting. He can actually hold his own against Liao Shuebing. Although Su Chen only saw them exchange 2 moves, the brief encounter revealed its unusual nature. It should be noted that Liao Shuebing possessed the enhancement of 1,000 equipments equivalent to 3,000 times the physique, making him top-notch in every aspect. Yet he was evenly matched against a special evolver. At this stage, even the strongest among evolvers might not withstand a single strike from Liao Shuebing right. With curiosity, Su Chen carefully scrutinized the tailor. After exchanging a move with Liao Shuebing, the tailor did not recklessly attack again. He appeared somewhat conflicted, his gaze vigilant towards Liao Shuebing while constantly monitoring Su Chen's movements. The one who could deal with that bizarre giant heart was undoubtedly a powerful being. Brother Chen. Seeing Su Chen looking over, Liao Shuebing respectfully greeted him. It's fine, you two continue. Su Chen waved his hand with a smile. Yes. Liao Shuebing responded, his eyes fierce as he directed his long knife towards the tailor, adopting an attacking stance. With Su Chen's attention, he was fully focused. The tailor also noticed this moment, pondering about Su Chen's identity. At this time, others had completed the cleanup of the parasitic creatures and were heading towards the flesh lumps in the pool. As they passed by Liao Shuebing and the tailor, they consciously veered away, clearing space for the two. Several team leaders also paused their actions, watching this side with great interest. The tailor squinted his eyes, hiding his thoughts while revealing a sinister glint. For a moment, the tailor and Liao Shuebing subtly became the focus of the entire scene. Go for it. Give him a severe lesson. Someone shouted from the side. Hearing this, Liao Shuebing charged forward, his figure appearing beside the tailor, like a flash of lightning, his long knife swinging out with terrifying force, ruthlessly striking towards the tailor. The tailor, not to be outdone, did not even glance at the long knife. He merely threw a punch, shattering the heavy long knife into several pieces. With his physique strength reaching such a level, he was unafraid of those steel constructs. When Liao Shuebing's weapon was shattered in one move, he felt no anger. The long knife felt light in his hands, hardly a conventional weapon for him. He decisively discarded the knife and charged at the tailor with his fists. The two seemed evenly matched in speed and strength, quickly engaging in fierce combat, their punches and kicks creating massive sounds. On the battlefield, merely their movements shattered countless tiles on the swimming pool floor. Let alone the ground struck by their immense power, it became utterly devastated. Is this the tailor? How can he be so strong? Zhang Wuji and others who joined the onlookers looked on in shock, unable to comprehend what method the tailor used to become so powerful. Boom! Liao Shuebing was caught off guard, receiving a solid punch that sent him flying, crashing through the wall of the swimming pool and out into the open. In the blink of an eye, he charged back, crashing through another intact wall towards the tailor. This made the already half-destroyed swimming pool teeter on the brink of collapse. Damn you! He charged at the tailor like a cannonball, but the tailor was prepared, sidestepping to avoid the human projectile. As he passed, several tentacles reached out to grab him, swinging him around like a hammer before smashing him onto the ground. Rumble! Instantly, debris flew as the ground was smashed into a large pit. But it wasn't over. The tailor continued to swing him around crazily, smashing him back and forth. TSK, TSK, tisk, I didn't expect such a powerful existence. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the world. Su Chen, floating in midair, exclaimed in astonishment. Just as he finished his exclamation, he saw the tailor violently throw Liao Shuebing towards him. Su Chen sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the human cannonball. Liao Shuebing also successfully broke through the ceiling, flying out of the campus. Rolling through the air, Liao Shuebing covered his forehead, a thought surfacing in his mind. Oh no, how embarrassing. Although he wasn't injured, he felt extremely humiliated. He quickly balanced his body, but since he couldn't exert any force, he could only let himself fly out of the campus. However, he also noticed something unusual within the campus. The mist is starting to dissipate. Beep beep. Detected the disappearance of subject J7. Unable to detect target. Unable to track. Cause of disappearance unknown. Compiling final data. Beep beep. Final data uploaded. What's going on? Another one vanished. In a room brimming with a sci-fi aesthetic, various information projections illuminated the space. The next moment, several figures as lifelike as reality itself materialized around. They wore exquisite blue and white cloaks, their broad hoods casting shadows that concealed their faces, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Just like Subject K-12 before, we cannot trace its whereabouts. It's as if it vanished into thin air. Find out the exact reason immediately. What exactly happened there? Are there any other forces nearby? Beep. The detector has found no presence of other civilizations. H616 is rescanning. Speed it up, that place will be exposed soon. We must erase all traces. If those lunatics find out we're researching these things, they'll definitely use it as an excuse to attack us. You're absolutely right. We need to be more cautious. H35, if necessary, you can intervene manually. Ensure the safety of the subjects as much as possible, and quickly find out the reason for the disappearance of the two subjects. Understood. Transmitting orders. On a certain campus. Oh, not bad skills. Interested in joining my divine kingdom? Fu Chen smiled at the tailor. It was the first time he had seen someone possess such strength without relying on his equipment. Playing tricks. Don't think that just because you have numbers you've got me. If you want to fight, then bring it on. The tailor sneered contemptuously, his eyes fixed on Fu Chen, floating in the air, disregarding everyone else entirely. His body trembled, and a majestic aura surged from within him. The team members around instantly felt their hairs stand on end, as if something terrifying was staring at them. Damn, that gave me goosebumps, one team member joked. With Fu Chen and the squad leaders around, they weren't afraid at all. At worst, they'd just keep their distance. Even a single squad leader could trade blows with this tailor, let alone the other 6. Although Liao Shuebing was ultimately thrown out, it didn't dampen their sense of security. Seeing the nonchalant attitude of those around him, the tailor furrowed his brow, his gaze wary of Fu Chen. He surmised that man must be their pillar of support. But someone capable of destroying that bizarre heart was definitely stronger than the previous one. With that thought, he began channeling energy within his body, gathering power. He was confident that with his current strength, he feared no one. Don't be so tense. I'm genuinely sincere about inviting you into my divine kingdom. Others beg for a chance, and I don't even give it to them. Fu Chen smiled as he slowly floated down, landing on the scarred floor. You do have some skill for dealing with that bizarre thing, but thinking that's enough to make me surrender is a bit delusional. If you want to fight, then come. Stop jabbering like a woman. The tailor couldn't care less about this so-called divine kingdom. He thought Fu Chen was inviting him to join his faction, and he dismissed it with utter contempt. He only knew that he was terrifyingly powerful now, and he no longer needed to live under anyone else's roof. Even if he left, he could rely on his abilities to carve out his own domain of dominance. Oh, so you're saying you're quite bold, huh? Fu Chen clicked his tongue meaningfully twice, then waved his hand at the squad leaders. Put him to sleep. With that, he pulled an ornate armchair out of nowhere, lounged in it, and then produced some Yuer fruits to snack on. Receiving the order, Wang Yu and the others cracked their knuckles and strode toward the tailor. They naturally understood Fu Chen's intent. Some even cast envious glances at the tailor, but their mouths emitted eerie, cackling laughs. Seeing Fu Chen's blatant arrogance, the tailor smiled scornfully. Still too young. Don't you know that there's always a sky above a sky? He secretly mustered all his strength, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the unsuspecting Fu Chen. Where are you looking? Your opponents are us. Just as the tailor was staring intently at Fu Chen, Wang Yu and the others rushed forward swiftly. What a... The tailor's eyes shot wide open. In the blink of an eye, he found Wang Yu and the other 5 already in front of him. Panic surged through him. 6 fists swelled in his vision, and he hastily unleashed his charged strike to block their assault. But Wang Yu and the others pressed on without pause, attacking him again. The tailor fought desperately, but 2 hands are no match for 4 fists. Before he could react, blows rained down on him like a storm, leaving him utterly defenseless. Wang Yu sent him flying with a punch, only for someone behind to catch him and punch him back with equal force. In an instant, the tailor was batted back and forth like a tennis ball. This scene was witnessed by Liao Xuebing, who had just returned. He joined the beating. "So you're the fucking tailor, huh? So you're the one who threw me out, huh? Screw you." Liao Xuebing, still nursing some anger, rained heavy blows on the tailor. "Hey, don't kill him," Fu Chen reminded lazily while munching on a Yuer fruit, but his leisurely demeanor didn't seem to convey any real concern. The others understood this well, so they never struck to kill. They just wanted to beat him up for the thrill of it. This was the once high and mighty tailor after all. On ordinary days they'd have to bow to him. Even other hall masters weren't as arrogant. Now that he had fallen into their hands, they naturally had to pay their respects properly and look after him, since such an opportunity might never come again. Slurp. After finishing the petal-like Yuera fruit, Fu Chen took out a succulent moon fruit and started biting into it, utterly relaxed, paying no heed to the scattered limbs and remains around him. Gotta say, these mutant products haven't gone bad after weeks. Not bad at all. Fu Chen's fruit munching had the surrounding team members drooling. What kind of fruit is that? It looks delicious. Shouldn't we be focusing on the fact that there's still fruit? It's been 3 months since the apocalypse. Do you even need to ask? Who is Brother Chen? The undying god. Getting some fruit is a piece of cake. And those fruits don't look like they're from Earth at all. Exactly. I've never seen fruit like that. I'd love to try some. It must be delicious. Fu Chen listened to the chatter around him and ate even more heartily, but he had no intention of sharing. No way. He didn't even have enough for himself. His stock was running low. He thought about when he could go restock. These fruits were simply too delicious. Although he couldn't share the fruits, Fu Chen still brought out some sunflower seeds and handed them out, turning everyone into a crowd of snackers. As the group chatted and cracked seeds, the tailor had been beaten until he couldn't move, collapsing onto the ground. Liao Xuebing dragged him over to Fu Chen. "Brother Chen, it's done. Brother Chen, it's done." The tailor collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Unlike Wang Yu and Liao Xuebing, who had equipment to offset damage, he had endured the blows with his own body. Now he was incredibly weak, his gaze vacant as he stared at the trembling ceiling. His mind could not fathom how so many powerful beings had suddenly appeared. Has the outside world changed so much that I no longer recognize it? How long have I been here? 6 months? A year? The tailor was utterly dejected. He had thought that with his newfound power he would dominate this apocalyptic world, but before he could even step out, that illusion was shattered. "Hey, how did you become like this? How can you still retain your self-awareness after being parasitized?" The tailor ignored Fu Chen's question. He lay quietly on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes clouded with confusion. The sounds around him seemed to be automatically filtered out, like the muffled voices heard by someone underwater, indistinct and blurred. Only his own steady heartbeat continued to beat relentlessly. "Then let me ask in another way." The tailor vaguely heard this voice, and then a wave of fear from the depths of his soul surged over him, jolting him awake. "No." He feebly raised a hand to resist, but felt he could no longer control himself. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, and only one thought filled his mind: get away from here. He struggled to turn over and crawl away, but a profound weakness in his soul rendered him unable to command his own body. It felt as if a giant hand had seized his very soul, leaving him utterly defenseless. Oh, it seems there might be a chance for success. Fu Chen's eyes lit up. He was merely experimenting to see if he could equip someone in a state of extreme weakness. Unexpectedly, there was indeed a glimmer of success, even without rendering the target unconscious. Is it because the equipment slot has been upgraded, eh? Or is it because he's so weak that even his consciousness is feeble, eh? Fu Chen continued his attempt to equip the tailor, but the process kept teetering on the brink of success. This state persisted for nearly 10 seconds before ultimately failing. The tailor's struggle intensified. So close. Fu Chen was not discouraged. Instead, a smile spread across his face as if he had discovered a pattern. He turned his gaze back to the tailor, who was slowly crawling away, and offered a benevolent smile. "Don't worry, feeling dizzy is normal." With that, he delivered a precise chop to the back of the tailor's head, knocking him unconscious, and then stored him in the equipment slot. Special humanoid, formerly known as Feng Jinhuan, a human who absorbed a strand of mimetic power, birthing an inferior mimetic seed within his body. Past achievements: infected 4682, humans 43. Possesses special abilities: tailoring, scorpion pincer, exchange void. Evaluation: an opportunist. Tailoring, when performing scissor-like attacks, triggers a tailoring effect, greatly increasing cutting power. Evaluation tailors would love this. Scorpion pincer transforms one arm into a scorpion pincer. Evaluation, this is quite strange. Exchange void binds oneself to another entity, secretly swapping their power until the user fully inherits all the target's strength and abilities. This ability can only be used once. Evaluation, a chance to defy fate. Hiss. Fully inheriting all the target's power and doing it without anyone noticing. Fu Chen's eyes widened. The exchange ability was incredibly overpowered. If he ever encountered a true deity, could he swap with them? But it could only be used once. Fu Chen sighed, now understanding the source of the tailor's power. So he had been secretly stealing power from that giant heart. No wonder. Fu Chen carefully assessed the tailor's power level, which was roughly 3,700 times normal. In terms of speed and strength, he was slightly superior to Liao Xuebing and the others. However, they all had the trait of equipment damage reduction. When attacks landed on Liao Xuebing and his team, part of the damage was absorbed by their equipment, making the fight seem evenly matched. In fact, this tailor was the strongest human Fu Chen had ever encountered aside from himself. When he projected the tailor, he still appeared severely wounded. Fu Chen paid it no mind. One advantage of the equipment slot was that anything stored within would only change for the better, never for the worse. Simply put, it rejected negative influences. Just like rice once stored, it would never spoil. Although one reason might be that there were no factors in the equipment slot that would cause spoilage. But more importantly, the equipment slot did not accept negative changes. However, Fu Chen knew that this effect could also be turned off. Just as he could automatically disable negative effects, this function was flexible. It was merely the default setting. He retracted the projection of the severely wounded tailor and observed that his injuries in the equipment slot were healing at a visible rate, likely to be fully recovered in about an hour. Fu Chen shook his head. He hadn't expected that a being with 3,700 times the power, one who had absorbed mimetic energy, would have such a slow recovery speed. If it were Liao Xuebing and the others, such injuries would heal in less than 4 minutes. The group marched out of the campus in full force. The mist had long since dissipated, and everything had returned to normal. An hour inside, a day outside. Quite an experience. The group boarded various vehicles waiting outside and set off for the settlement. At the settlement, the blaster stood with Yang Dasho and the others behind them, hundreds of evolvers, 120 of whom were powerhouses sponsored by Fu Chen. Opposite them stood a group of fully armed soldiers in combat camouflage. Anyone could tell they were military personnel. They were aiming strange weapons at the group. In between the two sides, several evolvers lay on the ground, some reduced to dried corpses. Others writhed in agony, their blood forced out of their bodies through their eyes, ears, noses, mouths, and even pores coalescing into blood spheres that floated around them. The blaster stared grimly at the military personnel. Their leader was a dashing female officer who hovered in the air, with several blood-like spheres orbiting her slowly. Clearly, the dried corpses on the ground were her handiwork. She looked down coldly at the blaster and his companions. Behind her, a vast swarm of attack helicopters filled the sky, stretching endlessly. Nanxing, you have some nerve, openly rebelling like this. Have you considered the consequences? Chenxi hovered in the air without making any other moves, yet she exuded unprecedented pressure on everyone. The blaster frowned, deeply aware that Fu Chen had cooperated with the military and held goodwill towards them, so he wished to avoid conflict. Yet to his surprise, the other party struck without a word, utterly disregarding reason. He stepped forward, attempting to explain to Chenxi in the air, but she refused to believe him. You claim you're not from Nanxing, a military evolver sneered contemptuously. Nanxing's blaster with the ability to detonate out of thin air. Do you think just because cross-regional communication is down, we've become deaf and blind? Chenxi remained silent. She raised a hand and blood orbs on the ground flew towards her, merging with those around her to form a stream of blood. The stream coiled around her like a nimble blood dragon. Countless helicopters filled the sky above the settlement, their roaring winds scattering dust on the ground, while the clothes of the blaster and his companions fluttered in the gusts. Numerous evolvers descended from above, encircling the blaster and his group in a siege formation. In the distance, transport helicopters landed, disgorging soldiers and evolvers. Further away, massive ground forces were approaching. It seems the military has gone all out, deploying such a huge force for a single Nanxi base. The blaster gazed at the swarm of armed helicopters, baffled that such a massive mobilization was necessary for just one base. There must be a secret behind this. Most of those behind the blaster had been coerced by his power, and they had previously lived under military protection. Seeing the military's overwhelming return, they wavered, unwilling to oppose them. The military's imposing display crushed any thought of resistance. Blaster, I'm sorry, but I don't want to be involved in your troubles. Farewell. A special evolver cupped his hands and left the group. Yang glared in fury at the deserter. With a precedent set, more abandoned the blaster, even some who had received Fu Chen's equipment slipping away with the defectors. These turncoats deserved death. Qi Ryuan watched coldly, but made no move to stop them, knowing it was futile. The military observed patiently, adding, bystanders step aside or bullets and shells won't discriminate. Thus, even more left the blaster's side. A rabble like this took a base. Were the commanders here fools? Chenzi, watching from above, showed a hint of displeasure. The blaster and his remaining allies wore grim expressions. Half their force had fled before any battle. Commander, we've truly left Nanxing and now serve Lord Fu Chun, who has cooperated with the military before. We're on the same side. Why make this unpleasant? Fu Chun or whoever, I don't care who you serve. Betrayal demands a price. A cold voice rang out. All turned to see several evolvers in strange armor approaching swiftly. The leader wielded an odd broadsword etched with complex patterns like veins, its blade white as bone. A single eye on the hilt stared intently, making everyone feel watched by a beast. Southern Ward God Yu Shaoqing. The blaster's eyes widened. After taking the Nanxi base, he had reviewed military files, and this man was hailed as their Southern War God. Yu Xiaoqing's specific abilities were unknown, but with such a title, he was no ordinary foe. Nanxing's blaster Zhang Wuya. Yu Shaoqing replied with a sneer. No time to waste. Let's just finish these traitorous scum. Before his words faded, he charged at the blaster and his group, swinging his strange sword. There's no need for this. The blaster sighed helplessly, knowing his identity made it impossible to prove he had left Nanxing. After all, Nanxing's leader Zhang Wuji was his own brother. On a street, Fu Chun, lounging in a car and snacking, suddenly sat up. What's happening? He sensed his projection avatars in the settlement dying one by one. He promptly reprojected the deceased Qi Ryuan and others. What's this? Over 100 couldn't handle one settlement. Master, it's the military. The military? Didn't you mention my name? I have a cooperation with them. Fu Chen was puzzled. And wasn't the Nanxi-based military wiped out by Nanxing? Were reinforcements from elsewhere? Still, they shouldn't have been a match for so many evolvers. Fu Chen knew the military situation. Unless an entire base mobilized with full tactics, they'd barely contend with those 120 evolvers. You mean they defected? And there's some Southern War God. The military showed no respect. Aren't I their partner? What? They don't even know who I am. Fu Chen frowned. Had the cooperation in H city not been communicated beyond that city? How many came? Qi Ryuan thought, then replied, about 100,000. 100,000. Fu Chen shot upright, jaw dropping in disbelief. This wasn't the early days of the apocalypse when the military was counterattacking. After the first month, armies had dispersed to cities for rescue, each major city having at most 10 to 20,000 troops. Smaller cities got none. After the apocalypse, the entire Xia Empire's military had shrunk to less than a tenth, totaling at most 8 or 900,000. That was the initial count. After zombie mutations and heavy casualties, it dwindled further. Yet now in Nanxi City, there were roughly 100,000 troops. This is staggering. Something major must have happened for the military to gather such a force. Zhang Wuji analyzed. Fu Chun frowned deeply, his expression grave. Speed up. I want to see what's caused such a massive military mobilization. At the Nanxi settlement, the cacophony of gunfire and battle cries reached a fever pitch, plunging the scene into utter chaos. The wounded spilled blood upon the ground, which eerily levitated, coalescing into tiny blood arrows that shot back at the assailants, piercing their bodies and siphoning away more lifeblood. The blood converged, forming a river of gore that wove through the crowd. Most who were struck by this sanguine torrent withered into desiccated husks, their blood joining the river to turn against their comrades. Oh, demon, we surrender. Seeing the devouring blood river surge toward them, many cast aside their weapons and raised their hands high. The river of blood bypassed them, continuing its assault on those still resisting. Yu Shaoqing brandished a bizarre greatsword, cleaving through evolvers with ease. Once the strange blade sank into their flesh, it voraciously drained their blood, reducing them to mummified corpses. Yet when the unstoppable sword struck an equipment wielder, it seemed repelled by some force, its momentum largely nullified. Still, its sharpness and immense power allowed it to bite into their bodies. However, they quickly broke free and forced him back with a punch. Yu Shaoqing was taken aback, but refused to let him escape. With a sudden flash, he closed in, the bizarre sword erupting with a powerful surge as he aimed for the man's head. When facing a formidable foe, he believed in swift execution, leaving no room for reaction. That was his creed. A terrifying wave radiated as he channeled vast amounts of psychic energy into the grotesque blade. The sword vibrated with a sinister hum like a roaring tiger as it descended upon the equipment wielder. The equipment wielder, caught off guard, had his skull cleaved in twain, his life extinguished instantly. Just as he thought he had vanquished a major threat, another equipment wielder sent him flying over 10 meters with a single punch, slamming him into a tank and denting its armor. Yu Shaoqing exhaled a turbid breath, his face a mask of disbelief. Rat-a-tat-tat. Some of the surrounding military soldiers wielded strange firearms, firing luminous bullets in a relentless barrage. Those on the settlement side, mostly forced onto the defensive, were overwhelmed by the dense volley. Thus the battle dragged on for over half an hour. Yu Shaoqing pulled his strange blade from a withered corpse, his expression grim as he surveyed the surroundings. I never imagined Nanshi City would harbor so many experts. He hadn't anticipated that dozens of seemingly ordinary individuals possessed power comparable to his own, coupled with bizarre abilities that greatly diminished his attacks. Such a number of elites, despite his numerical advantage, caused immense trouble. He now regretted his hasty decision to engage. Chen flew to his side, her face equally troubled. These people are strange. I can't force the blood from their bodies. It's as if some power is blocking me. Same here. My blood-drinking blade can't absorb their blood. Most peculiar. They exchanged glances, both sensing the anomaly. This can't go on. We can't be pinned down here. Chen glanced at the sky, frowning deeply. I know, but these people are tough to handle. We can't leave anytime soon, and I won't order our men to surrender. He turned and commanded, have the ground forces advance. Leave this to us. Yes, sir. A soldier acknowledged and dashed off to relay the order. Of the 120 equipment wielders granted by Fu Chun, nearly 40 had defected when things turned sour, but many remained steadfast with the demolitionist fighting against the military. Lord Demolitionist, perhaps we should retreat. An equipment wielder sidled up to him and suggested. They dodged a hail of bullets while fending off attacks from military evolvers, a frantic scramble. The military's weapons were unlike any conventional firearms. These arms were devastating, firing strange energy rounds that could pierce even tank armor, let alone flesh. Many weaker evolvers on their side were killed instantly, their enhanced physiques no match for the energy assaults. Now, with many fleeing or surrendering, only 78 remained in resistance. Fortunately, they were either projections or equipment wielders, one fearless, the other nearly unkillable. Their equipment mitigated damage, and they possessed regenerative abilities 100 times greater than zombies. In theory, as long as their heads weren't struck by powerful attacks, they could fight for days. But the military had deployed a massive force, including numerous powerful special evolvers, whose abilities could cause them great harm, even death. Yet this was untenable. Continued resistance meant annihilation. Many were already having second thoughts. There's no way out now. The demolitionist replied while unleashing explosive psychic powers. They were completely surrounded, enemies in the sky and on the ground with those strange weapons ready to claim them with one misstep. He felt helpless. This was a pointless battle fought only because of his identity. Why don't you surrender? I'll explain to our master. The demolitionist said, for his current body was not real. A death would merely return him to the equipment slot. But these people, their deaths would be permanent. They had fought by his side until now, proving their loyalty. There was no need for further sacrifice. Many were tempted by his words. They didn't want to die, especially after tasting such immense power. But their continued fight showed their resolve. Fu Chun had granted them strength and could likely take it away. They dreaded returning to being ordinary, vulnerable humans. After a moment of hesitation, they exchanged glances, understanding each other. Hell, surrender. Those who wanted to have already done so. I won't stand with those cowards. Exactly. Death or glory. Let's take them down. Success or death. After the struggle, their resolve hardened. The demolitionist was stunned. He hadn't expected these usually timid underlings to display such valor. One last chance. Lay down your arms and surrender. We'll let bygones be bygones. A voice from the military rang out, clear and penetrating even through the roar of gunfire, as if speaking directly into their minds. Realizing the demolitionist group was formidable, the military sought to end the conflict swiftly. But those still resisting remained unmoved, their conviction unshaken as they continued their defiance. Even if this battle was utterly meaningless. Report. We've spotted an evolved team ahead, roughly over 400 strong. Among them, we've identified Zhang Wuji, the leader of Nanxing. Are they all evolved, Oa? The soldier glanced at the monitor in his hand and replied, not entirely, but at least 100 of them are evolved. However, he paused, his expression turning peculiar as he continued, The rest are behaving oddly. No ability fluctuations, yet they possess strength beyond ordinary humans. He opened a feed on the monitor. A large group of ordinary people devoid of ability fluctuations were casually wielding massive corpse-suppressing long blades. Some others leaped onto utility poles 2 or 3 stories high, gazing in their direction. From this perspective, most of them seemed abnormal, far from ordinary humans. Is this Nangsing's team? Where did they get so many evolved? Maybe. The equipment is broken. A major general, his face grim, stared incredulously at the rapidly approaching team in the distance. With his command, the advancing army halted. Defenses were swiftly set up, various unfamiliar firearms were mounted and aimed at the fast-approaching team. Brother Chen, we've encountered the military, a team member warned. I know. Have everyone stop. The sound of the marching army was audible from afar, needing no visual confirmation. Fu Chun popped the last spicy strip into his mouth, took out a wet wipe to clean his hands, and unhurriedly flew toward the military personnel. Seeing only one person flying over, the military held their fire. With so many on the other side, they feared a repeat of the situation at the settlement. Otherwise, they too would be bogged down here. He's an ordinary person. The soldier glanced at the data on the detection device, then at the approaching Fu Chun, and shook his head, turning off the instrument. It must be a device malfunction. Oh my, the military is making such a big fuss. Has something happened? Do you need my help? Fu Chun landed a seemingly benevolent smile on his face and approached the major general, who clearly held a high rank. Ignoring the weapons aimed at him, he calmly extended his hand for a handshake. I am Fu Chen, captain of the corpse hunter team. We have cooperated with the military before. Does the general recall? Fu Chen smiled, making a clumsy attempt to probe. He was unwilling to abandon the deal with the military. It was a chance to gain something for nothing. The zombie corpses, if not traded to him, would at most be used for experiments, with most simply destroyed on sight. Such a waste. Oh, corpse hunter team. Which one? Aren't you from Nanxing? The major general remained expressionless, shaking his head to indicate he had never heard of Fu Chun, then gestured toward Zhang Wuji and the others in the distance. But since one shouldn't strike a smiling face, he shook hands with Fu Chun. Major General Liu Xiaoyu, of Nan'an City. Pleasure to meet you, General. First, let me clarify, Nanxing no longer exists. Yes, I destroyed it. Zhang Wuji and the others are now my subordinates. Fu Chun wore a faint smile as he shook hands with the general, sensing the other's strength and recognizing him as a powerful evolved. Oh, is that so? Major General Liu Xiaoyu eyed Zhang Wuji and the others in the distance with suspicion. By the way, are you not aware of my cooperative agreement with the military? Fu Chun continued, deeply concerned about this matter. If only the military in H City knew, it meant zombie corpses elsewhere were still being destroyed. For Fu Chun, that would be a huge loss. Not making a profit was a loss, a devastating one. I'm sorry, but we haven't heard of any such agreement. So which corpse hunter team are you from? Hearing that no news had spread from H City, Fu Chun felt a pang of sorrow. So many corpses. Who knew how many had been destroyed? The thought pained him deeply. But he quickly snapped back to a pressing question. Which team? Are there other corpse hunter teams elsewhere? Major General Liu Xiaoyu gave him a strange look, as if understanding something. He explained, of course. All teams formed by survivors to fight zombies are called corpse hunter teams. To distinguish them, we add a prefix. For example, the Savage Corpse Hunter Team, the Undying Corpse Hunter Team, any name you like. Fu Chun was speechless. So the name Corpse Hunter Team was everywhere with countless variations. No, I'll have to come up with a different name later. Can't be on the same level as others, he thought to himself. Shaking off these trivial concerns, he continued his conversation with Major General Liu Xiaoyu. Since the agreement hadn't reached other regions, he would negotiate anew. This was essentially free gain, not to be wasted. Thus the two sides stood in a standoff, silently waiting for their leaders' discussion to conclude. Fu Chun brought up the corpse trade, with General Liu Xiaoyu reiterating the transaction prices he had mentioned to Yi Qingyao, and offered a free slot for a level 3 enhancement as a trial. The general, half-convinced, agreed to the trial and called forward a volunteer soldier. The result astounded the military. They had effortlessly granted an ordinary soldier 300 times the normal strength. Unbelievable. Fu Chun explained that this was his ability, converting zombie corpses into a certain energy that could be transferred to anyone, granting them the power within. Liu Xiaoyu remained skeptical about this explanation, but despite lingering doubts, zombie corpses were something they had to destroy daily anyway. Trading them for these powers could greatly reduce soldier casualties and increase humanity's chances of winning this racial survival war. There was no reason to refuse. As for potential risks, after confirming Fu Chun was human, they cared less about that. After further discussion, the military's wariness eased somewhat. The general quickly sent word to the Nanchi settlement. They were to cease fighting, a convenient way to back down as the stalemate benefited no one. Since it's a misunderstanding, there's no need to fight. We have important matters to attend to, so we won't linger. Major General Lu Xiaoyu saluted Fu Chun and assigned several people to him. These individuals will serve as our military liaisons responsible for communication with us. Someone will handle the follow-up cooperation and notify Mr. Fu. The renewed cooperation delighted Fu Chun, but as Lu Xiaoyu prepared to leave, he called him back with a meaningful tone. Wait. One thing at a time. Cooperation is one matter, but you attacked my people without cause. That debt must still be settled. Fu Chun stared at the Major General, flashing a harmless smile. But as his words fell, the newly eased atmosphere turned tense once more. Lu Xiaoyu noticed the sudden change in Fu Chun's expression, and his gaze also turned peculiar. Seeing their superiors seemingly at odds, the soldiers raised various firearms, locking onto Fu Chun and his group, creating a tense atmosphere. Some people were puzzled. Oh, just moments ago, everything was fine with laughter and conversation, so why the sudden tension? Nevertheless, they raised their weapons defiantly, aiming at Fu Chun and his companions. Fu Chun ignored the weapons aimed at him, still wearing a smile as he waved his hand, saying, "Not necessarily, but surely some compensation is in order, right? We lost so many people, it wouldn't be right to let it go just like that." Lu Xiaoyu chuckled lightly after hearing this, gesturing for the soldiers to lower their guns and continue forward, then looked at Fu Chun, saying, "So name your price." He felt that Fu Chun was definitely trying to extort him and did not take it seriously. Good, Fu Chun smirked, but he did not make any excessive demands. He didn't choose the corpses of the zombies or weaponry as compensation. As for the zombie corpses, since a deal had been proposed, the other party would surely provide them. Even if he had to give some equipment in return, he would essentially be getting something for nothing, which was unnecessary. Fu Chun also didn't need weaponry. His subordinates primarily relied on their brute strength to fight, and there was no immediate need for such supplies. He laid out two conditions: the first, that the gathering place in Nanchi City and all the survivors within it would belong to him, with the military not allowed to interfere. This condition was actually negotiable, since Fu Chun had already decided to control the gathering place. Even if the military disagreed, they would have no way to take it from him. This was merely a notification, and ideally, he could gain official consent to avoid numerous troubles and continue attracting survivors to the gathering place. However, Lu Xiaoyu did not immediately agree to this point. After all, this gathering place in Nanchi City had a population of over 700. In this apocalyptic world, population was extremely important, and the military high command was very concerned about this issue. Seeing Fu Chun's unyielding gaze, Lu Xiaoyu's expression turned serious. He could only promise to consult with the higher-ups and did not give Fu Chun any promises. But he knew that the higher-ups would definitely not agree to this. Fu Chun remained indifferent and unconcerned. After all, he had set his sights on this gathering place, and no one could take it away from him, including the military. The military had lost it before. Now that he was taking over, it was his. Opposing him would be futile. They could only fight if necessary. He felt completely unfazed by the military, no matter how many of them there were. The second condition was to share intelligence with the military. He also wanted to know about significant events. Just like now, the military had gathered over 100 troops. But for what purpose? What had happened? He was completely in the dark, like a deaf and blind person, unaware that Blue Star was on the brink of destruction. This made him eager to establish his own intelligence network, using the Nanchi City gathering place as a foundation. Before that, it would be best to obtain information known to the military so that he wouldn't be working in the dark. Hearing Fu Chun's two conditions, Lu Xiaoyu looked at him with a strange expression. He had initially thought the other party would extort some supplies or benefits, but unexpectedly, all he wanted were these things, indicating that Fu Chun had ambitions. Suddenly, he regarded this young man with extraordinary abilities with newfound respect. To think you would dare to seek military intelligence based on just a mere favor, you truly are bold. Fu Chun chuckled without responding. All right, as the military's collaborators, sharing some intelligence is acceptable. After a brief contemplation, Lu Xiaoyu agreed. As for the intelligence shared, wouldn't it ultimately be up to them? So it's a deal. It's a deal. Fu Chun satisfactorily shook hands with Major Lu Xiaoyu. As for the first condition, even if it was not agreed upon, it would not affect his control over the Nanchi gathering place. Having reached a consensus, he then inquired about the reason for the military's large troop mobilization. Lu Xiaoyu did not hide it, and explained it to Fu Chun. It turned out that a large number of mutated monsters had appeared in the coastal areas, especially in Haicheng, where numerous marine creatures had landed and attacked humans. Not only humans, but even zombies were being attacked. Moreover, their numbers were even greater. This represented yet another major crisis following the zombies. Fortunately, these mutated marine creatures were considerably weaker when they first came ashore, making them relatively manageable. However, it was discovered that as these creatures stayed on land longer, they seemed to gradually adapt to the terrestrial environment and grow stronger. This situation was very concerning. The higher-ups decided to fortify the coastline and eliminate these monsters while they were at their weakest, preventing them from spreading on land. Thus, the construction of Haicheng began. This would be the first coastal fortress located in the area where marine creatures appeared most densely. Due to resource constraints, they could only establish one fortress at a time. The coastal defenses in other areas were merely equipped with some simple lookout posts. So you are going to reinforce the defenses now? Fu Chen asked. Lu Xiao's expression turned serious as he shook his head. The coastal defenses have already been arranged with station troops. We are going to provide support now. Support? Has something happened? Yes, the establishment of Haicheng seems to have made these marine creatures more aggressive. They launched the largest attack ever recorded. Although the situation isn't too dire at the moment, it's certain that the attacks are far from over. From the intelligence we've received, there is definitely a greater crisis lurking there. So you are sending troops in advance for support. Exactly, this is also a precautionary measure. Fu Chen nodded, finding this understandable. Moreover, he felt that the military was quite effective indeed guarding this land. This further increased his appreciation for the military. However, he had one more question. So how do you communicate intelligence? Isn't it impossible to communicate across regions now? It's just that wireless communication is impossible. There are naturally other methods. Lu Xiaoyu smiled and replied simply. But Fu Chen seemed to have realized something, slapping his thigh as if enlightened. Right? It's just that wireless communication is impossible. Even using the most primitive delivery methods, flying a plane over can still convey the message. Fu Chen displayed an expression of having grasped the truth. Lu Xiaoyu did not comment on this, nor did he correct Fu Chen's statement, as it was indeed a reasonable method. Alright, I have military duties to attend to, so I won't say much more. If anything comes up, you can have Chen Feng relay it. Lu Xiaoyu gave a simple military salute and bid farewell to Fu Chen and his group. Chen Feng was naturally one of the two liaison officers Lu Xiaoyu assigned to him. Fu Chen also waved goodbye to the military personnel, having resolved this conflict peacefully. He was about to take over this gathering place with a population of 700. This would be his first foothold in this apocalyptic world. Regardless of whether the military agreed later, he would not let go. Under the cover of night, countless monstrous horrors surged from the vast ocean, crawling onto a ravaged shore and advancing deeper inland. They resembled grotesque crabs, fish, or shrimp. Strangely, all marine creatures had developed limbs for walking or crawling, even the fish. Their fins were hideously deformed, no longer recognizable, twisted into irregular branches that formed monstrous hands and feet for crawling. Their upright bodies were massive, many towering over humans. Their enormous, ferocious maws could bite off half a person in one gulp. In the darkness, they moved like stooped humans, swiftly stepping over the severed limbs of their own kind as they crawled deeper into the land. Suddenly, a blinding light shone upon them, exposing their forms in the night. They opened their terrifying maws, revealing rows of sharp fangs, and emitted strange hisses toward the light source. Hurry! Sound the alarm. They're here again. A piercing siren blared from a massive city not far from the coast. It resembled an ancient fortress encircled by towering walls. However, these walls stood 20 meters high, crafted entirely from a single mass of compacted sand, seamless and seemingly natural. Their surface was coated with several layers of an unknown metal, tightly encasing them. Hurry! Hurry! As the alarm rang out, countless soldiers, ever ready for battle, grabbed their weapons, rose, and orderly climbed the high walls, setting up defensive lines. These damned seafood beasts dare a night raid. An officer grumbled as he rose from his bed, stepped out of his room, and quickly tidied his attire. A large white snake coiled around his body, its tongue flickering as it slithered slowly over him. Good girl, you'll feast soon enough. He scratched under the white snake's chin with his finger, and it closed its eyes, seemingly enjoying the gesture. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze locking onto a figure. Jia Tianhua. Here. A person with crimson arms responded quickly, running to him. General Hulian, your orders. Jia Tianhua stood straight like a soldier, saluting Helian Tua. Take your men to Wall 3. There's a large breach there from last time that hasn't been repaired. They'll give you 200 Mortian high guards. Hold that gap and prevent the sea beasts from breaking through. Yes. Jia Tianhua replied loudly without hesitation and immediately turned to lead Zhou Mo and the others toward Wall 3. Helian Tua withdrew his gaze and quickly ascended Wall 1 with his adjutant. Several flares burst into blinding light in the sky, illuminating the coast before the sea city. Instantly, countless sea beasts were revealed to all. Open fire. Crush them. At the sight of the beasts, officers along the defensive lines shouted. In an instant, countless tongues of flame spat forth, unleashing a hail of bullets denser than the sea beasts themselves. A torrent of artillery fire poured onto the coastline, turning the entire area into a hellscape. Flying sand and blood intermingled along with scattered limbs, forming a macabre spectacle under the flares and searchlights. Amid the thunderous roar of gunfire, Jia Tianhua and his group arrived at the breach in Wall 3. This is it. Our mission is to hold this gap. Upon reaching their defensive line, Jia Tianhua skillfully deployed the soldiers, setting up multiple layers of defense to ensure a crossfire covering the entire breach, while also preparing for the possibility of the gap widening further. Whoa, just our few people to hold this big gap. General Hellion sure has high hopes for us. Zhou Mo's eyes widened as he stared at the 506-meter-wide breach, clicking his tongue in disbelief. You call this holding a gap? What's the difference between this and guarding a main gate? It's not just us. There are also 200 Jinhai guards. Jia Tianhua explained. That's more like it. Zhou Mo nodded. The Jinhai guards were composed of evolvers, including many powerful special ones. With their help, holding this gap should be manageable. Li Haojiang stepped onto a pile of earth at the breach, climbing to a spot 2 meters high, and looked around. I must say this wall is not only tall, but also thick. This 20-meter-high wall was a full 8 meters thick at its base. Li Haojiang looked outward. The breach was trumpet-shaped, widening toward the outside. At the outermost edge, the gap was nearly 10 meters wide. He knocked on the sand-compacted wall and found it extremely hard, as tough as steel. This is the result of an ability, isn't it? Otherwise, how could mere sand be so solid? A voice chimed in. Yes, I heard it was made by an evolver named Yuan Gang, but he's gone to another coastal defense line to build a second seawall. A group of soldiers in strange armor approached, and their leader saluted Jia Tianhua. Lin Feng of the Jinhai Guards reporting for duty. We are all Jinhai Guards here to support. Jia Tianhua returned the salute without further ado, took command, and began organizing the defenses. Just then, a massive wave tens of meters high surged from the sea, and an even larger crab emerged, swiftly swimming toward the shore. Even with only its upper shell exposed, it was 8 to 9 meters wide. Giant target spotted. Prepare to open fire. Behind the towering walls, even taller cylindrical platforms stood, each mounted with a fearsome cannon. Several soldiers operated these massive coastal defense guns. This was a new type of cannon, but its attack methods still followed pre-apocalypse designs. They were simply larger versions of old artillery, primarily used to resist the giant monsters emerging from the ocean. The cannon's muzzle was over a meter in diameter. The barrel was 25 meters long, and the gun mount stood several stories high, imposing and majestic, even more awe-inspiring than the Gustav railway gun. Correspondingly, its shells were equally massive. With a thunderous roar, the colossal coastal gun fired its immense recoil, shaking the entire mount, separating dust from the ground. Great clouds of dust were thrown into the air and scattered by the blast. This scene accompanied the cannon's bellow, as if even the surrounding dust had to retreat from its overwhelming power. The massive shell shot out like lightning, carrying a tiger's roar, and struck the giant crab just as it was about to land, unleashing a cataclysmic force. A small mushroom cloud bloomed on the coast, illuminating hundreds of meters around. The enormous shockwave flung countless sea beasts away and raised a 100-meter-high wall of water. The deafening roar drowned out all other gunfire, rendering every sound insignificant. When the dust settled, the giant crab had vanished from sight, leaving behind only remnants that marked its presence. However, this was not the only giant sea beast. The surface of the sea continued to bulge with massive arcs, followed by the sound of splashing. One after another, equally gigantic or even larger monsters emerged from the water, swimming towards the shore. Boom! Another small mushroom cloud erupted as another coastal defense cannon fired. Quick, quick, quick! Load the shells. The gunners swiftly turned the controls to lock onto the next target while awaiting the giant cannon to be loaded. One of the assistant gunners opened a side room, revealing a dense array of massive shells, each too wide for a person to embrace completely. Such enormous shells would be a struggle for an ordinary person to lift, even with tools. Yet that assistant gunner effortlessly embraced one, revealing himself to be a high-level, evolved being. He cautiously approached the cannon's mouth and placed it into a thick, extended groove, then quickly returned to the room to bring out more shells, arranging them into various grooves behind the giant cannon as backup. Meanwhile, another assistant gunner forcefully cranked a lever, causing the massive shell at the cannon's mouth to be mechanically pushed into the chamber. Most of this series of operations were surprisingly manual. In this era of technological advancement, such crude designs for new weapons were utterly inept. However, this was merely the quickest design scheme, a makeshift solution to rapidly respond to the impending crisis. Fortunately, it was the evolved beings operating the giant cannons. Otherwise, such a brutal operational scheme would be impossible for ordinary people. Boom! Boom boom! The giant cannon continued to roar, sending towering water columns and small mushroom clouds erupting on the sea surface. What a powerful attack! Indeed, modern firearms are terrifying, Jia Tianhua remarked, watching the roaring giant cannon behind him, its formidable might instilling fear. Firearms have always been useful, it's just that the emergence of evolved beings has overshadowed the previous specifications of firearms. Lin Feng smiled at Jia Tianhua and added, "What about the enhanced zombies and giant zombies? If the guns can't break through their defenses, it's simply because their calibers aren't large enough. Their power isn't strong enough. I believe increasing the caliber of the firearms would make it no problem to deal with those strength-based zombies. It's just that they abandoned this scheme and opted for a certain special energy that appeared after the apocalypse. Maybe they think ordinary people can't handle larger caliber firearms." Jia Tianhua replied. Lin Feng did not respond. He turned to look at the beach outside the breach. Perhaps I don't know if they succeeded. Now it's not just the zombies, even the damn seafood is evolving at breakneck speed. The situation is becoming increasingly dire. Time waits for no one. Here they come. Jia Tianhua also noticed the beach outside the breach. The beach was overcrowded with sea beasts, including a large number of giant sea beasts. Even with intense firepower laid out in layers, there would still be some that slipped through the net. Yet even just the stragglers numbered in the vast quantities. The sea beasts quickly advanced, stepping over the corpses of their companions, soon arriving at the city walls, piling up together. They frantically tried to climb up, but fortunately they lacked the ability to climb, forcing them to pile beneath the city walls and desperately dig at the base. Meanwhile, at the breach where Jia Tianhua stood, a multitude of sea monsters arrived. "Open fire!" At the command, the prearranged firepower began to unleash its fury. Rat-a-tat-tat! Countless dense large-caliber bullets shot towards the breach, shattering those sea beasts attempting to crawl in, while the ones behind surged in like a tide through the massive opening. On either side of the breach, members of the coastal defense were holding heavy and wide shields with irregular serrated patterns on the lower part and a U-shaped support behind. The coastal defenders used their feet to unfold the supports and stepped on them slightly, tilting the heavy wide shields backward to form rudimentary walls. In their right hands they wielded thick long spears, resting them in grooves on the sides of the wide shields, thrusting toward the front. Kill, kill, kill. As the spears thrust in and out, they reaped the incoming sea beasts. The advancing sea beasts were forced toward a single direction by the dangerous shield formation on either side, and were caught by the prearranged firepower, meeting their demise. Meanwhile, Jia Tianhua extended his claws, joining the remaining evolved beings to form the last line of defense, eliminating any that slipped through. Helian Tua stood at the one city wall, observing Jia Tianhua and the others managing the breach in an orderly fashion, nodding in satisfaction. He then looked out towards the sea, where a strange aura enveloped the area, making him feel uneasy. "Attacking in the dead of night, what are you trying to accomplish?" His expression was grave as he gazed at the approaching giant sea beasts, gently stroking the white snake that swam to his side. Gathering in Nanchi City. Fu Chen had initiated a sacred ritual here. Yes, it was indeed a sacred ritual, since Fu Chen led a large group back to the gathering place and declared it occupied by him. Everything had changed. At first, people just accepted the new regime as a matter of course. After all, Fu Chen's power was significantly stronger, and even the higher-ups of the former Nanxing had become his subordinates. Moreover, with so many from the military having retreated, who could possibly stop such a forceful regime from occupying this gathering place? They merely hoped Fu Chen would spare them, not asking for much. However, Fu Chen's actions left them utterly shocked. To avoid the troubles of food shortages, he called all the residents together on the first day and opened the storages to distribute food. Yet the way he distributed food was somewhat different. He thoughtfully cooked the food and then distributed it as equipment to everyone. With a total of 700 people, it was impractical for him to distribute food one by one, or else it would take forever. Just then, his equipment panel was upgraded, granting him a subpermission function. He selected some individuals, designated them as food officials, granting them the authority to equip food, along with a granting permission for equipment. However, they could not see the equipment panel, only sensing how much equipment they possessed. Then, under the curious gazes of the crowd, these food officials appeared before them with empty hands, standing in a line. Subsequently, under the arrangements of Zhang Wuji and others, the bewildered survivors formed orderly lines in front of these food officials to shake hands with them. Witnessing this absurd spectacle, the survivors thought it was a joke played by Fu Chen. But surrounded by a multitude of powerful evolvers, they had no choice but to reluctantly play along with the new ruler. Calling us here early in the morning just to play this trick. Looks like this new boss is even worse than that Zhang Wuji. Our days are going to be tough, tell me about it, making such a big fuss just to toy with us. What's the point? He's a beast. Complaints and curses erupted instantly, as some had endured hunger just to participate in this farce. Yet they dared only to mutter under their breath, not to voice their grievances aloud. Under Nanxing's rule, even a slip of the tongue could get you killed. Now with a stronger ruler in charge, they were even more afraid to openly curse. Only those who had shaken hands with the grain officers understood the true meaning of this grain distribution. Feeling the changes within their bodies, their eyes widened. Their once hungry bodies suddenly felt a profound sense of solidity. The sensation of fullness was so pronounced that even many malnourished individuals felt instantly healthier. How miraculous! What is this? A miracle! Before they could marvel further, Liao Shuebing and his men herded them away, as many were still waiting in line. Those still queuing saw the exclamations of those who had shaken hands and felt puzzled. What's gotten into them so early in the morning? Even those who recognized the people were bewildered, but soon they would understand what was happening. With the assistance of over 100 grain officers and the simplicity of a handshake, the entire food distribution for 70,000 people was completed before noon. Only then did everyone realize that this grain distribution was not a mockery. For a moment, all were astounded by the miraculous situation. However, when Fu Chen announced that this effect was permanent, it caused an uproar. People cheered. If this were true, it meant they would never go hungry again. It was then that everyone understood Fu Chen's good intentions, and they showered him with blessings and praise. The entire settlement was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Fu Chen looked down at the cheering crowd with satisfaction, his vanity greatly gratified. Next, he gathered the traitors and prepared to execute them publicly. Those he had empowered had instead fled or even turned against him, which infuriated him. So he publicly withdrew the power he had granted, making it clear that the strength he bestowed could also be revoked. This scene was noted in the notebooks of the two military liaisons, as they too had engaged in such power transactions with Fu Chen. Fu Chen paid it no mind, confident that the military would still be willing to trade corpses destined for destruction for his power, even if that power could be revoked. Amidst the pleas of the traitors, Fu Chen's executioners ended their lives. The survivors felt no aversion for having accepted Fu Chen's benefits. They naturally sided with him. Moreover, they had little sympathy for the traitors. Instead, many were keenly interested in Fu Chen's ability to grant immense power to others. Many desired to gain formidable strength like Liao Shuebing and his men, to no longer eke out a miserable existence within the settlement. This was precisely the effect Fu Chen intended. Thus, he announced a points system allowing people to earn points through labor for the construction and development of the base. Fu Chen placed numerous computer devices into his fourth equipment slot, instantly feeling his mind sharpen and his computational abilities become terrifyingly powerful. This inspired many ideas. First, he modified the settlement's existing network system, then devised this point system. Earn resources or power through labor or by contributing zombie corpses. 1,000 points for a threefold increase in physical strength, but a month of farming only yields 100 points. That would take nearly a year to get a threefold boost. What's the use? It's slower than zombie evolution. Reactions to the published points varied widely. What do you know? This is just the beginning. Didn't you see the note? Once you have this power, you can keep getting stronger like an evolver. That's right, at least it's beyond ordinary human limits, someone chimed in. But a year is too long, isn't it? Another complained. Exactly, if you're not satisfied, go kill zombies. A regular zombie corpse is worth 50 points. Just bag 20 and you'll have 1,000. Hey, since we won't go hungry anymore, why bother growing food? Didn't the announcement say that gaining this power will make you lose that permanent fullness? So we'll be hungry again. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Besides, with great power, why worry about food? You have a point. Say there are plenty of zombie corpses lying around on the streets or in corners untouched. Do those count for points? Someone scratched their head and asked tentatively. Those who heard him exchanged glances, then suddenly turned and dashed out of the settlement. Hey, why are they running? The man stood there baffled. In an instant, the entire settlement buzzed with activity as a flood of survivors rushed outside. Hey, what's going on? Why is everyone leaving? Wang Yu and the others were also bewildered. Fu Chen chuckled and explained the reason. Can it be done that way? Then can we? Wang Yu was tempted. Don't be petty. With your strength, you'd be better off taking on a zombie horde than chasing a few scraps. Fu Chen shook his head. I suppose that's true. No one paid much more attention to it. Now the Nanxi City settlement was firmly under Fu Chen's control. He officially renamed it Xiantian City, a name he had chosen with a touch of adolescent flair. With a population of over 70,000 in Xiantian City, Fu Chen initially organized a 1,000-strong combat force. Each member was re-empowered with an average of 300 equipment, 900 times the normal strength. Liao Xuebing and his men were appointed as centurions, each with 1,000 equipment, 3,000 times the normal strength, leading 100 men. They could also use the point system, but unlike the survivors, they earned double the points, 100 points, for each zombie corpse they contributed. Watching the settlement gradually get on track, Fu Chen felt a surge of accomplishment. Moreover, under his orders, his subordinates treated the survivors much better. This boosted the base's happiness index significantly. Such treatment was rare since the apocalypse began. Later, a rumor spread from somewhere claiming that Fu Chen was a god sent by heaven to save them. Many understood the absurdity of such a rumor. Yet instead of opposing it, many went with the flow, elevating Fu Chen to a divine status. Fu Chen paid it no mind as it was harmless. He continued to monitor the situation in Haicheng, even feeling a restless urge to go and see for himself. Xiantian City developed in an orderly fashion for 2 days. Fu Chen lounged in a wicker chair, basking in the morning sun, accepting snacks from his barrier master and humming a tune leisurely. Master Wang Yu and his team have encountered a powerful group and are requesting reinforcements. The barrier master, while feeding him, kept an eye on the communicator beside him. Fu Chen paused his humming, then suddenly laughed. How could I forget about my friend's hope? There's no misunderstanding. In a certain square of Nanxi City, a mountain of corpses was piled up, all bodies of zombies. Surrounding the pile of corpses were nearly 100 people, their expressions tense, gripping weapons made from the claws of sharp-clawed zombies. The centurion was nearly killed in an instant. The crowd looked shocked, as if they had witnessed something astonishing. Wang Yu knelt on one knee, staring in disbelief at his own body, which was regenerating. This was the first time since gaining such power that he had been beaten to the brink of death, his entire body from the chest down blasted apart. Fortunately, his formidable regenerative ability allowed him to recover swiftly. Ahead of them, dozens of powerful figures approached slowly, exuding an overwhelming pressure. They wielded weapons identical to those of Wang Yu and his group. At the lead was a slightly plump young man, eyeing Wang Yu with interest. Quite bold, aren't you? Daring to covet brother Hao's spoils. Wu Hao toyed with the ox blade in his hand, a smirk curling at his lips, showing no intention of continuing the attack. He recognized Wang Yu's abilities, guessing they were from another team. He was curious which team had gathered so many members and put a man with 3,000 strength in charge. As he spoke, Wang Yu's wounds had mostly healed. He stood up, his gaze solemn, realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew. He had thought his power would let him dominate the apocalypse. So when he saw the mountain of corpses, he took an interest. In his understanding, aside from their Xiantian City, no one cared about zombie bodies. Without a second thought, he ordered his men to start moving them. They noticed a flag in the pile reading spoils of the 4th Zombie Hunting Squad, but ignored it, silently thanking the squad for their generosity, and continued loading. Just as they loaded a few carts, they saw 30 to 40 survivors approaching, claiming the bodies belonged to them. Wang Yu figured these were the 4th Zombie Hunting Squad. Had heard of such evolved survivor groups elsewhere, so he didn't take them seriously. He thought leaving the bodies to rot would be wasteful, so despite their protests, he thanked them and kept loading. Then a fat man stepped forward, rolling up his sleeves, saying he'd teach him a lesson. Wang Yu and his men burst into laughter. If not for Fu Chen's rules about winning people with virtue and being friendly and polite, they would have driven them off or even killed them without a word, taking what they wanted regardless. Seeing the man ready to fight, Wang Yu decided to teach him a lesson to show that in this apocalypse the strong rule. The result was that he was utterly helpless, his body blasted apart with a single punch. And so began the scene from earlier. Wang Yu tried to compose himself, looking at Wu Hao approaching. In that one exchange, he knew he couldn't match him. He was also shocked by the other's strength, realizing he had underestimated the world. Brother, impressive skills. We concede this time. We'll leave now. Wang Yu turned to leave, thinking discretion was the better part of valor, planning to return with reinforcements. In his eyes, the pile of corpses wasn't going anywhere. Stop. Wu Hao blocked him, his team encircling the Xiantian City group. You wouldn't listen before, and now that I've acted, you think you can just walk away. Not so easy. Wu Hao smirked slyly, his men exchanging knowing looks. So what do you want? I'm telling you, Xiantian City isn't to be trifled with. Wang Yue, seeing their confidence, felt uneasy. He tried to invoke Xiantian City's name, but realized it was newly established and unknown. He was stuck, hoping they wouldn't go too far. Xiantian City, huh? Which team are you from? Since you brazenly stole our spoils and got caught, you know the rules. You owe us an equal number of bodies. There's about 12000 here. Contact your leader quickly. Wu Hao grinned, thinking he could score a free haul today. He had chosen this direction because zombies were scarce and small-scale hard to find. Now that someone else had crossed him, he wouldn't let it slide. But Wang Yu and his men were puzzled. What? You want the bodies too? What else? You think I want you? Wu Hao rolled his eyes. Wang Yu and his men exchanged glances, wondering if zombie bodies had become some strategic resource. Why were others after them too? What? My word doesn't count anymore. Wu Hao grew impatient, seeing them stand there dumbfounded. Oh, a few days gone, and you're already Brother Hao. A voice came from above. A massive iron throne floated in the air. On the throne sat a young figure, leisurely eating an ice pop. It was Fu Chen. City Lord. Brother Chen. Everyone greeted him. Wu Hao and Wang Yu were both stunned. Wang Yu asked, you know the City Lord too? Wu Hao glanced at him without replying, then scratched his head awkwardly, looking at Fu Chen. Haha, the team members flatter me. It feels good, so I use it. He was a bit embarrassed being called Brother Hao in front of the boss, but his demeanor shattered his earlier image. Haha, Brother Chen, when did you get the title of City Lord? Haha, not bad, right? Just unlocked the achievement a couple of days ago. Fu Chen laughed heartily, manipulating the iron throne to descend. As Fu Chen's feet touched the ground, the iron throne instantly disassembled, revealing it was made of various guns and cold weapons. Awesome, Brother Chen. The spectacle is incredible. Wu Hao gave a thumbs up, flattering him slightly. Not at all. Fu Chen waved his hand, feeling particularly friendly and relaxed with Wu Hao, who was close in age and one of the first to follow him in the apocalypse. Seeing Fu Chen and Wu Hao chatting like old friends, Wang Yu stepped back, silently saying nothing. So there's a settlement nearby? I knew it. No wonder there are so few zombies around here. They've been cleared out. After some conversation, Wu Hao understood the situation and realized that Wang Yu and his group were not from another team. He waved at Wang Yu and the others, signaling that he would not hold their offense against them. Wang Yu also realized that this was a case of mistaken identity. They were all under Fu Chen's command. This put him at ease, as he had initially feared they were Fu Chen's friends. At the same time, he grew even more envious of the power Wu Hao and his men possessed. Fu Chen gazed at the pile of corpses stacked in the center of the square, a thought forming in his mind. With a flicker of thought, he located Wu Hao's equipment slot and granted him a sub-permission. This allowed Wu Hao to sense the exact number of equipment within his body and gave him the ability to bestow that equipment upon others. Fatty, try absorbing these corpses, Fu Chen gestured to Wu Hao. As he granted the permission, Wu Hao also sensed something unusual. Before he could fully grasp the sensation, he heard Fu Chen's words and asked doubtfully, you mean, I can also absorb these corpses myself? Seeing Fu Chen nod, he didn't question it, merely sighing in admiration. Brother Chen has grown even stronger. Wu Hao dashed over to the pile of corpses and placed his hand on one. In an instant, he felt the entire pile of corpses become linked, and the corpses he could absorb lit up in his perception like flames in the darkness. Excitement gleamed in his eyes. With a thought, the pile of corpses before him vanished by more than half, and the mutated zombie corpses stacked on top tumbled down, forming a smaller pile. Wu Hao paid it no mind. The moment he absorbed them, he felt a surge of immense power within him, identical to the sensation when Fu Chen had granted him power. He focused and sensed that his original energy equipment of approximately 3100 had now become 4300, an increase of exactly 12000. Indeed, the 12000 corpses had yielded him 12000. Fu Chen had set a rule in his permissions: 9/10 of any equipment he autonomously absorbed would automatically trigger a reclaim function, leaving him with only 1/10. This essentially meant that the equipment appeared directly in Fu Chen's equipment slot. Feeling the notification of the incoming equipment, Fu Chen nodded in satisfaction. He had tested this over the past few days. The sub-permission was highly flexible, allowing him to adjust any function of his main permission as he wished, even granting someone an exact copy of his own abilities. There was considerable room for manipulation. He could even pretend to be an old master and grant others a system complete with self-edited narration like "Ding, your system has arrived. The universal absorption system has been loaded." Seeing that the automatic reclaim was feasible, Fu Chen's eyes lit up and his mind began to race with possibilities. He felt he could simply assign one to every combatant, eliminating the need to collect corpses himself. I can only absorb ordinary zombies, huh? Wu Hao tried again with the corpses at his feet, but felt no response. He turned to look at Fu Chen. Fu Chen was also helpless. He spread his hands, indicating there was nothing to be done. Although he could now adjust the permissions, he still couldn't increase the number of equipment slots for others. Each person can only absorb one type of zombie, Fu Chen explained briefly. However, he had decided to let Wu Hao and his men operate freely. If they couldn't equip other types of zombie corpses, he would still have to handle it himself, which would be wasteful and annoying. So he had Wu Hao select 2 trusted subordinates. Fu Chen swapped their equipment to that of special zombies and giant zombies, granting them only the ability to equip, not to bestow, and tasked them with collecting those corpses. So I can only absorb ordinary zombies. But my men can absorb special and giant zombies. Wu Hao was bewildered. Fu Chen found it amusing, though he also felt something was off. As the leader, Wu Hao could only equip ordinary zombie corpses. That was somewhat unjustifiable. However, since ordinary zombies still made up the majority, Wu Hao would still gain the most power, so Fu Chen made no adjustments. As for the one equipped with special zombies, Fu Chen had tampered with the settings. No matter how many types of special zombies he absorbed, only the corpses of clawed zombies would be retained. All other special zombie corpses would trigger the reclaim effect and appear in Fu Chen's equipment slot, with varying retention ratios. After all, they didn't need to distribute these equipment. They were only responsible for following Wu Hao and collecting corpses. So Fu Chen left them only 1/30th of the amount, ensuring they could never threaten Wu Hao's position. As for Lu Qi and the others, Fu Chen locked their equipment slots and sent them the same permissions, explaining via communicator. He also had them select 2 people to be responsible for collecting other types of corpses. After they finished collecting the corpses they had accumulated, they were to gather at Xiantian City. After all, they had to introduce the 4 elders to everyone to avoid any further misunderstandings and also assign the next tasks. Now that this function was available, there was no need to keep everyone confined to Nanchi City. He planned to send them to other cities to continue snowballing. Another day passed quickly. The 4 elders reunited after nearly a month apart. So this is Brother Chen's Xiantian City. Not bad at all. Lu Qi led his men to the outskirts of Xiantian City and saw many people enthusiastically working on building the city walls. He couldn't help but marvel. The demolitionist, who had been waiting for some time, led them into the city. Anticipating a large crowd, Fu Chen arranged to meet at a playground. Arriving at the playground, Lu Qi saw that Yi Qingxian and Cheng Yaodong were already there waiting only for him. Everyone's here already. Looks like him, the late one, haha, Lu Qi called out from a distance as he led his group of over 50 men into the venue with great fanfare. Fu Chen nodded at him. He tallied the numbers and found that among the 4 elders, Lu Qi had recruited the most people. Including Lu Qi himself, there were 56 in total, and their strength was considerable. Lu Qi's equipment count was 4800, similar to Wu Hao's. Among his men, 10 had 300 equipment, and the rest had around 100, excluding the 2 assigned to collect other zombie types. This force without Fu Chen would have been enough to overwhelm Xiantian City. The data for the other elders was as follows. Wu Hao had 430 equipment with 32 men, 4 of whom had 150 equipment and the rest 500. Cheng Yaodong had 740 equipment with 27 men, 4 with 200 equipment and the rest 100. Yi Qingxian had 226 equipment with only 10 men, but each had 100 equipment, granting them a physique multiplier of 300 to 400 times. Though her team was the smallest, it was the most formidable. Lu Qi pursed his lips and nodded blankly at Yi Qingxian and the others, thinking to himself, good heavens, their subordinates are almost as strong as us elders. It's truly disheartening to compare. After roughly tallying the data of the 4 teams, Fu Chen began selecting target cities. The 2 military liaisons who had been constantly by his side suggested several locations. Thus, Fu Chen unilaterally decided on 4 locations: Yunlin City in the southern region, Linhai City and Yeqing in the east, and Zhang City in the north. These cities shared a common trait: the military's control there was weak, with some even devoid of any stationed troops. Most of the locations recommended by the military were like this. Fu Chen understood their implication, but paid it no mind. He only cared whether the zombie population in these cities was plentiful enough. As for the local factions, Yi Qingxian and the others could easily handle them, perhaps even bring them under their command. With the 4 locations laid out and some intelligence obtained from the military, Yunlin City, once home to 8 million people, it was a major metropolis. However, according to intelligence, a large number of mutated beasts roamed there, posing an even greater danger than zombies. Linhai City, with a population of 11 million, it was near the coast and frequently harassed by sea beasts. Fortunately, there were also mini-zombies, and the two sides often engaged in massive battles, giving some survivors a chance to catch their breath. Yeching, with a population of 7.5 million, it was a place rife with rival gangs and many powerful individuals who defied all authority. Besides zombies, humans were equally dangerous here, a land of chaos. Zhang City, with a population of 9 million, it seemed to be occupied by some formidable entity. It was essentially a world overrun by zombies with few survivors remaining. Alright, the locations are set. Choose for yourselves. Fu Chen nodded with satisfaction, feeling a sense of infeffing lords. These are some big dungeons. I can't help but feel a bit excited. Wu Hao grinned slyly as he looked over the intelligence on these regions. Sister Qingxuan, you choose first. Lu Qi and the others cupped their hands, yielding to Yi Qingxian. She didn't stand on ceremony and picked Yunlin City, the first on the list. That place was teeming with various mutated beasts, perfect for feeding her vines. Yunlin City suits Sister Qingxian well. I hear there's a vast forest outside the city that matches her vines perfectly. Hurry up and choose. Well, eat soon. Next household your turn, Fu Chen urged. He glanced at the blazing sun in the sky, wanting to eat some fruit, only to find he had already finished them all. He thought to himself, looks like it's time to restock. Maybe I should just lure those 5 sisters to Shantian City. With this thought, he nodded, finding it feasible. Previously, the 5 sisters had rejected his invitation because they were constantly on the move killing zombies, while the sisters just wanted to quietly tend to their plants. But now that they had a foothold, perhaps they would agree. If they don't agree, he'll just drag them over and teach them the harsh realities of the world. Fu Chen suddenly had this thought. Soon the 4 had chosen their respective destinations. Lu Qi picked the more dangerous Zhang City, Cheng Yaodong chose Yeching, and the remaining Wu Hao had to take Linhai City. But he was quite satisfied with this, as it had the largest population. After the locations were chosen, Fu Chen didn't rush them to depart. After fighting for so many days, resting for a day or two wouldn't hurt. However, Yi Qingxian didn't pause at all. She boarded a military-sponsored transport plane and headed straight for Yunlin City without delay. Fu Chen didn't stop her, sighing. What a diligent subordinate. Little did he know Yi Qingxian was simply addicted to growing stronger. The group arrived at the dining hall, finding a spread of delicacies already prepared. Eat your fill. Today's meal is on young Master Fu. Fu Chen chuckled slyly. He had specifically arranged for the chef to prepare some fine dishes, a lavish indulgence in this post-apocalyptic world. As expected, the group gasped in awe at the dazzling array of dishes. Wow, is this for real? Regardless of whether the ingredients were repetitive, the mere appearance of the food was enough to whet their appetites. Delicious. Wu Hao ate joyfully. It had been a long time since Head had such a hearty meal. This is really good. I almost want to stay here. This was the most abundant meal they'd had since the apocalypse began. Brother Chen, isn't this a bit wasteful? Aren't there over 7,000 survivors in Shantian City? We should be more frugal, Lu Qi said worriedly, yet his hands never stopped moving, eating with such joy that his eyes crinkled into crescents, unable to hide his delight. Don't worry, eat your fill. There's plenty of food in the city. Uitll go to waste if we don't eat it. Fu Chen laughed heartily. Now the vast majority of survivors in Shantian City no longer needed to eat, saving a tremendous amount of food. It was only after distributing the food packs that Fu Chen realized just how much food the military had stockpiled, enough to feed millions for a year or two. There was simply no way to eat it all. Fu Chen decided to sell the food to survivors with culinary skills at low-point prices, letting them turn it into various tasty snacks to improve the city's dining quality. That's good to hear. Lu Qi nodded, his hands never pausing, a skewer in his left-handed dish in his right. He ate as if someone might snatch his food away, yet with a leisurely air, creating a bizarre contrast. Sister Qingxian left too soon. She missed out on all this great food. What a loss, huh? Wu Hao laughed heartily, his mouth stuffed full. Cheng Yaodong nodded in agreement beside him. Fu Chen smiled and said in exasperation, "Damn, you're all leaders now. Show some table manners, will you?" The group just chuckled, having no intention of stopping. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire erupted outside the dining hall. What's going on? Fu Chen frowned. They were in the middle of lunch, and a fight seemed to have broken out outside. He listened closely and heard a cacophony of strange noises all around, which only deepened his confusion. City Lord were under attack. A soldier ran in, his expression anxious. What? Under attack? Who would dare? Is it the military? Do they want to take back the settlement? Fu Chen looked suspiciously at the 2 liaisons who were eating. The 2 liaisons quickly shook their heads. Just as Chen Feng was about to explain, the soldier at the door continued. It's rats. Huge rats. Rats. Fu Chen walked out of the dining hall in confusion, followed by Lu Qi and the others who had put down their food. Fu Chen leaped into the air. As he looked down, he saw that the city had been overrun by a massive number of rats. Each rat was the size of a wolf with red eyes, bulging veins, and mouths full of sharp fangs. They had spread from the grain warehouse, quickly occupying half the city. Holy crap! Where did they come from? Fu Chen's scalp tingled at the sight of the dense swarm of rats. Then it suddenly hit him, holy shit. My granary. My food. Veins bulging on his forehead, he shot toward the granary at breakneck speed. With a resounding crash, he slammed into the granary, only to find it packed with mutated rats voraciously devouring his stockpile. You beasts! Fu Chen's veins throbbed with fury as he swiftly set about eliminating the vermin ravaging his supplies. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned a torrent of metallic matter that surged toward the mutated rats in the warehouse. Die! Just as he finished his battle cry, Fu Chen hesitated. If I crush them here, won't their blood contaminate the food? But there was no time to ponder as the rats continued to feast. He made a swift decision, blasting a larger opening in the crumbling granary door. With another wave of his hand, he sent the rats feasting on his grain flying outward through the gap. Countless metallic fragments transformed into thrusters latching onto the mutated rats and propelling them away from the granary. Squeak! The mutated rats thrashed desperately in midair, but to no avail. They were launched like cannonballs out of the warehouse and pinned to the ground. Fu Chen reached out again, shredding the granary's iron door into a flurry of sharp blades that spun at the lower half of the entrance, forming a miniature metal storm. This storm of metal ground the incoming rat swarm to pulp. For a moment, blood and flesh splattered at the granary's entrance, and the thick stench of blood only drove the rats into a greater frenzy. Damn it all. Having finally cleared the granary of rats, Fu Chen gazed at the chaotic mess of the warehouse, a wave of irritation washing over him. Huku! Get people to guard the warehouse immediately. The rest of you wipe out these cursed beasts. Fu Chen bellowed. Before Lu Qi and the others could arrive, he recalled all his projection clones, and then released them again, achieving a teleport-like effect. You hold the line here for now, he ordered casually before flying out of the warehouse. With the tailors around, holding the fort for a while would be no problem. Fu Chen commanded the metallic torrent, slaughtering large swaths of the mutated rat swarm along the way. Yet their numbers showed no sign of dwindling, instead they seemed to multiply. Damn it! Where are they coming from? I'll help. Survivors fled in panic, a horde of mutated rats hot on their heels. Before they could get far, a manhole cover ahead was blasted into the air, and a torrent of mutated rats surged out from below. Many were overwhelmed before they could react. My leg. Help! They're pulling out my intestines. Wah mom. Fu Chen witnessed this scene and rushed over without hesitation. Damn it, a bunch of sewer vermin. Fu Chen, riding the metallic torrent, managed to rescue a few survivors, but many others were already half devoured and at death's door. Their throats filled with surging blood, they lay weakly on the ground. At the sight, Fu Chen's eyes blazed with fury. My people. My subjects. His mood was utterly ruined. The once thriving Xiantian city had transformed into a hell's cape in the span of a lunch break. Without a second thought, he continued to direct the metal storm to slay mutated rats, while swapping the equipment of the dying survivors for the corpses of 50 ordinary zombies. This allowed them to cling to life and begin healing. Chen Yaodong and Wu Hao arrived, swiftly forming a defensive line to hold back the rat swarm. It's useless. They're coming from the sewers. Guard every sewer outlet, Fu Chen shouted. Hearing his command, the others exchanged glances and quickly responded. Wu Hao led a team to search for manhole covers and drainage outlets. Whenever they found one, they left 3 people to guard it, preventing the mutated rats from emerging. With a crash, a manhole cover they had just secured was forced open by the rats, catching the guards off guard. Go get him! The station men roared, swinging their blades with lightning speed, slicing through the emerging rats like chopping vegetables. But the mutated rats poured out like a breached dam, showing no signs of stopping. The 3 fighters quickened their pace, killing one as it appeared 5 as they emerged. Each of them possessed physical qualities over 1500 times the norm, their movements as fast as lightning. Even the gushing stream of rats was kept firmly in check. Quick! Quick! Seeing rats burst from every sewer outlet around, Wu Hao hurried to station guards. His men were agile. As manhole covers flew into the air, they darted forward to secure the openings, their speed surpassing that of the flying covers. Meanwhile, Chen Yaodong and his team held the front line against the rat tide, preventing them from entering the residential area. But the swarm was immense, and even with hundreds of station soldiers, many slipped through their encirclement. Damn it! Not enough hands. Fu Chen, wreaking havoc in the swarm, noticed this and diverted some metallic matter to chase down and kill the escaping rats. Hell, I can charge into a zombie horde without breaking a sweat, but now I'm scrambling against a bunch of rats. Wu Hao dashed between several sewer entrances, rushing to wherever the rat surge was worst, utterly flustered. Of course, out there you just kill zombies. Here you're in your own home, and you've got to stop them from wrecking things. Quick, send word to the people outside. Our base is under attack. As the rat swarm grew larger, Chen hurriedly sent someone to notify Liao Xuebing and the others who were out hunting zombies. If they didn't return soon, their stronghold would be overrun. This won't do. Take over. Fu Chen shouted, but seeing everyone overwhelmed, he gave up and flew directly to the residential area. There were many sewer entrances here left undefended. If the mutated rats emerged from these, the survivors would become their prey. City Lord. City Lord. At the sight of Fu Chen, the panic on everyone's faces subsided, for they knew he could save them. Attention, everyone. Emergency mobilization. I shall grant you great power to deal with this crisis. Fu Chen's gaze swept over the crowd like a torch, his eyes carrying an unyielding resolve. Emergency conscription. Fu Chen bellowed at the crowd, and without waiting for them to react, he flashed into their midst, swiftly gliding past each person, distributing 10 pieces of equipment to them one by one. He transformed into a blur, weaving through the throng, his fingers lightly brushing against their bodies. Equipment 700. The crowd only felt a slight sting, as if struck by something, but the pain quickly faded. Is this the power bestowed upon us by the City Lord? A sudden uproar erupted among the people as they felt an immense force surging within them, their eyes widening in shock. Holy crap! Is this what evolvers feel like? I feel like I could punch a cow to death with one blow. Forget the feeling, I think I could dismantle a tank barehanded. Oh my god, this is amazing. My back doesn't ache, my legs don't hurt. This sensation is absolutely incredible. Waves of exclamations rose, and the scene threatened to spiral out of control. Silence. The chaotic noise instantly ceased with a thunderous roar from Fu Chen. All who have received power, grab whatever weapons you can use and follow me to exterminate those damned rats. Yes. All right. No one objected, no one refused. Everyone answered Fu Chen's call, eager to test their newfound strength. Thus a motley crowd armed with carrying poles, wooden clubs, and even spatulas marched out of the residential area to hunt the rats. Come back. Don't all leave. Huh. Oh, Fu Chen pulled them back and selected a few who caught his eye. You and you'll lead the teams. Surround each sewer outlet. These rats will emerge from the sewers. Your job is to intercept them. Following Fu Chen's orders, the crowd methodically searched the entire base for sewer exits. As for the rest, Fu Chen let them do as they pleased. Just kill any rat they saw. And so a rat extermination campaign commenced. Now that everyone had 10 pieces of equipment, there was no need to worry excessively about their safety. This resolved a major vulnerability. The only task left was to eliminate the rats while minimizing damage. They're coming. They're coming. Over a dozen people surrounded a flipped manhole cover, gripping their assorted weapons as they waited in tense silence. Then they saw wolf-sized mutant rats burst out from within, startling them. Holy mother. You call these rats? They're practically demons. Though taken aback, the crowd swung their weapons at the creatures with fierce determination. With a sharp crack, the carrying pole swung with immense force, snapped in two, but it left the mutant rat dazed and seeing stars. Damn. I told you this thing was too flimsy. That was my carrying pole. Fortunately, others followed up with attacks, and after smashing a 95 red brick to pieces, they caved in the rat's skull, killing it dead. In the brief pause, an endless stream of mutant rats surged from the sewer like a relentless fountain, overwhelming the defenders. A mutant rat leaped onto a man, sinking its hideous fangs into him. Oh my god! Help! The man flailed his arms in panic and stumbled to the ground. Several quick-witted youths behind him lashed out with a kick to the mutant rat's head, twisting its neck and sending it flying aside lifeless. I am fine. The man nervously checked himself, finding no wounds or pain where the rat had bitten him. Similar incidents occurred throughout Xiantian City. Watching from above, Fu Chen noted that although the people were somewhat flustered, they made no major mistakes. He estimated that these rats possessed on average only 3 to 4 times the strength of a normal human, comparable to ordinary zombies. Despite the mutant rat's formidable bite force, every survivor now had a 30-fold physique. Coupled with the hidden effect of the equipment slots, 10 pieces of gear that absorbed damage, the rats could barely harm them. Even if injured, their recovery rate 10 times that of zombies rendered such wounds trivial. Keep going. After roughly assigning their tasks, Fu Chen lingered no longer. Carrying a mass of metal fragments, he charged toward the rat horde on the surface. With a series of wet thuds, the torrent of metal mowed through the rat swarm, claiming thousands of mutant rats every second. But they seemed inexhaustible, continuously multiplying. Chung Yaodong and the others swung their weapons until they became blurs slicing through mutant rats like spinning propellers, yet there was no sign of their numbers dwindling. How can there be so many? How many exits are there? Our clearance rate can't keep up with their increase. The soldiers felt a chill run down their spines. Fortunately, the newly empowered survivors soon arrived. Tens of thousands joined the slaughter, finally curbing the growth trend. But the respite was short-lived. City Lord, rats are appearing outside too. Fu Chun frowned, swiftly soared into the air, and flew to the unfinished city wall. Holy shit. His eyes widened as he beheld the endless sea of mutant rats before him, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Outside Xiantian City, countless mutant rats were densely packed, surging toward them. With a staccato roar, soldiers on the watchtowers unleashed heavy machine gun fire, piercing and shredding mutant rats, but against such overwhelming numbers their efforts seemed futile. Fu Chen looked in other directions, only to see the same scene. What the hell? Is this city built on a rat nest? From his high vantage point, Fu Chen scanned the surroundings. The dense tide of mutant rats seemed to consume the entire world. Millions. Tens of millions. Hundreds of millions. It was beyond counting. Elsewhere. Damn it. Where are they coming from? Liao Shuebing and his team were also besieged by the mutant rat tide. Rats pouring in from all sides trapped them in place. Fuck. Liao Shuebing charged ahead, recklessly pounding the frenzied horde. Liao Zubing's body surged forward, heedless of anything in his path. If it wasn't an ally, he attacked. With a series of thunderous crashes, several buildings collapsed under his blows, crushing countless mutant rats and kicking up massive clouds of dust. God damn it. We can't kill them all. Centurion, should we retreat into the city for now? The warriors swung their fists, relentlessly conjuring countless afterimages before them, forming an insurmountable barrier. Any mutated rat that dared to approach was blasted into smithereens by the immense force. Yet gazing upon the endless tide of mutant rodents, they wondered how long they could hold out. Move. Fight while we move. Let's get back to the city first. Liao Shuebing was also growing exceedingly irritable. Fortunately, despite their overwhelming numbers, these mutated rats still posed no real threat to them. The group quickly adjusted their direction, charging straight ahead, like a vehicle plowing through a puddle, briefly carving a path through the horde. This very scene was unfolding across every corner of Nanchi City. Roars upon roars echoed as countless zombies also clashed with these suddenly appearing mutant rats. The two surging tides collided, incessantly splashing up a sea of gore. For a time, the entire Nanchi City was thrown into utter chaos. In a hidden corner, survivors peered down through the cracks of sealed windows. The rat horde, like a flood, had already taken over the entire street. They quickly covered their mouths, terrified of making a sound. They cowered cautiously in the sunless room. Oh, they're coming up. Brother Who? What do we do? Inside a shelter, a large group of survivors armed with various weapons lay prone on top of several stone pillars. These pillars were 7 or 8 meters high, while below countless mutant rats piled upon each other, trying to reach the people above. Chen Hu's face was dark and grim, beads of sweat as big as soybeans betraying his anxiety. Damn it, can't we find any peace even in Nanchi City? Is nowhere safe. Seeing the rat horde stack up like a small hill, nearly reaching the height of the pillars, he quickly activated his ability, causing the stone pillar beneath him to rise several more meters into the air. One evolver continuously shot streams of water bullets, tirelessly killing the mutant rats beneath him, yet it seemed to make little difference. They had been fighting these mutant rats for hours, and were now all utterly exhausted. This can't go on. Sooner or later, we'll be overrun. But look around. Can we with just 100 or so people really kill them all? The group slumped on the stone pillars, staring at the seemingly endless swarm of rats, feeling a deep sense of despair. Damn beasts. Chen Hu gritted his teeth and channeled his power. Suddenly, dense stone spikes erupted from the ground below, impaling hundreds of mutant rats. But it was ultimately a drop in the bucket. Suddenly, someone felt the stone pillar beneath them tremble and was startled. No, there. They're gnawing at the pillars. What a... Inside Xiantian City. Hurry up. Block all the intersections. Fu Chan directed the survivors, forming human walls that surrounded the entire Xiantian City like sandbags holding back a flood to withstand the impact of the rat tide. He also stationed guards at every sewer outlet within the city and had Wu Hao lead a team to patrol, cleaning up any rats that slipped through. For a moment, Xiantian City became orderly. Fu Chen let out a deep breath. Ah, this looks much better. He truly couldn't stand his territory being in such disarray. These mutant rats, even if they didn't attack people, would still make a huge mess just by running around in packs. Huko, take some men down there and clear out those filthy rats hiding in the sewers. Fu-chan pointed at a sewer entrance from which rats were still pouring out. Huh, me, eh. Lu Chi, who was killing rats right beside the exit, was taken aback. TCH. Oh, sure thing. Lu Chi quickly responded, then patted one of his subordinates on the shoulder. Chun Fan, you go down first. Chun Fan shrugged helplessly, and without saying much he jumped down with a reluctant expression, landing on the ceaselessly surging tide of mutant rats. Relying on his formidable strength, he quickly secured a foothold inside. No good. It's too narrow down here. The sewer was only about a meter wide, forming a circular tunnel. Chun Fan killed wave after wave of mutant rats in the sewer, but soon their bodies clogged the passage. Come on up. With Chun Fan holding the line below, Fu Chun could see the situation clearly. Seeing that the space was indeed too cramped, he called Chun Fan back up. Then he placed his hand on Chun Fan, taking back the equipment he had given him and transferring it to Lu Chi. This, Brother Chun, I. Feeling his power vanish, Chun Fan looked at Fu Chun in shock, not understanding what he had done wrong. Haha, it's nothing. I'm just giving you a different kind of power. Fu Chun said, then stored the hundreds of mutant rat corpses at his feet into the 5th equipment slot. He first sensed the change. Suddenly feeling his body transform, he quickly disabled one of the functions. Not a bad effect. Fu Chun smirked. Since these rats were so numerous, stacking their abilities should be no less potent than that of the zombies. Just do it like this, absorb these corpses. Fu Chun instructed. A look of realization dawned on Chun Fan. He was aware of this process. So he followed suit, storing the surrounding pile of corpses into his default equipment slot. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he suddenly transformed into a 4 or 5 turtle giant. Holy crap! What's going on? Fu Chun burst into laughter. This was one of the abilities of the mutant rats. He quickly helped Chun Fan revert to his original form and granted him the permission to freely disable and enable this ability. After his initial bewilderment, a grin spread across Chun Fan's face. He had thought he was being punished, but it turned out to be a great opportunity. He single-handedly absorbed large swaths of mutant rat corpses, and it felt incredible. Fu Chun gave him the same 10% ratio. Huko, this subordinate of yours is mine from now on. Fu Chun patted Lu Chi's shoulder, smiling with satisfaction. Of course, it's Chun Fan's blessing to follow Brother Chun. Lu Chi chuckled, not objecting. Since Fu Chun wanted the man, he had no reason to refuse. Besides, the pat on the shoulder from Fu Chun just now had given him an equipment capacity of 10,000. This made him even happier. He was almost eager to hand over all his men. Good, ha. Host named Chun Fan, race human, height 175 centimeters, comprehensive physique evaluation, extraordinary physique, special abilities, level 1 gigantification 2. For million, partially disabled, level 3 night vision 2. For million, level 1 enhanced olfaction 2. For million, super endurance 2. For million. Grant slot 01, infected rat corpse 2. For million. Level 1 gigantification slightly increases base body size and grants a base 4x increase in strength. This effect is passive. Evaluation, he's so buff. Level 3 night vision grants the ability to see in the dark. Slightly increases visual organ strength. Evaluation, I see you. Level 1 enhanced olfaction doubles olfactory sense. Evaluation, what's that smell? So pungent. Super endurance greatly enhances stamina. Evaluation, suitable for manual labor. No undead constitution, no super regeneration, and no pain nullification. Risky, oh so risky, Fu Chun remarked, looking at the data with a meaningful smile. Chun Fan was probably used to an elephant's node-fence style of fighting. He was in for a rude awakening. After Chun Fan finished collecting the bodies of the mutated rats nearby, Fu Chun called out to him. All right, Chun Fan, get down there now. From now on you shall be known as the rat-quelling general, solely tasked with dealing with these accursed rodents. Fu Chun jested, thus hastily appointing a general. Huh, rat-quelling general. What are you unwilling? No. Chun Fan quickly waved his hands. Then it's settled. Fu Chun declared, brooking no dissent. Not bad, Chun Fan. A general in the blink of an eye. Lu Chi and the others burst into laughter. Seeing this, Chun Fan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ahem, heed the rat-quelling general's command. Your subordinate is here. I command you to annihilate all mutated rats beneath Xiantian City immediately. Just me alone. Chun Fan pointed at himself in bewilderment. What? Do you have a problem? Mission guaranteed. Chun Fan snapped to attention and gave Fu Chun a crisp salute. Fu Chen nodded in satisfaction. It's not for you to do it alone. Select some people to be your subordinates. A general must have his troops after all. Chen Fan, hearing he could pick his own subordinates, grew excited. He never expected to become a minor leader so abruptly, and one bearing the title of a general at that. He decisively began selecting from Lu Qi's team, poaching from his former superior, as these were the only people he knew well. Good heavens! Poaching my people, are you, you little? Lu Qi feigned anger, cleaving several charging mutated rats in two with vicious strikes. This made Chen Fan pause, standing there at a loss for a moment. It's fine, just pick. He'll back you up. Seeing his simpleton expression, Fu Chen couldn't help but find it amusing. Lu Qi also let out a snicker. Seeing Chen Fan still dazed, he pointed out a few people with annoyance. Ding Xiaobai, you guys are close with Chen Fan. Want to go with him? The few exchanged glances and didn't object. Then we shall rely on you from now on, General. Rat quelling. Easy, easy. Chen Fan scratched the back of his head and chuckled. But you'll have to provide the resource quota for your men yourself, Fu Chen reminded. Oh right. Fu Chen smiled, granting him the authority to bestow and withdraw equipment and return the zombie gear to Lu Qi. However, thinking it over, he realized that while fighting below, they would need to clear the mutated rat corpses promptly to prevent the passages from being blocked. Thus, he also opened the equipment collection authority for the others. Fu Chen would still take his 9% share, but the remaining 10% for them would be split, with half going to Chen Fan, meaning they would only obtain 5%, retaining the equivalent of 1 corpse for every 20 collected. Thus, the Rat Catcher Squad was officially formed, totaling 11 members, including Chen Fan. Chen Fan quickly transferred 2,000 units of equipment to each of them. Those who received the gear did not grow larger due to the gigantification effect, as Fu Chen had defaulted the authority to freely disable this ability for all who possessed it. And so 11 beings capable of transforming into small giants came into existence. After the arrangements, the group was assigned to different sewer openings, tasked with going down to clear a path. Those stationed at the exits were also sent down to assist them. A tunnel warfare thus commenced. Splash, splash. Everyone landed in the murky sewer waters, already churned by the commotion ahead. Endless waves of mutated rats still surged forward like a tide. In the cramped space, a single person could essentially hold one direction. Nothing here. There should be teammates ahead guarding the way. It's safe. On both sides of the narrow sewer, one side was flooded with mutated rats, while the other was empty, leading to their judgment. However, to be safe, they sent someone deeper to map out the terrain. Damn, it stinks in here. The survivors assigned below pinched their noses, grimacing. Their enhanced physiques had also granted them heightened senses, including smell. Just lower your sense of smell, someone said. You can do that. Yeah, I just found out. In truth, Fu Chen, wanting to accommodate those fighting in the sewers, had deliberately activated this authority for everyone, allowing them to freely adjust the sensory enhancements granted by the equipment. However, it would ultimately preserve the level of their natural senses. Squelch, squelch. The Rat Catcher Squad led the way, with the others following. At intersections, they would split forces to hold positions or scout ahead. When encountering a swarm, they would halt and block it, waiting for squad members to clear the corpses before advancing. They cleared safe, enclosed loops below. Through their seamless cooperation, they spent several hours thoroughly cleansing the sewers beneath Xiantian City, driving the rat horde completely out. Push forward. Fu Chen commanded while he controlled the metal storm, continuing to massacre the rat horde above ground. The group had no choice but to press on into the more complex outer sewers. However, to be safe, some were stationed at key nodes leading into the city's drainage system. What kind of rats are these, breeding so damn fast? Those fighting in the underground pipes endured the stench and advanced. Fortunately, everyone was stronger than the mutated rats, and no casualties occurred. Each person was like an untiring machine. Even the overwhelming numbers of mutated rats couldn't wear them down. As for the Rat Catcher Squad members who lacked the tireless trait, they fought for hours without showing signs of exhaustion, proving the remarkable effectiveness of the superb endurance ability. Report. New situation. Chen Fan had fought his way from the sewer nodes of Xiantian City. After passing several tunnel openings, he suddenly felt the space widen. Before him lay a much larger channel. Unlike the narrow 1-meter-wide iron tunnels behind them, the walls here were built of stone bricks, and the width was a full 3 meters. The broader space also meant more mutated rats were crammed here. A dense sea of rats turned their gaze toward him, their crimson eyes glowing in the dim sewer like soul-stirring ghost lanterns. They were piled atop one another, rat upon rat, some stepping on others, their density no less than a heap of popcorn. Holy crap! The people catching up widened their eyes. The spectacle was no less grand than the boundless rat horde on the surface. Squeak, squeak. In the moment they froze, the dense swarm of mutated rats charged at them like a flood unleashed from its sewer prison, surging forward uncontrollably. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Countless mutated rats surged forth like a tidal wave, yet Chen Fan showed no trace of fear. He leaped directly from the 1-meter-high narrow pipe, landing amidst the swarm for an intimate encounter. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Fan fought barehanded, his fists swinging in all directions with precision, each blow bursting the skull of a mutated rat before he absorbed it. This vanishing fist technique, deeply reminiscent of brother Chen's essence, flowed with seamless grace. He swiftly annihilated vast hordes of mutated rats, the pace of slaughter remarkably rapid, over 10 times faster than in the cramped tunnels before. Within mere breaths he had advanced a great distance, and those behind hurried to keep up. But in areas without the rat-catching squad, progress was far less smooth. We're running out of men in the sewers. Can't push forward everywhere. Massive rat swarms detected. Can't advance. Similar reports streamed in constantly as Fu Chen stretched lazily. He sat upon a steel throne hovering above the entrance of Xiantian City, directing torrents of metal to massacre the rat hordes on the ground. A vast clearing had been made, and countless metal fragments ferried corpses, piling them into a small mountain nearby. He appeared utterly relaxed, his earlier restlessness and anxiety completely gone. Though the number of mutated rats was immense, as long as his men suffered no casualties or losses, there would eventually be an end to the slaughter. On the ground, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of mutated rats were being slain every moment. Fu Chen simply refused to believe they were truly endless. Is the underground drainage system of a big city really this vast? Let me see what's going on here. Seeing that the people on the ground had grown accustomed to the rhythm of killing the rats and were steadily clearing them, Fu Chen confidently handed over the entire defense line to them. The steel throne in the sky began to move at a steady pace, arriving above a sewer entrance. Fu Chen flicked his fingers, and a torrent of metal swiftly transformed into a metal storm, drilling into the concrete ground like an electric bit, creating a large pit that expanded and deepened at a visible rate. Below, the survivors fighting in the tunnels felt a tremor accompanied by a rumbling roar. What's happening? Is a boss spawning? They soon found the answer. A massive hole suddenly burst open above, and a fierce gale swept in. Then they saw the countless mutated rats before them being torn into shreds by this gale. Oh dear, what a waste, what a waste. Fu Chen, realizing he had inadvertently shredded the rats into equipment fragments, quickly halted the metal storm. City Lord. The survivors fighting below called out upon seeing him. This isn't so big after all. Fu Chen observed the cramped tunnel below, but did not descend. From the outside, the structure indeed appeared very narrow. He simply sent in a stream of sharp metal fragments, and in an instant countless mutated rats were pierced through their metallic bodies, collapsing into the water, weakly struggling before being finished off by the arriving men. Unlike zombies, these mutated rats lacked the trait of undead bodies, so like normal creatures, they perished from fatal blows or excessive blood loss. This made them much easier to handle. The metal torrent rampaged through the underground sewer, continuously piercing the bodies of the mutated rats, stripping away their lives. All right, you all continue. There will be great rewards later. After a single charge back and forth, Fu Chen recalled the metal torrent and ceased paying attention to the situation below. After all, for now, the mutated rats on the ground seemed even more numerous, stretching endlessly into the distance. Inside Haiqing. Major Jia Tianhua, you will now serve as the general of the Zhenhai Guard for the second Haiqing, tasked with its defense. Do you have any objections? Absolutely none. Very well, take your men and set off immediately. They need you there. Yes. Jia Tianhua snapped to attention and saluted the officers before him with a crisp military gesture. Watching Jia Tianhua leave, Helian Tua wore a faint smile and asked Lu Xiaoyu beside him. General Lu, what do you think of Jia Tianhua? Lu Xiaoyu paused for a moment before replying slowly. A promising young man full of vigor and vitality. Oh, no other opinions. Helian Tua pressed further. We just arrived and don't even know him. How could we have any opinions? Lu Xiaoyu suddenly retorted with irritation, rolling his eyes at Helian Tua. Well, I suppose you're right. Helian Tua scratched his head awkwardly. A female adjutant beside him let out a snicker. What are you laughing at? You all may leave now. Oh, I have more to discuss with General Lu Xiaoyu. Helian Tua cleared his throat twice and dismissed the others. Once everyone had left, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly threw an arm around Helian Tua's neck, playfully pressing him downward. So tell me, how did you become an admiral? Did you promote yourself? Haha, what are you saying? How could I promote myself? It's clearly because the higher-ups saw my great talent and wanted to give me an important role. I think you're just jealous. Helian Tua laughed heartily, swiftly countering Lu Xiao's move and attempting a shoulder throw. Oh, you little rascal. Lu Xiaoyu chuckled, quickly lowering his body to thwart Helian Tua's attempt. Who are you calling a rascal? Address me as Admiral Helian. To hell with your admiral. I still think you promoted yourself. You Helian Dogegg, always up to no good. Helian Dogegg, and you're just the chicken nest young master. Let go of me. No dirty tricks. Shh. Keep your voice down. Shameless Dogegg. The two wrestled together. On the table nearby, the white snake watched the scene with a human-like expression of disdain before slithering away. Captain, are we really being sent to the second Haiqing? I heard it's not even built yet. Zhao Xiaomiao held a large crab claw, cracking its shell with her bare hands and savoring the succulent meat. She had now become a special evolver possessing formidable abilities. During a battle, a zombie claw from an unknown source had scratched her arm, but she remained oblivious until a comrade pointed out the bleeding. It was just a tiny wound, insignificant, and the toughened Zhao Xiaomiao paid it no mind. Later, as night fell, she slept, and upon waking she had already completed her evolution. The others marveled at her fortune, praising her narrow escape. Thus, she became an evolver, a special ability user, and was assigned to Jia Tianhu as Jinhai Guard. Of course, although Haiqing is frequently attacked by sea beasts, it's always much ado about nothing, posing no real threat here. The second Haiqing's defenses are weak and need our Jinhai Guard more, Jia Tianhua explained. Oh, I thought those petty fish and shrimp weren't hard to fight anyway, yet everyone was so tense. Zhao Xiaomiao shrugged nonchalantly, continuing to gnaw on the crab meat, having grown accustomed to life in Haiqing after days of combat. Delicious. All right, everyone pack up. The main force is waiting for us. Tens of thousands are going together this time. Don't keep them waiting. Let's hurry and set off. Help defend the coast over there. With so many strong fighters here now, plus the newly arrived war god, they can easily hold this city without us. Zhao Xiaomiao, clutching a large chunk of crab meat, went back to gather her personal belongings. The battle in Xiantian City proceeded methodically. Through the coordinated efforts of tens of thousands, they finally eradicated the mutated rats within an O'Neilly radius of the city, carving out a vast safe zone. According to the statistics, this sudden rat tide had inflicted hundreds of casualties among the survivors of Xiantian City, causing Fu Chen immense anguish. Fortunately, after Fu Chen provided the equipment, no further losses occurred. However, Fu Chen had no intention of letting the mutated rat swarms off so easily. Eliminating the rats within just this O'Neilly radius had already netted him a full 3 million pieces of equipment. Having tasted the sweetness of this windfall, he was determined not to give up on this free source of gear. The reason Fu Chen gave was, they have slain my subjects. They have trampled our lands. They are a horde of vile creatures. They do not deserve to exist in this world. We shall make them pay. We shall make them understand. Those who offend Xuantian, though far away, shall be pursued and punished. Standing on a steel platform floating in the air, Fu Chen proclaimed his declaration of war in a thunderous voice that echoed throughout Xiantian City. Everyone below exchanged glances. Someone instinctively began to applaud, and with that lead the crowd joined in clapping, whether they fully understood or had even come to their senses. Just following along was enough. For a moment the scene erupted into fervor, with thunderous applause, whistles, and even shouts rising from the crowd. Though far away shall be pursued and punished. Though far away shall be pursued and punished. Many among them knew what this meant, but they no longer cared. Having tasted immense power, feeling the surge of strength, and the invincibility of being bitten without injury, they were all exhilarated, even harboring thoughts of becoming stronger. War, they believed, would be a crucial path to greater power. At least they knew Fu Chen would not treat them unfairly. For instance, this call to battle had also earned them a substantial number of points. And points were the hard currency in Xiantian City. Although Fu Chen had stated that points earned this time could only be used to exchange for power at the normal rate, with other goods costing double. It was unavoidable. With so many points suddenly in circulation, while other supplies dwindled, he had no choice but to raise the prices of other goods. Yet for the people this was enough. They had no desire to return to their former weak state. No one could resist the allure of a powerful physique. Watching the crowd's electrifying response, Fu Chen felt a surge of accomplishment. With a grand wave of his hand, he exuded the air of a commander. Effective immediately, Xiantian City will recruit 300 soldiers. Those interested can sign up with General Fushu and the others. Enrollment is limited. Only 30000. Hurry, let's go sign up. I heard that becoming a soldier grants free access to the corresponding power. Hey, don't push. Watching the enthusiastic crowd signing up, Fu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, the spirit of my Xiantian City is indeed fierce. So many are willing to take up arms. Haha. Fu Chen had actually wanted to mobilize the entire populace, but considering the need for construction, farming, and various development projects, he have the recruitment number. A recruitment rate of 3/7 was astonishing for any era. For context, the ratio in the Great Xia Kingdom before the apocalypse was a mere 700 to 1. As the recruitment drive proceeded at full steam, Fu Chen turned his thoughts to the army's organizational structure. Previously, he had formed a 1,000-man warrior group, roughly assigning 10 centurions to lead them, leaving the specifics to their own devices. It was essentially just a rough framework. He considered whether to adopt the military structure of the present day, but after thinking it over, he shook his head. He felt he could borrow some elements to create his own system, but the titles would certainly need to be modified. Let's start with a framework and name the unit sizes by head count. 10 men form a squad, 100 form a company, 1,000 form a battalion, 10,000. Why does this feel like it has a certain Japanese flavor? No. Fu Chen shook his head and began pondering anew. In the end, after much revision, he devised a military organization. 10 men formed a subunit led by a subunit leader, including the leader 10 in total. 50 men formed a squad, led by a squad leader. 100 men formed a company, led by a company commander. 100 men formed a regiment, led by a regimental commander and a deputy regimental commander. 100 men or more formed a legion, led by a general and a deputy general. As for other details, he let them discuss among themselves and submit their proposals for his review. Once again, he played the role of a hands-off manager. Thus, a rough organizational structure was born. General Chen Fan was honored to lead the 1st Legion of Xiantian City, which Fu Chen named the Rat Extermination Legion. All equipment for this legion would come from these mutated rats. Moreover, everyone had the authority to collect equipment autonomously. Fu Chen also adjusted the distribution ratio. The lowest-ranked soldiers retained 10 of the equipment they collected. Fu Chen took 80. The remaining 10 was allocated to the higher-ranking officers of their respective legions. This way, officers didn't need to collect equipment themselves, allowing subordinates to keep a larger share. As for how to distribute it, Fu Chen proposed 2 plans. The first plan allocated the 10 share, 1 each to the subunit leader and squad leader, 2 to the company and regimental commanders, and 4 to the legion general. The second plan divided the 10 equally among all officers above the squad leader level, each receiving 2. In the end, everyone chose the second plan. This ensured that lower-ranking officers maintained a certain level of strength while not hindering the absolute advantage of higher-ranking officers, as senior officers had more subordinates and thus received a larger total share. Additionally, all officers had the authority to bestow equipment as rewards if they so wished. Of the 300 soldiers initially recruited, Fu Chen assigned 200 to Chen Fan's Rat Extermination Legion. Each member of the legion was equipped with 30 pieces of mutated rat equipment as their initial gear. This consumed a total of 900 pieces of equipment from the reserves, which Fu Chen transferred directly to Chen Fan for distribution. The remaining 100 were personally led by Fu Chen and named the Xiantian Guard, primarily responsible for defending Xiantian City and maintaining public order. It was akin to a combination of the Imperial Guard and City Patrol of ancient capitals. Each member received 100 pieces of ordinary zombie equipment as initial gear, instantly depleting another 1,000,000 of Fu Chen's reserves. Although nominally under Fu Chen's command, he appointed a commander of the Xiantian Guard, a tailor from the projection world, to manage all affairs of the guard. Fu Chen himself returned to his carefree role as the lord of the city, seeking amusement wherever he could. Before even a day had passed, the mutated rat horde had spread once more, so Fu Chen dispatched the hastily formed rat-subduing legion. The citizens of Xiantian City who hadn't been selected watched the legion march out with excited howls, sighing enviously as they shook their heads and continued their own work. Fortunately, the equipment Fu Chen had distributed earlier was not taken back, which multiplied their work efficiency, and everyone was full of motivation. As for the food problem, even though the rat plague had caused significant damage, the remaining supplies could sustain these 70,000 people for several years, and solutions would become easier afterward. Fu Chen planned to bring the 5 Yin sisters over to cultivate the mutated plants on a large scale. This would not only solve part of the food problem, but also serve many other purposes. It was simply too good. As the 200,000 soldiers of the rat-subduing legion marched out of the city in full force, they saw a massive swarm of mutated rats roaming ahead. Good heavens, there are so many of these things. In less than a day, they've already returned in force. Why don't we just sweep them all clean this time? Wipe out these scoundrels completely, said a regiment commander named Guijing, one of the original 10 members of the rat-catching team, who had all since become commanders of the rat-subduing legion. It's not that simple. According to Liao Shuebing and the others, the center of Nanchi City is also occupied by these mutated rats. It's probably the entire city, and it won't be cleared anytime soon, Ding Xiaobai analyzed. Guojing's mouth fell open. They breathe this fast. Hey, is their lair underground? We never noticed them before. Chen Fan said most likely. We'll still have to go down and fight them there. Don't worry, General, I definitely want fight for the spot to go into the sewers. Guojing said with a grin, his eyebrows waggling mischievously. Everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Get lost. Chen Fan said, both amused and exasperated. At least they're not strong despite their numbers. Pure experience points. Exactly. A flock of lambs to the slaughter, nothing to fear. The group chatted and laughed as they approached the mutated rat horde, showing no tension of an impending battle, as if they were out on a spring outing. Hey General, 20,000 men. Can you really command them all? How about old Guo reluctantly takes over and gives the orders for you? No sooner had he spoken than Ding Xiaobai kicked him in the backside, making him yelp in pain. Go cool off somewhere. Are you trying to usurp the throne? Chen Fan watched the two roughhousing and shook his head with a smile. Ahem. Commanders, please maintain your image. Hearing this, Ding Xiaobai and Guojing stopped their scuffle, quickly wiped the smiles off their faces, and pretended nothing had happened. They were all young men in their early 20s, suddenly elevated to high positions, but they hadn't fully adapted yet. Moreover, they had been friends before the apocalypse. Even now, as they tried to walk alongside with a composed demeanor, their eyes would meet, and they couldn't suppress the urge to joke, their nostrils flaring slightly as they struggled to hold back. Chen Fan couldn't help but turn his face away, unwilling to look at those unserious expressions. Ahem. Since the city lord has entrusted me with this heavy responsibility, I, Chen Fan, will naturally give it my all. He kept rubbing his hands together, his heart surging with excitement and nervousness. Looking at the mighty army behind him, a sense of pride welled up within him, yet he feared he might not do well, and anxiety gnawed at him. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. But a sudden burst of laughter from beside him nearly broke his composure. He glared at Guojing. You two are the only ones with so much to say. Your 2 regiments will clear the mutated rats in the sewers. All this. Haha, let's go, sewer Jing. What are you laughing at? You're going down too. Going down is fine. It's not like I haven't been before. Ding Xiaobai shrugged, looking utterly unconcerned. The two exchanged a glance with Chen Fan and nodded at each other. They understood that no one wanted to fight in the sewers, and Chen Fan was still a bit thin-skinned. Having just risen to a high position and not yet accustomed to it, it was best not to let others have objections. They clasped their fists at Chen Fan, decisively accepted the order, and left, giving him enough face. Watching them go, Chen Fan took a deep breath and continued issuing orders, arranging the remaining 18 regiments. The other 17 commanders also returned to their units, each responsible for an attack direction, advancing in a fan formation toward the center of Nanchi City. Xiantian City was located on the edge of Nanchi City, with only a kilometer of buildings behind it, beyond which lay a stretch of forest. Charge! The soldiers of the rat-subduing legion rushed into the rat tide like they were on adrenaline, their formation chaotic and without any strategy, just simple slaughter relying on overwhelming force as they hacked away constantly in the swarm. Squeaking and screeching, the mutated rats glared with blood-red eyes and surged toward the crowd, wave after wave like moths to a flame, only to be struck down by the warriors and vanish. Ha ha ha, this is amazing. The soldiers felt the power growing within them, their excitement intensifying. They killed and absorbed simultaneously, with no worry that anyone would steal their credit, since it was immediately converted into an experience bar. 210. 510. 910. 1010. Ding. Strength 1. 010. And so it repeated, the soldiers' power steadily increasing. As their strength grew, their killing speed accelerated, quickly clearing out a large area, leaving the mutated rats with no bones left behind. Inside Xiantian City, Fu Chun felt the steady stream of notifications arriving and stretched contentedly. Truly, unity is strength. This is much faster than fighting alone. Though he had the metal manipulation skill for large-scale attacks, it still couldn't match the speed of a group. Fu Chun took an ice pop from the fridge beside him, then summoned countless firearms, forming them into a steel throne and sitting down. He planned to go to the Yin sisters' residence himself to bring them over to settle. But looking at the vast stockpile of firearms in the warehouse, an idea struck him. Isn't it a waste to leave all these firearms and use doi? Most of Xiantian City's people now used cold weapons or simply fought barehanded. Only those on guard duty at the watchtowers used heavy machine guns for attacks, while the rest of the weapons were essentially obsolete. left to gather dust in the warehouse. Fu Chun waved his hand and summoned a batch of heavy machine guns. Then he brought the array of machine guns to a watchtower behind the city wall. The outer wall wasn't fully built yet, and these watchtowers served as the first line of defense and alert. Greetings, City Lord. The sentry atop the tower immediately snapped to attention and gave a crisp military salute. Fu Chen casually returned the salute and asked, "What's your name?" "Reporting, City Lord. My name is Du Fu." "What? Du Fu?" Fu Chen's eyes widened. Fu as an axe. "Oh, I thought. Never mind. Were you an evolver before?" Du Fu nodded. He had been an evolver with keen eyesight assigned as the sentry leader. But now that everyone had grown stronger, he had also received some equipment, like the others, and the gap between him and them wasn't as pronounced. He had faded into the crowd, though he still held the position of sentry leader. Good. Fu Chen nodded. Under Du Fu's puzzled gaze, he unloaded the 50 pieces of equipment from him and replaced them with the 70-plus heavy machine guns floating behind him. "City Lord. This." Du Fu felt the power drain away, returning to his previous 40-fold strength. Thinking he had done something wrong, he was at a loss for a moment. "Don't worry, I'm just giving you a different kind of power. Feel it carefully." Du Fu, upon hearing this, relaxed. At least he hadn't done something wrong. He carefully sensed the changes within his body. After a moment, a look of understanding dawned on his face. I understand. Excellent, I'll take you for some real combat practice." Du Fu stepped onto a platform made of firearms, and the two quickly arrived at the front lines where the Rat Legion was steadily advancing. "It's the City Lord. The City Lord has come to see us. Everyone give it your all." An officer spotting the two flying figures immediately shouted to his men. Hearing that the City Lord was overseeing the battle, the soldiers fought with even greater fervor, vying to kill the mutated rats. Fu Chen, seeing the army's soaring morale, felt immensely gratified. "Come, Du Fu, open fire on them." Fu Chen led Du Fu behind the rat horde and urged him. Du Fu took a deep breath, extended both hands towards the rat horde below, imagining his hands as the muzzles of two firearms, and then rat-a-tat-tat. Instantly, a torrent of large-caliber bullets erupted from Du Fu's hands, as if from nowhere. The trajectories were like a massive showerhead spraying a stream of red water, drenching the rat horde below. Vast swaths of the rat horde were pulverized by the dense rain of bullets, instantly clearing a large area. The ground was shattered, sand and stone flying, and a small ditch was carved in the wake of the barrage. "What the hell is that?" Not far away, soldiers of the Rat Legion saw only two thick beams of fire raining down on the horde. The culprit Du Fu was already ecstatic, continuously unleashing a storm of bullets upon the rat horde below. The sheer volume of fire was such that if there were shell casings, he would have been buried by now. Moreover, this ammunition was virtually limitless, refreshing as soon as it ran low. It was truly infinite firepower. "You can shoot from your eyes too," Fu Chen reminded him, recalling his own physical rays. He wondered what the combined power of over 70 heavy machine guns would be like. Following Fu Chen's advice, Du Fu shifted the firing ports to his eyes. Instantly, his vision was blocked, filled entirely with the taillights of countless bullets. But he quickly adapted and learned to control it. Gradually, he concentrated the dense firepower, reducing it to just 2 streams. Suddenly, although the fire was less dense, its power and speed multiplied exponentially. Each bullet left a long afterimage like a streak of orange-yellow laser. They struck the ground, blasting out deep craters. The terrifying force sent sand and stone flying higher and farther. The ground was pummeled as if by a heavy blow. If before it was just a small ditch, now it was a massive chasm. "That's it." Fu Chen nodded, very pleased with Du Fu's performance. Without needing further guidance, he had mastered the physical rays, and this time the power was even more fearsome. All right, stop now." Fu Chen quickly intervened. The test was over, any more would be wasteful. Du Fu ceased his attack, looking at the transformed street, and gasped, "Did I do this?" Before him, the street, and even the subway tunnel had been carved out by his attacks. He was somewhat excited. Though he had lost the power of a 100-fold boost, he seemed to have gained a far more terrifying skill. Fu Chen brought him back satisfied. Indeed, as long as you stacked enough, even the outdated firearms they had abandoned could become formidable abilities. With Du Fu's success, he selected more evolvers from the Xiantian Guard and equipped them with various firearms, cannons, and even grenades. Fu Chen formed them into an infinite firepower squad, serving as his personal guards. Then he selected some ordinary people and equipped them with tanks, armored vehicles, planes, and even the useless cars from the streets. Though they were ordinary, their offensive and defensive capabilities were now far from weak. Qin Xian, equipped with 20 tanks, was once an ordinary person. But now even a direct hit from an intercontinental missile couldn't breach his defense. The defensive power of the tanks stacked together was not a simple sum, and each swing of his fist carried the might of 10,000 June. Can you imagine a fist imbued with the power of 20 tanks hurtling towards you? The accumulated force concentrated into the size of a fist was enough to punch a hole straight through the ground. Fu Chen took these men to the front lines for testing. Qin Xian charged ahead, rushing into the rat horde with unstoppable momentum. He was not only fast, but crushed every mutated rat he collided with. He raised his hands and fired devastating cannonballs from thin air, creating several small mushroom clouds on the battlefield. Fu Chen quickly ordered him to withdraw, lest the mutated rats be ground to dust. Upon hearing the order, Qin Xian charged back out with the same unstoppable force, smashing through the rat horde along the way. Good heavens, you never know until you try. It's astounding. Qin Xian alone was a perfect combination of offense and defense, with long-range attack capabilities and the ability to carry out large-scale bombardments. According to him, running didn't even consume his stamina. Fu Chen understood. He had felt the same when equipped with a car, as if he was always sitting inside, moving effortlessly, even able to float, as if standing on an invisible vehicle. However, this floating height was limited to the height of the equipped vehicle itself. The others were in a similar situation. Even the evolvers equipped with guns felt their defenses significantly enhanced, as if surrounded by a mass of gunmetal, becoming as hard as steel or even stronger. Their punches also carried the weight and momentum of numerous firearms, a comprehensive enhancement. The success of these men broadened Fu Chen's thinking. Thus, the Xiantian Guard saw the birth of various strange ability users. There were the brick strongman, the battery strongman, and even a superb-brained computer strongman. What pleased Fu Chen the most were those equipped with containers and refrigerators. They not only possessed decent defense and attack, but could also store vast amounts of supplies, becoming indispensable mobile storage units by his side. With his imagination sparked, Fu Chen tried equipping all sorts of things. When he discovered he could even equip buildings, a bold idea suddenly surged in his mind. What if? A look of eager anticipation spread across his face as he slowly placed his hands on the ground. Fu Chen pressed his hands against the ground, an inexplicable sense of tension surging within him. What he intended to do was to equip the blue star. If he could equip the entire blue star, he would instantly become invincible in this world, and upon the blue star, he would truly become the sovereign. A thought stirred in Fu Chen's mind, and the equipment sense locked onto the vast blue star beneath him. Instantly, a familiar prompt appeared in his consciousness as an ethereal sensation. Ding. Equipment target minor planet equip. Yes, no. Fu Chen's pupils contracted. The moment this sense emerged, a wave of absurdity washed over him. At the same time, his heart surged with excitement so intense that even with his current power, he could not calm the tumultuous emotions within. Equip the entire blue star. This is utterly insane. Huh. He spread his arms wide, gazing up at the sky as if in the next moment he would undergo a transformation and become an omnipotent deity. Fu Chen suppressed the surging waves in his heart, pressed his hands back to the ground, and silently uttered the word yes. Filled with eager anticipation, he focused all his attention on the sixth equipment slot, which had always been vacant, awaiting the appearance of some entity. However, things were not that simple. He suddenly felt a terrifying resistance, and his equipment progress did not last even 0.0001 seconds before a message of equipment failure arrived. Moreover, he was struck as if by a heavy blow, his mind feeling as though it were being torn apart, suffering a backlash from a dreadful force. A large mouthful of blood was spat out, and Fu Chen abruptly collapsed to the ground, clutching his head as if it were about to be split apart, letting out a scream of agony. City Lord! City Lord! The nearby Xiantian guards witnessing this scene were greatly alarmed and quickly rushed over to check on him. I'm fine. But before they could approach, Fu Chen suddenly stood up, hastily wiping the blood covering his face. Blood was oozing from all 7 orifices. Really fine. The Xiantian guards looked at Fu Chen's miserable state, filled with doubt. I'm fine. I had a mishap while practicing martial arts, but it's all right now. Bring me a basin of water to wash my face. Fu Chen waved his hand, nonchalantly dismissing the surrounding Xiantian guards. Okay, please wait a moment. Receiving the order, the Xiantian guards suspected nothing and quickly fetched a basin of water along with a towel. Fu Chen took the towel, wiped the bloodstains from his face, and took a deep breath, struggling to calm his panicked heart. What is this? The blue star actually has a will of resistance. He panted heavily, a lingering fear in his heart. The backlash force was terrifying, like a primordial beast blotting out the sky, stamping its foot heavily upon his insignificant body. Fortunately, relying on his equipment, he recovered quickly. Yet this experience left him profoundly shaken. The blue star truly possesses a will. Or is it something else? As he pondered, news arrived from the front lines. What? Found the lair of the mutated rat swarm. Somewhere in a sewer. Guo Jing stood before a massive pit, stepping on the corpses of several mutated rats, as large as calves, examining them closely. Good heavens, this size is several times larger than the ordinary rats outside. This is definitely the nest of these vermin, Guo Jing affirmed. The mutated rats seen outside were all the size of medium-sized dogs, a clear difference from these. Commander, another huge pit has been found on the other side, also 8 or 9 meters wide. A squad leader shouted from not far away. Another one. Guo Jing looked doubtfully at the massive pit beneath him, which was about 8 or 9 meters wide, sloping down at a 50 or 60-degree angle. With his night vision, Guo Jing could see that the pit descended about 10 meters before reaching the bottom, or rather turning flat. He examined the pit walls, which appeared to have been excavated, bearing faint, indistinct marks. Moreover, a certain viscous substance coated the walls, making them extremely sturdy and difficult to destroy. Squeaks and chitters echoed from deep within the pit. Here they come again. Time to work. 1st and 3rd battalions, follow me. We're going down to check things out. If other similar pits are found, dispatch more men. Let's wipe out this nest. Guo Jing absorbed the enhanced mutated rats beneath his feet, then led his men down into the pit, preventing the rats from coming out. Screech. The enhanced mutated rats, surging from the deep pit, let out furious cries upon seeing people, descending, their mouths wide open, revealing sharp fangs. Shut it. Guo Jing leaped down first, smashing one of the enhanced mutated rats into nothingness. SSSSS. Squeak. Seeing their companion killed a large number of enhanced mutated rats from behind, charged at the human before them. Think you're the only ones with backup. Brothers, charge. With his command and a wave of his hand, figures continuously jumped or slid down from the pit, passing Guo Jing and charging straight at the mutated rats. Charge. In an instant, the clamor of battle shook the heavens. The soldiers, as if injected with stimulants, vied to rush toward the swarm of mutated rats. Because they discovered that these enhanced mutated rats granted them far greater power, each absorption of these enhanced rats for upgrading was nearly 10 times more effective than absorbing ordinary mutated rats. The two sides clashed in this broader underground passage. Yet even though these enhanced mutated rats were stronger than before, they were still crushed by the soldiers of the rat-subduing corps, a one-sided massacre. Guo Jing followed unhurriedly behind the soldiers, observing the surroundings. After advancing several dozen meters, they encountered many branching paths, which gave Guo Jing some headache. He decided to split the forces, as the soldiers were more than capable of handling the mutated rats alone. Thus, the 200 men were divided into 4 squads, each advancing through different branches. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaobai had also discovered several large pits, and his 1-0 men were similarly split up. This pit was just dug, wasn't it? Ding Xiaobai led 100 men to a large pit, and noticed the walls were slightly damp, covered in a foul-smelling viscous substance that faintly glistened, clearly applied not long ago. Strangely unlike the other pits, after they killed the mutated rats outside, the area fell silent, with no new rats emerging from the large pit to attack them. Commander, something's off. Indeed. Ding Xiaobai frowned, but quickly relaxed. So what? They're just mindless vermin. Could they possibly have some cunning scheme? He laughed heartily and led the men down. No guards is even better. Well, strike straight at the heart. Break into their command center. Ha! Commander, maybe this pit hasn't been finished yet and doesn't connect to their lair, said the 2nd Battalion commander beside him. As Ding Xiaobai fell silent, the soldiers behind him suddenly felt a chill, their hairs standing on end. What's going on? I feel strange. Like something bad is about to happen. Yeah, me too. I've got goosebumps. A soldier raised his arm, seeing the hairs on it bristling, and quickly spoke up. Ding Xiaobai stopped upon hearing this. He felt nothing unusual himself, but seeing so many reacting, he became cautious. It's down there. As he extended his sensory perception, he detected the anomaly. The others turned their gazes downward. At the flat bottom of the pit, a massive claw emerged. Then in the darkness, 2 red orbs like large lanterns appeared, staring intently at them. The giant rat crisis. What is that? Just as everyone strained to discern the true nature of the 2 giant lanterns, below they suddenly loomed large before their eyes. Watch out, Ding Xiaobai warned, grabbing those nearby and darting aside. The others only saw a colossal figure hurtling upward like a cannonball, sending those still at the cave mouth flying. Holy crap! At the same time, they finally saw the creature's true form. It was a mutated rat as massive as a truck, its body and fur filling the entire pit. Its crimson eyes blazed like two giant lanterns casting an eerie red glow. Oh! A soldier knocked upward crashed into the ceiling and fell back down. The giant rat below opened its terrifying maw revealing 3 or 4 rows of jagged fangs and swallowed the falling man whole. Damn! Yuan was swallowed. Shit! Save him! Ding Xiaobao roared, charging forward first. The others, jolted from their stupor by his shout, followed suit, rushing to attack the giant rat. Damn it, this is the first casualty since the Rat Extermination Corps was founded. Meanwhile, on the surface, the Rat Extermination soldiers, still slaughtering mutated rats, felt the ground tremble. A chill ran down their spines as a foreboding sense of dread rose in their hearts. With a thunderous roar, the earth behind them burst open, sending massive chunks of rock flying. A giant rat emerged before them. What the hell is that? A boss spawned. Everyone stared in shock at the colossal figure that had appeared so abruptly. Yet instead of panic, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Some even turned and charged eagerly toward the giant rat. With one taking the lead, many followed suit, scrambling over each other as if the beast were a rare treasure. They were clearly drunk on bloodlust. Don't be reckless. Fall back. The regiment commander overseeing the battle nearby shouted. But the soldiers had already reached the giant rat's feet. Seeing the swarm of insignificant humans rushing at it, the giant rat spun around, lashing out with its pillar-like tail. The blow sent a wave of soldiers flying. Ah! The soldiers screamed as they were hurled through the air, crashing back into their ranks. It hurts. So painful. Those struck lay curled on the ground, coughing, blood veins bulging on their faces. Clear signs of severe internal injuries. Damn it. Kill it. Meng Zhen, commander of the 7th Regiment, immediately ordered the nearby battalion leaders, charging forward himself. This clash with the giant rat gave him a rough estimate of its strength. The soldiers, boasting an average physique nearly 150 times that of a normal human, were still overwhelmed by a single tail strike from the giant rat, with some suffering serious injuries. To achieve such an effect, the rat's strength must be at least 400 times that of a normal person. Judging by its performance, Meng Zhen estimated the giant rat possessed nearly 1,000 times the strength of an ordinary human. This level of power was comparable to the giant zombie from a month ago. Meng Zhen charged ahead, leading the way toward the giant rat, with several battalion commanders close behind. Reaching the giant rat, they instantly transformed into formidable giants, swinging massive fists at the creature. Strangely, their clothes grew with them, remaining intact. Think you're big, huh? I'm bigger. Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of humans towering over it, the giant rat was pummeled to death by the officer's barrage of fists before it could launch another attack. Cheers erupted as the giant rat was instantly slain, boosting morale. The commander one-shotted the boss. Awesome. But before the flattery could continue, several more thunderous sounds echoed from within the rat horde. Then many more giant rats emerged from the swarm, drawing everyone's attention. So it's not a boss, just an elite monster. Fu Chun, who had just arrived, witnessed the scene. Same old recipe. City Lord. Greetings, City Lord. Meng Zhen noticed the steel throne in the air and saluted. Fu Chen casually returned the gesture, descending in his throne. How strong are these giant rats? Reporting, City Lord. They're slightly weaker than the giant zombie. Meng Zhen then attempted to absorb the rat beneath his feet, but nothing happened, leading him to a conclusion. Can't absorb. As you said, City Lord, the power categories differ. Good. Fu Chen nodded, stepping off the throne onto the rat's corpse, gazing at the endless stream of giant rats ahead. Looks like a nice source of income. He tried to store the giant rat in his equipment slot, also loading the giant zombie he had saved, but found he couldn't equip them either. This meant the giant